Hashtag chapter 1. Drunken fire at the music bureau. Rattle Lord, are you alright? Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? A woman with skin as white as snow, her figure curvaceous and exquisite, clung tightly to Jared's body, appearing like a beauty from heaven. Or did I not satisfy you last night, Rattle Lord? My frail body can't withstand any more of your rough treatment. This translation aims to maintain the meaning and tone of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The word "jurthung" is contextually translated as rough treatment to better convey the situation described in the narrative. She spoke coquettishly while caressing Jared's chest with her delicate hands. Holy crap, what's going on here? Jared had actually been awake for a moment. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the half-naked beauty in front of him. Initially, he thought he was dreaming and couldn't react. Only when she touched him did the vivid sensation wake him up completely. What place is this? How did I end up here? Jared abruptly stood up, looking around in shock. The next moment, an excruciating headache surged through his mind, as if countless needles were piercing his skull. Along with the pain, a flood of memories rushed in. Seeing Jared's pained expression, the beautiful woman turned pale and shrank back into the bed, thinking he might be seriously ill and utterly useless. Such insults were unbearable for the original host. In a fit of rage, he beat them up and set the entire music bureau ablaze before casually leaving with a fair-skinned, beautiful courtesan. Due to excessive alcohol and indulgence, he died in the middle of the night, giving Jared the chance to be transported here. Just as he grasped what happened, a servant ran in panic. Rattle Lord, something terrible has happened. Minister Su has come. Upon hearing this, Jared wasn't overly alarmed and walked out of the room with steady steps. The servant's mention of Minister Su referred to the director of the Ministry of Rights, Dane, who managed the music bureau. Last night, Jared set the music bureau on fire, so this man would surely demand retribution. Moreover, Dane had always despised Jared and wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. Moments later, in the hall of the Jiang residence. Now that Rattle Lord is awake, it's time we settle accounts. You burned down the music bureau while drunk and assaulted government officials, causing multiple injuries. When everything is summed up, 10,000 silver taels are required as compensation. Speaking was a Weston with a mustache, bulky and wearing luxurious ancient attire, accompanied by a group of fierce-looking, robust men behind him. 10,000 silver taels? I'm sorry, I don't have the money. How could someone be so audacious? It was blatant contempt for law and order. Stop right there. As Dane shouted, the burly men beside him quickly surrounded Jared. Do you think you can hit me now? Come on, I'll sit here. Feel free to try anything. Jared sat nonchalantly, crossing his legs, unbothered by any threats. These burly men were Dane's servants, fully aware of Jared's terrifying background. They looked helplessly at Dane, conveying with their eyes, "Sir, we can't provoke this guy. Let's give up." They knew if they didn't act against Jared now, they'd at worst be dismissed or beaten. But attacking Jared would lead to dire consequences. They'd lose their heads. That's despicable. Fuming with anger but powerless, Dane glared at Jared, clenched his fists, and waved the men away. Step aside. Haha. Watching the men disperse, Jared smirked and walked out confidently. Clenching his fists, Dane watched Jared leave. Jared, you better watch your step. I will definitely file a complaint. Chapter 2. Filing an imperial complaint. Jared was completely unfazed by Dane's threats. He strolled leisurely toward the imperial palace. His aunt, the Xena of the realm, doted on him to no end. In the past, whenever Jared caused trouble, hiding in the Xena, the Great Zhou dynasty, he sacrificed himself along with the rest of the family, leaving behind only the infant Jared, the sole surviving heir of the Jiang family. Without Yush's valiant defense of the capital, there wouldn't be the current Great Zhou dynasty or its prosperity. Thus, the Tobias and Xena cherished Jared deeply. Does Aunt think I can't just come to visit? Jared asked solemnly, but upon seeing Diana's stern expression, he panicked. Actually, I set fire to the music bureau. What? You burned down the music bureau? Diana frowned, reprimanding sharply. How could you do such a thing? Were there casualties? There was timely evacuation, mostly injuries. But Governor Su demands 10,000 taels in compensation, which I truly cannot afford. As he spoke, Jared walked over to Diana, looking aggrieved and said, Aunt, I didn't set fire to the music bureau out of mischief. This place was unnecessary to begin with, a relic of the previous dynasty. It should have been abolished long ago. I merely hastened the process. Certainly not the original intention of the previous owner who was drunk and angered by insults from officials. But the new Jared couldn't admit this. He needed to explain himself carefully. Upon hearing this, Diana paused, surprised. Her displeasure gradually faded into a small smile. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. Indeed, the music bureau shouldn't exist anymore, and the Tobias already planned to abolish it. But those old conservatives refused to let go of their place for amusement. Now that you've set it on fire, it's an opportune time for abolition. Diana thought for a moment. But you destroyed the music bureau and injured many people. Those officials will definitely join forces to impeach you. Punishment is unavoidable. You'll stay here temporarily, where no one can harm you. But you must behave yourself. No harassing palace maids. Jared nodded obediently. Don't worry, Aunt. I won't cause any more trouble. He knew all too well how serious the situation was. The music bureau was a relic fraught with chaos, long opposed by various officials yet upheld by conservative forces. No one anticipated that it would be destroyed by Jared's fire. Yet, despite this, Diana still insisted on protecting him, illustrating just how much she doted on him. Go rest now. Your face looks terrible. I'll have the Imperial kitchen prepare something for you shortly. Jared said nothing more and turned to rest in a side pavilion. At the same time, in the Tobias's study, Corbin of Zhou sat perusing memorials when Minister Dane and last night's beaten officials knelt before him, crying, Your Majesty, please provide justice for us. The Tobias's voice grew colder, more stern. So why now say he deserves no death? Shaken by the Tobias's rebuke, they pleaded, we lost our composure in anger. So you recognize your own overreaction. The Tobias's tone chilled further. Do you not remember the sacrifice of Marshal Jiang in defending the capital? Without him, there'd be no prosperous show today. Jared is the sole bloodline of Marshal Jiang. Are you asking me to kill him and earn a reputation as an ungrateful ruler? How would the empire view me? The Tobias's final words carried significant weight. Even the Dylan eunuch trembled in fear. Needless to say, the officials were dripping with sweat, quaking in fear. They came to complain, only to find themselves in the wrong. Chapter 2. Seeking Imperial Redress. Jared was completely unfazed by Dane's threats and strolled leisurely toward the Imperial Palace. His late aunt was the Xena, who had always doted on him excessively. Whenever he got into trouble in the past, hiding in the Xena's quarters was his safe haven. This time was no exception. There was no way Jared could come up with 10,000 taels of silver, especially since the original owner of his body was responsible for the incident. What did it have to do with him now? Compensation was out of the Jared immensely. Aunt, how can you say that? Can't I just come to visit you? Jared said solemnly, but seeing Diana's stern expression, he panicked slightly. Actually, I burned down the music bureau. What? You burned down the music bureau? Diana frowned and shouted. How could you act so recklessly? Did anyone get hurt? They were evacuated in time, mostly just injured. But Minister Su demanded 10,000 taels of silver from me, which I can't afford. At this point, Jared walked over to Diana, sounding aggrieved. Aunt, I burned the music bureau for a reason, not out of malice. This place has no place in modern society. It's a relic of the previous dynasty. It should have been abolished long ago. I just gave it a little push. The original owner's intentions were undoubtedly different, driven by alcohol and the insults from officials. However, Jared needed to explain himself carefully. Diana was surprised by this explanation. Her frown softened into a slight smile. I didn't expect you to think this way. Indeed, the music bureau shouldn't exist, and the Tobias had already planned to abolish it. But those stubborn officials were reluctant to let go of this indulgence. Now that you've burned it down, it's a good opportunity to get rid of it once and for all. He disregards the law, showing utter disrespect and defiance. If he isn't severely punished now, he will only become more rampant and create greater troubles. He even disrespects your Majesty. We have no choice but to appeal to your Majesty. Corbin listened calmly while handling the petitions. After finishing them, he looked at the kneeling officials. Have you finished? What should I do about Jared? Corbin spoke calmly. As your Majesty sees fit, but please punish Jared strictly. He cannot be let off. Dane and others seemed to pressure the Tobias. Haha. Do you want me to execute Jared publicly? Corbin's usually gentle face showed displeasure. While Jared's actions infuriated him, he realized that the music bureau shouldn't exist. The fire might actually provide a good chance to abolish it. The officials, seasoned veterans, noticed the Tobias's displeasure and quickly prostrated themselves, saying, We beg your Majesty's mercy. Jared may be troublesome, but he doesn't deserve death. You just cried about how disrespectful and defiant Jared is. How did this suddenly change? Why the shift in tone? The officials trembled under the Tobias's harsh questioning. It was our momentary anger. We lost control of our words. To be honest, Say did make mistakes, but what he did was also clever. I truly don't want to punish him. Xena Diana, virtuous and gentle, took a cup of hot tea from a servant and personally handed it to Paxton. Say's thoughts coincide with your Majesty's. But arson leading to injuries is serious. If we don't punish him, it won't be acceptable. Especially those old foxes, they will pester your Majesty every day. Hearing this, Paxton deeply sighed. AI, the Xena speaks truthfully. Say indeed deserves punishment. But if the punishment is too severe, I would feel heartbroken. What does the Xena think? Paxton's real name was Demon. He had been together with Diana during the uprising. They were partners in adversity and deeply in love. Even after becoming an emperor, he still regarded Diana as his lifelong love. Now, he put aside his imperial identity and discussed matters with his wife, just like any commoner would. The subject indeed has an idea. I wonder if Cliff agrees. Speak your mind. Diana smiled slightly and whispered softly into Paxton's ear. At first, Paxton frowned deeply, but soon, his lips curved into a meaningful smile. The next day, Jared, having enjoyed a good night's sleep, barely opened his eyes when he was forced to kneel on the ground. Looking at you, it seems you're not keen on accepting it? Not only am I reluctant, this is utterly absurd. Aunt, I don't have the Tang surname, nor am I a prince. Why appoint me as the birdie of Nanhua? Jared hurriedly walked over to the Empress, massaging her shoulders in a flattering manner. Aunt, can you not plead with the Emperor to revoke the order? Nonsense. Diana reprimanded him sternly. The imperial decree has been issued. There can be no turning back. Silly boy, do you know that both Aunt and the Emperor are doing this for your own good? Now, which official in the capital isn't eager to impeach you? Especially after burning down the Imperial Music Bureau, many officials have jointly petitioned to punish you. If it weren't for the Emperor's protection, you'd have lost your head already. Xena then pulled Jared close, stroking his face. Silly child, Aunt hates seeing you leave, but this is unavoidable. Your appointment as birdie of Nanhua was actually my suggestion. I hope you'll endure some hardships there and mature. If you can govern Nanhua well, everyone will shut their mouths. Clearly, tears welled up in Diana's eyes. Though Jared was only her nephew, she treated him like her own son. The Emperor felt the same, but they wanted Jared to improve through discipline. But can't this wait? Can I stay in the capital for a few more days to pack? Diana's expression turned stern. She pinched Jared's ear, Do you think I don't know your nature? No escape this time. Everything's packed. You leave now. Ah. Before Jared could react, 2 guards carried him away. Thus began his journey to Nanua. To ensure Jared's safety, Paxton dispatched a troop of 5,000 elite guards under Jared's command. Riding in the carriage, Jared eventually resigned himself to his fate. Though exiled from the capital, he gained absolute freedom. Using modern wisdom, despite Nanua's remoteness and poverty, he saw it as an opportunity. Free from the Emperor's watch, Jared believed anything was possible in his territory. Becoming a carefree prince might not be so bad. A month later, with the guards protecting him, Jared was far from the capital and getting closer to Nanua. During this time, he learned about Nanua's conditions, confirming its dire state due to its isolated geography, rugged terrain, and numerous bandits. Alas, this is a hopeless mess thrown directly at me. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted outside the carriage, Brecken, we've traveled far. Are we nearly in Nanua? Do they have any entertainment places here? Just arrived. A little relaxation is essential. Back in the capital, Jared didn't get to enjoy much before being exiled. In his own domain, not indulging would betray his reputation as the #1 playboy. Outside the carriage, everyone's faces showed embarrassment. Chapter 4. How can this place be so poor? Beside the carriage, Acton with sword-like eyebrows and piercing eyes, muscular and robust, was riding a tall white horse. He responded coldly. Your Highness, we will reach Qingfu County in Nanua before nightfall. I have thought for a long time and feel it necessary to report some matters to your Highness. Nanua is a destitute region. Cliff sent you here intending for you to rescue the people from their suffering, much like Marshal Jiang did. We should strive to rejuvenate this place. This person's name was Brett, the commander of the 5,000 guards. He was a martial artist of great skill, having reached the Grandmaster level. In this world, martial artists were classified into 9 ranks from rank 1 to 9, beyond which were the Master and Grandmaster levels. To ensure Jared's absolute safety, the Tobias had assigned a Grandmaster level martial artist to guard him without a moment's rest. On the other side of the carriage stood a slightly plump man with a rather honest-looking face. His name was Hutch, the deputy commander of the 5,000 guards. Now as the Preston, such an important figure could not be treated carelessly. Even for one night's stay, they must go all out to accommodate him. Clearly visible were the ragged clothes and emaciated figures of both the locals and county officials, as if they hadn't eaten for days. Soon, the 5,000 guards led by Brett and Hutch appeared grandly in everyone's sight. King Jared was sitting inside the carriage. Seeing this scene, the county magistrate immediately led the officials and commoners in kneeling down in unison. Subordinate Curtis, along with the officials and people of Qingfu County, welcome His Highness. Upon hearing this, Jared lifted the curtain and glanced out, his brows instantly furrowing. He had known Nanua was poor, but he hadn't expected even the county officials to be so destitute. The entire Qingfu County looked ruined and dilapidated everywhere. The kneeling citizens looked like beggars, living lives of extreme hardship. Could such a miserable place really offer any form of entertainment or leisure? Jared sighed deeply with a complicated expression, waving to Curtis and others, all rise. Thank you, Your Highness. With County Magistrate Curtis's loud call, everyone slowly stood up. Given the small size and extreme poverty of Qingfu County, accommodating 5,000 soldiers was difficult. Returning now was impossible. He could only accept the reality. However, what puzzled Jared was that Nanua belonged to the Great Zhou dynasty. Corbinzi was a wise ruler, striving for prosperity. Why was Nanua neglected despite the yearly relief funds from the court? Where did those funds go? Could bandits be so daring to loot the relief supplies? For now, Jared didn't want to think about these issues. He was too tired from the past month and needed to rest tonight. Troublesome matters could wait until tomorrow. So, where will I stay tonight? Jared asked coldly. Your Highness, our Qingfu County is very poor. We can only offer you a humble accommodation in the government office for the night. In the morning, you can leave for a better part of Nanua. Curtis spoke nervously, fearing Jared's anger. After all, Jared was notoriously frivolous, and no one dared provoke him. Forget it. I'll stay one night here. Jared didn't make things difficult for the magistrate. Based on first impressions, he found these officials decent enough. At least on the surface, they didn't appear like corrupt officials siphoning off disaster relief funds. Of course, first impressions could be misleading. The current Jared was not the same frivolous person they knew. Since entering Qingfu County, various situations here surprised him. Thinking of this, Jared gave Curtis a meaningful look. There are 2 brothels and 2 gambling dens in our county. Well, who would have thought there are indeed such places? Jared slightly raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand towards Curtis. Unsure of what Jared wanted, Curtis thought he was about to shake hands and hurriedly extended his right hand. Slap. Jared pushed Curtis's hand away and said a little unhappily, Who wants to shake your hand? Cliff needs money. Give me some silver. It wasn't that Jared intentionally acted this way. It was because he really didn't have money. After being expelled from the capital city, Xena did pack his belongings but left him with not a single coin. His pocket was cleaner than his face. These past days, it was these guards who fed Jared. Upon seeing this, everyone's mouths twisted in disbelief. For the first time, they witnessed such a destitute king. Hurry up, didn't you hear me asking for money? Coming to his senses, Curtis pulled out 10 taels of silver and respectfully handed it over to Jared. It was clear that Jared's expression changed momentarily, but soon returned to normal. He calmly took the silver from Curtis. Dalen, your generosity is commendable, thank you. Jared patted Curtis on the shoulder lightly. Consider this as protection money paid to Cliff, and I will look after you in the future. At first, they were deceived by Curtis's appearance, thinking he was a fair and upright official. But reminded by Jared, they immediately sensed something was off. So poor that even the county office needed repairs, yet he could pull out 10 taels like pocket change. Clearly, there was something wrong with Curtis. Perhaps all the officials in Qingfu County had issues. Your Highness, did you notice the problem right from the start? Brett asked, shocked. Not quite. I was initially just a bit puzzled. Think about it. Our great Zhou dynasty is thriving under an enlightened emperor. How could he turn a blind eye to Nanyu? As far as I know, the court has allocated substantial disaster relief funds to Nanyu, yet this place remains impoverished. I don't believe bandits could be brazen enough to plunder the relief funds with such impunity, considering the presence of imperial troops. So, I casually tested him, and lo and behold, there was indeed a problem. Hearing this, Brett widened his eyes and started to reassess Jared. How could a prodigal have such cunning? He suddenly felt that maybe Jared was never truly a prodigal from the start. Everything was a pretense. Thinking carefully, Brett believed it was entirely possible. After all, Jared was the son of the former commander-in-chief and Duke Yush, whom Brett admired most in life and dreamed of becoming. Damn, I actually thought he was a good official. I beg you, let me see Tosha one last time. All my money is given to you. Can't I see her one last time? The Weston, ignoring the pain on his body, knelt down and pleaded. Ha, do you think our Ichun courtyard is a place for poor buggers like you? If you don't have money, get lost quickly. Dare you come here for free pleasures? If you show up again, I won't spare you. Pa. Standing at the entrance of the Ichun courtyard was a bulky woman with a face painted as red as a monkey's bottom. She pointed at the kneeling man and shouted curses at him. No, please, let me see Tosha one last time. The Weston rushed forward and clung to the madam's leg. Get lost, you filthy thing. The madam kicked the man away with disgust and shouted, somebody, beat him up badly. Several towering thugs immediately came forward and savagely kicked and punched the man until he ceased moving. Apart from Jared and his companions, all the other guests coming in and out of the Ichun courtyard clearly witnessed this scene. But every one of them remained utterly cold and indifferent, as if it were normal to beat someone to death right there. Unbearable. Do they even know what laws are? Our great Zhou law states that murder requires a life in return. These people should be punished. Seeing this, Hutch flew into a rage, ready to draw his sword. As a 9th-rank warrior, none of these people could match him alone, let alone together. Not to mention, there was the master-level warrior Brett. Hold on, don't rush. Jared grabbed Hutch's hand. There will be a chance, but not now. Don't ruin my big plan. One more thing, tonight I don't want to reveal my identity, just call me young master. Hearing this, Hutch calmed down and nodded slightly. At the same time, Jared slowly approached the madam. Killing someone like that, doesn't it require some responsibility? Responsibility? The madam sneered. From your looks, you must be an outsider. Let me tell you frankly, in Qingfu County, killing a person is no different from crushing an ant. So, are you going to take up for him? As she said this, the thugs who had just beaten the man to death surrounded Jared and Hutch. Don't worry, young master. I can handle them all, Hutch whispered. Jared gave Hutch a look to keep calm, and then looked at the madam. No need. I've never met him. Why should I stick up for him? I'm here to enjoy wine and company. Are you trying to stop me? Do you think I can't afford it? Upon hearing this, the madam began to assess Jared. Undoubtedly, he was handsome, tall and well-built, fair-skinned, dressed extravagantly, a perfect image of a wealthy heir. Oh, my apologies. It seems we've had a misunderstanding. Young master, you look very distinguished. Please, come in. The madam gestured, telling the thugs to leave and drag the dead man's body away to feed the dogs. Haha. Jared smiled mildly. Come along, follow me in for some fun. Tonight's expenses are on me. Enjoying free entertainment pleased Hutch greatly. Unlike Brett, who feigned propriety, he knew when to enjoy himself. Since they were here to enjoy themselves, Jared didn't hold back. Surrounded by beautiful women, he headed towards the private room comfortably. Hutch followed suit, mimicking Jared's behavior, looking utterly content. Perhaps due to Jared's exceptional looks or the air of nobility about him, the madam arranged a top-notch private room for him. Inside, the private room was stocked with all kinds of wines and delicacies, and even prepared performers waited for him. Jared lay relaxed in a voluptuous woman's arms, needing no effort to eat, just opening his mouth to receive food. Another woman, thinly clad and attractive, expertly peeled grapes to feed him. Up ahead, dancers and musicians performed while he watched intently. Though the location was remote, the quality of these courtesans was commendable. Your appearance is striking, young master. May I ask where you are from? The woman peeling grapes asked in a flirtatious tone. Capital city. Jared responded casually. Hearing this, the two women's eyes lit up. They couldn't believe that the young master they served tonight was actually from the capital. Thinking Jared might be influential, they began touching him, trying to curry favor. Before long, Jared's shirt was opened, revealing his solid frame. Jared didn't resist, reveling in the enjoyment. This was the kind of extravagant lifestyle he was supposed to lead as the first son. Turning to Hutch, he noticed he was already lost in the luxurious ambience, playing drinking games with the women beside him, eating and drinking heartily. Brett really missed out by not coming in, Hutch said excitedly, cheeks flushed from alcohol. He's just pretending to be proper. He probably regrets it now. Why don't you bring him in? Jared suggested indifferently, and continued enjoying himself. All right, I'll go. Hutch hurriedly ran out, coaxing Brett inside. Brett looked particularly unhappy, unwilling to indulge in such debauchery. Relax, join us for drinks and food. Jared waved Brett over. No, I'm not hungry. I've already eaten. If young master has nothing else, I must take my leave. Brett bowed and left hastily, more focused on completing his tasks and remembering everyone present. Closely observing Jared all along. Initially, she thought he was someone who didn't care about money, but but it turned out he was merely an impecunious charlatan. Just now, we checked this fellow thoroughly. He doesn't have anything valuable on him. What a waste of our time. They can't get away with this. The courtesans emerged from their rooms, eyeing Jared and Hutch with utter disdain. Seeing this, the drunken Hutch immediately sobered up. Don't worry, master. I can handle these lowlifes. I'll ensure your safe departure. Hutch, though completely different in character from Brett, remained intensely loyal to Jared, stepping forward to protect him. A gentleman settles things verbally, not through violence. All this fighting is unnecessary. Jared smiled calmly, pulling Hutch aside. Dalen is my friend. What if I put this on his account? At these words, everyone present was taken aback. The madam immediately panicked. Oh my. You're esteemed guest of Sir Dillon. I failed to recognize you. Please forgive my rudeness. Why are you still standing there? Get lost. The madam barked orders, and the burly men dispersed immediately. Who would have thought that mentioning Dalen would be so effective here? Jared thought to himself. Originally, he anticipated needing to say more or even reveal his identity as the Preston. But just a casual mention of Dylan's name shook them profoundly, much to Jared's surprise. Seeing no one blocking his path, Jared took Hutch and left confidently. Letting this man go like this isn't right, a servant whispered. What if he doesn't actually know Sir Dillon, and is only bluffing? Would we be fooled? It's better to err on the side of caution. If he is truly Sir Dillon's esteemed guest, we will be in big trouble. After a moment's contemplation, the madam turned to the servant. Contact Sir Dillon immediately. I need to know who this man really is. If he dares to deceive me, I'll make sure he never leaves Qingfu County alive. Meanwhile, Jared and Hutch had already left Ichunyuan, Pleasant Spring Courtyard. Brett, waiting outside alone, hurried over upon seeing Jared emerge. Your Highness, I heard some commotion inside. Did something happen? No worries, nothing happened. Jared slung an arm around Brett's shoulder. How did it go with your task? Your Highness can rest assured. I noted down every person entering and leaving Ichunyuan tonight. Are we ready to act? Brett responded respectfully, assuming Jared had some grand plan. Act? Act on what? Did I tell you to act yet? I only asked you to note down those people. Jared looked at Hutch ahead. Old Arau, I can't walk anymore. Carry me. Of course. Hutch swiftly picked up Jared without effort. Despite his weight, it was Brett, visibly upset, commented. His Highness' body is precious. How could you let him get so drunk? If this gets back to the capital, both of us will be punished by Cliff. I didn't realize His Highness couldn't hold his liquor so well. We didn't drink that much. Hutch scratched his head, bewildered. Suddenly, Jared sat up straight. Startled, Hutch exclaimed, Your Highness, you weren't drunk? Drunk? Jared laughed coldly. Your prince can hold 1,000 cups. That was purely to toy with that fellow. Exactly. How could His Highness lose composure like that? Hutch chuckled sheepishly. Brett stared intently at Jared. Clearly, Jared differed greatly from the reputed #1 prodigal son. Realizing this, Brett's eyes lit up. Your Highness, you must have a plan. Just give it to me, and I'll handle it flawlessly. Indeed, you reminded me. There's something important. Jared smirked at Brett. Join me at the gambling den tomorrow. Huh. Brett, who had been expectantly looking at Jared, froze upon hearing this. Why wasn't the king sticking to the script? Chapter 8. Is Magistrate Dillon teaching me how to do things? Tomorrow, you must accompany me. This is an order. Jared did not give Brett any chance to refuse, immediately stating his command. Understood, Your Highness. Brett nodded somewhat helplessly. What about me? What about me? Hutch smiled innocently at Jared. Your Highness, can I go to the gambling den with you too? No, no, no. You have another task. Tomorrow, if Curtis leaves the county office, you will secretly follow him. I need to know every move he makes. And one more thing, inform everyone to delay our departure to Nanhua City. For now, we'll stay in Qingfu County. I'll let you know when it's time to leave. Before Hutch could respond, Brett's eyes lit up instantly. Your Highness, tracking people is better left to me. Beside him, Hutch nodded foolishly. Yeah, Brecken is the best for this task. That's right. You'll watch Curtis while Brecken goes to the gambling den with me. So it's settled then. With that, Jared comfortably lay down on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. Seeing the already sleeping Jared, both Brett and Hutch sighed helplessly and quietly left the room. Although they were reluctant, they had to follow the birdie's orders. With Hutch's strength as a 9th-rank warrior, tracking Curtis would be more than manageable. The next day, Jared slept until noon, satisfied, before finally getting up. Just as he stepped out of his room, he saw Curtis rushing over. Your Highness, Qingfu County is very poor. I urge you to set off as soon as possible. The environment in Nanhua City, the main city, is far superior here. With your high stature, it would be unacceptable to suffer here. Curtis had thought that Jared's group would find Qingfu County's conditions unbearable and leave today. However, early in the morning, he received notification that the birdie intended to stay in Qingfu County for some time. This disrupted all of Curtis's plans, causing him great distress. He wondered, what does this wastrel want? Hearing this, Jared snorted coldly. Is Magistrate Dillon teaching me how to handle things? I am the birdie of Nanhua. Everything here belongs to me. I just want to stay here. Could Magistrate Dillon be trying to stop me? Or do you think I'm in the way? After observing yesterday, Jared had a good idea of what kind of person Curtis was. If he wanted to govern Nanhua properly, he first needed to resolve the issues in Qingfu County. If he couldn't develop this poorest county of Nanhua, he wouldn't leave. Upon hearing this, Curtis was frightened and immediately knelt. No, I dare not. I only worry about your health being affected by Qingfu County's poor conditions. You're overthinking it. My health is excellent. Jared laughed coldly. I haven't had enough fun in Qingfu County yet, so why would I leave? Stop wasting my time. I'm hungry. Prepare a meal for me immediately. Understood. Your bastard has embezzled disaster relief funds, or brutally exploited the people. Does he really think that wearing tattered clothes, pretending to be hungry, and neglecting repairs can fool everyone? That underestimates Jared far too much. Standing beside him, Brett and Hutch also showed displeasure. Your Highness, what's wrong? Don't you like the food? If you don't like it, I can't prepare again and guarantee your satisfaction. Seeing Jared's reaction, Curtis panicked. Failing to cater to this wastrel could cost him his head. No, Magistrate Dylan's meal is quite satisfactory. Well done. Saying this, Jared sat down gracefully at the main seat and began enjoying the feast. Good enough, Your Highness. I'll take my leave now. Curtis immediately felt relieved, bowing and leaving the hall without disturbing Jared's meal. Both of you sit down. Let's eat and drink. Following Jared's order, Hutch and Brett sat down obediently. Hutch started eating heartily, but Brett couldn't muster the appetite, recalling the impoverished Qingfu County citizens suffering from hunger and cold. This made him increasingly angry. Such a place still existed in the prosperous Great Zhou dynasty. If not for Jared stopping him, he would have killed Curtis long ago. Brecken, stop standing there. Such a spread. Only I and Olderau won't finish it. Isn't it wasteful? I hate wasting din. Looking quite intimidating. Jared ignored them and strode toward the entrance. However, he noticed that Brett hesitated and didn't follow. What are you dawdling for? This dangerous place. Do you want me to go in alone? Come on, hurry up. Having said that, Jared walked into the gambling den with ease. He chose Brett over Hutch because of Brett's straightforward nature. He was too upright, like a wooden log, completely focused on protecting Jared without being distracted by the gambling. As for Hutch, there was a risk that he might get hooked and start gambling himself. One misstep could lead to unexpected consequences. The ever-cautious Jared wouldn't let anything happen to him. Having an expert-level martial artist by his side, whether it was entering a gambling den or touring a bandit's lair, there would be no issues. Seeing Jared enter alone, Brett didn't dare hesitate any longer and rushed after him. Once inside the gambling den, Jared instantly loosened up. Before Brett could react, Jared had already disappeared into the crowd. All in, 10 tails on a triplet. Jared took out the silver given by Curtis the previous day and threw it onto the table. Then, just like the other gamblers, he started shouting excitedly, triplet, triplet, triplet. Reveal. 5, 6, 6 large. With the dealer's loud call, immediately, he staked all 50 tails again on a triplet. My fate lies in my hands. This time I will definitely win. Triplet, triplet. Standing aside and watching everything, Brett wore a deadpan expression. Master, no matter how wealthy we are, we shouldn't act recklessly. Get out of my way, don't bother me. I feel like I will win this round. Seeing this, Brett sighed helplessly and silently stood aside. To him, Jared seemed like an undisciplined child. He really couldn't see through Jared's true intentions. Meanwhile, under the dealer's command, the dice cup opened, revealing 4, 5, 6 large. There were people rejoicing while others despaired, collapsing on the ground as they lost all their money. Jared was no exception. He lost the 50 tails. Damn it, is my luck this bad? Hurry, lend me another 50 tails. Jared didn't waste words, reaching out to the old man. After hesitating briefly, the old man nodded and instructed his subordinates to give Jared the money. After all, the gambling den had many experts. If Jared refused to pay, he wouldn't get out alive. Thus, borrowing repeatedly, Jared accumulated nearly 30 loan notes worth over 1,000 taels of silver within moments. He went all in every time but never won once. Am I this unlucky? I don't believe this evil luck. Lend me 50 more taels. But this time, no one gave him money. The old man coldly walked up to Jared. Young master, if you want to borrow, you must first settle your debts. Settle debts? Jared chuckled slightly. I haven't won a single bet. What money can I use to repay you? Lend me 50 more, and once I turn things around, I'll pay you back with interest. As soon as he finished speaking, several burly black-faced men surrounded Jared and Brett. Do you really think I'm an idiot? With so many IOUs in my hands, even if I kill you, no one would dare speak up. Hearing this, Brett frowned and placed himself protectively in front of Jared. With his expert-level martial arts prowess, these few thugs, or even 100 more, were nothing to him. Well, your subordinate looks quite formidable. Unfortunately, 2 fists cannot withstand multiple arms. Today, either pay up or leave your life here. As he spoke, several more brawny men emerged from all directions. The old man clearly realized Jared came to cause trouble and wasn't about to let him off easily. This scene terrified the gamblers in the den, who retreated to the sides, afraid to speak up. You can leave, young master. I guarantee no one will harm a hair on your head. Brett tightly gripped his sword. If he acted, lightning fast, heads would roll. Such was the terrifying strength of an expert-level martial artist. Hold on. Jared gently patted Brett's shoulder, and then turned to the stern-faced old man. I am Dalen's esteemed guest. Do you dare treat me like this? Can you believe I will call Dalen here right now? At the sound of this, everyone preparing to attack suddenly stopped, eyes widening in shock. The old man also froze in surprise, but soon resumed his icy demeanor. So what? Did you think mentioning Dalen would work? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Chapter 10. Sir Dalen, your official might is quite impressive. Seize them. Bind these 2 for me. At the Dylan's loud call, the surrounding hulks who were encircling Jared and Brett immediately rolled up their sleeves and prepared to act. Although Jared had mentioned Dalen's name, which made the Dylans somewhat wary, he wasn't one to back down. He couldn't just let Jared leave like that. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he would capture them first. Naturally, to be on the safe side, the Dylans still sent someone to find Dalen. When they arrived, the truth would become evident. He could even have Dalen chop off the heads of these 2 ruffians who dared to cause trouble in his gambling den. It seems there's no point in reasoning with you. In that case, we will have to take action. Remember, no killing. Jared calmly took a step back. At the same moment, one of the hulks rushed forward, swinging a fist as big as a sandbag towards Jared's face. After seeing this, Jared didn't even think about dodging. he only gave a faint smile. The next instant, the attacking thug was kicked by Brett and flew backward, slamming heavily into the wall beside him, immediately losing consciousness. Attack him! Upon witnessing this, all the other thugs swarmed toward Brett. However, these men with their rudimentary skills were no match for a master-level fighter like Brett. In a few punches and kicks, Brett left them scattered and groaning in pain on the ground. If Jared hadn't ordered to keep them alive, these men would already be dead. The gamblers inside the gambling den were so terrified that they squatted in the corners, trembling and clutching their heads. You are incredibly bold. This is Dalen's territory. How dare you behave like this? Seeing how skillful Brett was, the Dylan turned pale, stuttering in fear. Dalen's territory? Hearing this, Jared's expression turned cold. The entire world belongs to the Tobias. When did this place become Dalen's territory? The Dylan sneered dismissively. Heh, where the Emperor's reach doesn't extend. Here, Dalen is the highest authority. If you know what's good for you, kneel down now. With Dalen's protection, the Dylan acted arrogantly, completely disregarding Jared, even though this person had formidable body and horror. Pitch thump. With a loud noise, the Dylan fell to his knees, furiously banging his head on the ground. Your Highness, spare my life. I failed to recognize you. Please forgive this humble servant. All the people in the gambling den, regardless of who they were, knelt in fear upon hearing the name of the Preston. Ha, Dalen, your official might is quite impressive. I heard that in Qingfu County, you, Dalen, are the biggest authority? Jared looked coldly at Curtis. Even greater than Cliff? Dare I? I would never dare. Curtis was horrified, kneeling and saying in fright, It's this man's nonsense. Please pardon him, your Highness. While saying this, Curtis glared viciously at the Dylan nearby. Right now, he wished he could flay the Dylan alive. How could he have such an idiotic subordinate? To dare speak such treasonable words casually. Thinking of this, Curtis, enraged, stood up immediately and kicked the Dylan hard in the face. This old man, being Dylanly, could not withstand such a fierce kick from Curtis and fainted instantly, blood flowing profusely from his nose and mouth. Outrageous! Seeing Curtis assault the Dylan indiscriminately, Brett angrily prepared to draw his sword. Clearly, Curtis was worried the Dylan might continue babbling and hence knocked him unconscious. But Nanhua is a special place. Gambling dens have existed here through every dynasty. Suddenly seizing gambling dens might incite unrest among the people. Curtis thought this argument would intimidate Jared, the perceived dandy. However, to his surprise, Jared merely smiled faintly after hearing his words. So you are teaching this king how to govern? Let me tell you, this king is the ruler of Nanhua. Here, everything depends on this king. Chapter 11. Your Highness, this is extortion. I dare not, I truly dare not. Upon hearing this, Curtis was so frightened that he knelt down again. I merely ask for your Highness to reconsider. Reconsider? What's there to reconsider? Today, I shall investigate and seize the gambling den. You'll not regret it if you dare to interfere. Jared hated people who told him what to do. A mere county magistrate actually dared to obstruct him. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't right now. Otherwise, Jared would have had Brett behead Curtis immediately. Curtis didn't dare say anything more upon hearing this. He clenched his fists in anger. If it weren't for Jared's identity, how could he tolerate such behavior? Anyway, Jared wouldn't stay in Qingfu County long, and today's actions were just the result of this young lord's displeasure. As far as Curtis saw, once Jared left, Qingfu County could return to normal, and he could still be the local emperor. Very soon, Brett arrived at the gambling den with many robust guards. Without a second thought, all visible silver coins in the gambling den were confiscated. Your Highness, these are our hard-earned savings. You can't take them away like this. This is extortion. The people in the gambling den were all gamblers. They hoped to turn their lives around with this money but hadn't expected the sudden arrival of the Nanyu king. Now, their painstakingly collected silver was all seized by Jared. Many of them fell to their knees, begging him. Some even rushed towards Jared, but fortunately, they were stopped by the guards. Actually, Curtis could have immediately intervened. With his authority and status in Qingfu County, he could have calmed everyone down instantly. But Curtis did not wish to do so. Since the king dared to investigate his gambling den, this was the price he should pay. The bigger the chaos, the better. If possible, it'd be even better if some civilians died. At that time, he would fuel the unrest and incite a rebellion. The unruly Jared would surely leave. Then Curtis could step in to clean up, and everything would return to normal. Ridiculous. According to Dajo law, gambling dens are illegal. All those involved in gambling will not only have their assets seized, but will also receive whipping. The prince shows mercy by sparing. Initially, Brett didn't know much about Jared, and thought he was nothing but an incorrigible rich brat. But when Jared decided to investigate the gambling den, Brett realized he was pretending all along. His goal must have been to acquire the gambling den's wealth. Thinking this, Brett admired Jared, thinking, no wonder he is the son of General Jiang. Your Highness, should we distribute this silver to the people? Brett said eagerly. He couldn't wait to help the people of Qingfu County. Distribute? Why? Jared spoke calmly. This is all my money. Why should I distribute it? Ah. Brett was taken aback and widened his eyes. Your Highness, what are you planning? These are relief funds meant to help the people. At this moment, Brett suddenly panicked. Could he have misunderstood everything? Did Jared never intend to help the people? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Such actions were entirely plausible from the world's top prodigal son. Seeing Brett's anxious expression, Jared couldn't help but laugh and patted Brett's shoulder. Relax, no need to be so nervous. Nanyu is a lower state with few inhabitants. Not to mention, Qingfu County is extremely poor. In my view, the entire population of Qingfu County is at most 7,000. If this money is evenly distributed, how much can each person get? Watching all the silver he had painstakingly accumulated being taken away by Jared undoubtedly hurt him deeply. Yet, he had no way to stop it. How could he just watch helplessly? There's always hope as long as you live to see another day. Once Jared left, he could rise again. Hee, then we'll trouble you, Dalen, to deal with the aftermath. Thank you for your hard work. With that, Jared strutted away nonchalantly. The guards followed behind him, carrying the silver. All those who had participated in gambling, along with the den's staff, were escorted back by Brett and other guards. Each looked utterly defeated and hopeless. This spectacle was witnessed by many of Qingfu County's residents, leading to various discussions. Detestable, truly detestable. That damned fool dared to ruin my plans. Watching Jared and company depart, Curtis clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to vent his anger. County Magistrate's assistant Ari approached Curtis with a gloomy face. Sir Dylan, this person is simply intolerable. At this point, anything is tolerable but this. Shall I secretly eliminate him? As he spoke, Ari's eyes flashed with intense malice. Far from the capital, and with Nanua already chaotic, the unexpected death of an unruly prince from the capital might seem quite reasonable. Hold your tongue. The moment Ari finished speaking, Curtis shot him a fierce glare. Antoine brought 5,000 elite guards and a highly skilled commander. Do you think ordinary bandits can take them down? For now, we must continue to endure. As soon as this fool leaves, Qingfu County will still be mine. With that, Curtis angrily began overseeing the cleanup. From now on, he absolutely couldn't provoke Jared any further. Meanwhile, Jared returned to the county office with his people. Lao Zhao, let me ask you something. What position did you hold before leaving the capital? I served as the middle rank general of the Jinwu Iliatard. Brett looked at Jared in puzzlement. Why does your highness ask? Middle rank general of the Jinwu Iliatard, that's a 7th grade official. According to the Great Zhou salary system, that would be about 2 taels of silver per month. Lao Rao likely earns around the same, now including the other 5,000 guards. In total, we need over 5,000 taels of silver. After a brief contemplation, Jared slowly continued, Lao Zhao, from the money seized from the gambling den, allocate around 5,000 taels of silver. Give each guard 1 tael, you and Lao Rao each 2 taels as this month's salary. Hearing this, Brett appeared alarmed. Your highness, this absolutely cannot be done. The money should be used for the people. We have no immediate use for it now. Before leaving the capital, Xena gave us some funds. Before Brett could finish, Jared interrupted. No. The Xena's gift is separate from the salary I provide. You became my personal guards once you left the capital and thus, I must pay your salaries. The first few months may be tough with lower salaries, but I'll make up for it later. As for the people, rest assured, I have everything under control. Jared understood well that withholding military pay often led to problems. Though these guards were currently loyal to him, prolonged neglect could lead to issues. Regularly paying their salaries was crucial for maintaining morale. Jared didn't want to risk being eliminated by his own guards due to unpaid salaries. After a moment of silence, Brett finally nodded and began distributing the salaries with his subordinates. Upon hearing the prince was dispersing salaries, the guards erupted in cheers. Initially, when they learned they would accompany Jared to Nanua, most were reluctant. They were leaving the prosperous capital for this impoverished region. And with Jared's notorious reputation as the nation's top wastrel, the prospect of unpaid salaries would have been devastating. But now, their concerns were entirely dispelled, and they cheered loudly for the prince. Seeing the guards' excitement, Brett gradually realized Jared's intentions. It was all to stabilize the troops. At that moment, Brett felt a growing respect for Jared. Handling such matters didn't require Jared's direct involvement. It could all be managed by Brett. Jared turned back. Now, tonight Lao Rao and I have a significant task to undertake, but there's another very important matter I need to entrust to you. Brett, now highly impressed by Jared, lit up at the mention of a mission. Speak, your highness. Note, maintaining original structure and style while ensuring natural and fluent English translation. Chapter 13. Esteemed Grand Tutor Era. Reckon, do you remember those people I asked you to note down the other day? In the coming days, secretly investigate these people. I need all the information on them. Also, find out about the commodity prices in Qingfu County. No problem, I'll take care of it right away. Brett respectfully responded, and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned around, looking at Jared with curiosity. Your highness, can I know what important matter you and Hutch are going to handle? If it's dangerous, I can switch places with Hutch. Brett now admired Jared immensely, and would not allow any harm to come to him. Although Hutch was a martial arts master, he himself was also a master-level martial artist. Only by personally protecting Jared could he truly feel at ease. No. What Hutch and I need to handle is beyond your capability, Jared said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Brett became displeased and said with an air of defiance, Your highness, I am a master-level martial artist. Everything can be left to me. How about this? Shall we go enjoy the pleasures of the brothels, and you want to come along? Did you in the capital city? Grand Tutor Era. What do you think that Tobias intends with his actions? The destruction of the music bureau has been ongoing for so long, yet there's been no mention of rebuilding it. Whenever we bring it up, Cliff either changes the subject or avoids answering. What's more infuriating is that this rascal Jared was not only unpunished, but even granted the title of Preston. Really, one cannot fathom what the Tobias is thinking. Sitting at the head of the hall was an old man with white hair, appearing quite benevolent. This person was named Van, the Grand Tutor of the Great Zhou dynasty, holding a very high status. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the position of Grand Tutor was among the highest ranks, but it held no real power and was essentially honorary. After all, the Great Zhou had been established for only 2 decades, and many officials in the court were leftovers from the previous dynasty. Tobias Demon ruled with diligence and kindness, known as Corbin of Zhou. He treated former officials leniently, allowing those who surrendered to retain their original positions and statuses. Van, now 80 years old, was one of these remnants from the previous dynasty, leading a faction commonly known as the Old Diehards. Haha, haven't you all understood the Tobias's intentions? Evidently, he does not intend to rebuild the music bureau and will likely issue an edict to abolish it soon. If not for this, do you really think Jared could leave safely? As for his title as Preston, it's clear that Tobias is overly kind. On the surface, making Jared the Preston means exiling him from the capital, but in reality, it's to protect him. Van lifted his teacup, speaking calmly without any hint of emotion. Even without real power, a significant portion of the current officials had once been his disciples. He knew the court inside and out. What? Abolish the music bureau? Hearing this, many officials present could hardly keep still. While the music bureau wasn't crucial to them, it was a remnant from the previous dynasty. Now, during the Great Zhou's golden age, Corbin's intention to abolish it signaled potential action against former officials. Furthermore, Corbin promoted the imperial examination system, meaning anyone wishing to serve in government, whether commoner or noble offspring, had to participate in these exams. This introduced fresh blood into the system. When the time came, they, the old diehards, might be kicked out by Corbin. You don't need to worry too much. Cliff is a wise ruler. He won't treat us like this, Van said calmly. If he intended to, he wouldn't have waited until now. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the current Tobias was very benevolent, as they all knew. Grand Tudor era, the crown birdie died young, and the position remains vacant. Who among the numerous princes do you think is suitable to establish a stable lineage? Of course, it's the second birdie. When it comes to intelligence, which prince among Cliff's children surpasses the second birdie? They, the former officials, needed to secure their power and status by aligning with the next emperor. Despite Corbin being in his 40s and in his prime, accidents could happen. The second birdie was born to Corbin and Xena Chn, currently the eldest prince. Xena was none other than Grand Tudor era's granddaughter. If the second birdie became the crown birdie, their positions would be further solidified. The second birdie becoming crown birdie would indeed be best. Van placed his teacup gently on the table. But he isn't the queen's son and pales in comparison to the sixth birdie. Not to mention Jared exists. His eyes turned sharp. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent momentarily before reacting. Grand Tudor era, you worry too much. The sixth birdie is merely a child, innocent and naive, unable to match the second birdie. As for Jared, he's a good-for-nothing, foolish and unwise. However, as the sole son of General Jiang and beloved by both the Tobias and Xena, he wields great influence within the military. If Jared supports the sixth birdie, it would indeed be troublesome. We might consider making Jared disappear permanently if necessary. After all, anything could happen in Nanhua. Harassing to their discussions, Van smiled quietly, sipping tea gracefully, seemingly envisioning the second birdie as the future crown birdie. Chapter 14. I don't care if you're a birdie, you have to die. The next day, in Qinfu County, Nanhua, Jared slept soundly and woke up to see Brett standing guard at the door. Brecken, it's been a few days since we last met. Have you completed the task I assigned you? Jared rubbed his eyes and asked. Report to the prince. I have thoroughly investigated everything. This is the dossier on all the merchants and gentry in Qinfu County. Brett quickly pulled out a document from his robe and handed it to Jared. Excellent work. Very impressive. Jared glanced through the document, a slight smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, such matters were best handled by Brett. The details were meticulous. Jared could clearly see all the information about these individuals. Even their secret dealings with Magistrate Dillon were detailed. Birdie, the prices in Qinfu County are outrageous. 1 dough of rice costs 20 taels of silver. I posed as an ordinary citizen to buy rice, and all the grain stores in Qinfu County charge this exorbitant price, owned by the same person. These wicked merchants are truly despicable. Upon hearing this, Jared frowned, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had anticipated that prices in Qinfu County would be high, but not this absurd. To put it into perspective, in the Zhou dynasty, 1 dough of rice weighed around 10 jin, about 10 pounds. During this prosperous era, in wealthier regions, 1 dough only cost 51 coins. Even in poorer, remote areas, rice prices might be higher but certainly not this ridiculous. From 51 to 20 taels, a 400-fold increase. At that moment, Jared understood why the people of Qinfu County were starving. They simply couldn't afford to buy food. Although Qinfu County had suffered natural disasters and bandit raids, prices shouldn't be this inflated. Undoubtedly, officials and merchants colluded to inflate rice prices arbitrarily. Curtis, this old fox, is far worse than I imagined. Jared clenched his fists, eyes gleaming with coldness. Brecken, gather a team of guards and empty all the grain stores in Qinfu County. If they protest, tell them it's seized by order of this birdie. If anyone dares to resist, bind them. Understood. Brett was ecstatic and rushed out immediately. Finally, the prince was taking decisive action. How could he not be excited? Before long, Brett returned to the county office with his subordinates. All 3 grain stores in Qinfu County had been emptied, and the beat go unpunished. As he spoke, Hutch and Brett stood beside Jared, their formidable aura sending shivers down Curtis's spine. He realized Jared wasn't the wastrel he had assumed. Birdie, please forgive me for speaking candidly, Curtis said. You've just arrived in Qinfu County and aren't familiar with its situation. Natural disasters and bandits have left little food here. These grains were transported from elsewhere. The mountainous terrain of Nanhua makes transportation perilous and expensive, so higher rice prices are reasonable. Forcing this seizure is no different from theft, Curtis argued, suppressing his anger. So because of that, you dare to sell rice for 20 taels per dough? Jared smirked disdainfully. Are you accusing this birdie of a crime? Feel free to file a petition, and I'll welcome it any time. But now, nobody will stop me. Calling me a robber is laughable. I'm the birdie of Nanhua. Everything here belongs to me. Do my many guards not need food? Ignoring Curtis, Jared stepped in front of the grain store owner. Had you complied, perhaps I'd have shown leniency. But you resisted and accused me of robbery. No more talk. Seize his property and throw him in jail. Without further ado, Jared turned and walked back to his room. The grain store owner cried in vain, being dragged away like deadweight. Curtis seethed to a smile, and his eyes flashed with coldness. He then turned to Ari and the others. Contact Grayson. Tell him the king has a big deal to discuss. Yes, my lord. Ari smiled coldly and left. Meanwhile, in Jared's room, Hutch frowned, his expression heavy. Your Highness, did you notice Lord Dylan's gaze earlier? I'm worried he might harm you. There's no need to keep such corrupt officials around. Perhaps I should. Don't act rashly, Jared interrupted Hutch with a laugh. I already have a good idea of what that old fox wants. He's merely plotting with bandits to attempt an assassination. How laughable. Does he really think those low-ranking mountain bandits can succeed? He's living in a dream. By now, Jared had a clear understanding of Curtis. Being in such a position in Qingfu County, a mere magistrate couldn't achieve it alone. Jared believed that Curtis likely had connections with the bandits outside the county. Your Highness, what do you plan to do next? Wait it out. Hutch, uncertain about Jared's next move, scratched his head in confusion. Since that guy wants to make a move, let's give him the chance. Let's play a waiting game. Jared smiled. Issue my order. In 3 days, hold a banquet at the county office and invite all those Ubu investigated. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Hutch took immediate action. Word of the king's banquet spread rapidly throughout Qingfu County. This moment, in a lavish mansion in Qingfu County, several middle-aged men sat in the back garden, each with a serious expression. You've all heard that Cliff is inviting us to a banquet. What do you think? The one speaking was a well-dressed, corpulent Weston playing with a string of sandalwood prayer beads. This man, Oliver, was the wealthiest landlord in Qingfu County, immensely wealthy. His wife was Curtis's younger sister, making him extremely powerful locally. The people gathered in his garden were all influential figures in Qingfu County, usually collaborating with Curtis to oppress the people. Initially, they had dismissed Jared as a frivolous noble, thinking he would eventually leave after indulging for a while. However, Jared's recent actions had unsettled them. Who knows what this wastrel is planning? He raided the gambling den, which was bad enough. Now even the rice shop owner has been arrested. So much rice. We all have shares in it, yet he took it all away. I can't swallow this humiliation. To hell with that fake banquet. Say I'm unwell and can't go. Count me in. I won't attend either. Most people didn't want to go. They had a feeling it could be a deadly trap. Don't go. Oliver frowned. Have you considered the consequences of not going? Don't forget, Jared is not only a notorious bandit stronghold called Wolflord Fort. Most bandits here were wanted criminals, responsible for countless bloodshed, robbing travelers. The fort's leader, Grayson, nicknamed Black Wolf, was a skilled martial artist with brutal methods, striking fear into hearts. Chapter 16. The Bandit Den, Grayson. At this moment, in the bandit den, Curtis sat upright in his chair. Even under the menacing gaze of numerous heinous bandits, he did not show a trace of fear. Have I heard correctly that Magistrate Dillon has a big business proposition to offer me? The speaker was a burly man with a black face and bare chest. A terrifying scar ran across his right cheek. This man was none other than Grayson, the chieftain of the bandit den. Grayson's ability to remain carefree and unscathed in this region over the years, without ever being targeted by the authorities, was due not only to the remote location of Nanyue but also largely because of Curtis's influence. They had long conspired together, committing many heinous acts. If it were not for this partnership, Curtis would never have dared to come alone to such a perilous place. That's indeed the case, replied Curtis, revealing a cold smile. I'm sure Chief Arau is familiar with the Preston. Of course, Grayson nodded slightly. A prince from the capital must possess a vast fortune. Pity the guards are too numerous, making it impossible to make a move, said Grayson. His eyes turned noticeably greedy. Years of lawlessness had boosted his confidence, leading him to commit numerous atrocious acts alongside Curtis. He no longer took even the Preston seriously. Since you are interested in the Preston, let us cooperate, suggested Curtis. If you assassinate Jared, the Preston, I will reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, the entire bandit den fell into an eerie silence. Even Grayson looked unusually solemn. While he might think about attacking Jared, he knew it was just a fleeting thought. After all, Jared, as the Preston, had 5,000 guards. How could a mere bandit den match that? Are you jesting, Magistrate Dillon? Asked Grayson irritably. Or do you want me to die? I'm afraid you misunderstood me, Chief Arau. I wouldn't send you to your death, clarified Curtis. As I mentioned, it will be an assassination. And I've already planned everything. Curtis revealed his plan in detail to Grayson. Initially wary, Grayson gradually smiled. So, will Chief Arau agree to cooperate? Cooperation is possible, but I want more than just your money. All the treasures the Preston brings along will belong to me, demanded Grayson greedily. Hearing this, Curtis clenched his fists, realizing how insatiable Grayson was. Yet, with Grayson's formidable martial skills, only cooperation could guarantee Jared's demise. So Curtis had no choice but to agree. No problem, replied Curtis. With this assurance, Grayson burst into laughter. Haha, to wish this operation a smooth success. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm. In the 3 days leading up to the banquet, Qingfu County remained unusually peaceful. Jared continued to frequent the brothel, indulging himself in pleasures without any other activity. The 3 days passed quickly. The next day, at the county office of Qingfu County, elegantly dressed merchants and gentry slowly entered the compound for the banquet. Alongside them, numerous boxes were carried in. Wishing the king success in Nanyue, I, Oliver, present a gift of 1,000 taels of silver and a pair of ivory tusks. I, Adon, a merchant of Qingfu County, present a gift of 1,000 taels of silver and top-grade ginseng. I, Arauyu, present a gift of 1,000-year-old ginseng root. One after another, wealthy merchants and gentry paid homage to Jared, presenting lavish gifts. Jared greeted each of them warmly, accepting all the gifts. It highlighted how rich the people of Qingfu County truly were. Items like ivory tusks and 1,000-year-old ginseng roots, which were rare even in the capital, now appeared here in this remote county. Magistrate Dillon, how is the lunch preparation going? Curtis immediately bowed beside Jared. Everything is ready, Your Highness. We can start anytime. Very well. Please, everyone take your seats, called out Jared loudly. All guests seated themselves in the inner courtyard, feasting on exquisite dishes. Performers and musicians from the Ichuan house added entertainment, creating a lively atmosphere. Initially, everyone was cautious, fearing it might be a trap. But as they drank, they realized Jared showed no intention of harming them. Instead, he treated them with courtesy. Gradually, everyone let their guard down, and the banquet lasted from noon until nightfall, with everyone tipsy and red-faced. Minister Dillon, what's happening here? Did we misunderstand something? Currently, it seems the king isn't planning any moves against us. He's just networking with the wealthy merchants and gentry. It looks like he wants a piece of our action. If the king supports us, wouldn't that be even better? Ari, drunk, whispered to Curtis. Curtis didn't respond immediately, his eyes fixated on Jared. Since we've already allied with the bandit den, there's no turning back. Let's finish what we started. Tonight, amidst the chaos, we'll eliminate Jared once and for all. And I have a bad feeling about Jared. I fear he'll cause trouble. Jared's repeated provocations had convinced Curtis that he wasn't as simple as he appeared. Now, bound to the bandits with no way out, he had no choice but to act. Gentlemen, I need a break. Keep drinking. No one leaves tonight until they're drunk. Slurring slightly, Jared stood up and walked away unsteadily. Seeing this, Brett hurriedly followed. Your Highness, let me assist you. Get lost. Who needs you? Make sure my guests are well entertained. Brett lowered his head in submission after being rebuked. Finally, the opportunity arrives, thought Curtis, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. Jared, if you hadn't provoked me, you wouldn't be facing this. Blame yourself for being too foolish. In Qingfu County, I, Curtis, am supreme. ####Chapter 17. The wind has risen. It's time to finish these Eliades. Jared stumbled along the path, eventually reaching the outhouse. Just as he emerged from it, he suddenly saw a burly man with a dark complexion dressed in the attire of a constable standing before him. This man exuded an air of composure and strength that was clearly different from the average constable. A frightening scar ran down his right cheek, and he was looking at Jared with a disdainful expression. There was no need for second thoughts. This man was certainly a bandit who had disguised himself and infiltrated the county office. Finally, my chance has come, he muttered. Currently, everyone was gathered inside the inner courtyard of the county office, feasting and drinking. Moreover, outhouses were usually sparsely populated. At this moment, Jared was completely alone. A powerless prince like Jared appeared to Grayson as nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, offering no resistance whatsoever. Facing Grayson's threats, Jared remained calm and composed. Who might you be? He asked nonchalantly. I understand now. You must also be here to relieve yourself, Jared said. Come on, I'll leave the outhouse to you. I'm going back to the feast, he slurred, walking past Grayson without giving him a second glance. Grayson paused, then smiled wickedly. Looks like this fool is completely drunk. In that case, I won't hold back. Today will be your end. I never imagined that Grayson would one day kill a prince. Ha 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 ha. With those words, Grayson lunged forward, rushing toward Jared. As the leader of Wolf Den Bandit Gang, a notorious outlaw in the area, Grayson was no ordinary man. He was a skilled martial artist, ranked as a 6th grade warrior. It was precisely because of his strength that he could act so arrogantly, and the usual government soldiers were powerless against him. At that moment, he extended his right hand with immense force, aiming to seize Jared. If he caught him, it would take mere seconds to snap Jared's neck. Unbeknownst to him, all of Grayson's actions were within Jared's expectations. To death with you. Grayson laughed wildly, as if he had already succeeded. But just as he was about to grab Jared, something unexpected happened. From another part of the outhouse, a black shadow darted out. Grayson didn't even have time to react. He was kicked flying away. The kick was incredibly powerful, breaking several of Grayson's ribs upon impact. With a loud crack and a scream, Grayson was sent crashing into a nearby wall. Bang! The wall cracked and caved inward, and Grayson crumpled to the ground, spitting out blood profusely. One blow was enough to nearly incapacitate this 6th grade warrior, leaving him unable to stand. This was the terrifying power of a 9th grade warrior. The person who made the move was none other than one of Jared's bodyguards, Hutch. Your Highness, your foresight is truly astonishing. How did you predict this scoundrel would ambush you here? Hutch clenched his fists as he slowly approached Grayson. About an hour ago, Hutch had pretended to have a stomach ache and left the banquet early, claiming he needed to rest. In reality, he had been ordered by Jared to lie in wait in the outhouse. Hutch had a rather honest and simple appearance, being somewhat chubby and seemingly harmless. Who would have thought that this pudgy, affable-looking Acton was actually a 9th grade warrior? These days, among tyranny screams. With that, Jared waved his hand and walked away. Once Jared was gone, Hutch's demeanor instantly changed, revealing a fierce and dangerous expression. His entire aura transformed, making him appear even more menacing than the bandit leader Grayson. Don't. It was Curtis who ordered me to do this. Please spare me, spare me. Grayson trembled uncontrollably, sensing how terrifying Hutch was. The fear was so intense that even a 6th grade warrior wet his pants in terror. A foul yellow liquid spread across the ground. Now you're afraid? Too late. Daring to provoke a prince seals your tragic fate. Hutch's voice became noticeably rougher, reflecting the drastic change in his demeanor. Before Grayson could react, Hutch used his inner strength to pick up a stone, forcing it into Grayson's mouth to gag him. Ensuring no sound could escape, Hutch smiled savagely. Meanwhile, Jared returned to the inner courtyard of the county office, pretending to be drunk as he staggered in. Everything seemed normal as he resumed his seat and continued drinking. How is this possible? Grayson failed? Curtis had assumed that Jared, venturing alone to the outhouse, would be dead meat. Grayson, with his 6th grade strength, was sure to kill Jared. Victory would be assured. Yet, who would have thought that Jared returned unharmed and completely fine? Perhaps Grayson got scared and fled early? Note: translating character names like Grayson to Arao Sandow would adhere more strictly to pinyin rules, but common usage in English often omits tones and spaces between syllables. Therefore, I have retained the form Grayson for readability. Chapter 18. Who gave you the courage to attempt to assassinate me? Damn it! Curtis believed that Grayson had backed out halfway due to fear of Boone's identity. Otherwise, how could Jared be unharmed? Enraged, his face flushed red, and he gripped his wine cup tightly. Minister Dillon, what on earth is going on? How is Jared still alive? Ari was equally shocked by this scene and immediately looked at Curtis beside him. It must be that Grayson ran away. Forget it. Though it's a pity, it's not a big issue that he ran. Since King Jared of Nanua intends to protect us, it's actually a good thing. Curtis gradually calmed down. Compared to risking everything to kill Jared, it was clearly wiser to improve relations with him. Seated beside him, Ari nodded in agreement. Your Highness, I toast you. After realizing this, Curtis stood up immediately, raised his wine glass. Innocent, Your Highness, I'm innocent. At this moment, he realized Grayson hadn't fled out of fear but had failed in the assassination. This realization filled Curtis with genuine fear. His guards were all well-trained and skilled, far beyond what he could handle. Even if he gathered all the constables and the people from Wolf Den Gang, they wouldn't be able to match Jared's 5,000 guards. Let alone Curtis. Everyone present was now terrified, kneeling and trembling in fear. The crime of attempting to assassinate a prince would lead to the extermination of 9 generations. So Magistrate Dillon admits guilt without being struck. I haven't even said anything yet. How did you know it was Wolf Den Gang? A mocking smile formed on Jared's lips. Does Magistrate Dillon have clairvoyant abilities? No, it's not like that. Hearing Jared's words, Curtis repeatedly bowed his head, his forehead bleeding from the impact, truly frightened. The usually self-proclaimed smart Curtis was clearly flustered. From the moment the guards appeared, he knew that Jared had set a trap. Do you think I'm stupid? As Jared spoke, Brett instantly pulled out a document and threw it at Curtis. Trembling, Curtis picked up the document. Just one glance made him pale with terror and cold sweat poured out. It detailed his years of oppressing the people and colluding with bandits. Each charge was enough to behead him. Witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. It was as if Hutch had become someone else entirely. Had Brett not informed him beforehand, Jared would not have believed it. Hutch's childhood was tragic. He had been kidnapped and tortured mercilessly by criminals. Though he was later rescued, it left deep psychological scars, causing occasional violent episodes. As a martial artist, he could control these episodes to some extent. In modern terms, Hutch had a split personality. Under normal circumstances, he was harmless, but once switched to his alter ego, he became extremely dangerous. Even master-level Brett feared him during these episodes. Your Highness, spare my life. All of this was ordered by Dalen. Everything was forced upon us by Dalen. If we didn't cooperate, our families couldn't survive. Ari and nearly all officials of Qingfu County fell to their knees, crying loudly. With ironclad evidence, Curtis's death was certain today. To save their lives, they had to reveal everything. No one wanted to die like Grayson. Honestly, at first, you fooled me. I even thought you were a decent official, but alas, you're too stupid. From the moment you casually took out 10 taels of silver, your foxtail was exposed. Embezzling disaster relief funds, colluding with bandits, harming the people, inflating prices, setting up illegal gambling dens, and more. You don't even have enough heads to pay for your crimes. Today, I will give you a swift end. And the duty of dukes is to guard the frontiers for the Great Zhou. Therefore, once infeft as duke with substantive territory, they naturally hold actual power. Duke of Nanua Jared became the first hetero-clan duke in the Great Zhou dynasty. By his order alone, these corrupt officials could lose their heads without needing to report back to the court. However, Jared had further use for these individuals. Cutting them down at once would be a waste. Having finished dealing with these corrupt officials, Jared turned to look at the merchants and local gentry nearby. Just one glance sent chills through them, causing cold sweats. They knelt on the ground, not daring to make eye contact with Jared. Your Highness, what you did is correct. These corrupt officials have poisoned the people. They indeed deserve death. But we are innocent. What wrong have we done? You can't treat us this way. Seeing Curtis being killed publicly left Oliver incredibly shocked. However, he's just a commoner. Assuming he hadn't offended Jared. To get away safely, he must dissociate himself from Curtis completely. In their view, Jared would only target Curtis and those like him. Even if they had colluded before, it was secret enough not to be found out. The rest of the merchants and local gentry all nodded in agreement. Oh, are you innocent? Did this duke misidentify something? Jared sneered. I don't think so. Do you really think this duke is that foolish? Now you have two choices. Either surrender all your assets to save your lives, or I will deal with each of you individually. The laws of the Great Zhou dynasty are strict. You will definitely have no way out. Upon hearing this, the guards drew their large knives, ready to act. At Jared's command, execution could occur instantly. Suddenly, there was dead silence. Everyone's faces grim. That was all their hard-earned money. How could they hand it over just like that? But if they didn't comply, how could Jared possibly let them go easily? None of them expected that this dissolute man would suddenly pull such a stunt. No one had any chance to react. Your Highness, you say you will punish us. Tell me, what crimes have I committed? If you can't provide evidence, then you're framing us, trying to take our property. This is robbery. Even as a prince, you cannot do this. I will appeal directly to the Tobias. Oliver stood up and angrily shouted at Jared. Hearing this, Jared didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. You want evidence, right? Alright, I'll satisfy you. Jared looked at Brett and gave him a nod. Brett immediately responded, pulling out a document from his chest pocket and read. Oliver, native of Qingfu County, Nanyue. On the 7th day of last month, your son Zhang Chang coveted Callahan's daughter. He forcibly abducted her, dragging her home where he raped her. During the process, due to his brutal methods, Zhang Chang accidentally killed Callahan's daughter. In panic, he told you everything. And instead of reporting the incident to authorities, you used your familial relationship with Curtis to pay off 1,000 silvertails to exonerate your son. The next day, fearing that Callahan might appeal further, you ordered your servants to kill his entire family and dump their bodies in the wilderness, falsely accusing mountain bandits. Do you have anything else to argue? Brett stared at Oliver with a lethal glare. What? Oliver's pupils contracted, utterly bewildered. He believed he had cleaned up after himself flawlessly. How could Jared find out? No, this is false accusation. Despite his panic, Oliver tried to remain calm. Qingfu County has severe banditry problems. Wang Tieju's family was clearly killed by mountain bandits. As for his daughter, she's known for being promiscuous in Qingfu County, seducing my son. She got what she deserved. Hearing this, Jared smiled faintly. So you admit your son killed Callahan's daughter and bribed Curtis? No, I never said that, nor did I do such things. Oliver felt like sitting on pins and needles. Chapter 20. Promotion to County Magistrate, Disaster Relief begins. Now that's what I'm talking about. Nonetheless, you forced my hand. Jared nodded in satisfaction and instructed Brett to take full responsibility for the confiscation of properties. All the people invited by Jared today were accomplices of Curtis and deserved no mercy. To merely confiscate their assets was already Jared's utmost leniency. Under the escort of guards, each merchant and gentry present looked deathly pale as they left one after another. Your Highness, you are truly brilliant. Hutch excitedly walked up to Jared. I can't help but be completely in awe of you. At this moment, he finally understood what Jared meant by timing. If Hutch had impulsively killed Curtis earlier, it would have alarmed these merchants and gentry, causing them to flee. It would have been impossible to catch all of them at once. Of course. Jared's lips curled upward slightly. The problem of corruption between officials and businessmen in Qingfu County was now essentially resolved. Just then, as if reminded of something, Jared turned to look at Hutch. Go, bring Chief Clerk Ellison here. It wasn't that this Ellison had committed any heinous deeds. Rather, among the county officials, he was an outlier, a breath of fresh air. Each official who colluded with Curtis was fabulously wealthy, except for this man, who still felt tense. May I know what your Highness wants to ask? Although the prince didn't intend to harm him, Ellison remained nervous. I want to know how many people remain in Qingfu County, and what proportion of them are young adults. In the county treasury, how much silver remains? You must not withhold any information, report honestly. Without hesitation, Ellison replied, Your Highness, Qingfu County has suffered under Curtis's tyranny for years, compounded by natural disasters and bandits outside the city walls. The population has sharply declined, with less than 6,000 people remaining. Young adults barely make up 1/3 of the population. Most able-bodied men have left the county to find livelihood elsewhere. As for the treasury's silver, it has long been squandered by Curtis and others. Ellison elaborated on other issues within Qingfu County, including farmland area and tax situations. As chief clerk, he knew these matters well. Very good. Jared nodded approvingly. Tell me, where should we start to save the people of Qingfu County? Famine is severe here, leaving the people homeless and starving. Every day, people die of hunger. In my opinion, the first step is to open granaries for disaster relief, providing porridge to the people. Simultaneously, send troops to eliminate the evil Wolfgang, solving the bandit problem once and for all. Afterwards, establish in Serid, the county would still be under Curtis's control. How could such a competent prince be rumored as the top profligate? One more thing, most of the county officials involved in Curtis's schemes are imprisoned. The county office lacks personnel, so you can call upon palace guards as needed. If you identify any talents worth recommending, feel free to inform me. Turning to Hutch, Jared added, take Peter to the granary to prepare for porridge distribution. Yes, Your Highness. Without hesitation, Ellison followed Hutch out. He still felt somewhat unreal about everything, hardly believing he suddenly became a magistrate. More astonishingly, Jared, reputed as the greatest profligate, supported him wholeheartedly. Commander Arau, isn't Your Highness joking? Rest assured, Your Highness is always straightforward. Do your job, and there will be no problems. Note, this translation preserves the structure, tone, and style of the original Chinese text while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 21. Night Raid on Wolf Den Fort. The next day, Ellison, the county magistrate provisionally appointed by Jared, gathered a few cooks to start preparing porridge. Due to the lack of manpower in the county office, Hutch led the guards to set up a temporary soup kitchen outside the office. They also posted an announcement stating that starting from that day, porridge would be distributed at this time, every day to relieve the suffering of the people. Such explosive news quickly spread throughout Qingfu County, attracting countless impoverished and starving civilians. In the past, Curtis had handled disaster relief efforts from the imperial court in a perfunctory manner. He would prepare thick porridge in front of the people under the pretense of royal relief, but then turn around and hand over the task to merchants and landlords. The thick porridge quickly turned into clear water with just a few grains of rice floating on top. What was supposed to be generous aid was nothing more than a show and never truly reached the people. Any who dared to resist Curtis were brutally killed. This time, seeing the county office again posting an announcement about distributing porridge, although many people were attracted, no one dared to come forward to receive it. They believed it might just be another pretense by the county office. Even though the fragrant white porridge made their mouths water, they didn't dare approach. Seeing this, Ellison did not hesitate and immediately walked to the front of the crowd. Fellow citizens, Curtis, that heinous criminal, has already been executed by the Preston. All corrupt officials, landlords, and merchants who colluded with him have been imprisoned. We no longer need to fear. The king will ensure justice for us. Everyone can come forward to receive porridge. Ellison spoke passionately, then casually picked up a bowl of steaming white porridge and walked to a frail old man in tattered clothes, offering it to him. Upon seeing the porridge, the old man instinctively reached out to take it, but then recoiled in fear, thinking it might be another trick by the county office. The shadow cast by Curtis's actions was too profound. Old sir, please drink it. I am now the magistrate of Qingfu County. Cliff is kind-hearted. Such atrocities will never happen again. Holding the bowl of porridge, Ellison approached the old man once more and offered it again. This time, the old man did not refuse. Tears streamed down his face as he took the bowl, knelt to the ground, and exclaimed, "Thank you, your majesty. Long live the king." Witnessing this, the crowd realized the sincerity of the county office's relief efforts. Everyone kneeled in gratitude and cheered. Under Ellison's leadership, the people lined up orderly to receive porridge. Hutch maintained order, preventing any queue jumping or fighting, ensuring absolute safety. Meanwhile, Brett led the guards to deal with the landlords and unscrupulous merchants who had colluded with Magistrate Dillon. They raided these households one by one, confiscating all assets linked to Curtis. In total, they seized 100,000 silver taels, with half belonging to Curtis alone. In the Great Zhou dynasty, Nanyue province was merely a lower-tier province in a remote location. As the magistrate of Qingfu County, Curtis's monthly salary would have been only about 2 silver taels, possibly reaching 3 after years of service. Turned yet? If so, shouldn't we prepare early? The Preston's 5,000 well-equipped and trained guards. How can we stand against them? In Arao Sidoa's absence, the second-in-command, a Weston with a mustache named Aaron Tsong, managed affairs. Aaron Tsong was a skilled martial artist, having committed numerous atrocities before joining Wolf Den Fort. Now, he enjoyed a life of leisure following Arao Sido. It's impossible for anything to have happened to Big Leader with his formidable skills. He's probably waiting for the right moment. After all, our target is the king. It won't be easy. Besides, Magistrate Dillon is cunning. He would alert us if there were any danger. Let's wait calmly. Aaron Tsong drank calmly, showing no concern. The other bandits breathed a sigh of relief, resuming their meals and drinks. Meanwhile, Jared had already led 3,000 guards into the Wolf Mountain under the cover of darkness. Named for its abundance of wild wolves, this perilous area was dangerous, but with Brett and other guards' protection, Jared proceeded confidently into the depths of Wolf Mountain. As the group navigated the rugged mountain path, ready to enter the fort, suddenly, a large group of bandits armed with swords and arrows appeared from hidden trails. Initially, they thought it was a careless merchant caravan to rob, but upon closer inspections before their heads rolled off, falling lifelessly into pools of blood. Next, Brett appeared with his 7-foot-long sword, his expression icy cold. The guards surged into the hall, swords drawn, surrounding the bandits present. As for those patrolling outside, they either lay dead or were tightly bound. Under the overwhelming assault by the guards, the bandits were utterly defenseless. Everyone watched this unfold with wide eyes, frozen in shock. Who could have imagined that the prince's guards would launch a night raid on Wolf's Den? They were surrounded so quickly that they had no chance to respond. So, do you choose to surrender, or die miserably like those two? Jared stepped forward, his face filled with disdain. Even though Wolf's Den's main forces were concentrated here, these men were no match for Brett, let alone the 3,000 well-trained guards under his command. How is this possible? Aaron Tsong wasn't stupid. Clearly, these were the royal guards. That elegant man surrounded by them must be King Jared of Nanyue. It's over. Everything is over. Chief Arao must have run into trouble. What happened? Even if he failed, at least he should have sent a message. Why is there no news at all? Now we're in big trouble. Second Benson, what do we do? In the hall were about 100 people. To gather here for drinking meant they held higher ranks among the bandits and had remarkable skills. Yet, they couldn't stand against the trained guards. Terrified, they gathered around Aaron Tsong. A 5th-rank warrior like Aaron Tsong was formidable to ordinary people, but the swift strike by Brett earlier had left him shaken. As a fellow warrior, Aaron Tsong sensed just how powerful Brett was. Even with Arao Santao, they wouldn't stand a chance. Brett's aura was overwhelmingly strong, far beyond any normal warrior. Resisting now was certain death. If even Arao Santao had failed, what chance did Aaron Tsong have? I surrender. Without hesitation, Aaron Tsong knelt down. With their second-in-command kneeling, the other bandits quickly followed suit. Very wise, Jared nodded approvingly, waving his hand. The guards swiftly tied up the bandits. Wolf's Den had around 700 to 800 men, a sizable gang. In the battle, about half were killed, and Jared decided to keep the survivors for future use. Take them back and lock them up in the dungeons, awaiting further punishment. Thoroughly search the entire place. Bring back anything valuable. Jared spoke calmly as he sat in the chief's seat. Brett immediately set his men to work. Suddenly, Jared noticed that Wolf's Den possessed many finely forged weapons. The Zhou dynasty prohibited private weapon casting and unauthorized mining. Common blacksmiths could only forge items like pots, pans, knives, and farming tools. Military weapons were exclusively made by official smiths and sold to special needs groups, such as martial artists, security firms, and village militias. These bandits' weapons were usually old and worn out. How could they possess such high-quality weapons, seemingly newly forged? Could it be? Before he finished his thought, Brett rushed over. Your Highness, these people from Wolf's Den are truly lawless. They've been illegally mining iron ore and forging weapons. Hearing this, the captured bandits trembled in fear. Just the illegal mining charge was enough to warrant execution, let alone the weapon forging which doubled their punishment. Please spare us, Your Highness. This was Arao Santao forcing us. We'd be killed otherwise. Aaron Tsong and the others cried and pleaded for their lives. Jared remained silent, deep in thought. Nanyue had mountain ranges rich in minerals. Ever since arriving, Jared had planned to mine here, not just iron but possibly copper, silver, or even gold. Wolf's Den's bold actions proved the area's mineral wealth. Otherwise, how did these ignorant bandits discover the resources? He doubted anyone in Wolf's Den knew how to locate mines. Let's see. Jared smiled faintly. Show me. Yes, your highness. These men need to be strictly monitored. Execute anyone who resists. With that, Brett led Jared to the back of Wolf's Den where not only were there privately built weapon and blacksmith workshops, but also an iron ore vein. ##### Chapter 23. 8 mountains, 1 waterway, 1 paddy field. Jared didn't feel the slightest anger at the scene before him. Instead, a meaningful smile curled the corners of his lips. Your Highness, the people from Evil Wolf Fort have committed heinous crimes and deserve immediate execution. Brett, who had once been a middle general of the Jinwu Eliatards in the Great Zhou dynasty, knew well the strict laws of the empire. Without even mentioning their acts of burning, killing, and plundering, the mere fact that they were privately mining iron ore and forging weapons was enough to warrant the extermination of their clans. They didn't need to be thrown into prison. Chopping them all down would provide true satisfaction. These guys indeed deserve to die, but executing them so easily, wouldn't that be too simple? Rest assured, I have my plans, Jared replied as he walked over to examine the iron ore vein carefully. Your Highness, are you planning to seal this mine, or report it to the court? Just as Brett finished speaking, Jared shot him a scornful look. What for? This is within my fiefdom. Why should it be sealed? Why should it be reported to the court? Shouldn't it belong to me? As he spoke, Jared felt incredibly pleased. From his modern perspective, Nanua clearly had abundance less than in other places. In such conditions, no matter how hard the people work on farming, it won't be enough. Not to mention, banditry is rampant here, leaving nothing after a year's hard work for the farmers. If we don't find a way to adapt, there's no solution to Nanua's problems. That's why there are so many bandits in Nanua. When people can't survive, they naturally turn to crime. Brett was stunned by Jared's analysis, realizing he had never thought about these issues. He had always assumed Nanua's poverty was due to government incompetence, severe banditry, and natural disasters. If properly handled, Nanua could thrive. But now, hearing Jared's insights, Brett understood fully. 8 mountains, 1 waterway, 1 paddy field. Jared's summary was spot on. Your Highness, everything you said is correct, but the Great Zhou laws are strict. How can we privately mine? We might face punishment before we can even begin addressing Nanua's problems. Brett expressed his concern. Rest assured, the likelihood of punishment is very low. Cliff is a wise ruler. If he understands our true intentions, how could he punish us? Even if someone reports us, you need not worry. I'll take full responsibility. Jared patted Brett on the shoulder. Didn't you say we came to Nanua to reform and develop it? How can we let the people suffer any longer? After deep contemplation, Brett finally nodded with determination. Your Highness, since I've followed you to Nanua, I'm yours now. Whatever your Highness commands, I will follow. If Jared had spoken like this earlier, Brett would have strongly opposed. But now, he realized Jared's extraordinary wisdom and depth of thought. Otherwise, Jared wouldn't have resolved Qingfu County's problems in just a few days. Perhaps Jared was right. Nanua couldn't stick to old ways any longer. Excellent, let's take this bold step. Send those from Evil Wolf Fort back, and station troops here. From today onward, this ore belongs to me. Understood, your Highness. Without hesitation, Brett bowed and immediately set to work. He left 1,000 guards to watch over the area while accompanying Jared back with the rest. Protected by his guards, Jared observed the surroundings as he descended the mountain. He noticed a large amount of wild bitter hemp growing on Evil Wolf Mountain. Before his time travel, Jared was a geology postgraduate from a prestigious university. He knew that areas with dense wild bitter hemp were likely rich in iron ore. To verify this, Jared ordered Brett to protect him as he thoroughly examined Evil Wolf Mountain. He was confident that the mountain was rich in iron resources, possibly more than just one vein. Relying on its resources, Nanua, in Jared's eyes, was unfarming, while dispatching others to repair houses and streets. But the arable land in Qingfu County is too limited and has been abandoned for too long, making recovery difficult, Brett replied without any concealment. These are all within my expectations. Has Wolf Den been cleared out completely? The disaster relief measures mentioned by Ellison earlier were short-term solutions. While the immediate distribution of porridge and rice could feed the people temporarily, resuming farming wouldn't significantly improve their lives. To truly achieve prosperity and no longer worry about food, South Yu's mineral resources must be utilized properly. Jared had already thought it through. If even the poorest area of South Yu like Qingfu County could develop, other regions would just need to follow suit. Then, Jared could comfortably move to South Yu City to live a carefree life. Your Highness, Wolf Den has been completely cleared as per your instructions. The bandits are locked up awaiting trial. All weapons and iron ores have been confiscated. We obtained over 30,000 taels of silver from them. Combined with the previous seizures, we now have 130,000 taels of silver in our county treasury. Upon hearing this, Jared nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. We now have a modest fortune. Previously, Brett and Hutch might have advised him to distribute the money among the people, but now they understood that doing so would not solve fundamental problems and could lead to unnecessary complications. Only by wisely utilizing these funds could they genuinely enrich the local population. With that, let's proceed to the next phase. Jared handed Brett a blueprint, a simple sketch of Wolf Mountain, where he marked several special black spots with a brush pen. Upon seeing it, Brett's eyes widened in shock. Hutch, standing nearby, felt equally astonished. After all, Jared had only visited Wolf Mountain once. To accurately draw its terrain was impressive indeed. No one expected the reputed top playboy Jared to possess such abilities. Unbeknownst to them, these were basic tasks for someone as clever as Jared. Your Highness, do these marked places have any special significance? Brett asked immediately. Naturally. Brecken, go find someone who can identify mineral veins in Qingfu County. Take a squad of guards into Wolf Mountain to search meticulously in the areas I've marked. Wolf Mountain is rich in minerals, possibly containing multiple iron veins. They must be found. At the same time, clear out the rogue wolves that harm people to ensure future miners' safety, Jared said sternly. Brett didn't hesitate, bowed, and left to carry out the task. Older Rao, this one is for you. Without wasting time, Jared handed Hutch another blueprint. Upon seeing its content, Hutch looked puzzled. Your Highness, am I being dense? What exactly is this? It looks like a pillar? Though literate, Hutch couldn't recognize what Jared had drawn. Jared anticipated this reaction and smiled, handing him another blueprint with annotations. Realizing it was an iron furnace, Hutch marveled at the design, which was unusually shaped, tall, and entirely different from traditional ones. This is called a blast furnace, unlike the furnaces you know. I came up with this after much thought. If constructed successfully, I guarantee its efficiency will far surpass traditional methods. But, Your Highness, Hutch scratched his head, hesitantly asking, is this thing really capable of smelting iron? Shall I consult an expert on this matter? It wasn't that Hutch doubted Jared, but this unique design was hard to believe could actually work without any proof beyond drawings. Seeing this, Jared confidently shook his head. When have I ever lied to you? If you doubt it, feel free to find an expert to construct it based on the blueprint. Notify me when it's done. This confidence wasn't blind. The iron smelting technology in the Great Zhou dynasty was rudimentary, basically building furnaces with refractory bricks, which were extremely inefficient. Knowing modern techniques, Jared planned to adapt them here, starting with a prototype and improving gradually. His ultimate plan involved switching to coal as fuel once mining and smelting operations were established, drastically reducing environmental impact. Implementing this step-by-step strategy, developing south would be incredibly easy. Alright, I'll get to it. With the blueprint, Hutch rushed off. Once they left, Jared stretched and left the county office. Nowadays, everyone in Qingfu County knew and admired the South birdie. People were profoundly grateful to Jared, whose appearance saved them from Curtis and his ilk. Leaving the county office, Jared wandered around with 2 guards. Significant changes had occurred under Ellison's leadership in repairing houses and streets. Passing a dilapidated courtyard, Jared heard intense arguing inside. Who do you think you are? You're just a cast-off maid of the Aaron family, not some lady. To have food is already good enough. You dare to be picky? Note: in this translation, character names like Jared are transliterated according to pinyin rules, ensuring accuracy and consistency. Chapter 25. You've really annoyed me today. At this moment, inside the ancestral home of the Aaron family in Qingfu County, a slender but fair-skinned woman was surrounded by 3 or 4 men. She had a pair of large, sparkling eyes, a high-bridged nose, and gentle lips. No matter how one looked at her, she was undoubtedly a beauty in the making. Yet, her attire was very shabby. Her upper garment appeared to have been worn for a long time, eating and drinking off of me. Yet you dare to talk back? Do you believe I won't punish you on your father's behalf today? Upon his words, the servants beside him immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to spring into action at any moment. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Alicia frowned, placing her hands on her hips. Come on, try hitting me. If you hurt me today, my father will never let you off the hook. How amusing, too amusing. Even if I punish you today, who would ever know? Alicia, you're as stubborn as ever. I've said it before. If you behave yourself and kneel to kowtow, you'll get this month's allowance. Otherwise, you won't get a single copper coin. If you die of hunger by accident, no big deal. We'll just say you died of an incurable illness. Ha 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 ha. Douglas laughed maniacally. I've never met anyone as shameless as you. Douglas, you're so shameless. My father sends you money every month to take care of me properly. You kept most of the money for yourselves and I tolerated it. But today you won't even give me a single copper coin. Go ahead and kill me today if you can, otherwise, I will definitely report you. Alicia clenched her small fists, glaring angrily at Douglas. This angers me. This truly angers me. This is forcing me. Hit me. Hit me hard. Douglas, driven by rage and embarrassment, shouted madly. He knew very well that if Alicia went to report things now, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, he decided to go all the way. He would beat Alicia to death today. By then, hiding the news of Alicia's death would allow them to continue receiving the generous monthly payments from her father. Hearing this, the servants nearby rolled up their sleeves and charged towards Alicia. Gay. Alicia had always maintained a tough stance, but as a girl, she couldn't help but feel fear in this situation. She instinctively started to retreat, looking for an opportunity to escape. But at that moment, the door to the Aaron family's courtyard suddenly burst open with a kick. Jared entered slowly, accompanied by 2 guards. So many people bullying a young girl. Do you have any sense of shame? Although Brett and Hutch were not present, Jared only brought 2 ordinary palace guards. These guards, however, were carefully selected elites, more than capable of handling these arrogant servants. Initially, Jared had no intention of getting involved, but Douglas's behavior was too detestable for him to stand by and watch. Who are you? Douglas turned around, completely unaware of Jared's identity. Qingfu County was where the Aaron family's ancestral home was located. They originally lived here until Burl, Alicia's father, became a military official in Nanhua City. Then the entire family moved there along with him. In the Zhou dynasty, can't recognize him. The servants rushed towards Jared upon hearing this. As long as no one dies, you can do whatever you want. Jared watched calmly, smiling coldly with his hands behind his back, exuding confidence. The 2 guards, their eyes gleaming coldly, struck immediately upon receiving Jared's order. With each servant screaming in agony, all of Douglas's lackeys were sprawled on the ground, bruised and writhing in pain. Only Douglas stood frozen in shock. By the time he reacted, the guards were already beside him, lifting him up as if he were a small chicken, and tossed him before Jared. I heard you planned to beat me so badly that even my parents wouldn't recognize me? Chapter 26. All preparations are in place, ready to start mining. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Douglas had never expected that the suddenly appearing man would have such formidable guards. After all, The distance between Nanhua City and Qingfu County was considerable, and bandits often appeared along the way. Douglas, this weakling incapable of lifting a feather, would never dare to come here alone. He definitely needed protection. These servants were all guards from the Aaron family, with a certain level of combat skill. Yet they were all knocked down in an instant, which utterly shocked him. Scared stiff, he immediately knelt on the ground, begging for Jared's forgiveness. Misunderstanding? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? How does it become a misunderstanding now? Jared followed the principle that if others don't provoke him, he won't provoke them. Whatever this guy intended to do to him earlier, he was now paying it back in kind. Beat this guy until even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Understood, Your Highness. Without any hesitation, the two guards immediately started punching and kicking Douglas. Within a few moments, Douglas was beaten to a pulp, his face swollen, bleeding from the mouth, and completely unconscious. If not for Jared's intention not to kill anyone, these guys would have died already. But with such severe injuries, his frail body would need several months to recover fully. Jared casually took off Douglas's money bag and coldly shouted, "Get lost!" The servants who had been beaten earlier scrambled to their feet, carrying Douglas away as fast as they could. They couldn't stay in this dangerous place for a moment longer. After those people left, Alicia, who had been hiding, walked out, sighing in relief after confirming they were gone. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Alicia hurriedly approached Jared. "It's nothing, just a minor favor." Jared smiled slightly, handing over the money he had taken from Douglas to Alicia. Upon closer inspection, Jared realized how attractive Alicia was. She perfectly matched his standards of beauty, albeit a bit too thin. Taking the money bag from Jared, Alicia opened it and her eyes lit up instantly. With this much money, she wouldn't have to worry about hunger for a long time. Moreover, she had heard that Barrett had dealt with the corrupt officials in Qingfu County and was distributing free porridge daily, ensuring no one would go hungry. But at that moment, she suddenly noticed the two guards next to Jared and, remembering something, widened her eyes in shock. "Your Highness, you are the king." Realizing this, Alicia became flustered and fell to her knees with a thud. "Stand up. I don't put on airs." Jared extended his hand to help her up. Undoubtedly, the girl was too skinny, clearly malnourished. Although he didn't yet know her identity, it was clear she had suffered a lot from the previous tormentor. If Jared hadn't coincidentally been there, such a beautiful young lady might have met a tragic end. "Don't worry, as the Preston, I will ensure your safety. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Alicia." Alicia couldn't believe that she had been saved by the Preston. She felt somewhat overwhelmed, even hesitating to look directly at Jared. "Aaron Ricky? What a cute name." Actually, Your Highness, my name is..." Before Alicia could finish, Jared had already left with his guards. As he departed, he called out to her, "If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to the county office. Make sure to leave some people here to guard her so those guys can't harm her again." The two guards nodded slightly and followed Jared away. Watching Jared depart, Alicia was momentarily amused and puzzled. Did she speak with an accent? How did Alicia turn into Aaron Ricky in the king's ears? But Alicia didn't mind much. Now that she finally had money, she needed to buy herself some food. Elsewhere, Jared, under the protection of his guards, was inspecting the situation in Qingfu County. As the sky gradually darkened, he returned to the county office. He originally planned to visit a brothel tonight, but he had grown tired of the usual offerings. Moreover, many people involved with Curtis's gang had been dealt with during the cleanup, making it less appealing. Sleeping early to conserve energy seemed like a better choice. He didn't want to overindulge and die prematurely. The next day, Brett excitedly ran into Jared's room. "Your Highness, you truly are amazing. You only went to Wolf Mountain once, yet you managed to pinpoint the mineral vein accurately. Even seasoned miners admire you for your precision." Yesterday, upon receiving Jared's map, Brett consulted experienced miners through Ellison. In the former dynasty, during turbulent times, the mineral veins were not state-owned. Whoever found them first claimed them. Miners identified the veins, sold them to powerful figures, and earned substantial sums. Unfortunately, the unification brought strict regulations against unauthorized mining, leaving these miners jobless. Yet, despite their experience, none could identify the veins so quickly and precisely as Jared had. Hearing Brett's words, Jared wasn't surprised. He smiled lightly. As a modern geology graduate student, he was well versed in this area. To him, Wolf Mountain was essentially an iron mine waiting to be exploited. "Your Highness, we've thoroughly cleared Wolf Mountain to ensure no more wolves remain. Experienced miners and miners are currently staying at Wolf Mountain. Everything is prepared for mining operations to begin." Initially, when Jared mentioned this plan, Brett agreed but was somewhat worried about alarming the imperial court and causing significant trouble. However, after recent contemplation, he understood Jared's intentions and was no longer afraid. Governing Nanhua effectively required extraordinary measures, as Jared had said. Satisfied, Jared nodded. "Very well. Since everything is ready, let's proceed. I'll freshen up first and have Peter wait for me in the main hall. We have important matters to discuss." Chapter 27. With such abundant mineral resources, how could they not be utilized? Moments later, in the county magistrate's hall. "Your Highness? You can't be serious. Without the Emperor's permission, even 10 heads wouldn't suffice. And it might very well lead to the death of all the people in Qingfu County." "Peter, I understand your concerns. Primarily, you're worried about the imperial blame leading to our execution. Rest assured, if the Emperor holds us accountable, I will take full responsibility." Jared's resolve was unshakable. This was something he must do. "This?" Ellison hesitated, pacing back and forth in the hall. After deep contemplation, as if making a significant decision, he clenched his fists tightly, his expression becoming resolute. Clearly, with such abundant mineral resources in Nanhua, it was absurd to remain idle. Rather than letting these resources fall into the hands of bandits, it was better to take a bold step now. "Highness, what do you plan to do next?" "I am entirely at your disposal. If it benefits the people, I'm willing to risk my life." Ellison looked at Jared respectfully and spoke. Don't worry. I'll protect you all. There will be no harm done. At present, Wolfshed Mountain has an abundance of iron ore, which will be our first target. Preparations for mining are almost complete. What needs to be done now is post announcements and recruit miners to enter the mountain. We don't need Dillenly, women, or children, just young and able-bodied men for efficiency. Hearing this, Ellison's expression grew grave. Highness, mining requires a large number of people. But for the common folk, posting an announcement to recruit workers to enter the mountain sounds like forced labor. People will be scared and unwilling to go. Jared smiled gently. No. Labor is labor. What I need are workers. Post an announcement. Those who dig in Wolfshed Mountain will receive 30 coins per day, paid monthly, or settle daily if needed. During their work, meals and accommodation will be provided. Overseers cannot beat, insult, or withhold wages from workers without cause. Offenders will be executed. Moreover, there will be additional benefits. I will never underpay any worker. What? Not just Ellison and Brett. Everyone in the magistrate's office and palace guards widened their eyes in disbelief. The monthly salary of palace guards was just 1 tael of silver. Converted into copper coins, it was 1,000 coins. In the Great Zhou dynasty, earning 1,000 copper coins per month was considered high pay. Now, voluntarily working in Wolfshed Mountain's mines would earn 130 coins a day, nearly 900 coins a month. An ordinary person couldn't earn that much in a month, even working tirelessly. How could this not be enticing? Highness, are you serious? Ellison, suspecting he had misheard, asked again. Absolutely serious. The current funds in the county treasury are sufficient to sustain this project for some time. If the iron mining proceeds smoothly, it will bring endless benefits. Jared said confidently. All right, I'll handle it. Without hesitation, Ellison bowed to Jared and left hurriedly. 30 coins a day. Even as a county magistrate, he found it hard to resist. How could the common folk refuse? After Ellison left, Brett approached Jared with a solemn expression. Highness, mining requires substantial manpower, resources, and time. In Qingfu County, around 2,000 people currently have the ability to participate in mining. If they all go to Wolfshed Mountain, we will need a significant daily expenditure. I understand. Don't worry about it. The money that should be saved must be spent, Jared said confidently. After all, if we don't offer enough benefits, how could we expect them to volunteer willingly? Mining and smelting iron are extremely labor-intensive. 30 coins a day for each person is fair. Brett nodded in agreement. Brett admired Jared more and more, seeing glimpses of General Zhang's former self in him. Being able to follow Jared made Brett genuinely excited. At the same time, Ellison quickly drafted the announcement and posted it while distributing gruel to the people. To ensure understanding, Ellison personally explained it beside the notice board. The gathered people clearly understood the content of the announcement. Everyone was stunned. What's happening? The Highness wants to recruit people for mining. Great Zhou law is strict. Mining without permission is a capital offense. Who dares to go? I think since the magistrate posted the announcement, it might have the court's approval. Even with approval, it's still risky. One misstep, and we may lose our heads. Did you notice the wage? 30 coins a day plus room and board. How can anyone not be tempted? No matter how high the pay, you need to be alive to collect it. It might look good, but turn out to be forced labor. Historically, workers helping the court died from exhaustion or abuse. No amount of money is worth it. I won't go. Nowadays, the magistrate provides free gruel daily without taxes. Why risk forced labor? Seeing the notice, many people initially felt enticed by the promise of 30 coins a day. But thinking about the risk of being tricked into forced labor and not returning, everyone grew apprehensive. In the end, no one dared to sign up. Chapter 28. Would there ever be such a good thing as pie falling from the sky? Half a day passed quickly. Today's porridge distribution task had ended, and the citizens who came to receive porridge gradually dispersed. The notice had been posted for quite some time now. Despite the generous wages offered, not a single person had come forward to sign up. There was no way around it. The incident involving Curtis had just occurred, and it was normal that the kid, are you crazy? Do you really think such good things happen? In my opinion, this is nothing but a scam. You'll lose your life without getting a single coin. Since the county office feeds us daily, why risk your life? A well-meaning Weston grabbed the Acton's arm. Hearing this, the Acton fell back into doubt. But thinking of his seriously ill mother and young sister, he felt compelled to try. He was the only man left in his family and needed to find a way to support them. Thank you, sir, but I've made up my mind. The Acton shrugged off the Weston's hand and walked up to the official. Excuse me, is this where I sign up for mining? Despite his resolve, he was still somewhat nervous in front of the county officials. The official, who had almost dozed off waiting from morning until night, suddenly lit up upon seeing someone coming to register. Yes, right here. Just you alone? The official asked, slightly excited. 30 coins a day. He earned less than that working in the county office. If it weren't for official duties, even he would want to sign up. How could these people not want to come? He couldn't understand their mindset. Yes, just me. The Acton nodded honestly. All right, then provide your personal information, like name, hometown, and family members, the official instructed. Without hesitation, the Acton gave his details. As the official wrote diligently, hearing that he had only a severely ill mother and an 8-year-old sister left, he immediately looked at the Acton. Mining will take some time. Do you have arrangements for your Dillenly mother and sister? If not, the county office can help settle them. What? The Acton, terrified, thought they were holding his family as hostages. He immediately knelt before the official, pleading, I won't go mining. Please don't harm my mother and sister. The surrounding onlookers sneered, especially the Weston. How foolish. I warned him not to trust the county office, but he insisted. Now his mother and sister are going to suffer. Originally, many others were considering taking the risk as well, but upon hearing about the resettlement, they froze in fear. Seeing the misunderstanding, the official hurriedly stood up. No, you misunderstand. The prince cares for you all. Worried about your families being neglected, he offers resettlement. Children of school age can attend classes, and relatives with serious illnesses will receive free medical care. Wages can be paid daily and delivered directly to your family. Hearing this, the previously terrified Acton's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? Yes, absolutely. Our new magistrate, Peter, whose mother was also critically ill, was cured by doctors the prince hired. Please stand up. If the prince finds out you're kneeling, I'll be in trouble, the official urged awkwardly. The Acton was overcome with joy and tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you, Bertie. His greatest concern, his ill mother and young sister, was now addressed. His sister would even get to attend school. He could finally mine and earn money without worries. After completing the registration, he rushed home to share the good news with his family. Meanwhile, those who had mocked him stood in shock, unable to believe what they had heard. Working in Wolf Mountain Mine offered food, lodging, 30 coins a day, family care, and schooling for children. It was hard not to be tempted. Several men who had initially misunderstood now approached to sign up. However, many still mistrusted the county office, believing they could survive on free porridge without working. They remained skeptical and continued to wait. Chapter 29. Why work when lying down earns you food? 3 days passed in this manner. Early morning. After washing up, Jared went to the main hall for breakfast. It must be said that since Curtis's faction was wiped out, the county office's meals had indeed become much worse. Mostly coarse food and bland dishes, which were quite unpalatable. Jared already had plans laid out. Once mining operations were on track, he could start planning other matters. Not only refined salt, but also other cooking condiments could be produced. As a prince, he couldn't neglect himself. Oh well, I'll just endure this simple diet for a while, treat it as weight loss. Just as Jared was comfortably sipping his congee, recruiting methods to yield unsatisfactory results. Such benefits attracted even him as a magistrate, yet the commoners still didn't believe it. He felt guilty, failing Jared's promotion and recognition. Initially, Ellison thought Jared would be angry and punish him. Unexpectedly, not only was Jared not mad, but he also laughed loudly. Peter, stand up. Commoners mistrusting the government is expected. 100 people in 3 days isn't bad. Hearing this, Ellison showed skepticism, frowning. Your Highness, you anticipated this? Do you have any solutions? If not, we're in trouble. We can't forcibly recruit people, right? That would be forced labor. Sighing relief that Jared wasn't blaming him, Ellison stood up. As for solutions, Jared paused, then smiled slightly. Honestly, I don't have a perfect solution. Talking won't help if they don't trust us. But it's not like everyone disbelieves. There are those 100 people. But 100 isn't enough for mining, Ellison replied puzzled. Yeah, Bertie, 100 is too few. Mining and smelting will lack manpower, Hutch agreed. Don't worry, come with me to the soup kitchen first. At this hour, people should still be queuing for soup. Smiling, Jared walked out calmly from the county office. Ellison and Hutch exchanged puzzled looks and hurriedly followed. Moments later, Jared and his entourage arrived at the soup kitchen. Upon seeing Bertie Jared of Nanua, everyone fell to their knees, shouting, "Long live the Bertie!" This was genuine gratitude. Without Jared, surviving would be a question mark. Everyone, rise. I'm here just to inspect. Walking into the soup kitchen, guards promptly brought a chair for Jared to sit. Don't stop serving the soup, make sure no one goes hungry. Under Jared's command, the soup service continued. There were many people, all quietly queuing without cutting in line. Bertie is really good. He removed Curtis's faction and cares so much for us. Just as I said, the benevolent Bertie wouldn't let us starve. If we don't need to work, why risk mining? Indeed, daily bringing family here for food and sleep. How comfortable. Such days are wonderful. Forget mining. I'm too lazy to even farm. Queuing citizens whispered happily. Though he couldn't hear specifics, Jared guessed from their pleased expressions. However, he remained calm, sitting silently. Thank you, Bertie. Grateful for your Highness' grace. Each person, upon receiving soup, bowed deeply to express thanks. You don't need such formality. Just ensure you eat full. If there's not enough, you can requie. You few servers, don't skim. Fill each ladle generously. Hearing this, citizens cheered excitedly. Serving Jared stood up bravely. You have hands and feet, no illnesses, and look stronger than me. How could you not survive? The county notice clearly states that if you want porridge, you must honestly go into the mountains to mine. I can ensure that you eat full meals every day and earn 30 coins daily. Even your families will be taken care of. What more could you want? Jared was impatient with unnecessary talk and stood up. To tell you the truth, the grain reserves are running low. I need to feed my 5,000 guards and the county officials. I don't have extra food to support those who go into the mountains to mine. If you want food, go into the mountains and mine. That's all I have to say. You must act wisely. With that, Jared waved his hand and turned away, walking off elegantly, leaving aside the Dillonly, sick, and disabled. Most of those who came for porridge were in their prime, perfectly capable but unambitious, always looking for ways to slack off. Did they think Jared was Eliatanian, sent to save them? Ellison and Hutch both froze at the sight, but quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly followed Jared. Clearly, his plan was to force the people into mining, countering those who did nothing. After Jared left, the people lost interest in the porridge and gathered together. Oh no, it's really happening. His Highness is serious. What should we do? After 3 days, there will be no more free porridge. How can we survive? He said it himself. If we want to eat, we need to go mining. It seems we have no choice. But what if he's tricking us? We won't be able to run then. Haha, you go. I'm not going. I don't believe the county office will stop providing porridge. What if His Highness is just scaring us? Why would I risk my life in the dangerous Wolf Mountain when I can get free porridge? There are countless wolves in Wolf Mountain. If surrounded by wolves, there would be no survivors. No, I'm not going. Everyone debated heatedly. Meanwhile, Jared returned to the county office. Your Highness, your move was brilliant. This time, many people will surely go to Wolf Mountain. We won't have to worry about recruitment anymore. Ellison admired Jared more and more. How could such an intelligent prince be called incompetent or the number one wastrel? Not yet. We need to wait 3 days to see. Some people won't realize the seriousness until it's too late. Jared chuckled coldly, imagining the future pleas of those unambitious ones. Understood. We will stop providing porridge after 3 days. Thinking of something, Ellison added, Your Highness, the cost of supplying porridge, as well as feeding the guards and officials daily, has been high. The grain store is almost empty. After stopping the porridge distribution, it might only last another half-month. The price of rice in Nanyue is exorbitant, even without merchants inflating prices. If we want to buy rice cheaply, we need to source it from Jiangnan. Jared had already considered this. The confiscated rice from the merchant houses and bandits, including Wolf Bandit Village, was indeed running low. It was time to prepare for acquiring more rice. The nearest rich province to Nanyue was Jiangnan, known as the land of fish and rice. Over the years, many refugees from Nanyue went to Jiangnan. Ronald, I have plans for the rice. When I return from Wolf Mountain, bring out the imprisoned rice merchants to meet me. Ellison nodded respectfully. Understood. Jared left the county office with Hutch and the guards. The news that the county office would stop providing porridge after 3 days spread quickly throughout Qingfu County. Still, many refused to give up, kneeling outside the county office, hoping to beg the prince. When Jared emerged, they immediately rushed forward. Your Highness, please spare us. Your Highness, please give us a way to live. Your Highness, please don't stop providing porridge. The guards drew their weapons to intimidate the crowd. Anyone who takes another step will be killed without mercy. This scared everyone into sitting down, paralyzed with fear. No one dared approach Jared. As deputy commander, Hutch needed to ensure Jared's safety. He couldn't let these people get close. Jared glanced at them indifferently, then walked out of the city. Only after everyone calmed down did Hutch relax and follow Jared. Watching Jared leave, everyone felt despair. Oh no, His Highness really doesn't care about us. Chapter 31. Establishment of mining, iron smelting, and casting departments. Elsewhere, in Nanyue City, located several mountains away from Qingfu County. This was the main city of Nanyue, though it paled in comparison to the bustling capitals. However, it was still more prosperous than many places, and especially compared to Qingfu County, it was incredibly thriving. King Jared's royal residence was also situated here. Yet, after arriving in Nanyue, Jared had stayed in Qingfu County and did not choose to go to Nanyue City. The officials of Nanyue all received letters from Jared and could only wait helplessly. At this moment, inside Aaron family's residence in Nanyue City, the servants who protected Douglas on his trip to Qingfu County were now kneeling on the ground, stripped of their shirts, enduring flogging, their bodies battered and bruised. Douglas was a young master of the Aaron family, and these servants dared to let the young master be severely injured. They must be punished. Meanwhile, the unconscious and gravely injured Douglas was being carried by servants into a room. Alas, young master's injuries are extremely severe. Even ordinary bone and muscle injuries need 100 days to heal, let alone with young master's frail health. He would need at least 6 months of care to recover. Speaking was an Dylan man with white hair, the most renowned physician in the area. Upon hearing that Douglas had been seriously injured, he rushed over immediately. How despicable! Who dared to harm my son like this? Upon hearing the old man's words, a corpulent Weston clenched his teeth in anger and stomped his feet. Master, you must avenge Rufus. It must have been a malicious attack. Our Rufus has the gentlest character and wouldn't provoke anyone for no reason. The servants said someone suddenly appeared in the ancestral courtyard. This must have been that wretched woman deliberately colluding with bandits to viciously attack Rufus. Beside Douglas's bed sat a beautifully made-up woman named Elisa, who was Douglas's mother. Her eyes were swollen from crying at the sight of her son's condition. Don't worry, madam. I will settle this score. Anyone who dares to hurt my son will pay the price. I won't spare that wretched girl either. Even if Alicia was his younger brother's daughter, what difference did it make? He had kindly taken care of her, yet she dared to conspire with outsiders to harm his son. If this revenge wasn't exacted, Ferguson would be failing as a father. Though Ferguson was just a commoner, his brother Burl was extraordinary. Not only was he highly skilled in martial arts, but he was also a military officer in Nanyue City, wielding considerable power over the local military. Relying on Burl's status, Ferguson had prospered in business over the years, amassing significant wealth. Despite owing his success to Burl, this didn't justify Alicia harming his son. Moreover, when Burl was down and out, Ferguson's family hadn't hesitated to lend a hand. Now asking for compensation was only reasonable. But that wretched girl is Burl's daughter. If he finds out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Elisa expressed her worries. Don't worry. He's always busy dealing with bandits and won't notice this. We'll just say he was killed by bandits. Qingfu County is already quite chaotic. Take good care of Rufus. I will lead people to Qingfu County right away. I'll strangle that little wretch with my own hands. I won't spare anyone who harms my son. With that, Ferguson stormed out furiously. Meanwhile, on Wolf Mountain outside Qingfu County, the former Wolf Bandit Fort had been transformed into an iron smelting site. Additionally, separate areas were designated for workers to live, rest, and eat. At the moment, a uniquely designed blast furnace was surrounded by people. This was the improved blast furnace constructed according to the current environment of the Great Zhou dynasty, under Jared's direction. After completion, the experienced workers began testing it. Indeed, its efficiency far surpassed the previous furnaces, with significantly lower resource consumption. Jared personally inspected it, and confirmed that the new blast furnace worked before feeling relieved. Now we can build on a large scale. In a few days, workers will start arriving. Please manage them well. I won't neglect your contributions. Jared smiled and announced, starting today, 3 departments, mining, iron smelting, and casting, are established here. Each of you will be foreman, earning 50 coins per day. All other benefits will be the same as those for regular workers. These individuals were invaluable talents to Jared. With their help, mining operations could proceed smoothly. Though Jared understood the processes, he had no practical experience and couldn't oversee everything 24/7. He needed skilled personnel to assist in managing the site. Thank you, Your Highness. Hearing this, everyone excitedly knelt down, bowing repeatedly to Jared. Some were skilled blacksmiths, while others were seasoned veterans from the previous dynasty who had worked in mining and smelting. Now, gaining recognition from the prince and receiving such high wages, they felt incredibly elated. A daily wage of 50 coins meant at least 1,500 coins a month. Moreover, they heard that the prince would even provide for their families and allow their children to attend school. Such generous benefits left them eager to accept the offer. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. However, I need to remind you of a few rules. First, you are forbidden from mistreating workers. Minor offenses result in wage deductions for the day, and severe ones will be met with strict punishment. Second, during supervision, I expect you to patiently teach the workers. The better the results here, the better your wages and benefits. Third, if you need time off, inform the authorities in advance. No random absences or drinking during work hours. Violators will be dismissed. These rules applied equally to all workers. Setting clear regulations ensured order. Wolf Mountain could serve as a pilot project. If it operated smoothly, subsequent expansion would be easier. The foreman nodded earnestly, all committed to following the rules. Then, under the protection of Brett, Hutch, and other guards, Jared inspected Wolf Mountain. He checked each marked or deposit, ensuring all preparations were complete. Only one final step remained, recruitment. Chapter 32. Either die or serve the birdie faithfully. Although there were only 100 people who had signed up for mining so far, Jared remained completely calm. He was absolutely confident that all the workers would be in place within 3 days. These heinous criminals should be publicly executed to pacify the people, Ellison said solemnly. If not for the prince's intervention, he would have executed them already. Imprisoning them was just a waste of food. Jared didn't respond immediately, but walked over to Ellison and patted his shoulder. Ronald, tell me, how many criminals are currently imprisoned? Counting those from Evil Wolf Bandit Camp, it should be close to 500. TSK, 500 indeed. Jared smiled meaningfully. Each of them deserves severe punishment, but executing them too easily wouldn't be such a pity? Ellison looked puzzled. Your Highness, they all deserve death. How could it be a pity? Of course it is, Jared said bluntly. I plan to send these criminals to mine in the mountains. They won't receive wages or benefits. We'll just make sure they don't starve. Treat them harshly. Beat them if necessary. Scold them when needed. Don't think of them as human. Treat them like animals. They'll die when they can no longer endure, and their deaths will then be meaningful. Use them to their full potential. It would be too easy to execute them casually. Not only Ellison, but also Hutch and other guards and officers were taken aback by this statement. They finally understood why the prince hadn't executed the criminals yet. Your Highness, that's brilliant. Hutch exclaimed. The others echoed him. Your Highness, this plan is excellent, but I'm worried about possible riots since these criminals are extremely dangerous, Ellison warned. Don't worry. They won't be spared the death penalty. Clutching at this lifeline, Isaiah bowed fervently. Your Highness, anything you ask, I will do, even at the cost of my life. Good. Jared nodded approvingly. I need a large amount of grain. Since you are in this business and have channels to supply rice to Qingfu County, if you can buy 2 million pounds of rice and safely deliver it here within half a month, your death sentence can be waived. What? 2 million pounds? Isaiah gaped in shock. Your Highness, are you sure you didn't say 10,000? Even if so, half a month might not be enough. And what's your budget? Even buying from the wealthiest region, Jiangnan, costs around 5 coins per pound. Add transportation costs to Southview, and it will be almost 10 coins per pound. Though experienced, Isaiah had never handled such a large quantity of rice within such a short time. I don't care about your excuses, Jared said flatly. You'll have 10,000 taels of silver in only half a month. If you succeed, not only will you avoid execution, but I'll entrust future purchases entirely to you. Fail, and you won't live. Hashtag chapter 33. An almost impossible task. This is simply not enough. Isaiah heard Jared offering him only 10,000 taels of silver and shouted in utter despair. That was 2 million pounds of rice. Even at the local price of 5 coins per pound, it would cost 10,000 taels of silver just to buy the rice. How could he transport it smoothly to Nanhua? After all, Nanhua had treacherous terrain with mountains and numerous bandits and wild beasts, making transportation costs extremely high. Moreover, Nanhua had limited arable land and frequent natural disasters in recent years, which drove the price of rice sky high and caused immense suffering among the people. With only 10,000 taels of silver and a mere half-month time frame, it was nearly impossible to achieve. Failure would mean certain execution. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, regretting his past foolishness. If he hadn't colluded with Curtis, how could things have come to this? Ellison and Hutch, standing beside him, also believed it was almost impossible but did not voice their concerns. Since His Highness decided on this course, there must be a reason. So you can't do it? Jared coldly waved his hand. Then what use do I have for you? Take him out and behead him. 2 guards immediately approached Isaiah and dragged him away. No, Your Highness. I'll try. I will definitely succeed. Please give me another chance. I will do my utmost. Isaiah cried out as he was dragged away. In such a dire situation, he had no choice but to agree. Although success seemed unlikely, there was still a slim chance. To survive, he had to mobilize all available resources and connections. He must bring back those 2 million pounds of rice. It was his only hope for survival. He had been in the business for many years and had connections with several rice merchants in Jiangnan. There might indeed be a way. Let him go, Jared said calmly. The guards released Isaiah. I will give you this opportunity. Take him down. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. Isaiah knelt repeatedly in gratitude before being escorted back to the jail by the officers. Once Isaiah left, Ellison couldn't hold back any longer. Your Highness, Isaiah is too cunning. Entrusting him with this task may be unwise. What if he absconds with the funds? That would be problematic. Jared's lips curled slightly. As the saying goes, distrust and don't employ and don't distrust. Isaiah is greedy, but he still has some principles. Apart from inflating rice prices under Curtis's influence, he hasn't committed other atrocities. Besides, he has some talent. Despite not being from Qingfu County, he dared to conduct business here and managed to transport large quantities of rice without issues. But given his devious nature, we should still take precautions. I've already devised a plan. Jared then turned to Hutch. Form a 100-man guard unit under your command and accompany Isaiah. I'll give you an additional 10,000 taels of silver. If Isaiah makes any mistakes or tricks us, execute him immediately. You are responsible for purchasing the rice in Jiang'an under my name. At once, Your Highness, Hutch responded without hesitation. Though Jared trusted Isaiah, the man was unpredictable. It was essential to have a backup plan. As Jared's most trusted subordinate, Hutch, a 9th-rank warrior, was the best choice to oversee the purchase and ensure safe delivery. Ellison admired Jared even more. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he was profoundly insightful. Jared often gave off an air of unfathomability. At that moment, a guard rushed in. Your Highness, a young lady outside requests an audience, expressing her gratitude for saving her life. Jared's eyes lit up. Bring her to the inner courtyard. I'll join her shortly. Without a doubt, it was Erin Ricky, whom he had saved a few days ago. Her name was Cute. A short while later, in the inner courtyard of the county office, Ingrid sat nervously on a chair, holding a lunchbox, her eyes darting around. Seeing palace guards everywhere made her even more anxious. But she had to express her gratitude to the prince who had saved her life. Thus, she prepared a few dishes and visited the county office with courage. You may leave. She is not a prisoner, Jared instructed as he arrived, dismissing the surrounding guards. Your Highness. Seeing Jared, Ingrid stood up excitedly. I hear you came to thank me today? Actually, it's unnecessary. Protecting innocent civilians is my duty as the birdie of Nanyue. Jared walked closer to Ingrid, noticing the lunchbox she carried. He smiled. Did you make something special for me? Yes, Ingrid nodded, opening the box and carefully placing out each dish. Each item was beautifully presented and smelled delightful. As birdie of Nanyue, you need nothing, but I thought hard and realized only food would suffice. I hope it meets your taste. Ingrid remained tense. Jared was noble royalty accustomed to delicacies. Her simple dishes were ordinary compared to royal cuisine. Wow, they look excellent, Jared exclaimed, picking up chopsticks to taste the food. Immediately, his eyes brightened. Delicious. And not just decent. It surpassed anything Curtis had provided. Modern tastes had spoiled Jared after traveling through time, but the lack of modern condiments in ancient times made even good ingredients less flavorful. Yet Ingrid's dishes, despite being common fare, were exceptionally tasty. This was undoubtedly the best meal Jared had since my life. After tidying up, Alicia bowed to Jared and hurriedly left. Watching her go, Jared smiled meaningfully. Looks like I have some good fortune coming. Finally, I won't have to endure the tasteless meals here. The guards, though dismissed by Jared, were still watching secretly, especially Hutch, who led the gossip. Wow, does His Highness have eyes for that woman? This is the first time I've seen His Highness look at a woman with such intensity. And the food she made did seem quite delicious. His Highness ate everything clean. He even assigned guards to protect her place. It's clear he's smitten. Since His Highness likes her so much, we should protect him well. The guards whispered amongst themselves as they hid nearby. Unaware of all this, Jared, feeling drowsy after his meal, returned to his room to sleep. The next day, Alicia was washing clothes and cooking as usual. The money the king retrieved for her would last her a long time, so she no longer worried about running out. While she was pondering what to cook today, suddenly the gate of the ancestral home was kicked open. Ferguson and his tall, burly men stormed in fiercely. A rattle bitch, come out here. Hearing Ferguson's roar. Don't think I won't, Ferguson coldly replied, then threw her aside. This woman may be weak, but she has a decent appearance. You've traveled far. Let her entertain you. Ferguson's tone was wicked. Ha ha ha, this is unexpected. One must enjoy oneself. The strong man tore off his shirt and approached Alicia like a demon. No, don't. Terrified, Alicia paled and retreated. Scream all you want. No one will save you. This is your punishment for harming my precious son. Ferguson, devoid of familial ties, saw Alicia merely as a tool for profit. Seeing this unfold, the guards could no longer bear it. They jumped in, blocking Alicia's path. During broad daylight, how dare you disregard the law? One more step and you die. Hashtag chapter 35. From now on, no one can harm you. Hee hee, I knew you guys couldn't keep your patience. It must be these fellows who beat up my son. Kill these reckless fellows first, and then we can deal with this bitch as we please. Ferguson was not overly surprised to see someone appear to protect Alicia. He had brought so many warriors precisely to handle such a situation. One takes the money and gets rid of the trouble. Don't worry, Lord Aaron. These fellows are too weak. If I act, they'll be taken care of in minutes. The black-faced burly man who spoke was the same one who had attempted to insult Alicia earlier. He was a 5th-rank warrior. While Jared's guards were all well-trained, none of them could match a 5th-rank warrior individually. For now, their only option was to buy time. Outrageous. We are the palace guards of the prince. If you do not disperse immediately, we will have no choice but to kill without mercy. The guards shouted angrily. What? Palace guards? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Ferguson, was stunned. But Ferguson quickly recovered, sneering coldly. Who are you trying to fool? Do not let these people deceive you. Would the prince's guards protect a wild girl here? These fellows are just bluffing because they know they can't win us. I think it's you who are outrageous. A bunch of mountain bandits pretending to be the prince's guards. In that case, we shall enforce justice today. After Ferguson finished speaking, the surrounding burly men sighed in relief. Everyone knew that the imperial court had sent a southern Uberti to this region. But would a person like the southern Uberti really dispatch guards specifically to protect Alicia? Besides, there was no relation between the southern Uberti and Alicia, so why would he go to such lengths? They believed these people were impersonating the guards. How could this happen? Ferguson stammered, trembling all over. Who would have thought a hired 5th rank warrior would be defeated so swiftly? Common bandits wouldn't have this kind of strength. Could they really be palace guards? Realizing this, Ferguson was petrified, kneeling and pleading, "Spare me, spare me." Just then, Jared slowly walked in through the door. "Now begging for mercy is a bit too late. I intended to let you off, but you delivered yourself to me. In that case, don't blame me." At the same moment, numerous guards poured into the courtyard, surrounding Ferguson's group. "Your Highness! Really the southern Uberti? Damn, you've really messed us up. Spare us, Your Highness." All the hired fighters, including the injured 5th rank warrior, immediately knelt and bowed frantically to Jared. No one expected the southern Uberti to appear in person. Ferguson fainted upon seeing Jared. "Your Highness, what should be done with these people? Should I eliminate them all?" Hutch's eyes gleamed with deadly intent. Such easy targets would be a waste to kill so easily. Hutch understood immediately, suppressing his killing aura. "Eleotards, bind them and throw them in jail." The hired fighters dared not resist, revealing looks of despair. If there were second thoughts, none of them would have agreed to Ferguson's request. Jared did not spare the unconscious Ferguson either. Otherwise, the birdie would surely be furious. The guards outside, including Hutch, watched with amused expressions. To avoid disturbing Jared's moment, Hutch quickly led the guards a bit further away. At this moment, Alicia suddenly realized she was being held by Jared, her heart racing and her face turning bright red. "Oh." Alicia shyly pushed Jared away, turned her back, and took deep breaths, her face redder than ever. I'm sorry, I just wanted to comfort you. Don't worry too much about it. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to the county office." Seeing how flustered Alicia was, Jared chose not to stay any longer and turned to leave. Once Jared had walked far enough, Alicia let out a huge sigh. Recalling what just happened made her heart race once more. Meanwhile, on the way back to the county office, "Bertie, I saw that you really care about that young lady. Would you like me to invite her to stay at the county office? That way, she wouldn't be in danger anymore." Hutch looked at Jared with a foolish smile. "Get lost. Don't tease me. Don't forget the task I gave you. Form a guard team immediately and set off with Isaiah. If you don't bring me rice within half a month, don't come back at all." Jared gave Hutch a fierce kick on the buttocks. Ouch! Though knocked to the ground, Hutch wasn't angry. He continued smiling foolishly at Jared. "Hee hee, Your Highness, rest wouldn't abandon us. They've sent people to make porridge for us. Ha ha ha." The Weston who spoke earlier looked extremely pleased. Having no parents or children, he lived alone and enjoyed the free meals provided, becoming somewhat heavier recently. Now, he refused to enter the mountain for mining. Other people felt the same, especially Lazy. However, things didn't go as they expected. Instead of making porridge, the guards began dismantling the booth. "What?" The Weston panicked, rushing forward. "What are you doing? You can't dismantle this. Where will we eat if it's gone? The birdie has ordered no more porridge after 3 days. Are you deaf or dumb? If you want to eat, enter the mountain to mine. If you obstruct us, we won't be polite." The guards drew their swords, scaring everyone into collapsing on the ground. They weren't just afraid but felt desperate. Watching the booth being dismantled, they cried out in misery. From now on, they wouldn't get free porridge. Many despaired and headed to the county office to register. In recent days, many had already signed up. County officers had been visiting houses to gather information for proper arrangement. With the porridge booth demolished and no alternative, not entering the mountain meant starvation. "Don't panic. If you want free porridge, I have a plan. It depends on whether you have the courage." Seeing his lazy friends give up, imitating them and shouting loudly, the scene naturally caught the attention of the guards stationed outside the office, who rushed in hastily. "Hee hee, it's working indeed," said the leading Weston, named Martin, who was notoriously lazy in Qingfu County. Seeing the guards rush in, he was sure they were going to inform the birdie. Unable to bear their cries, the birdie would definitely resume the porridge distribution. With this thought, Martin looked increasingly smug and continued to incite the crowd. At the same time, inside the hall of the county office, Jared leisurely enjoyed his breakfast while Ellison sat beside him, eating together. At that moment, a guard rushed in anxiously. "Your Highness, something terrible happened. Citizens are kneeling outside." Before the guard could finish speaking, Jared immediately interrupted. "I already know about this. Their shouts are quite loud, disturbing my meal." Jared spoke with an unhappy expression but did not show any surprise, as everything was within his expectation. Ellison, sitting beside Jared, had shown anxiety from the start. Clearly, he wasn't prepared for the citizens' actions. He was puzzled. The mining job in Wolf Mountain offered high wages and good benefits. These people wouldn't work there anyway, yet dare to lead such disturbances. "Your Highness, let me handle this. I promise they won't disturb you again." Ellison put down his chopsticks and looked at Jared seriously. "Handle?" Jared smiled. "Why handle it? If they want to cry and shout, let them do so. We might faint before Your Highness changes his mind. Should we retreat?" Upon hearing plans of withdrawal, Martin became upset, yelling, "We can't withdraw. If we pull back now, we'll never have free porridge again. Brothers, just a little more effort, the birdie will change his mind. Then we can enjoy free, delicious porridge again." Martin believed that with many people present, it was the best time to pressure the county office. Once someone left, morale would falter, ruining their chances of getting free porridge daily. To each his own, I won't kneel anymore. Rather than beg meaninglessly, I'd rather mine in the mountains. Count me in. I also want to mine. Martin's words clearly didn't have much effect. Many citizens rose and walked toward the county office, ready to register for mining. Confirming their intention, they were led inside. As Martin predicted, once people started leaving, morale crumbled. One after another, citizens walked toward the county office. Instead of meaningless begging, they chose to risk mining. A day's wage of 31 was tempting enough. They only joined in the protests due to disbelief in the birdie. Now, having reconsidered and observed, it seemed the birdie hadn't lied. What else could stop them? Within 15 minutes, only about 20 or so people, including Martin, remained kneeling outside the county office. However, seeing others come out happily with steaming hot porridge, they couldn't help feeling tempted. I can't hold on anymore. You continue kneeling if you want to. Wait for me. I'm coming too. How stupid of me. Mining could provide food and high wages instead of kneeling here with you. Brothers, let's go dig. Don't leave me. What about me? Martin watched helplessly as his companions left. Seeing them enjoy hot porridge, he couldn't hold on either. I'm coming too. Wait for me. Chapter 38. The Shift of Power, Governor Joab's Troubles. Within less than a day, the people kneeling outside the county government office had all signed up. Even the well-known lazybones led by Martin were forced to choose mining in the mountains. Adding to those who had already registered previously, almost all able-bodied men in Qingfu County chose to work in the mines, including the free laborers detained in the county prison. There were now around 2,500 people. Ellison compiled and organized the information of all workers. By evening, he submitted it to Jared. Each worker's family information was clearly recorded to ensure no mistakes would be made in the future. Not bad. You've done a great job. Jared casually flipped through a few pages and nodded approvingly. Since everything is ready, we can officially start. Tomorrow at noon, gather all the workers and head directly to Wolf Mountain. Your subordinate obeys. Though they hadn't received official permission from the court, such actions undoubtedly violated the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, for Nanyu to develop, they had to take this risk. By the way, have you found suitable teachers for the school? We must fulfill our promises to the workers. This was a crucial phase, the pivotal moment for entrepreneurship. Jared had to ensure every worker could focus wholeheartedly on their tasks without any concerns. If they didn't keep their word, it would indeed amount to deceiving the common folk. Inevitably, riots would ensue, leading to dire consequences. Birdie, as per your request, 3 individuals meet the criteria, one of whom is a renowned scholar in our Qingfu County. Does 51 per day seem too much? As the county magistrate, Ellison knew that the treasury held over 100,000 silver taels, a fortune by most standards. But with 2,000 workers and other expenses to cover, not to mention the prince's 5,000 guards and the county officials, it wouldn't last long. Absolutely not. I've never been stingy with talented individuals. The teachers are crucial for the development of our next generation in Nanyu. 51 a day isn't expensive at all. As for financial concerns, Ronald, you needn't worry. I have it under control. Tomorrow morning, you need to gather the workers. Get some rest. Ellison bowed and left hurriedly. Jared stayed back, sitting alone in the main hall, pondering deeply. Mining would officially begin tomorrow, followed by smelting and casting. The first items to be cast were improved farming tools and basic iron implements, as instructed by Jared. He had already given the blueprints to the head blacksmith. Thus, he wasn't worried about this step. Once these were made, a small portion would be distributed to the farmers to resume agriculture, while the majority would be sold. To quickly recoup funds, he needed to sell these items smoothly to proceed with further plans. After some thought, a plan formed in his mind, causing a slight smile to appear on his lips. The next morning, all workers gathered outside Qingfu County under Ellison's and the guard's leadership, heading towards Wolf Mountain. From that day forward, they officially became part of the mining operation. The severely criminal elements were escorted away grudgingly, despite their reluctance having no meaning anymore. Alongside the mountain bandits, the former county officials, merchants, and landlords who conspired with Curtis were also among them. Meanwhile, in the distant Nanyu City's governor's residence, a Weston with a goatee sat dejectedly in his chair. This was Joab, the governor of Nanyu. In the Great Zhou dynasty, governors held the highest administrative power within a state. Equally ranked were military governors, who wielded military authority to check each other. The previous military governor of Nanyu had died unexpectedly years ago, leaving Joab to temporarily take over the position. Because of this, Burl, the acting military secretary, held considerable military power. Initially, the court planned to send someone else, but just then, Jared stepped up. Queen Diana suggested that Corbin of Zhou elevate Jared to Birdie of Nanyu. Thus, both the governor and military governor positions fell under Jared's jurisdiction, consolidating military and administrative power in his hands. Before Jared's arrival, Joab had wielded absolute power, enjoying immense influence in Nanyu. Various notable figures would curry favor with him. However, the sudden emergence of the Birdie of Nanyu stripped him of all authority almost instantly. This was already troubling enough, but Jared lingered in Qingfu County, complicating matters further. Reports indicated that Jared had thoroughly purged officials like Curtis upon arriving in Qingfu. He even confiscated the properties of influential merchants and landlords, adding to his infamous reputation as the first prodigal of the world. This increasingly concerned Joab, fearing similar treatment if Jared came to Nanyu City. There seemed to be no way out. A prince, once in theft, was the supreme authority in his domain. Resistance would be futile. Sir Era, you don't need to worry too much. The prince not coming to Nanyu City might be beneficial for turned into excitement. Extreme excitement. Great. This is indeed excellent news. Such an important matter must be reported to the court immediately. Without hesitation, Joab left with the letter. Over the next few days, everything at Wolf Mountain was calm, and the workers were diligently working. Mining, smelting, and casting, all under the supervision of several foremen, were proceeding smoothly. Initially, when the workers had signed up for the job, they were somewhat nervous, fearing it was a scam by the prince to trick them into forced labor. However, reality proved otherwise. The prince did not deceive them. They were paid 30 coins a day without any deductions, and meals were provided 3 times a day. For those who needed money urgently or had special needs, daily payments could be arranged and sent directly to their families. Children also started attending school one after another. Sick family members were treated by physicians who made house calls. In countless workers' minds, the prince was a living bodhisattva who came to save them. Reflecting on their previous doubts and protests at the county office, they felt utterly ashamed. Of course, these benefits only applied to regular workers. Prisoners in jail faced harsh conditions. They earned no pay and endured intense labor, with weaker ones literally working themselves to death. Jared never showed mercy toward these wicked criminals. Instead of executing them outright, making them die meaningfully was the wiser choice. However, mining wasn't entirely smooth. They encountered a problem. Some stones were too hard to break using traditional Zhou dynasty methods. The foreman promptly informed Jared about this issue. At that moment, in the back courtyard of the Qingfu County office, Jared was fiddling with some incomprehensible objects. Your Highness, you asked me to buy sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal for this? Please forgive my ignorance, but what are you doing exactly? Ellison stood beside Jared, puzzled. Not just Ellison. Brett also had no idea what Jared was up to. All they knew was that yesterday, upon learning about the extremely hard stones at Wolf Mountain, Jared had instructed them to purchase large quantities of these materials. He then secluded himself in the backyard, leaving everyone in the dark about his true intentions. Don't worry, once my experiment succeeds, you'll know. All right, you two can leave now. Make sure no one disturbs me. With a wave of his hand, Jared continued his work. Ellison and Brett exchanged helpless glances before leaving. As a time traveler and a top university graduate, Jared knew very well that sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal could be combined to make gunpowder. However, practical experimentation was far more challenging than theoretical knowledge. During the process, either the sulfur or saltpeter ratio could be wrong, leading to various issues. Inventing gunpowder in the Zhou dynasty was not going to be easy. This made Jared sigh. Those ancient setting novels where protagonists casually invent gunpowder are complete nonsense. There's no basis for such claims. How could it be that simple? Despite the difficulties, Jared remained undeterred. Even if the process was tough, a successful invention would yield a powerful weapon. Using it for mining seemed like overkill, but it could greatly enhance productivity. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. All young men in Qingfu County who were not disabled or terminally ill had gone to Wolf Mountain for mining. Meanwhile, Dillons and women were cultivating land under the leadership of county officials like Ellison. Although Nanhua had rugged terrain, there was still arable land available. These fields couldn't be left idle. The first batch of farming tools had been completed and would be distributed free of charge along with seeds once confirmed safe. Meanwhile, in the distant imperial palace in the capital city, Corbin of Zhou and Xena Diana strolled through the imperial garden, chatting like an ordinary couple. Only in front of Diana did Corbin lose his imperial airs. Xena, I've been thinking about Say again. I wonder how he's faring in Nanhua. Recalling Jared, Corbin's expression turned somber. Over 20 years ago, Demon was just a poor scholar before becoming Corbin. During an accident, he met martial hero Yush, and they became sworn brothers. Amidst nationwide chaos, Demon and Yush joined the rebellion. As one a scholar and the other a warrior, they were called unparalleled heroes, enjoying unprecedented success. Within a few years, Demon, aided by Yush's wisdom, unified the land and established the Great Zhou dynasty. They were supposed to share the glory together, but a rebellion in the capital shattered that dream. To protect the Zhou dynasty, Yush and his entire family sacrificed bravely, leaving Demon deeply remorseful. Jared, as Yush's only surviving kin, was like a son to Demon. Had he not wanted to temper Jared, he wouldn't have exiled him to Nanhua. Your Majesty, Say is my brother's son. The Jiang family always produces outstanding descendants. Say won't disappoint us. Just then, Everard, an attendant of Corbin, rushed over. Your Majesty, Grand Tutor era has urgent matters to discuss. #### Chapter 40. This time, we must establish Jared's Eliotilt for sure. Grand Tutor era? Upon hearing this, Paxton's brows furrowed slightly. Why would Grand Tutor era, simply for meeting officials? At this moment, officials led by Van gathered here, all wearing very serious expressions. Paxton, seated on the dragon throne, wore an equally grave expression. He tightly held a letter in his hand and remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Van stepped forward. Your Majesty, Bertie Nanyu's actions are truly lawless. Upon arriving in Qingfu County, he recklessly punished a large number of officials without investigating thoroughly. It's rumored that if anyone disrespects him, their family would be stripped of their wealth and thrown into prison. Furthermore, Bertie Nanyu privately mined iron and forged weapons, completely disregarding the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty. If it weren't for Inspector General Joab of Nanyu reporting this promptly, Your Majesty might still be unaware. We beg Your Majesty to immediately recall Bertie Nanyu. If not dealt with swiftly, he will surely disrupt our empire. Van finished speaking, and the officials present fell to their knees. Originally, Van was planning how to solve the problem of Jared and help the second Bertie become the crown prince. But unexpectedly, Jared delivered himself right to them. Without permission from the court, privately mining iron, forging weapons, and killing officials. Adding up all these crimes, even as the only son of National Protector Yush, Jared might not escape death. Paxton heard this in silence. Roscoe's advice aligns with my thoughts. Indeed, we should not jump to conclusions. You may now leave. I will handle this matter. Although they still wanted to say more, the officials had no chance. They bowed respectfully and left. Gay, I shall take my leave as well. Paxton, feeling quite troubled, nodded slightly. Subsequently, Tanner exited the Orangii Palace. Upon seeing Van waiting nearby, he walked over calmly, undisturbed. Second Bertie, please forgive my stupidity, But why did you defend Jared? Tanner smiled faintly. Grandfather, since there's no one else around, we don't need to observe the formalities of court etiquette. Do you really think just a letter can end Jared's life? You're thinking too simply. Even with solid evidence, if I urge the Tobias to punish Jared directly, it would anger him, backfiring on us. In any case, if he sends someone to investigate Nanyu, they will report the same results. At that time, even if we don't say anything, the Tobias will certainly not spare Jared. Tanner spoke with great confidence. Ever since the Crown Birdie's unexpected demise, he became the foremost among the princes and enjoyed the Tobias's favor. Yet, he couldn't progress further to become the Crown Birdie. The greatest threat to him, apart from the sixth prince born to the Xena, was Jared. Jared wasn't a prince, but under certain circumstances, his position far surpassed theirs. Especially now, most military leaders either were full and fluent English while retaining the narrative style and continuity. Chapter 41. The confidence of a Grandmaster Warrior. At this moment, Paxton sat on the dragon throne with his brows furrowed, sighing repeatedly. He began to doubt whether sending Jared to Nanyu was a wrong decision. At that moment, Xena Diana entered from the side. Xena, quickly read this letter from the inspector of Nanyu. Diana did not say much and hurriedly took the letter to read it. Although Paxton had decreed that no one in the harem could interfere with politics, this rule only applied to ordinary consorts. Diana was his wife since childhood, and he would habitually consult her on important matters. Moreover, Jared was also part of this matter. After reading the content of the letter, Diana's expression became extremely heavy. If the contents of the letter were true, Jared had indeed committed a capital offense. How could this be? Your Majesty, although Say is a bit mischievous, he would never do such a thing. In my view, there must be some hidden circumstances. I ask your Majesty to look into this clearly. Diana was also panicking. If Jared's crimes were confirmed, even if she and the Emperor wanted to protect him, it would be meaningless. This was the only bloodline left by her Dylan brother in this world, and the fate of the Jiang clan rested on Jared's shoulders. Sending Jared to Nanyu for training was precisely to help him become more mature. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Xena, don't worry. I also believe in Say's character. He would never do such a thing. It looks like we need to send a reliable person to Nanyu to thoroughly investigate. Regardless of protecting Jared or honoring Yush's memory, Paxton vowed to uncover the truth. Even if the crime was confirmed, he would protect Jared's life if necessary. At the same time, in the backyard of the county government office in Qingfu County, Nanyu. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly rang out. All guards, including Brett and Ellison, rushed in immediately. They saw Jared standing amidst the debris, grinning widely, looking extremely excited. Haha, success. Seeing this, everyone was terrified and rushed over to Jared. Birdie, are you alright? What on earth happened? Brett approached Jared, feeling bewildered about everything that just transpired. County Magistrate Ellison hurriedly fetched a clean towel and respectfully handed it to Jared. I'm fine, don't worry. I was conducting an experiment and ended up like this. Jared casually accepted the towel from Ellison, wiping his face to reveal his handsome appearance once again. After all these days of research, Jared had finally determined the correct proportions for gunpowder. A simple test earlier had shown immense power. Foreman who mined here every day had no solution and suggested bypassing it. However, to Jared, none of this was a problem. Upon arriving, he instructed the guards to place the prepared explosive packages in specific positions. Then, Jared called Brett over and handed him a matchlock. Brecken, the task is yours now. Remember to light the fuse only after everyone has moved far away. Once lit, you must evacuate immediately, or even as a Grandmaster Warrior, you'll be gravely injured. Having achieved Grandmaster status at such a young age, Brett was undoubtedly talented and had tremendous confidence in his abilities. Frankly speaking, he didn't take the supposed explosive packages seriously. How could he be injured by them? But despite his confidence, he still obeyed Jared's instructions, nodding slightly. Very well, leave it to me. Everyone, step back 200 steps. Under Jared's direction, the workers and guards started retreating step by step. What exactly is Birdie doing? He seems to call those cloth packages explosive packages that can blast open the rock. How is that possible? Such a huge rock cannot be blasted open so easily. Who knows, let's just watch. As they retreated, everyone whispered among themselves. Most did not have high hopes for these explosive packages. Their murmurs did not bother Jared. He maintained a confident demeanor. Once everyone was at a safe distance, Jared signaled Brett to light the fuse. Let me see what these explosive packages can do. Brett used the matchlock to light the fuse. Initially, he paid no mind and stood still, wanting to experience the blast power up close. But just before the fuse burned out, either due to a Grandmaster's alertness or Jared's loud shout, Brett realized something was amiss and leaped backward 100 meters. The next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed. Boom! Flames soared, rocks flew everywhere, and the ground trembled. Dense smoke billowed, filling the air with a pungent smell of gunpowder. As the smoke cleared, the once indestructible rock had been shattered into pieces, leaving a massive crater in its place. Chapter 42. His Highness is truly a divine being. This incident unfolded before everyone's eyes, and each person was staring with wide-open mouths, their expressions as shocked as they could be. It was clear that these unassuming small cloth packets could shatter boulders so effortlessly. Such power was simply terrifying. Even Brett, who had evacuated in time, felt a lingering sense of fear. If he hadn't jumped out of the blast range in time, he would have ended up like the boulder, obliterated into pieces. The explosion, which even a Grandmaster-level martial artist couldn't withstand, clearly demonstrated the astonishing power of the explosives Jared had created. Brett couldn't even imagine the casualties if such explosive packets were used in war. If even Brett was this stunned, how could the others remain calm? In an instant, everyone fell to their knees, exclaiming, His Highness is truly a divine being. His Highness must be a celestial deity descended upon us. It had to be admitted that the gunpowder Jared had manufactured indeed left everyone thoroughly astonished. To them, Jared was no different from the legendary thunder god. Otherwise, how could he have shattered a boulder so easily? Keep it down, keep it down! Jared couldn't help but smile at the sight of the people before him. There was no way around it. The impact of gunpowder on them was simply too immense. However, Jared didn't let himself get carried away. Instead, his expression turned extremely serious. The experiment with gunpowder had been a complete success. All that remained was to manufacture it using the correct proportions. But given its danger, Jared did not intend to use it extensively, only for blasting large rocks for now. Furthermore, only someone he trusted completely could handle the gunpowder. Otherwise, if it leaked out, it could lead to chaos in the world once more. Thinking about this, Jared looked at Brett, who was still in shock, and pulled him aside. Brecken, what do you think of the power of my explosive packets? Without hesitation, Brett immediately bowed respectfully to Jared. His Highness is truly a divine being. Brett wasn't exaggerating. The explosive packet's power was genuinely beyond his imagination. He was also starting to doubt himself. After all, despite practicing martial arts since childhood and reaching the Grandmaster level through sheer talent, he still couldn't match what Jared casually produced. Although it led to self-doubt, it also made Brett admire Jared even more, transforming his admiration into outright reverence. You don't need to praise me so much. I have a crucial task for you. Jared's tone became solemn as he whispered, you know the explosive packet's power. If they leak out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Starting today, protecting these explosive packets falls under your responsibility. Without my orders, no one should be allowed to take them, regardless of who they are. If anyone tries to steal the explosive packets, deal with them accordingly without mercy. Upon hearing this, Brett's expression turned serious, and he nodded respectfully, understood. Such potent explosive packets in the hands of those with ill intentions would indeed cause enormous trouble. Having a Grandmaster-level martial artist like Brett oversee the explosives ensured complete safety. That's all up to you now. These past few days have been exhausting for me. I'm going back to sleep. With that, Jared walked down the mountain. Brett hurriedly instructed the guards to protect Jared while staying behind in Wolf Mountain to continue breaking apart the immovable boulders using the explosive packets. Returning to Qingfu County, Jared happened to pass by Aaron Family Manor. Suddenly, he caught the scent of cooking food, causing his eyes to light up. He knocked on the door. Soon enough, Alicia opened the door and saw the prince standing there. Startled, she dropped her ladle. Your Highness, why are you here? Realizing her mistake, Alicia was about to kneel. Jared stopped her with a hand. I don't have that much ego, constantly making people kneel. Today, I happened to pass by, and I'm a bit hungry. Do you mind cooking something for me? Jared strode in and began wandering around the manor. The courtyard was modest, and the houses were quite dilapidated. But I haven't bought any ingredients today. There's only some. Before Alicia could finish, Jared entered the kitchen, making her rush in after him. Unfortunately, he had already made it inside. The kitchen, though old, was surprisingly clean. A pot of broth made from vegetable leaves was simmering, with just a few grains of rice floating on top. The aroma came from this pot of soup. Despite its simplicity, it smelled delicious. But Jared wasn't focused on the smell. He noticed the absence of meat in the entire kitchen. The rice bin was empty, and aside from some almost rotten vegetable leaves, there was nothing else. Original tone and structure of the Chinese text, ensuring natural English prose while maintaining the storyline's integrity. Chapter 43. Be my personal cook. Your Highness. Alicia knelt on the ground, looking at Jared with a pitiful expression. Her stomach occasionally growled, causing her cheeks to flush. So, you usually only eat these things and drink water when you're hungry? Has your father never come to look for you? Jared gripped the ladle in his hand tightly, feeling genuine sympathy for Alicia's plight. He was also curious about who Alicia's father was, and how someone could treat their own flesh and blood so heartlessly. My father is a military advisor in Nanyue. He has many official duties to attend to, she replied. I'm just a girl. It's already good that I don't hold my father back. I can't let him worry about me. Your Highness, it's fine. My appetite is small, and drinking water usually keeps the hunger away. At this point, Alicia forced a smile and looked at Jared. Military advisor? Upon hearing this, Jared became irritated. The position of military advisor might not be significant in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, but in Nanyue, it held considerable power. Jared knew that in Nanyue, the governor also served as the military commander, making the military advisor nearly equivalent to a deputy commander, one of the few officials capable of mobilizing the army directly. How could someone in such a high-ranking position neglect his own daughter and allow relatives to bully her? He wasn't worthy of being called a father. This military advisor left an extremely poor impression on Jared. Too bad he couldn't yet go to Nanyue City to teach him a lesson. Your Highness must be hungry too. Let me buy some ingredients to prepare something for you. Recalling why Jared had come here, Alicia's eyes lit up. He could drink water to stave off hunger, but a prince could not. With that, Alicia pushed aside the rice container, scooped out the soil underneath, and dug out an exquisite money bag. It was her entire savings. While contemplating how much silver she should spend on buying vegetables, Jared half squatted down, helping her to stand. There's no need. Today, this birdie will treat you to a meal. No. How can that be? Your Highness has already helped me several times. I cannot let you pay. Excitedly, Alicia opened the money bag. Look, Your Highness, I have money. I can invite you to dinner. Seeing Alicia like this, Jared sighed helplessly. What a pure-hearted little girl she was, someone who should have been nurtured under her father's care and grown up like a princess. But now, she had turned into this. Thinking about it made Jared feel increasingly dissatisfied with that military advisor. Do you think this tiny sum is enough to invite this birdie to dinner? Never eaten such delicious meals. Don't be shy. Only you and I are eating this. If we don't finish, it will all be wasted and thrown away. Do you want to waste food? Hearing that uneaten food would be thrown away, Alicia immediately picked up her chopsticks and began eating voraciously. Such delicious food couldn't be wasted. That's more like it. Jared nodded in satisfaction and started eating too. Before long, the table was cleared. About half of it ended up in Alicia's stomach. Recalling her previous claim of having a small appetite, Jared couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Wasn't this appetite bigger than his? Of course, it was partly because she thought everything would be thrown away if not finished. Now, Alicia sat across from Jared, belching loudly. Trying hard to suppress the hiccups, she found herself unable to control them. Already shy, she now felt even more embarrassed, avoiding eye contact with Jared. Your Highness, I. While hiccuping, she struggled to explain herself. Her pitiful appearance made Jared both laugh and pity her situation. All right, no need to explain. You said you wanted to repay me. So, I'll give you this opportunity. Would you be willing to serve by this birdie's side? Hearing this, Alicia stopped hiccuping abruptly, startled. Your Highness, I don't know anything. Serving you would only drag you down. Who says? Jared reminded her. I remember your cooking skills are quite exceptional. Were those meals earlier not prepared by your own hands? Hearing this, Alicia panicked. Those meals were definitely made by me. That settles it. From now on, you will be this birdie's personal cook. I won't treat you unfairly. And that's decided. Go pack your things. With that, Jared turned and left, instructing several guards to protect Alicia. Oh no. Watching Jared's departing figure, Alicia grew increasingly anxious. Although she was confident in her culinary skills, he was still a noble prince. What if she couldn't serve him well or didn't meet his tastes? Would she be beheaded? Or worse, implicate her father? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. But there was no room for refusal now. She had no choice but to obediently follow the guards to pack her belongings. Back in the county hall, Alicia sat in front of Jared, trying to calm her nervousness. Alicia, Jared began. You've shown great skill and resilience. From now on, be my personal cook. I promise to take good care of you. Your Highness. Alicia hesitated, unsure whether to trust the offer, but deep down, a glimmer of hope stirred within her. Chapter 44. Workers want to strike? Meanwhile, far away, in the Aaron family residence in Nanhua City, Alicia paced back and forth anxiously in the main hall, waiting for some news. Since Ferguson had led a group to Qingfu County, claiming he would deal with the despicable woman Alicia, days had passed with no word from him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Now her son lay gravely injured on his bed, and her husband had disappeared. How could Alicia not be worried? Just then, a robust acton rushed in hurriedly. Before he could speak, Alicia immediately asked, What happened? Is there any news of Master? The acton shook his head nervously. Mistress, I've been to Qingfu County, but there's no trace of Master. The people Master took with him have also all disappeared. Furthermore, Alicia is still living in the ancestral home, unharmed. What? Hearing this, Alicia's legs gave way, and she slumped onto the chair. How can this be? She knew very well that Ferguson went to Qingfu County to teach Alicia a lesson. Now, Alicia was fine, but her husband had gone missing? Nanhua was plagued by many bandits, so Ferguson had hired powerful warriors as bodyguards, including a 5th-grade warrior. Ordinary bandits wouldn't dare harm him. Due to Burrell's busy schedule, he seldom visited. Besides, Douglas was currently the only grandson of the Aaron family, while Burrell was just related through Alicia. This made Ambria favor Douglas's family more. Now, hearing about Ferguson's disappearance, Ambria turned pale, trembling. She had lost her partner long ago, and didn't want to bury her child before her. Whatever happened, they must find Ferguson. She knew why Ferguson had gone to Qingfu County. Alicia, a mere woman, had conspired with bandits to severely injure her precious grandson. She had allowed Ferguson to take care of Alicia, as she saw her merely as a liability. What mattered most was Douglas. As for Burrell, perhaps without Alicia, he might consider remarriage and produce another heir. My boer will be fine. Right, we should get Aranger to handle this. He will certainly intervene. Contact Aranger immediately. No matter what he's doing, tell him to come back right now. With Ambria's permission, Alicia hurriedly left. In the following days, Qingfu County remained peaceful. Though Alicia lived inside the county office, she lived in constant fear. While confident in her culinary skills, facing the prince made her nervous. She dreaded that he would find the food unsatisfactory and, in a fit of rage, execute her. When Alicia served the meal to Jared, her expression was tense. As Jared began eating, her anxiety increased. She kept whispering, It has to taste good. It must suit the prince's palate. Jared tasted a bite, his eyebrows furrowing. Seeing this, Alicia kneeled again, terrified. Birdie, spare my life. For heaven's sake, I'm not that terrifying. Besides, your cooking is quite delicious. I was just savoring it carefully. You should stand up. If anyone sees me, they'll think I'm mistreating you. Hearing that the prince found it delicious, Alicia's eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly. Alicia then stood up and waited beside Jared. Ricky, have you eaten? Jared asked casually. Beside him, Alicia nodded obediently. Birdie, I've already eaten. These dishes are specially prepared for you. If you find them tasty, Ricky will cook for you again tomorrow. Over the past few days, Alicia had accepted her alternate name, Aaron Ricky, given by the prince. Only he referred to her like this. Suddenly, Ellison rushed in, panting, Birdie, something big has happened. Upon hearing this, Jared put down his chopsticks. Whatever alarmed Ellison must be significant. After catching his breath, Ellison spoke hastily, Birdie, recently the workers in the mine have become increasingly negligent. They keep threatening to strike. If the weather gets slightly warm, they demand rest, and each break lasts for hours. The overseers, restricted by your orders, cannot punish them and urging doesn't work. If this continues, more workers will follow their example, causing greater disruption. At that point, it'll be a major problem. Chapter 45. Strategic planning and motivating the people. Not only that, but the first batch of farming tools and seeds improved by His Highness have already been distributed to the people. But the Dillenly, women, and children who stayed behind at home are not willing to work in the fields. Their reasoning is quite simple. With the men of the house earning large sums of money elsewhere, why bother working in the fields? If no one tends to the land, won't all those cultivated lands in Qingfu County be left fallow? Ellison quickly informed Jared of all the current issues. He had initially thought that upon hearing this, Jared would react with extreme anger. Unexpectedly, Jared remained unusually calm, unaffected as he continued eating. Your Highness? Your Highness, what should we do now? Ellison was truly at a loss for a solution and could only come to ask for advice. Don't worry, let's tackle these problems one by one. Jared calmly asked, Ronald, I ask you, do you know who specifically has been slacking off or even leading strikes in Wolf Mountain? I've already conducted a secret investigation. The first leader was named Martin. A short while ago, it was also him who led the crowd in blocking the entrance of the county office, crying and making a fuss. Most of the people on strike now are friends with this Martin. Ellison did not hesitate and promptly responded. Ha, this is indeed like one bad apple spoiling the whole bunch. An old dog never changes its tricks. For those unwilling to strive forward and who lead disturbances, there's no need to be polite. Do you mean, Your Highness, to arrest these people? Ellison asked with a puzzled look. No. They haven't broken any laws, so why should they be arrested? Jared smiled faintly. Since they're unwilling to mine in Wolf Mountain and find it too hard, then let them all scram. Your Highness wants to expel them? Those led by Martin are many. Do you mean to expel them all? Won't this affect mining efficiency? This solution had crossed Ellison's mind before, but seemed impractical. Moreover, driving these people away might cause them to deliberately stir up trouble and defame the county office, potentially leading more people to leave. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Jared burst into laughter. Peter, sometimes we must be flexible. Are these the only ones who can mine? Why not recruit labor from other neighboring counties and villages? Hearing this, farm. Peter, what crops did you provide the people with? It's rice seeds, Ellison hurriedly replied. Jared nodded slightly. The geographic conditions in Nanhua were indeed suitable for rice cultivation. Earlier, Peter proposed letting the people clear and cultivate new land, with rewards and punishments. That can serve as motivation. But we need to adjust the reward-punishment system slightly. After some contemplation, Jared looked at Ellison. Post an announcement exempting field taxes for 1 year. The entire harvest this season will belong entirely to the people, with nothing going to the county office. Additionally, set a special award each quarter, called the Bumper Harvest Award. For any plot yielding over 120 gene per mu, reward 2 taels of silver. In case of natural disasters during the season, regardless of losses, the county office will compensate the people. All land in the Great Zhou dynasty belonged to the state, typically distributed by local county offices to the people. Each year, a tenth of the harvest had to be handed over to the county office as field tax. Earlier, corrupt officials like Curtis had raised the field tax to 50%. Tired peasants couldn't support themselves after a whole year's work and still had to pay the field tax. Naturally, no one wanted to farm. After resolving the corrupt officials, Ellison's first act was to restore the previous tax rate. Now, exempting the field tax for a year was a huge boon for the people. Yet, Jared additionally offered such generous rewards. Though achieving 120 gene per mu was challenging, it wasn't impossible. Ellison was genuinely shocked. Your Highness, won't this be too much? No. The most important thing right now is to get the people back to farming and not let the land lie fallow. Only sufficient motivation will make them work hard on farming. As for the silver, don't worry. This prince has it all planned. Jared was confident that such generous rewards would motivate the people. If they still refused, stronger measures would be necessary. Your Highness' wisdom is remarkable. This official will carry out the orders immediately. Ellison bowed respectfully and hurriedly left. Watching everything unfold, Alicia admired Jared's calm and strategic planning more than ever. On another side of things, in a certain part of Wolf Mountain, led by Martin, dozens of people tossed their hoes aside and lay lazily on rocks. This weather is too hot to work. Can't do it. We need to rest well. His Highness won't allow you to hit or scold us, ha ha ha. The supervisors present were speechless at this scene. Unable to beat, the prince treats them well, and they still act like this. They deserve a life of poverty. Forget it. Ronald has already reported this to the prince. He'll handle it. The overseers, who included guards from the prince's mansion and high-paid foremen hired by Jared, were helpless against Martin's influence. Beating or scolding them wasn't an option. Suddenly, Ellison rushed over, bringing relief to the overseers. Peter, what did the prince say? We can't let these guys ruin others' morale. Ellison smiled calmly as he approached Martin's group. Peter, you've worked hard coming here on such a hot day. Sit down and rest a bit. Martin feigned politeness, clearing space for Ellison. However, Ellison remained unperturbed and sternly said, all of you, go to the accounting office now and collect your last payment. Don't come back. Initially, Martin and his gang grinned, thinking Ellison was giving them a day off. Realizing the truth from his second sentence, they scrambled up in panic. They couldn't leave. Earning 30 coins a day was unimaginable before. Peter, what do you mean? We followed the prince's orders to mine here. Why chase us away? Others joined in, unwilling to lose this precious job. Haha, Ellison coldly laughed. By order of the prince, you are all dismissed. While the prince forbids the overseers from mistreating you, his kindness isn't an excuse for your laziness. The prince decrees, anyone found slacking off or inciting others to stop working will be immediately dismissed. There are plenty of workers willing to replace you in Wolf Mountain. Turning to the overseers, Ellison added, enforce this rule strictly. With this order, the overseers stood firm. Handling slackers demanded strong measures. Ellison left without further ado. How could this happen? The previously smug Martin and company now sat paralyzed with terror. Brother Dylan, what do we do now? The prince seems set on kicking us out, cried the surrounding workers. Since Martin had been the instigator, they naturally turned to him for answers. But even Martin was stunned. Why did I think the prince would be so heartless? This is it, we're done, Martin muttered, hopelessly slumping on the ground. It's all your fault. He got us into this mess, I'll get him. Those once fawning followers lashed out, blaming and beating Martin. Without his manipulation, they wouldn't be in this situation. Not only had they lost their jobs, but all related benefits too. This is all because of you. They screamed, venting their frustrations violently. You dare hit me? Who do you think you are? Retaliating, Martin fought back fiercely. The diligent workers, previously mocked, laughed derisively. Such consequences were just deserts. Who thought they could idle all day and still earn 30 coins? As foolish as it gets. Once the brawl still gathered around, eager to learn what was being announced. As usual, officials stood by to explain the contents to ensure everyone understood. Is this real? Our land tax for the entire year can be exempted? And in case of natural disasters, the county office will cover our losses. The most critical part is that there's a harvest award every quarter. If we produce over 120 pounds per acre, we can get 2 ounces of silver. Is this true? Randy wouldn't deceive us, would he? The crowd around the notice couldn't hide their astonishment upon hearing the content. To them, 2 ounces of silver was undoubtedly a huge sum. Moreover, the exemption of the entire year's land tax meant all their crops would be theirs to keep. How could they not be tempted? Though achieving 120 pounds per acre was challenging, it wasn't impossible. Furthermore, if they got the harvest bonus and combined it with the miner's daily wage of 30 coins, they were well on their way to becoming wealthy and enjoying a comfortable life. Randy has never deceived you. It starts today. Go back and work hard on your farms. Without hesitation, after receiving confirmation from the county officials, everyone rushed home. In reality, the people weren't unwilling to farm. They just felt it was pointless. Most who stayed at home were women, children, or the Dylanly and infirm. Although they could still work the fields, their efficiency couldn't compare to before. Added to that, frequent natural disasters in Nanua made it risky to invest so much effort only to end up with nothing. With the main breadwinners now busy with eradicating bandits. Unfortunately, these bandits were extremely cunning, making short-term eradication nearly impossible. Nanua had too many bandits who would quickly go into hiding at the slightest sign of trouble, making them very hard to find. What do your family members mean to you? Your Dylan brother has been missing for several days, are you aware of this? Old Ambria scolded Burl from her seat. Beside her, Elisa burst into tears. What? Burl's eyes widened as he understood why his mother called him back in such haste. Burl, do you know Rufus was severely injured by bandits? And Jeffrey has been missing for days. With such major events happening at home, you didn't care at all. If you still consider me your mother, lead people to Qingfu County and search for Jeffrey immediately. If anything happens to Jeffrey, I won't live either. Old Ambria was so agitated that she started coughing violently. Though Burl held a prominent position as a military officer, he was too straightforward and rigid in thinking, lacking flexibility. His monthly salary, according to Old Ambria, was far from sufficient. Had it not been for Ferguson's intelligence and success in earning substantial wealth, they might still be suffering in Qingfu County, unable to enjoy the luxuries they have now. Besides, Douglas was the only grandson, causing Old Ambria to favor Ferguson's family even more. Seeing his mother cough uncontrollably or hesitate for a moment, after kowtowing to Lydia, he hurriedly left. Burl was generally aware of the current situation in Qingfu County. He knew that the Preston had temporarily stayed here, punishing a large number of officials and wiping out the Wolf Den bandits outside the city. Coincidentally, the governor ordered him to meet the prince in Qingfu County, so he could also visit his daughter along the way. If it weren't for being busy with anti-bandit operations, often working day and night without returning, he wouldn't have entrusted his precious daughter to be raised by his eldest brother's family. Alicia didn't want to return to Nanua City. She only wanted to stay at the ancestral home in Qingfu County. In Burl's view, this was clearly because his daughter was angry with him. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to balance. Burl harbored deep hatred for those mountain bandits. He couldn't face the people of Nanua if he didn't eliminate them all. Therefore, he could only temporarily entrust his daughter to his Dylan brother's care. What puzzled him was that with the Preston's army in Qingfu County and the Wolf Den already wiped out, why would his eldest brother disappear? And how did Douglas get seriously injured by the bandits? Carrying all these questions, Burl immediately set off for Qingfu County. 3 days later, Burl led a team of men into Qingfu County. Firstly, as a military advisor from Nanua and a native of Qingfu County, Burl was very clear that his hometown was one of the poorest places in Nanua. Moreover, the county officials were incompetent. Burl had repeatedly advised Governor Joab to address the problems in Qingfu County but received no response. Out of desperation, he had no choice but to give up temporarily. It never occurred to him that after the arrival of the Preston, those officials were immediately dealt with. This made Burl quite favorable towards the king, who seemed different from the rumors of being an incompetent wastrel. Upon arriving in Qingfu County today, he discovered significant changes. Previously dilapidated houses and bumpy streets were now mostly repaired. Stranger still, there were no able-bodied youths on the streets, and pedestrians were extremely scarce, which was quite different from Burl's memories. Could all of this be the work of the prince? Thinking about this, Burl became increasingly curious about Bertie Jarrett. However, before anything else, he needed to visit the ancestral home and see his beloved daughter. As for finding Arthur Ferguson, Burl wasn't in a hurry. Given the current situation in Qingfu County, as long as his brother hadn't left, he would be fine. Besides, Burl had no leads yet and needed to investigate further. Yet, upon arriving at the Aaron family ancestral home, he found it completely empty. There wasn't even a sign of Alicia or anyone else. What shocked him most was the dilapidated state of the ancestral home, which was far from the completely renovated condition his brother and sister-in-law had described. Could it be that Qingsheng doesn't live here at all? But that doesn't make sense. Why would my brother and sister-in-law lie to me? Even if they lied, Mom wouldn't lie to me. The more he thought about it, the more things didn't add up. He instructed his men to remain at the ancestral home while he headed to the neighboring homes. You're Burl. You really are Burl. Heavens, you've grown so much. I heard you're now a high-ranking official. The Aaron family must be blessed indeed. This is truly remarkable. Speaking was indolently white-haired grandmother, once a close friend of his mother and an old neighbor who surely knew Alicia's whereabouts. Auntie, do you know where Qingsheng went? Burl anxiously asked. Hearing this, the grandmother's expression changed, her brows furrowing. She looked like she knew something but hesitated to speak. Auntie, please don't worry. If you know something, you can tell me. Realizing something was amiss, Burl quickly reassured her. After a brief contemplation, the grandmother whispered some words in Burl's ear. Burl's expression shifted from disbelief to anger, immense anger. He never imagined that his daughter had been treated so cruelly by his brother's family. To prevent his brother's family from mistreating Alicia, he had given almost all his salary to them each month. Alicia staying at the ancestral home and refusing to return to Nanyue City made him naively think she was angry with him. But the truth was that they deliberately abandoned her there. Poor Qingsheng, unable to afford food, could only eat discarded vegetable leaves. The grandmother's family wasn't well off either and couldn't support her continuously. Thinking of this, Burl clenched his fists tightly, revealing a fierce look in his eyes. That's all I know. Poor Qingsheng has suffered greatly. Burl, you should be ashamed of yourself for not fulfilling your responsibilities as a father. As for where Qingsheng went, I'm not sure. The grandmother paused, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, the prince visited here some time ago. Could it be that he took Qingsheng away? If so, then you needn't worry. The prince is benevolent and loves his people. He must have taken her because he felt sorry for her. Burl bowed respectfully to the grandmother and hurriedly left, heading toward the county office. Driven by guilt and the desire to uncover the truth, he had to find Qingsheng. Elsewhere, in the courtyard of the county office, Jared was enjoying the dishes prepared by Alicia as usual. The current situation in Qingfu County matched his expectations, except that the grain reserves were nearly depleted. However, Jared was not worried. Knowing Hutch, he expected him to return within a day or two. At this moment, a guard rushed in. Your Highness Burl, the military advisor of Nanyue, requests an audience. It's gay. Standing beside Jared, Alicia first felt overwhelming excitement when she heard her father's view. Alicia clung to her father, sobbing uncontrollably. All the pent-up pain and loneliness poured out. Burl held her tightly, vowing to protect her from now on. Jared watched the reunion quietly, feeling a mix of satisfaction and compassion. Seeing Burl's sincere remorse, he decided to allow this moment to pass. After a few moments, Jared spoke gently. Military advisor Aaron, take some time with your daughter. You owe her many apologies and explanations. Burl nodded gratefully, his determination firm. Thank you, Your Highness. I will make it up to her. Jared smiled softly, understanding the depth of a father's regret. Go ahead. We'll talk later. Burl and Alicia left together, ready to rebuild their bond and address the injustices of the past. Chapter 49. The Southview Censor, vacillating between two choices. Without any hesitation, Jared walked straight toward the county government hall. Ingrid hurried after him, eager to see her father. But Jared stopped her abruptly. Ricky, I know you want to reunite with your father, but now isn't the best time. You're not allowed to follow in without my permission. Though Ingrid did not understand why the prince did this, she nodded obediently. At the same time, inside the county government hall, Burl paced back and forth anxiously, waiting for the prince. After a long wait, he finally saw Jared slowly emerge from one side but didn't spot Ingrid. In his mind, since the prince had taken Ingrid away to Qingfu County for investigation, this was sent by the Southview censor Joab, who reported Jared's actions to the court, hoping to use this opportunity to have Jared recalled and thus regain control over Southview. But given Jared's exalted status, he worried it might backfire and anger Birdie Jared. In that case, his fate would be just like County Magistrate Curtis. Therefore, he informed the court while feigning innocence and notified Jared, managing to keep both sides satisfied without offending either. However, he underestimated Jared. Upon seeing the content, Jared almost grasped Joab's intentions. What kind of official could vacillate so indecisively between two choices? Moreover, if Joab were truly capable, how could Southview be so impoverished? How could it have fostered corrupt officials like Curtis? Southview censor Joab had become Jared's next target. Now wasn't the right time yet, but Jared wasn't in a rush. After reading the letter, Jared tossed it aside coldly. Go back and tell Joab that this prince appreciates his kindness. Understood. Burl bowed his head respectfully. He had no clue what the letter contained. Being busy suppressing bandits lately, he hadn't kept track of events in Qingfu County. Why the prince needed to thank Joab wasn't his business. Right now, Ingrid's whereabouts were crucial for Burl. Birdie, Your Highness, actually this subordinate has one more request. Could you tell this subordinate where her daughter, Ingrid, is? Jared wasn't surprised. He sneered, so Captain Aaron still remembers having a daughter. I thought Captain Aaron had long forgotten her. Hearing this, Burl instantly realized Ingrid must be with the prince. Your Highness, this subordinate has only one daughter. How could I possibly forget her? Please let me see Qingsheng. Humph. Now you come to me, pretending to be a loving father. A bit late, isn't it? Jared continued irritably. Did you know that if this prince hadn't chanced upon her, your daughter would probably be dead? How could you protect the people of Southview when you can't even take care of your own daughter? This prince is greatly disappointed in you. What? Burl's eyes widened in shock. This subordinate had no idea. Had I known this would happen, I would never have acted this way. Burl was no fool. For the prince to be so enraged, something serious must have happened to Ingrid. Recalling the neighbor's words earlier, he began suspecting Douglas and Ferguson's true motives for coming to Qingfu County. What ignorance! Jared scoffed coldly, glaring at Burl. Since you claim ignorance, let me tell you clearly. Without holding back, Jared recounted all he knew about Ingrid's situation. Despite his high status in Southview, Ingrid had barely survived and enjoyed none of its benefits. Burl's response was merely, I didn't know? Jared found it deeply frustrating dealing with such an irresponsible father. How could this be? Learning everything, Burl's eyes became vacant, and his legs gave way, collapsing onto the ground. Initially, he believed Ferguson's family mistreated Ingrid but failed in their duty to care for her. He never imagined they not only neglected her, but also tried to kill his only daughter. The more he thought, the angrier he became, but his anger was overshadowed by deep self-blame. Only then did Burl understand why the prince was so cold towards him. All of this was his own fault. Your Highness's great grace, this subordinate shall never forget. But please allow me to meet Qinsheng. Afterward, regardless of whatever punishment you impose on me, I have no complaints. All Burl wanted was to apologize to Ingrid face to face. Kneeling before Jared, he wept and repeatedly kowtowed. If Jared hadn't arrived in time, Ingrid would likely be dead by now. To Burl, Jared had indeed saved her life. However, Jared ignored Burl completely and turned to walk out, leaving Burl still kneeling in the county government hall alone. Chapter 50. If he wants to kneel, let him kneel until he's had enough. Your Highness, can I go in now? Daddy is still kneeling. Seeing Jared come out, Alicia, who had been hiding nearby, hurriedly approached. Alicia's thoughts were very simple. In her heart, Burl was not an irresponsible person, and she even admired him immensely. She believed that Burl was the best father in the world, but he couldn't take care of her because of his busy official duties. Watching Burl cry so sadly, Alicia felt very uncomfortable. However, due to Jared's order, she didn't dare enter and could only obediently hide aside. No, Jared said coldly, if you go in now, won't you be letting him off easily? Ricky, I know you don't hate your father, but he has indeed been somewhat irresponsible. I must give him a lesson. If he wants to kneel, let him kneel until he's had enough. Jared gave Alicia no chance to object and led her away by the hand. Just as Jared expected, Burl continued kneeling in the hall of the county yamen. He would not leave until he saw Alicia. Unconsciously, the sky gradually grew dark. Ellison slowly emerged from the side and bowed to Burl. Sir Aaron, it's getting late. You should return home early. No, I won't leave. Burl responded expressionlessly. As a 7th-rank martial artist with an exceptionally strong physique, kneeling for a whole day was no big deal. Sighing, Ellison walked away helplessly. The next day, Burl was still kneeling in the county yamen hall, having neither slept nor drunk a single drop of water. His face remained unchanged despite the stress after staying with Jared for some time. Otherwise, her situation would have been worse. Tears of remorse streamed down Burl's face. Although he longed to embrace his daughter, he held back out of guilt and self-blame. The prince was right. He was unworthy to be a father. However, before Burl could decide, Alicia rushed forward and tightly hugged him. Her father was still handsome and strong, albeit visibly older with streaks of white hair. Memories of their happy childhood flooded both of their minds as they embraced and wept together, making for a deeply touching scene. After a while, Burl knelt again before Jared. Thank you for your great kindness, Your Highness. There were rumors that Jared was the most reckless nobleman in the land, ruthless and capable of anything. But today, Burl's view of Jared had changed. Not only did Jared save his daughter, but he also transformed the poorest Qingfu County dramatically within such a short period. Such an able prince coming to Nanhua was undoubtedly a blessing for all. Captain Aaron, I'm sure you've heard of my private mining operations. I won't deny it, it's true. What do you think of it? Though Burl was irresponsible as a father, there was no denying he was a rare good official in Nanhua. He would risk everything to eradicate bandits. A talent like this, Jared couldn't afford to lose. Misjudge you. Since that's the case, I have a task for you. Are you willing? Chapter 51. Who allowed you to be so insolent before this birdie? The prince may speak. Your subordinate will accomplish it even if it costs my life. Whether out of admiration for Jared or in gratitude for saving his daughter, Burl would never let Jared down. No need to lay down your life. This prince just needs you to help find some people. Burl was puzzled, his brow furrowed. Please be direct, Your Highness. Since you approve of this prince's iron mining project, you must understand that once the iron ore is mined, it must be smelted and then forged into iron tools. These tools will need to be sold. This prince wants you to contact all merchants in Nanhua and gather them in Qingfu County in 7 days. I intend to hold a business recruitment conference. Currently, Jared possessed a batch of high-quality iron tools, all improved farming implements he had ordered to be forged. They were well received by the common folk, being far more efficient than previous tools. Besides, there were also a series of daily use iron items like pots and pans, all crafted according to Jared's modern ideas. Given the quality of the goods was assured, only one issue remained, selling them successfully. Jared was not adept at sales, nor did he wish to handle it personally. The simplest method was to convene all non-US merchants under his title as Birdie of Nanhua. With their unique insight, they would surely recognize the value of these farming tools and iron products. Turning them into distributors to sell on behalf of Jared was the wisest choice. Moreover, collecting payment upfront ensured no financial worries. Hearing this, Burl was initially stunned but quickly responded. He looked respectfully at Jared. Your Highness, rest assured, your subordinate will see to it. After Jared's explanation, Burl grasped the general idea. For him, it wasn't complicated. Convening these merchants in Jared's name, who would dare refuse? However, before leaving, Burl had one more question. Your Highness, is Ferguson still in the county jail? Jared replied indifferently. This prince doesn't have enough surplus grain to feed idlers. That fellow has been sent to Wolf Mountain to mine. Jared didn't care whether Ferguson lived or died. Committing murder under his watch warranted the death penalty. Allowing him to die mining was already leniency. Your subordinate understands. May I visit Wolf Mountain? Burl's purpose was not to rescue him, but to confront his Dylan brother. Fine. But securing the merchant's participation and delivering Bertie Governor Joab's message are crucial. Your subordinate will not fail. Finishing, Burl bowed respectfully and prepared to leave with Ingrid. She was happy to stay by her father's side. But then, Jared called out, "Hold on. Though you are an upright official admired by this prince, you are still an unfit father. Moreover, Ricky is now this prince's responsibility. You have no right to take her away." Burl blushed awkwardly upon hearing this. He knew Jared called his daughter Ricky, but when had she become his? "Your Highness, Before Ingrid could speak, Jared interrupted. "Have you forgotten your promise to repay me?" Not at all. How could Ricky forget your Highness's kindness?" Reluctantly, she released her father's hand and obediently moved beside Jared. Seeing Burl's pained expression, Jared smiled gently. "Military advisor Aaron, don't worry. Leaving Ricky by my side ensures her safety. With your military duties mostly keeping you in the barracks, do you think it's appropriate for her to follow you?" Understanding finally dawned on Burl, and he bowed deeply. "Thank you, your Highness." Indeed, Ingrid was safest by the prince's side. Wanting to see her later wouldn't be difficult. He left without further thought. "Ricky, this prince is hungry. Prepare a meal for me." "Yes, Ricky will go right away." Ingrid's spirits lifted after reuniting with her father, skipping off happily. Just as Jared was about to rest, a familiar figure rushed in excitedly. "Your Highness, I'm back." Hutch ran up eagerly, followed by the grain store owner Isaiah, whom Jared had previously captured. Now, Isaiah seemed confident rather than desperate. Sooner than expected. Judging by your expressions, the mission is complete." Isaiah hurried to speak. "Your Highness, I've completed the task you assigned. 10,000 taels of silver purchased 2 million pounds of rice, now being delivered to Qingfu County Granary." Saying this, Isaiah stood proudly, expecting praise from Jared. However, Jared's expression was cold. "Kneel. Who allowed you to be so insolent before this prince?" Startled, Isaiah fell to his knees with a thud. "Your Highness, spare me. Didn't you promise to spare me if I completed the task? You can't go back on your word." Terrified, Isaiah trembled while kowtowing. This prince does not break promises. Since you've completed the task, this prince will spare your life. However, you'll serve 1 month mining at Wolf Mountain. If you behave well, you'll be spared." Immediately, several guards came forward, ignoring Isaiah's cries as they dragged him away. Chapter 52. Sent to Devil Wolf Mountain for discipline. "Your Highness, although this man is quite detestable, he has ultimately completed the task. And on this trip, without his assistance, it would have been virtually impossible to bring back 2 million caddies of rice at such a low price. If we make him mine day and night, I'm worried he might die from exhaustion," Hutch said. Watching Isaiah being dragged out, his expression filled with concern. Over these past half-month, Hutch found that Isaiah was indeed very capable. It would be a pity if he died now. "Old Arau, rest assured, everything is under control." Jared smiled gently. "Tell the overseers to be a little lenient with Isaiah. We mustn't really exhaust him. In 1 month, he needs to be returned to me unharmed. In the future, if we want to buy rice at low prices, we will still rely on him." Actually, after seeing Isaiah complete the mission successfully, Jared didn't intend to punish him anymore. However, Isaiah's overly arrogant personality made Jared reconsider. The moment Isaiah saw Jared, he acted as if he were above everyone else. For such a person, a stern warning was necessary to ensure his full cooperation. "I understand." Hutch nodded, recalling Isaiah's smug expression earlier. He indeed deserved punishment. "That's all. You've worked hard these past few days. Take some rest." With that, Jared turned around and left the county hall, heading towards the backyard. As for the warning from the Nanhua censor about the imperial investigators coming to Qingfu County soon, Jared wasn't concerned at all. Since he dared to act, he had nothing to fear from their investigation. Corbin of Zhou was an enlightened ruler who, upon understanding Jared's true intentions, wouldn't penalize him. Everything was within Jared's control. Meanwhile, on Devil Wolf Mountain outside Qingfu County, a Weston wearing leg irons swung a hoe weakly, his eyes filled with despair. This was Ferguson, who had been brought here to mine day and night. When he first arrived, Ferguson resisted fiercely, threatening the overseers, claiming to be the Dylan brother of Burl, the military advisor of Nanhua, but no one cared. They all followed the orders of the prince, and a minor military advisor meant nothing. Seeing his threats ineffective, Ferguson used the laws of the great Zhou dynasty to threaten them, saying he would report everything to the emperor. Clearly, this also had no effect. With no means of escape, how could he file a complaint? This period of torture left Ferguson utterly hopeless. His once wealthy appearance had vanished, and he was emaciated, indistinguishable from the beggars on the streets of Qingfu County. If this continued, Ferguson would die a miserable death like others who perished from exhaustion. The thought sent shivers down Ferguson's spine, deepening his fear and despair. Just then, someone he knew well appeared. It was his beloved younger brother, Burl. With the prince's permission, Burl could enter and exit freely. Under the escort of guards, he arrived at the prison management area. Ordinary civilians mining here not only received good pay but also enjoying Burl's words. Ferguson understood everything. Burl knew the whole story now. Panic and fear engulfed Ferguson. "I was wrong, completely wrong. I was possessed by demons. Besides, Mother allowed me to do this. I really know my mistakes. Brother, if you can save me, I'll serve you as your ox or horse." Ferguson begged desperately, hoping to move Burl. Only his brother could save him now. To survive, he ignored his pride, begging for mercy. However, Burl's face remained cold. Although Ferguson didn't explicitly explain his actions, he indirectly admitted everything. Showing mercy now would be unfair to Alicia. "You deserve death." Leaving those words behind, Burl turned and walked away without looking back. "No. You can't just walk away. If I die, how will you face Mother? How will you face our father?" Ferguson shouted in anger as Burl left resolutely. But it was meaningless. Just as he tried to chase Burl, a group of guards blocked his path. Moments later, Ferguson's screams echoed through the mountain, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 53. The official sent by the imperial court. The following 2 days, Qingfu County was peaceful and harmonious. The once decrepit houses had all been repaired. Compared to when Jared first arrived, there were earth-shattering changes. At this moment, a Weston with a mustache, corpulent figure, and opulent attire slowly entered Qingfu County. Behind him followed 4 or 5 attendants who vigilantly observed their surroundings. In addition, another distinguished-looking Weston walked beside the mustachioed man. They had come to Qingfu County together. Seeing that the streets were eerily quiet and devoid of people, both men frowned simultaneously. What's going on? There's not a single person in the streets in broad daylight? The man with the mustache, Dane, was none other than the director of the Department of Ceremonial, who had led a group of officials to lodge complaints against Jared before. Upon witnessing the unusual emptiness of the street, Dane's brow furrowed, and he coldly remarked, "Surely, they haven't all been taken away by the birdie to work as forced laborers?" The purpose of their visit to Qingfu County was to thoroughly investigate whether Jared had committed any misdeeds in Nanyue. Currently, seeing not a single commoner on the street, Dane was convinced that they had all been captured by the reckless young nobleman, Jared. You can eat anything randomly, but you cannot speak recklessly. On what basis does Lord Su claim that everyone has been seized by the birdie without any evidence? The Weston beside Dane was Biff, the commander of the Jinwu Iliatard. Brett, seniors or women. Not a single able-bodied youth was visible. Mining was extremely strenuous. Dillenly, frail women certainly couldn't participate. Without authorization from the court, how could the commoners dare to mine privately? Clearly, they must have been forcibly taken by Jared. Dane remembered everything vividly and planned to report these actions back in the capital, impeaching the birdie of Nanyue for forcing labor and abusing the people. But Dane believed it was not enough. He wanted to uncover more crimes of Jared. Ideally, he wished the emperor would execute Jared this time. Removing the Queen Mother's clan entirely would secure the second birdie's position as heir apparent. Then, all supporters of the second birdie would rise to power. Thinking of this, Dane couldn't help but smirk, imagining that day already. Facing Dane's accusations, Biff didn't know how to respond, looking very serious. Seeing no able-bodied youths in broad daylight seemed too strange. Where did everyone go? Over the next few hours, Dane and Biff wandered through the streets of Qingfu County multiple times. They confirmed that no able-bodied youths were present. Every strong man had mysteriously disappeared. Even Biff began to suspect if they were indeed forced into mountain mining. If so, Jared would be in huge trouble. Haha. Seeing Biff's grave expression, Dane felt increasingly excited. Even the commander of the Jinwu Iliatard, who intended to shield Jared, was speechless. This time, even gods couldn't save Jared. The birdie should be in the county office. Let's go together and ask him directly. Biff revered Yush greatly and refused to believe that the son of the Grand Marshal could be such a despicable person. Commander Abdul. Dane protested immediately. Don't forget, Cliff ordered us to conduct a covert investigation. If we go directly to the county office, can it still be called covert? Don't you find the situation in Qingfu County too bizarre? Biff retorted irritably. So many able-bodied youths. Could the birdie really have taken them all? I don't believe it. There must be some hidden reason. If you don't believe it, that's your problem. You can go to the county office on your own if you want. I trust what I see with my own eyes. Dane wanted the matter to escalate, planning to add details to his report against Jared later. He knew well that Biff was sent by the Emperor to shield Jared. From now on, let's conduct our investigation separately. With that cold remark, Dane left with his attendants, hoping to gather more incriminating information about Jared without Biff interfering. Humph. Watching Dane depart, Biff snorted and walked toward the county office. No matter what, he had to meet Jared and question him face to face. Moments later, he arrived at the county office. The guards outside were former imperial guards from the capital, many from the Jinwu Iliatard. They were shocked to see Biff suddenly appear. They all knelt down in front of him. General Abdul. They had heard from the birdie that the court would send someone, but they never expected it would be the commander of the Jinwu Iliatard personally. No need for formalities. Is the birdie inside the county office? Biff nodded slightly, his expression heavy. Yes, General Abdul. The birdie is here. Please wait a moment while I inform him, replied the guard, rushing inside without delay. Chapter 54. I will bear all the blame. At this moment, Jared, having eaten and drank to his heart's content, sat leisurely in his chair, enjoying Alicia's massage. With his father's approval now secured, Alicia could remain by Jared's side without any worries, serving him diligently. Currently, her sole thought was to take good care of Jared, ensuring that the birdie could eat well and drink well at every meal. Brett and Hutch also managed to join in for a meal. It had to be said, Alicia's culinary skills were truly exceptional, not inferior to those of the imperial chefs. It seemed that any ingredients, even the most ordinary ones, would transform into a feast under her hands. Right at this moment, a guard rushed in breathlessly. Your Highness, General Biff requests an audience. What? Upon hearing these words, Brett and Hutch, who were standing beside Jared, grave this offenses? Countless officials have jointly impeached you. The Tobias is furious. Seeing Jared, Biff couldn't help but recall the once mighty Marshal Jiang. What a hero he had been, admired by countless generals. How could the son of such a hero commit such acts of rebellion? Biff truly didn't believe it. He expected Jared to panic and start explaining earnestly. But unexpectedly, Jared remained exceptionally calm, a faint smile even appearing at the corners of his mouth. Uncle Abdul, what you say is true. I did mine and smelt iron privately, casting a large quantity of iron implements. As soon as the words were spoken, Biff erupted in fury, angrily slamming the table. Nonsense. How could you do this? Jared, do you feel no shame towards the spirit of great Marshal Jiang? And you too. Biff's anger turned toward Brett and Hutch. The Tobias sent you to protect His Highness and to advise and restrain him in critical moments. Why didn't you stop him? At this moment, Biff was extremely angry. How could the descendants of the once mighty Yush, protector of the Daizhou dynasty, behave so recklessly? No wonder there were no young men to be seen in Qingfu County. They must have all been seized by this scoundrel Jared. General Abdul, the truth isn't as you imagine, Brett and Hutch hurriedly interjected. Don't try to argue. Once I return to the capital, I will report everything to the Tobias in detail. Humph. Generals were typically straightforward and quick-tempered. Biff wouldn't listen to anyone and turned to leave in anger. Uncle Abdul, if you think I'm guilty like those others, then go ahead and report me to the Tobias. Everything I did was to save the people of Nanyue. My conscience is clear. Jared did not try to stop Biff's departure. He had already anticipated that Biff would become enraged. All was as Jared expected. Biff was the best person to inform the Tobias of Jared's true intentions. No one else was reliable enough. Jared was confident that once the Tobias learned of his true motives, there would be no punishment. Waiting for Jared wasn't an edict of punishment, but an official document allowing him to mine iron. What do you mean by that? For your selfish desires, you forcibly conscripted labor, exhausting the people's resources and forcing them to mine in the mountains. Is this what you call a clear conscience? Biff stopped mid-step, questioning Jared. Jared showed no surprise. Clearly, Biff had already conducted a covert investigation before coming to the county yamen. Given that no able-bodied men could be seen. Chapter 55. Touring Evil Wolf Mountain with Chancellor Su. Jared's words had a profound and intimidating effect on Biff. He was momentarily speechless, staring blankly at Jared. In that moment, he saw a glimpse of the former Jareth in Jared. Without warning, Biff knelt down with a loud thud before Jared. I have been too foolish. The birdie's actions are without fault. Although Biff wasn't fully aware of the specific situation in Nanyue, what Jared was doing was indeed for the benefit of its people. The abundant mineral resources were untouched by law-abiding citizens, but were being exploited by those wicked mountain bandits. By leading the people into the mountains to mine, Jared was providing them with a livelihood. He was willing to bear the heavy punishment himself to save the people of Nanyue. How could such a prince, who served his country and its people, be portrayed as a villainous tyrant? Uncle Abdul, please get up. Jared hurried forward to help Biff up. Your Highness, rest assured, I will report the true state of affairs in Nanyue to Cliff upon my return. But, Biff's expression turned heavy. I fear someone might exaggerate or distort the truth. There is one more official who came with me to Qingfu County. He is none other than Chancellor Dane from the Imperial Academy. Biff knew that Dane had once joined a group of officials to accuse Jared of burning down the Imperial Music Bureau, which ultimately led meaningfully at Hutch. Olderau, you know what I mean, right? Hutch hesitated briefly before catching on. Your Highness, I understand. I'll handle it. I'll make sure Chancellor Su stays comfortably in Evil Wolf Mountain. With that, Hutch rushed off. Your Highness, what do you plan to do? Biff frowned. He is a court official. Nothing must happen to him here. I know he is a high-ranking official, a third-rank Imperial Academy minister. But since he insists on investigating my crimes, he should experience it firsthand. Don't worry, Uncle Abdul. Stay here and rest for a while. With that, Jared guided the bewildered Biff towards the courtyard. Elsewhere, Chancellor Dane, accompanied by several attendants, left Qingfu County and made his way slowly towards Evil Wolf Mountain. His attendants were all skilled warriors, ensuring his safety even without Biff. To confirm Jared's guilt, he needed to visit Evil Wolf Mountain. Once he gathered enough evidence, he could return to the capital and report everything, embellished of course, to the Tobias. Ha 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 ha. Dane couldn't contain his laughter. Biff, you think you can protect Jared? Impossible. That fool thinks he can act recklessly under the Tobias's favor? Stealing minerals, smelting iron, forging weapons, forcing labor, tormenting the people, killing officials. He's doomed. Servant. I am following Bertie Jared's orders to request that Magistrate Su stay a few more days. But you are eager to leave. Are you unwilling to give Bertie Jared face? Dane had intended to berate Hutch, but after some thought, he realized he was in Nanyue territory. Jared was the Bertie of Nanyue. He could not afford to offend him and risk angering the prince. Thus, Dane suppressed his anger. The prince invited me to visit Wolf Mountain? Yes. Hutch nodded with a smile. Fine, I'll go take a look then. Dane hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Led by Hutch and other guards, Dane entered Wolf Mountain. Following the mountain path, they eventually stopped near a mine. This mine was designated for convicts to work, with particularly harsh overseers. Upon arrival, Dane witnessed the overseer mercilessly beating the workers, shocking him deeply. He saw innocent civilians being brutally treated as if they were about to be beaten to death. Never would he have expected Jared to be so brutal. He must report the situation truthfully to Cliff. Even without exaggeration, it would infuriate the Emperor and result in an edict to execute Jared. Very well, Jared. This time you're doomed. Dane's lips curled into a slight sneer. Then his expression turned cold, and he glanced disdainfully at Hutch. I've seen what I need to see. My duties are pressing. I will take my leave now. He couldn't wait to report back to the Tobias, not wanting to waste any more time. The sooner he returned to report, the sooner Jared could be punished. Hold it. Just as Dane turned to leave, the guards once again surrounded him. The prince ordered that Magistrate Su stays longer. Why the rush to leave? Is the prince's command not worth your respect? Hutch smiled coldly. From the moment Dane stepped into Wolf Mountain, there was no easy escape. Outrageous. If I wish to leave, who dares stop me? Clear the way, or else don't blame me for being rude. Dane wasn't foolish. He immediately sensed that Jared never intended to let him go. Filled with rage, he shouted loudly, and his attendants moved to protect him. You all saw, didn't you? Magistrate Su disobeys the prince's order, disrespects and even attempts violence against us. What should we do in this situation? Hutch's guards shouted, we should subdue him immediately. Good, let's do it. Immediately, the guards acted, quickly overpowering Dane's subordinates. Terrified by the scene, Dane's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. What are you doing? The prince has ordered that since Magistrate Su is here on Cliff's investigation, we must fully cooperate. Please investigate thoroughly while staying here at Wolf Mountain. With that, smartly, Birdie, rest assured, I understand. Seated nearby, Biff finally grasped what Jared meant and began to pity Dane. How unlucky, choosing to provoke Jared. Simultaneously, he formed a new impression of Jared. Originally, everyone, including Biff, considered Jared a useless wastrel. In the capital, Jared indeed behaved that way, hence earning the title of top debaucher. But now, he seemed utterly transformed, giving Biff a feeling that he couldn't quite grasp. Perhaps Jared had always been acting the part of a wastrel. After all, he was the son of Justino. Could he truly be just a gambler and drinker? Invited by Jared, Biff stayed in Qingfu County these few days without rushing to leave. Meanwhile, in Nanyu City, at the censorate office, Minister Era, I have delivered the letter to the prince. The prince specifically asked me to thank Brother Era. Burl promptly reported back to the censorate office after returning to Nanyu City, faithfully conveying Jared's words to Joab. Thank you, you've done well. Go rest. Joab's lips curled into a pleased smile, basking in his own cleverness. Chapter 57. Attempting to harm the birdie, an unpardonable crime. Then I will take my leave first. Burl respectfully bowed and hurriedly left. At this moment, Nanyue's chief historian Channing was something Burl naturally needed to do. However, before that, he must first go home. As soon as he stepped into the house, he saw his eldest sister-in-law Elisa rushing over in a panic. Seeing no one behind Burl and missing Ferguson's presence, she became even more terrified. Where is your Dylan brother? Where has your Dylan brother gone? Elisa anxiously asked Burl, running up to him. Supported by maidservants, Arya hurriedly walked out. Seeing Burl remain silent, she became enraged. Where is Boer? My Boer? Didn't you promise mother you'd find Boer? Are you trying to make me die of frustration? Facing accusations from Elisa and Arya, Burl remained icy cold, completely ignoring them both as he strode straight into the hall, sitting on the main seat. Mother, isn't Chinger also your granddaughter? Why did you allow elder brother to treat Chinger like this, even attempting such a heinous act? Do you really think you can deceive the world? Burl's words made Elisa and Arya tremble with fear, their faces revealing shock. Eldest sister-in-law Elisa was so frightened that she dropped to her knees, trembling violently. Initially, they didn't dare abuse Aaron Chinger too much, doing a bit of show for appearances. It was only after receiving Arya's approval that they started mistreating Aaron Chinger, even isolating her in the Qingfu County ancestral home. Arya was biased towards her, and his mother could be so cold-hearted, disregarding family ties completely. She never considered Aaron Chinger as her granddaughter. Seeing Burl's rage, Arya clearly panicked, realizing Burl now knew everything and would not allow any harm to come to Aaron Chinger. To win him over, she collapsed before Burl. All mistakes are mine. Cooling, it's my fault. I lost my mind. But Boer is innocent. Please find him. Next to her, kneeling and sobbing uncontrollably was Elisa. Ferguson attempted to harm the birdie, a heinous crime. Now, the birdie has punished him. Even a god cannot save him. After saying this, Burl resolutely walked out of the Aaron residence. What? Harm? Harm the Nanyue birdie? Upon hearing this, both Arya and Elisa fainted on the spot. How did a trip to Qingfu County turn into an attempt to harm the birdie? Witnessing everything, Burl realized that even if he wanted to save Ferguson, it was impossible. No one dared disobey the birdie's command. Besides, he had no intention of saving Ferguson, who deserved this fate. After leaving the Aaron residence, Burl didn't linger. He immediately followed the birdie's order to invite all merchants in Nanyue. Yet, the last banquet held by the birdie was fresh in everyone's memory. Though it occurred in Qingfu County, news spread far and wide, causing anxiety among merchants, landlords, and noblemen in Nanyue. In a luxurious mansion in Nanyue City, wealthy merchants gathered, all looking very anxious. Before them sat a frail-looking old man with strong vitality. These high-ranking officials respect him immensely. Mr. Chun, what do we do now? Should we go or not? The birdie has ordered it. What if we don't go? Translation ends. Note: the chapter has been translated maintaining the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural and fluent English. Character names are presented accurately using pinyin. ####Chapter 58. Banquet for all merchants of Nanyu. The merchants who came to the Chen residence were all on edge, their anxiety palpable. They feared that attending would be like walking into a trap laid by the prince, leading to their disappearance just like the merchants in Qingfu County. Yet, not going would mean openly defying the prince, which could have even more dire consequences. They had come to the Chen residence because the Chen family was the largest clan and landowner in Nanyu. During the chaotic times of the previous dynasty, the Chen family had risen in rebellion, occupying Nanyu and proclaiming themselves kings. However, with the establishment of the Dezhou dynasty, Tobias Demon of Zhou led his army to defeat all the feudal lords, including the Chen family of Nanyu, whose forces were crushed. With the city under siege, to save lives, the Chen family surrendered. I suggest you bring many gifts. Nile is notorious for being a rogue. Offending him will bring no good. Though deeply resentful, Elon knew he had to accept the reality. Nile was now the king of Nanyu. An invitation from the prince wasn't just for the merchants but also for him, and he had no choice but to comply immediately. Everyone sighed in despair. As Elon said, a royal decree left them with no choice. Attending gave them a slim chance of survival. Refusal meant certain death. Reluctantly, they left the Chun residence to prepare gifts and travel to Qingfu County. After everyone left, a Weston, who resembled Elon, emerged from the side. Gay, Governor Joab has summoned you. I know. Elon nodded slightly and left. Time passed quickly. Soon, it was the day Nile had set for the business gathering. Qingfu County was bustling with activity as Nile had ordered his guards to welcome merchants arriving from all parts of Nanyu at the city gates. Carriages arrived one after another. The invited merchants, already terrified, became even more anxious when greeted personally by the guards. With no other choice, they entered under escort, hoping their gifts would please the prince. In this way, elegantly dressed merchants, visibly nervous, entered the county office. To entertain them, Nile had prepared numerous banquet tables. Under orderly arrangements by the officials, the merchants took their seats. Not a single merchant appeared calm. All watched Nile intently, seated at the head. Nile, however, remained composed, smiling gracefully as he looked upon the gathered merchants and gentry. Feeling Nile's gaze, the merchants grew increasingly uneasy, fidgety, and uncomfortable. Their gifts, carelessly piled together, seemed to draw no interest from the prince, further heightening their fear, sweat pouring down their faces. Your Highness, may we ask why you have specifically invited us? Have we done something to anger you? A well-dressed Weston mustered the courage to stand and inquire respectfully. You needn't be so tense. I have invited you here for important matters, Nile said, lifting a cup of wine. Every merchant stood with their cups raised at once, not daring to be disrespectful. Trembling hands clutched their wine glasses, any slip potentially disastrous. Smiling at this, Nile understood how much the prior events had frightened these merchants. They were too afraid to even drink. Relax everyone. I can't eat you. Eat and drink without restraint. There's no need to be formal with me. He finished his drink in one gulp. Everyone followed suit, though nervously sitting back down, avoiding eye contact. From start to finish, I've only dealt with law-breaking merchants. Are you implying you are among them? Nile asked, causing numerous guards to enter. Panic-stricken, the merchants knelt en masse before him. Spare our lives, Your Highness. We are law-abiding merchants, never daring to break the law. Please see clearly. Merchants cried and bowed repeatedly, fearing arrest like the others in Qingfu County. However, the guards were not there to capture them. On Nile's orders, they brought out finely forged iron goods, setting them before the merchants. Startled, the merchants couldn't believe what they saw. What was happening? Was the prince not planning to arrest them? Chapter 59. The Business Recruitment Conference. I've already said that I invited you here to discuss something important. Everyone, please rise and take your seats. Upon hearing this, the merchants present all displayed surprised expressions, looking at each other in bewilderment. Though they were uncertain what exactly the prince intended, it seemed like he wasn't setting a treacherous banquet for them. After hesitating for a moment, they finally sat back down. These iron goods before you are for your inspection. After saying this, the prince began drinking his wine leisurely. Alicia stood by Jared's side, tirelessly pouring wine and serving him. All the dishes at today's banquet were prepared by Alicia, perfectly to Jared's taste. The merchants then carefully examined the iron goods laid out before them. These merchants invited by Jared were all influential figures in Nanua with Highness. Did you summon us here intending for us to sell these iron items? Oh, how smart you are. Jared laughed loudly. Yes, indeed. This is precisely why I invited you here. Let me be straightforward. I need you to help sell these items. You're all leading businessmen in Nanua. There should be no issue selling these goods, right? Hearing this, the people present first stared in surprise, then their eyes lit up with excitement. No problem at all. Your Highness is truly brilliant. These items are so finely crafted and of superior quality, there will be no trouble selling them. But soon they realized an issue. The Great Zhou dynasty strictly prohibited private mining, and they knew that the prince had been mining in Wolf Mountain without imperial approval. Seeing these iron items, they instantly realized that the prince had used the iron ore from Wolf Mountain to craft these goods, making them all illegal. Participating in selling them would mean violating the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty. With this thought, their excited expressions vanished, replaced by fear. Many fainted-hearted merchants knelt on the ground in terror. Your Highness, please spare our lives. These items are excellent, but mining iron without permission and forging these items. If we participate in selling them, we risk beheading. Please spare us. Looking at the frightened merchants, Jared wasn't surprised. It was within his expectations. Given that these items were technically illegal, it was normal for them to be scared. Jared spoke calmly. Since I want you to sell these items, do you think I'd let anything happen to you? The Imperial Court has agreed to allow my mining operations, and I'll receive the official document soon. Rest assured. Should any issues arise during this period, I will take full responsibility. These words brought silence over the room. If these items had no value or were hard to sell, they wouldn't dare take the risk. But the reality was that these items were extremely valuable. Facing a clear opportunity to make money, how could they not seize it? Moreover, agreeing now would be like clinging to the powerful South Uberti, ensuring smoother sailing in the future. The merchants whispered amongst themselves. Jared wasn't in a rush, calmly eating and drinking without hindering business talks. Moments later, the clever merchant who had spoken earlier stood up again. Your Highness, are you sure you're not deceiving us? If I wanted to deceive you, would I go through such trouble? I can easily force your compliance. Jared's eyes flickered with a hint of menace. His meaning was clear. If he wanted to force them, they wouldn't be sitting here discussing. We are willing to sell. Without hesitation, upon receiving confirmation from Jared, everyone stood up and toasted to him. If the Imperial Court really sought accountability, Jared would surely be targeted first. At that point, they could always claim that they were coerced. Very good. Jared nodded approvingly, waving to Brett beside him. Brett promptly produced multiple documents, placing them on each merchant's table. Since you're willing to sell these iron goods for me, please review the documents before you. Each document bears my royal seal. Just sign it, and the contract will take effect immediately. From this moment on, you are officially my distributors. Chapter 60. What does it mean to say no coercion while reaching for a knife? Dealers. Upon hearing this, every merchant present displayed a look of surprise and began to carefully examine the contents of the contract. The content was not complicated. Simply put, after signing the contract, Jared would grant them the right to sell these iron goods. Whether in Nanua or any other place within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, they could sell freely. However, the sale price must strictly adhere to the standards outlined in the contract. They were forbidden from raising prices or engaging in predatory pricing practices. The pricing standards set in the contract were not arbitrarily determined by Jared, but had been meticulously thought out. These prices allowed ordinary citizens to afford them while ensuring sufficient profit for the merchants. Anyone who dared violate any term of the contract would not be changed. If any of you do not wish to work with me, you are free not to sign. I will not force you. How could Jared not understand what these merchants were thinking? They only wanted to maximize their profits. However, he would never give in. He had already treated them generously. Not signing would be an insult to Jared. Just as he spoke, the guards present instinctively touched their knives. This action did not escape the notice of the merchants. Saying one thing while reaching for a knife, it was clearly a threat. Without hesitation, the merchants immediately gathered to discuss vigorously. Brother, should we sign? It's clear. If we don't sign now, we won't be able to leave easily. But the profit is too low. After deducting costs and various fees, each item might only yield around 10% profit. Should we suggest that His Highness increase the selling price slightly? Forget it. His Highness has already said no changes to the contract. We'll have to go with the strategy of low margin, high volume. There's another concern. Could His Highness be showing us some beautifully forged samples now, but send us lower quality goods later? No, that's unlikely. I read the contract carefully, and it clearly states that if there are defects or poor quality, we can return or exchange the goods without penalty. People in the Jiangnan region are very wealthy. If we can sell these goods there, they will surely become very popular. Yes, 10% profit is good enough. By going for high volume at a lower margin, we can still make money, albeit through hard work. Forget it. I'm not overthinking anymore. Let's start with 5,000 sets. Here goes nothing. I'm signing. Count me in. After vigorous discussion, all chose to sign the contracts. Initially, they weren't willing to take too big a risk, so none ordered a large quantity. Once they filled out the forms, Brett collected each contract and handed them over to Jared. Seeing that most of the quantities listed were only in the thousands, Jared wasn't surprised. Given that this was their first time dealing in this manner and considering the uncertainties, they hadn't dared to order too many goods, just as expected. Glancing casually at a few contracts and confirming they were completed, Jared smiled with satisfaction. Wonderful. Doing business with me will never disappoint you. This is only the beginning. Jared was not making promises without basis. It was true. Selling iron goods was merely the first step in his plan. He had more valuable things lined up. Jared even considered building a vast commercial empire. Of course, this was just a concept for now. The most important task at hand was developing donghua. Alright everyone. Contract signed. No need to be tense. Let's continue the music and feast. Relieved, the merchants now dared to indulge in drinking and eating heartily. The banquet continued from day into night. Everyone was thoroughly drunk, eventually leaving under the support of servants. The recruitment conference concluded successfully. Even though merchants did not order a large number of goods initially, it was enough for Jared to recoup capital. There would be no cash flow issues, allowing current affairs to develop smoothly. Your Highness, your tolerance for alcohol is truly remarkable. Not affected at all? Alicia had been serving Jared all day. Despite him drinking continuously, he remained unaffected. A fact that astounded her. That's natural. I am immune to 1,000 cups. In reality, the wine commonly consumed in the Great Zhou dynasty was typically grain-based with limited brewing techniques and lower alcohol content. Being a modern man accustomed to drinking in bulk, Jared found this rice wine almost harmless. He had even begun considering plans to produce higher proof liquor. At that moment, Brett and Hutch returned from seeing off the merchants. How has Director Su been in Wolf Mountain? Chapter 61. How can I, a high-ranking official, mine here? Your Highness, although that man looks frail, his physical condition isn't bad. He's been digging under intense conditions for several days now without being exhausted. He still has the strength to curse us. Hutch chuckled and replied hastily. Ever since Dane was forcibly brought to Wolf Mountain to mine, his mouth had not stopped cursing non-stop. However, it served no purpose. How could a weak scholar run away under the watchful eyes of the guards? He could only be forced to mine. Initially looking fair-skinned, he had become tanned and visibly thinner over the past few days. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Jared burst into laughter. I didn't expect the pampered official Dane to actually be quite suitable for mining. I suppose I have also helped him lose some weight. Your Highness, should we continue tormenting him? Hutch's expression changed. I'm worried that if it goes on for too long, he might not be able to endure it. Forget it. Enough is enough. We can't really kill him. Jared pondered for a moment. Alright, let him go early tomorrow morning. General Abdul plans to return to the capital to report back as well. I understand. After hearing this, Hutch hurriedly left. Reckon, how has the use of gunpowder been these past few days? Jared remained with Brett, asking seriously. Your Highness's invention, gunpowder, is incredibly powerful, but it is also extremely dangerous. Apart from using it to break huge rocks while mining, we generally do not use it. Please rest assured, Your Highness, this dangerous material will be strictly guarded by me. Since Brett witnessed the power of gunpowder last time, he had been deeply impressed by Jared and admired him immensely. Very good, leaving the gunpowder in your care puts my mind at ease. Even martial arts experts hit by a shot wouldn't die, but would suffer severe injuries. Fire lance? Brett frowned in confusion. Your Highness, please forgive my ignorance, but what is a fire lance? Jared smiled meaningfully, walking over to Brett and patting him on the shoulder. What a fire lance is, I won't tell you for now. You only need to find an experienced blacksmith and have it forged exactly according to the blueprint. At that time, I will certainly show you what a fire lance is. Without saying anything else, Brett bowed respectfully. Your Highness, I'll get it done right away. With that, Brett left with the blueprint in a hurry. The next day, in the Wolf Mountain minefield, Dane angrily threw down his pickaxe and shouted at the supervisors. How dare you treat me like this, you wretched people? I am a high-ranking official appointed by Cliff. Once I return, I will definitely report this matter to Cliff, and all of you will surely be executed. During these few days at Wolf Mountain, Dane felt almost driven to madness. As a third-ranked temple rights commissioner, he had expected to live comfortably in the capital, but now he was mining here? To make matters worse, there were many highly skilled guards surrounding him. His subordinates couldn't resist either, and were all forcibly kept to work alongside him. No matter how much they cried or pleaded, it made no difference. Who allowed you to throw down your tools? If you don't pick them up in 3 counts, don't blame me for being harsh. The supervisor saw Dane stop working and rushed over angrily. He didn't care about Dane's status. He knew it was the prince's order. Had the prince not instructed him not to harm Dane excessively, he would have already taught him a lesson. You? Who are you to command me? I warn you, either release me now, or when I return, I will have Cliff execute all of you. And your prince, privately mining and forcing labor, it's a capital offense. Frustrated beyond limits, Dane cursed at the supervisor. Back in the capital, they would have executed him immediately. You. Just as the supervisor was about to respond, he heard Hutch's voice from behind. Well, I didn't think Lord Sue still had so much energy. Indeed, despite being rather plump, your physical fitness isn't bad. Seeing Hutch, Dane immediately flared up. Hadn't it been for Hutch bringing him here, he wouldn't be forcibly staying to mine. I'll fight you. In a fit of rage, Dane charged at Hutch with his pickaxe. The prince orders that Lord Sue has worked hard during this period. You may leave today. Upon hearing this, Dane froze. Then, he threw the pickaxe aside and dashed out of Wolf Mountain without turning back. In that moment, he seemed to have unleashed his hidden potential and ran extremely fast. Throughout the journey, Dane could be heard cursing. That's great. Just you wait. After Jared arrived in Qingfu County. This made Biff look upon Jared with renewed respect. Yesterday's merchant recruitment conference, though he didn't participate, he heard plenty about it. He was now certain that Jared must have deliberately put on an air of arrogance while in the capital. Your Highness, I plan to return to the capital and report back today. Rest assured, I will honestly report the situation here to Cliff. Biff came before Jared, speaking very respectfully. Initially, he had considered himself a senior and viewed Jared as merely a young upstart. But now, Biff had long been convinced by Jared's capabilities. Awake how he treated the late General Jiang, he dared not show any disrespect to Jared. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Abdul. Jared then handed over a document he wrote, which briefly recorded the current state of Nanyue and some of his ideas for governance. Biff carefully stored the document and then hurriedly left. In the following 3 days, merchants who signed contracts gradually brought their deposits to the county office. Not a single coin less, fearing angering the prince. After receiving the deposit, Jared had Hutch take these merchants on a tour of the mining sites at Wolong Mountain. Seeing the towering blast furnaces and exquisitely crafted iron goods, the merchants were utterly amazed. Their initial concerns vanished. Such beautiful iron products, with their sales capability, would definitely sell well. One by one, they returned contentedly, eagerly awaiting delivery. They also prepared during this time for selling the iron products. Time flew by. In a month's time, in the Zena's palace in the capital, Paxton hadn't slept all night, anxiously pacing in the palace. Since dispatching Biff and Dane to Nanyue, no news came from them. During this period, officials' joint impeachment papers against Jared piled up like mountains, making him increasingly irritable. If Jared really defied the law, killed innocent officials, mined and smelted iron privately, and even cast iron weapons, even Paxton couldn't let him off the hook. Jared committed numerous crimes punishable by death. Your Majesty. At that moment, the Xena Diana, dressed thinly, walked in with a cup of ginseng tea. Your Majesty, you've been too busy lately, please take care of your health. Sigh, Xena, I'm getting more and more worried about Say. If all these accusations are true, this time, there is no way he can escape punishment. How can I face Brother Jiang in the afterlife if I really order his execution? Thinking about these issues, Paxton felt a headache, quickly taking the Xena's ginseng tea and gulping it down. I believe Say wouldn't do such things. Though Jared is indeed naughty, he has always had principles. How could he suddenly change when he arrives in Nanyue and do such unforgivable deeds? The Xena spoke with determination. These matters are also clear to me. The birdie of Nanyue, Jared, has forced innocent civilians to mine in Qingfu County, causing unbearable hardship. Van spoke with grave seriousness. Hearing this, Paxton fell silent, his expression turning grim. First killing officials, private mining, smelting iron, casting iron items, and now forced labor. It added another offense. Paxton felt truly helpless. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Jared might have really done such outrageous things in Nanyue. Grand Secretary Era, do you have evidence for what you say? If not, how dare you slander the birdie of Nanyue? The speaker was a robust Weston, stern-faced and imposing. His name was Julius, the great general of the flying cavalry. If Van was the foremost civil official, then Julius was the leading military general. The position of great general of the flying cavalry, like Grand Secretary Van's role, lacked real power. However, Julius was different. Besides this title, he was also the chief marshal, the highest military commander of the Great Zhou dynasty. Originally, this role should have been called the supreme commander of the military, but Paxton renamed it to honor Yush, never re-establishing the title. Julius was one of Paxton's most loyal subordinates, present since the uprising, and a founding general. The former supreme commander Yush was his most admired person. He would capital, he could still control Jared, but now that Jared was in Nanyue, he was too far away to manage. At this moment, Paxton had already made up his mind. If Jared's crimes were confirmed, he would issue an edict to recall Jared back to the capital and imprison him in the Jiang residence for the rest of his life. That way, he might save Jared's life. Standing beside Paxton, the old eunuch Arao Gonggong saw the dark expression on the emperor's face. He immediately stepped forward, pulling his high-pitched voice, shouting, "Silence!" The entire hall instantly fell silent. Van, who had intended to continue impeaching Jared, suddenly noticed the stern gaze of Second Bertie Nixon. He immediately realized he should not continue speaking and stood quietly aside. "Gay, are you alright?" Seeing Paxton's troubled expression, Nixon walked forward anxiously. "No need to worry, I just have a headache. It's nothing serious. Do any of my ministers have more business? If not, today's session will end here." Just as Paxton finished speaking, a eunuch rushed in hastily. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Minister Dane from the Imperial Sacrificial Temple has come to report." Upon hearing this, Paxton, whose eyes had previously been dim, immediately brightened. "Bring him in. Quickly bring him in." After waiting for such a long time, they had finally returned. Now they would clearly understand what Jared had done in Nanua. Officials led by Van all displayed looks of satisfaction. They were well aware that everything Jared did in Nanua was true, without any falsehood. The Emperor and those generals simply didn't want to believe it. Now, if Dane revealed all of Jared's faults publicly, even if the Emperor hesitated to acknowledge it, he would have no choice but to order punishment against Jared. Even if he couldn't execute Jared, he would certainly strip him of all titles and reduce him to a commoner. Your Majesty, your humble servant has finally returned." After being summoned, Dane rushed into the hall and fell to his knees before Paxton, weeping bitterly. "Your Majesty, your humble servant almost didn't return from this mission." This unexpected scene shocked not only Paxton but also the other officials present, who all looked puzzled. What happened? It was just a trip to Nanua. How could he almost not return? Moreover, they noticed Dane was sunburned black and had lost much weight compared to his originally bulky frame. Most strangely, why wasn't General Biff, who went to Nanua with him, present? "Minister Sue, what happened?" "Speak quickly," Paxton asked, confused. "Reporting to your Majesty, all allegations about the Baker Jared privately mining iron, smelting iron, and casting weapons in Qingfu County are in immediate order to capture Jared and bring him back to the capital." Bertie Nixon felt elated inside. "Jared, you might have escaped death initially, but now you've sealed your own fate. Not even a god can save you now." And indeed, as expected, Paxton's expression turned extremely angry. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. How could he do such monstrous things? Paxton's anger boiled over, gripping his fists tightly. Initially, he planned to spare Jared's life. But now, what was the point? Killing innocent civilians and officials, even ignoring envoys dispatched by the court. Such disregard for the law ignited Paxton's fury. He could tolerate Jared's unruly behavior, but this time Jared had gone too far. Dajo's laws were strict. If Jared were not severely punished, how could the anger of the people be appeased? Suddenly, Julius hurriedly interjected. "Your Majesty, General Biff hasn't returned yet. How can we trust Minister Sue's one-sided words?" "Craig, what do you mean by this? Do you think I am lying?" Dane retorted angrily. "Is it not possible?" Julius coldly replied. "You." Dane fumed, furious and indignant, and knelt before Paxton, bowing his head repeatedly. "Please, Your Majesty, uphold justice for your humble servant. General Biff might also have been captured by the Baker. He is incredibly brutal." Although Dane didn't know where General Biff was, this was a golden opportunity to eliminate Jared. He couldn't let it slip. Originally, after Julius's reminder, Paxton planned to wait until Biff returned before issuing orders. But Dane's words made sense. Both had been sent together, yet only Dane returned. It was highly likely that Biff remained in Nanua. However, just as Paxton was about to issue orders to apprehend Jared, a little eunuch rushed in, panicked. "Your Majesty, General Biff has returned as well." Chapter 64, Bertie of Nanua, Jared. What was his mistake? Paxton was so furious because he truly believed that Jared had also captured Biff. After all, only Dane returned earlier. Combined with Dane's inflammatory remarks, it almost drove Paxton to the brink of madness. Now, learning that Biff had also returned, he immediately summoned him. Seeing Biff stride into the Grand Hall, Dane was slightly surprised but didn't give it much thought. What Dane had said previously was mostly true, even if somewhat exaggerated. Every detail described was indeed something Jared had done. With irrefutable evidence, even if Biff wanted to be biased, it would be impossible. The officials, led by Van, all shared this belief. "Biff, let me ask you," Paxton began sternly. "Did the Bertie of Nanua, Jared, privately mine and smelt iron, cast iron weapons, and levy heavy labor, as well as massacre innocents in Qingfu County?" As Paxton spoke, his expression was extremely serious. If what Biff said matched Dane's report, then without a doubt, Jared's crimes were unforgivable. "To your Majesty, these are indeed things that the Bertie of Nanua, Jared, has done." Upon hearing this, Paxton felt an immense sense of despair. The officials led by Van all smiled triumphantly, and even the second Bertie was overjoyed internally. This time, Jared was surely doomed. Even Biff chose not to protect him. The military officials who respected Yush were all ashen-faced. Even if they wanted to save Jared, it seemed hopeless now. However, just as everyone was losing hope, Biff looked at Paxton resolutely. "Your Majesty, while it is true that the Bertie of Nanua, Jared, mined and smelted iron in Qingfu County, all these actions were for the benefit of the people of Nanua. He never levied excessive labor or massacred innocents. Those he executed were truly deserving of their fate." "What?" Dane glared furiously at Biff. "General Abdul, how can you twist the facts like this? Do you think I'm lying and deliberately deceiving your Majesty?" Dane had witnessed supervisors and guards randomly beating and abusing civilians during his forced stay at Wulong Mountain. Every day, he saw people dying miserably. But now, Biff claimed Jared neither levied excessive labor nor committed atrocities. Dane was enraged. Could those beaten to death by guards be deemed deserving of such fate? No matter what, Dane refused to believe it. "Your Majesty, what I say is true. I saw with my own eyes how the prince allowed supervisors and guards to beat and abuse civilians on Wulong Mountain, and they even beat them to death. Isn't that committing atrocities?" Dane knelt before Paxton, shouting passionately. "Haha, what Dane saw may not be the truth. Biff had anticipated Dane's nonsense on the way back. He could not let Dane slander Jared, so he quickly intervened. Your Majesty, the truth isn't as it seems. The birdie of Nanua did indeed mobilize all able-bodied adults from Qingfu County to mine, but it was voluntary, not forced. Van couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha ha. General Abdul, even if you want to protect Jared, you shouldn't lie like that. Don't tell me the people of Qingfu County are fools and willingly went to their deaths knowing mining was dangerous. All the officials laughed mockingly. Paxton, sitting on the dragon throne, frowned deeply. He began to suspect that Biff was protecting Jared intentionally. In normal circumstances, people. At one point, a dough of rice cost 20 silver taels in Qingfu County. When the birdie arrived in Nanua, he took drastic measures. His first act was to execute these corrupt officials. Any accomplices were imprisoned. Then, he confiscated over 10,000 taels of silver and distributed it among the people under the pretext of mining work. As for the workers Dane saw being abused and beaten to death, they were all incorrigible criminals. The birdie did not simply execute them, but gave them a chance to contribute before their end. How is that wrong? Biff grew more agitated. Indeed, the birdie did start mining without imperial approval, which is a capital offense. But you officials in the capital city have no idea about the situation in Nanua. Nanua is surrounded by mountains, with rich mineral resources. Due to imperial law, people were afraid to mine privately, leading the bandits to control these resources. This made the bandits stronger, causing great suffering to the people. The birdie said that Nanua has 8 parts mountains, 1 part water, and 1 part arable land, far less fertile than other regions. Encouraging farming alone won't help alleviate poverty. Only mining offers a solution. Your Majesty, if the birdie doesn't take advantage of these rich resources, won't they fall into the hands of bandits? Jared did nothing wrong. Could it be that I've wronged Sayer? This thought crossed Paxton's mind. After all, Jared was Yush's son. How could he truly commit such an atrocity? No way. Absolutely impossible. Dane panicked instantly, hurriedly protesting. Your Majesty, Biff's claims are utterly baseless. How could Jared think of something like this? If he did, how could he be called the #1 rich brat in the world? Besides, when I was sent to Qingfu County, I was really captured and forced to mine in Wolong Mountain, nearly losing my life. I was dispatched by Your Majesty to Nanua, yet Jared defied the law, trying to harm me. Had I not found a chance to escape, I would surely be dead by now. Please look into this, Your Majesty. In Dane's eyes, Jared was nothing but a thorough brat, only capable of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. How could someone like him possibly have such grand strategic thoughts? Biff must be deliberately defending Jared. Funny, simply hilarious. While the prince is indeed a bit unruly, how does his unruliness relate to his governance efforts? As for why you were captured in Wolong Mountain, it's because you slandered the prince and provoked him. From what I know, the prince kindly invited you to tour Wolong Mountain to facilitate your report back to the capital, but you attacked the prince without distinguishing right from wrong. You even tried to incite your subordinates to fight with the prince's guards. Wasn't that asking for death? Besides, it was the prince who ordered your release. How could you claim it was your cleverness that allowed you to escape? Your Majesty, Minister Su is full of lies, maliciously slandering the prince. Please punish him promptly. Dane was taken aback. So being captured in Wolong Mountain was self-inflicted? Before Dane could counter, Biff pulled out a handwritten note from his robe, saying, "This is a message from the prince for Your Majesty. Please review it." Without hesitation, Paxton signaled Everard beside him. Everard quickly took the note and respectfully handed it over. The document contained Jared's plans for governing Nanua and explanations for his unauthorized mining activities. As Paxton read, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done." At this moment, all his anger disappeared, replaced by excitement. Indeed, Jared was worthy of being Yush's son, living up to his expectations. Although unauthorized mining was somewhat wrong, Jared's actions were all for the benefit of Nanua's people. Not only did Paxton not intend to punish him, but he even wanted to reward him greatly. Ultimately, Jared needed nothing more than an imperial decree permitting mining. Standing beside the emperor, Second Birdie Tanner didn't fully understand the contents of the document. However, seeing the emperor's excitement, he realized there was only one possibility. Jared was exactly as Biff described. Tanner clenched his fists, a flicker of buganshin if he let this opportunity slip away. Note, the term buganshin is kept as is because it appears to be a name or specific term in this context. However, if you want it translated, it means reluctant or unwilling to accept. After a brief silence, Paxton made his decision. Birdie Jared has violated the laws of the Great Zhou by mining iron ore and manufacturing iron products without authorization, which cannot be pardoned. However, considering his actions were for the benefit of Nanua's people, let the merits and demerits balance out. Nonetheless, he shall not go entirely unpunished. By my order, Birdie Jared is confined to his residence for 1 month, to reflect on his actions. Effective immediately from the delivery of this edict. Upon hearing this, the officials, including Tanner, stared in shock. What kind of punishment was this? 1 month confinement and reflection seemed too lenient. Chapter 66. You dare to falsely accuse the birdie. Beg for the Tobias's mercy. Paxton had observed the reactions of Van and his followers, but paid no attention to them. If not for the need to give them a proper response, he wouldn't even consider punishing Jared. Proclaim my second edict. Grant Birdie Jared of Nanua the right to mine minerals. After speaking, Paxton turned his gaze toward Dane. The sight of this caused Dane to freeze with fear. Your Majesty, spare me. Accusing a benevolent prince who served the country as an evildoer was a crime Dane couldn't bear. He trembled uncontrollably. Biff, Julius, and other military officers nearby laughed in triumph. It was as if they were saying, serves you right for defaming the prince. Dane, do you realize your crime? Without hesitation, upon hearing Paxton's words, Dane repeatedly kowtowed in terror, trembling as he spoke. Your Majesty, spare me. Everyone knew that Paxton favored Jared. By defaming Jared, Dane would certainly provoke the Emperor's wrath. Just thinking about it made Dane more terrified. If there were regret pills in this world, he would never have rushed to see the Emperor. Perhaps waiting for Biff together would have avoided this. Your Majesty, although Dane has accused the prince falsely, there are extenuating circumstances, someone interjected. The prince's actions could easily be misunderstood. Van couldn't let his brilliant student Dane get into trouble, and had to plead for mercy on his behalf. Tanner wanted to speak up for Dane but realized the timing was wrong. With the Emperor already furious, it would only bring disaster on himself, so he kept silent. And collapsed, unable to stand. It seemed the Emperor had effectively placed him under house arrest. Without the Emperor's order, he wouldn't leave. Those officials, led by Van, all wore expressions of despair. Van had been punished, which meant their turn was next. Meanwhile, in Qingfu County, Nanyue, boom. A loud explosion threw Hutch, dressed in armor, onto the ground. Even his sturdy armor cracked from a small bullet. As a 9th rank warrior, Hutch found it difficult to withstand the firelock's power. If not for the armor, Hutch might have been severely injured. Obo, County Magistrate Ellison, and the other guards and constables watched in shock. This scene was too astonishing. Especially Obo, who knew Hutch's strength as a master-level warrior. Yet Jared's firelock had reduced him to this state. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Obo wouldn't believe it. Initially, he thought Ishmael's firelock was just an ordinary iron tube. Who would imagine its power? Now he understood the firelock combined gunpowder to create an incredibly destructive weapon. Obo couldn't imagine the impact if every soldier had a firelock in future battles. Truly invincible. Pain. Pain. It hurts. Hutch rubbed his chest, gasping for breath. He'd been overconfident, thinking the firelock couldn't harm a 9th rank warrior. Now he saw his arrogance. Hadn't Jared insisted he wear armor? Otherwise, that shot would have seriously injured him. Remembering the incident, Hutch broke out in a cold sweat. Recovering, he rushed to Jared, shedding his armor. Birdie, you're incredible. Birdie, you're a godsend. Everyone echoed, including the guards, magistrates, and constables. Both the gunpowder and firelock demonstrated Jared's remarkable skills. Let's keep it low profile. No need to praise me so much, Jared smiled despite himself. But he was excited. The firelock worked. Though primitive compared to modern firearms, it served its purpose. From now on, even without Obo and Hutch, Jared had some self-defense capabilities. He wouldn't produce cannons, matchlocks, or flintlocks yet. Too dangerous. Such weapons, if discovered and stolen, could cause chaos. For now, the firelock sufficed. Jared assured himself that even a 9th rank warrior would suffer grievously if caught off guard by a direct hit. Can I see the firelock, Birdie? Obo approached with a hint of dejection. The firelock's power stunned him. He began questioning years of martial practice. Hashtag chapter 67. Once bitten, twice shy. Your Highness, I feel like these past 20 years of diligently practicing martial arts have been meaningless. Turns out, even the best seamlessly after Jared left. The same development model could be applied to other counties in Nanyue, allowing Jared to proceed to the capital city. Passing through Wuyun Mountain, where fog often lingers, it was crucial to eliminate the bandits first to prevent ambushes. That's why he dispatched Brett, a master-level martial artist, ensuring a complete eradication of the bandits. Brett's expression turned solemn. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will prepare immediately. Without hesitation, Brett rushed out. Compared to questioning his life here, eliminating the bandits was more urgent. Your Highness, what about me? Seeing Brett heading off to battle, Hutch felt an instant surge of excitement, eagerly looking at Jared. He hoped Jared would allow him to join, so he could fight to his heart's content. Hutch had been pinned up for quite some time, longing for action. You? Jared shook his head meaningfully. I wouldn't suggest that. My right eyelid has been twitching recently, which is a bad omen. I have a premonition that something bad might happen. Stay in Qingfu County for now. Jared wasn't foolish enough to send both top martial artists away. He needed someone reliable nearby. Moreover, Hutch's aggressive nature made him hard to control once in a killing frenzy. Ah. Hutch sighed disappointedly. All right. Don't mope. Go to the Wolf Hill prisoner mine and bring Isaiah to see me. After all this time, he can't take it anymore. Killing me now would be more merciful. Ha ha ha. Jared laughed heartily. All right. Enough joking around. Considering you completed the mission perfectly last time, I can't fault you unfairly. The punishment is sufficient. From today onward, you're free. You can also choose to stay and serve me. Hearing the word free, Isaiah sprang up instantly and rushed toward the door. But suddenly noticing the guards outside touching their swords, he panicked. Would they kill him as soon as he stepped out? Frightened, Isaiah quickly returned and knelt before Jared. Your Highness, from today onward, I pledge my undying loyalty to you, with no second thoughts. Though staying by Jared's side still carried some risk, at least it was safer now. Actually, Jared had no intention of killing him. Even if Isaiah had left, he would have let him go. But as they say, once bitten, twice shy. The man returned hastily due to fear, fitting Jared's plan perfectly. Satisfied, Jared nodded. Good. You know your place. From now on, you belong to me. Olderau, fetch the contracts the merchant signed and hand them over to him. Hutch brought out the contracts without hesitation and handed them to Isaiah one by one. Examining the contracts in his hands, Isaiah frowned, completely baffled, occupied with the myriad matters of Qingfu County. Jared didn't want to deal with it himself, so he entrusted everything to Isaiah. The guards would monitor him closely, ensuring no funds were embezzled. I accept, certainly accept. I won't let your highness down. In Isaiah's view, assigning such an important task signified immense trust. No matter what, he would complete it perfectly and not disappoint his highness. Very well, then you may leave. Rest well during this period. Don't spread rumors that I mistreat my subordinates. Thank you, Your Highness. With that, Jared had the guards escort Isaiah away and arranged a room for him in the county office. In the days that followed, Qingfu County remained tranquil. However, the weather grew increasingly scorching. In past times of unbearable heat, Jared relied solely on air conditioners to survive. Now, there wasn't even an electric fan, and he was drenched in sweat daily. Alicia diligently fanned him with a palm leaf fan, but it was practically useless, as the breeze produced more heat rather than cooling. This won't do. I can't take it anymore. Laurel, where are you? Hearing Jared's call, Hutch rushed in immediately. Your Highness, I'm here. Under the intense heat, Hutch was also sweating profusely. Buy me as much niter as possible to the area, pushing him to the brink. He had to create ice blocks. Your Highness, you mentioned a life-saving item. Are you ill? Alicia asked beside him, unaware of the ice-making process. She only knew niter as a medicine, assuming Jared was sick and looking worriedly concerned. How could I be? I'm perfectly healthy. But currently, without niter, enduring this heat is impossible. Upon hearing this, Alicia looked astonished. Could niter really cool things down? Seeing her puzzled expression, Jared smiled. Just wait and see. Soon after, Hutch returned with a small bag of niter. Qingfu County was a small town, and since Jared had previously purchased niter in bulk for gunpowder, local pharmacies barely had any left, only a small bag remaining. Additionally, Hutch brought back 2 porcelain basins, a large and a small one. Your Highness, the niter is here. Sweating profusely, Hutch was drenched in perspiration. Had it not been for His Highness's urgency, Hutch wouldn't have performed light martial arts to traverse Qingfu County in such intense heat. Thank you for your hard work. You may rest aside. Now watch as I perform. Jared began his demonstration. First, he placed the large and small porcelain basins in a shaded spot, filling both with water. Next, he placed the smaller basin inside the larger one, continuously adding niter to the larger basin. Then came the magical moment. When the niter dissolved, it absorbed significant heat, rapidly lowering the surrounding temperature. Theoretically, it could drop below freezing, turning the water into ice. Subsequently, Jared fetched a piece of cotton cloth, gently covering the basins to isolate external heat. After setting everything up, all that remained was to wait. During this process, Hutch and Alicia looked utterly perplexed, having no idea what Jared was doing. Time ticked by slowly. About 15 minutes later, Jared's eyes lit up. It's nearly ready. Without hesitation, Jared pulled off the cotton cloth. Instantly, white mist rose from the basin accompanied by waves of cold air. No one expected the clear water in the small basin to freeze into solid ice. Chapter 69. Refreshing chill and joy. Ice. This is actually ice. The prince has conjured up ice in this sweltering summer heat. Oh my heavens. Before Jared could start boasting, Hutch, Alicia, and even the curious guards who had gathered around, all showed looks of disbelief. Who would have thought that a small block of ice would appear in just a short while? Without any hesitation, they all knelt down in shock, exclaiming, Your Highness, you are truly a god among men. From fireworks to muskets, and now conjuring ice out of nowhere, Jared had repeatedly left them in awe. By now, they already considered him a celestial being incarnate, or else how could he continuously create miracles? Ha ha ha. Jared couldn't help but enjoy seeing their amazed expressions. A simple chemical reaction, which was common knowledge in modern times, seemed miraculous to these ancient people. Hutch excitedly ran over, picking up the small porcelain basin and touching the ice inside. The cool, refreshing sensation told him without a doubt that it was ice. Previously, only the royal family and high-ranking officials could afford such luxuries in Beijing, but now, the prince had effortlessly obtained it. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. It was too bad Brett was away fighting bandits. Otherwise, he would also be utterly astounded. At this moment, Hutch and Alicia finally understood what the prince meant by life-saving items. In this scorching weather, this ice was indeed a lifeline. Move aside, this is mine. Seeing Hutch holding onto the small porcelain pot, Jared immediately objected and quickly reclaimed the bowl, hugging the ice tightly. The refreshing chill and the sense of relief were simply wonderful. This was the proper way to enjoy summer. Old Arao, don't just stand there. Place the large basin under the sun. As long as the water dries up, the previously dissolved nitrate will reappear, and we can continue making ice. Upon hearing this, Hutch's eyes widened in shock. Your Highness, you're not joking? Not only he, but Alicia and the guards were equally astonished. They originally thought that nitrate could only make ice once. After all, ice was a luxury that required considerable amounts of nitrate to produce a small basin of it. Who could have imagined that nitrates could be reused? If true, then as long as they procured enough nitrates and followed the prince's method, they could all enjoy the coolness of ice blocks. Go on, I'm not kidding. Jared, hugging the ice block, looked particularly content. He wasn't fooling Hutch. It was indeed possible. Once the water dried, the nitrates would reappear. Aside from the loss during the process, the remaining nitrate could still be reused. Moreover, Jared saw a huge business opportunity, selling ice blocks. In such hot weather, those pampered wealthy people would definitely need large quantities of ice. This successful nitrate-based ice production meant that, in the scorching summer, Jared could organize mass production and sell the ice, providing employment and increasing income for the people. I'll do it right away. Hutch hurriedly placed the large basin under the sun. At the same time, in Beijing, at the Era family mansion, Van, after being confined by the emperor, had not left the mansion since. The intense heat was making him increasingly irritable. Where is the ice? Why haven't I seen any ice yet? You dogs, how much longer do I have to wait? Van shouted angrily at the servants around him. The maidservants and house staff cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. Even the 2 maids fanning him turned pale with fright. The last time Era Taisher returned from the palace, he lashed out in frustration, beating 2 maidservants to death. Everyone remembered that scene clearly and feared Van might become violent again. Just then, a well-dressed Weston slowly approached. At his gesture, the servants dared to stand up. "Grandfather, the ice stored in the cellar is all gone. There's only this small piece left." This man was Iliotstav, Van's grandson. His sister was the mother of the current second prince, Xena Dowagercha. Iliotstav himself was already over 40. Perhaps due to genetics or good health care, Van had lived quite a long life in this era, outliving his own son. Only this small piece? Van's face darkened when he saw the small piece of ice Iliotstav handed over. Normally, if the weather was this hot, the court would send ice over. Or ministers hoping to gain favor with him would certainly bring some. Now, there was nothing. After being confined by the emperor, no one wanted to associate with him anymore. Especially since Van had angered the emperor recently, everyone knew the emperor planned to take action against him. Who dared come now? Despicable, utterly despicable. These sycophants are turning their backs on me. If I ever regain power, I will teach them a harsh lesson. Although Van said this, he knew deep down it was futile. He clearly understood the emperor's intentions toward them, the former ministers, and naturally, he was the first target. To save their situation, only if second Bertie Tanner became the crown prince could they hope to salvage anything. Otherwise, the Era family was doomed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. How did someone like Jared, previously an aimless wastrel, transform so completely upon arriving in Nanua? Was everything he did in Beijing just an act? Grandfather, perhaps we don't need to trouble ourselves by impeaching Jared. Maybe another approach would be more effective. Iliotstav noticed Van's frustration, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, speaking softly. Initially, Van didn't understand what Iliotstav meant, but he soon realized. Do you mean sending assassins to secretly infiltrate Nanua and eliminate Jared? Chapter 70. Secret plot at the Era mansion, assassination of Jared. Grandfather, although Jared is now highly favored by Cliff, he is after all in Nanua. Everyone knows what the situation in Nanua is like. The matter entirely to you. Make sure it's done cleanly. The assassin must be highly skilled in martial arts. Before leaving, the emperor dispatched experts to accompany Jared to Nanua. Only a warrior of at least 8th rank or higher has a chance of succeeding. Van said gravely. Actually, he wasn't too familiar with Brett and Hutch's abilities, but knew they were once top-notch guards of the emperor, who wouldn't send the best to protect someone as favored as Jared. Clearly, these 2 guards must be highly skilled. Since the decision was made, everything must be foolproof. Rest assured, grandfather, I know what to do. After bowing respectfully, Iliotstav hurriedly left. Half a month passed swiftly. Though the weather was getting hotter, Jared felt quite comfortable in the scorching summer, enjoying the coolness. Beside him, Alicia skillfully fed him peeled grapes that had been chilled. There were also a variety of chilled fruits such as peaches, plums, apples, and chilled tea drinks. All this luxury was thanks to the ice produced by the saltpeter method invented by Jared. Those who followed the prince, including Alicia, Hutch, and the other guards and county officers, all enjoyed this cool sensation. During this period, Jared specially sent Isaiah to procure a large amount of saltpeter from nearby counties. Then, he established an ice-making department to produce ice blocks. Construction could proceed smoothly. More importantly, building roads was essential. To get rich, first build roads. The rugged terrain of Nanua greatly hindered transportation. While tunnels would be ideal, it was currently difficult to achieve. But turning the bumpy mountain paths into cement roads was feasible. Moved by the prince's trust, Isaiah shed tears of gratitude. Your Highness's grace, I shall never forget. Isaiah knelt and thanked the prince fervently, reflecting on his past mistakes and feeling fortunate to have met Jared. All right, stand up. Go rest in this hot weather. You can take ice anytime. Don't hesitate to ask. Jared waved him off. Despite his past errors, Isaiah showed great talent. With him handling financial matters, Jared felt secure. Thank you, Your Highness. Isaiah bowed deeply before leaving. Just then, County Magistrate Ellison rushed in urgently. Your Highness, I have important news to report. ##### Chapter 71. Let's go. Today, I'll show you something spectacular. Ronald has arrived. It's been hard work for you. Please take a seat and rest for a moment, Jared responded casually. After all, everything in Qingfu County was peaceful. What major events could happen here? Unless the mountain bandits came to attack. But that was virtually impossible. Brett had already left with Burl to eliminate the bandits. Finally, meet me at the smelting site in Wolf Mountain. Upon hearing this, although Ellison felt puzzled, he believed that what the birdie said must be right. He didn't ask any more questions but respectfully bowed and hurried off. Nanua was rich in mineral resources, making it easy to obtain limestone and gypsum. Moreover, gypsum was a medicinal herb sold even in pharmacies. The final ingredient, clay, posed no problem either. Nanua was abundant in rivers and mountains, where damp soil could easily provide clay. For someone like Ellison, who was born and raised in Nanua, this wasn't a concern. Your Highness, what do you plan to do this time? Alicia, sitting beside Jared, asked curiously with wide eyes. Lately, Alicia, staying close to Jared, had become increasingly beautiful. She no longer looked malnourished. Her face was rosy, and her figure had become more curvaceous. She had also become bolder, unlike her previously timid self. The only unchanged aspect was her extreme frugality. She always saved half of the monthly meal allowance Jared provided her while still preparing delicious and nutritious meals. Bendy, what do you think of our county office? Instead of answering immediately, Jared looked at the decrepit courtyard of the county office. Despite recent repairs, it remained too dilapidated. A county office represented the dignity of the imperial court. It couldn't be allowed to stay this way. It had to be rebuilt. It's great. Alicia nodded innocently. To her, this county office was already quite nice, far better than her old family home. Ugh. Jared shook his head speechlessly. All right, asking you is pointless. Let me be straightforward. I'm not satisfied with the current county office or the houses throughout Qingfu County. Even though they've been repaired, they're still unstable. Nanyue frequently experiences strong winds, and during the rainy season, things get even worse. A heavy rainstorm or a strong wind could severely damage most of the houses in Qingfu County. To truly develop Qingfu County, merely ensuring people earn enough money and eat isn't enough. We need to ensure they live comfortably. This is true peace and prosperity. In Jared's view, all uprisings and rebellions ultimately stemmed from one issue. People couldn't survive. Nanyue was particularly affected by this, which is why so many chose to become bandits. Constantly eliminating these bandits was exhausting and only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Only by making Nanyue prosperous and its people content would the bandits naturally disappear. This was why, apart from eradicating Wolf Bandit Camp earlier and sending reinforcements to Burl, Jared hadn't actively pursued any other bandits. This wasn't an action but necessity. Given enough time, with people thriving, Jared believed the bandits would eventually envy and finally surrender. I see. Are the materials His Highness ordered Ronald to prepare for rebuilding the houses? Alicia's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes. Jared nodded with a smile. He didn't want to explain too much about cement yet. Demonstrating it in Wolf Mountain would make everything clear. After resting sufficiently, just as Patrol Leader Hutch returned from patrol, Jared waved him over. Olderau, you arrived just in time. Come with me to Wolf Mountain. Today will amaze you. Really? Hutch's eyes lit up instantly. Whether it was gunpowder, firearms, or niter ice production, Hutch admired Jared immensely. Learning of this new development, he eagerly followed without rest. Alicia also closely trailed behind Jared. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Let's go. We're heading to Wolf Mountain now. Jared, along with Hutch, Alicia, and some guards, headed towards Wolf Mountain. A short while later, in the smelting area of Wolf Mountain, County Magistrate Ellison placed the prepared limestone, clay, gypsum, and nearby iron ore in front of Jared. Many people gathered around, curious about what the birdie intended to do. To produce cement, the first step was to grind limestone, clay, and iron ore into powder and mix them in a certain ratio. This task was beyond Jared, so he could delegate it to the workers, who were strong and capable. Get me a few strong men. As soon as Jared spoke, several tall, muscular young men, tanned black from the sun, excitedly ran to the birdie. What orders do you have, Your Highness? Chapter 72, Cement, an extremely important building material. Very well. You few on my behalf, crush these limestone, clay, and iron ore into fine powder, Jared instructed. If the ores are too hard, first heat them until red hot, and then drop them into cold water to make them shatter. Try to grind them as finely as possible. This kind of manual labor was naturally something Jared wouldn't do himself. After instructing the sturdy men, he comfortably sat in a shady spot nearby. The strong men, having received the order from the prince, immediately picked up hammers beside them and started hammering diligently. During this process, many more people volunteered to join the task, indicating Jared's current high standing among the common folk. After some time, all the limestone, clay, and iron ore were crushed and ground into powder. Only then did Jared stand up. In modern society, purchasing cement is extremely easy. However, this was ancient times. Cement simply did not exist here. Jared vaguely remembered that the ratio for mixing limestone, clay, and iron ore was about November 2nd, 85. Once mixed together, the first step would be complete. Jared grabbed a handful of the powder, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. This should be the raw material. You few, put all this raw material into the blast furnace and burn it, he instructed. The men promptly acted, placing the mixture into a clean blast furnace and began burning it. During this process, Jared ordered a few others to crush gypsum into powder. He himself watched the blast furnace from his shady spot, always keeping an eye on the calcination process. To transform raw material into clinker, the temperature must reach above 1,400 degrees Celsius, generally around 1,450 degrees. Once this step was done, the cement was basically complete. However, this was also the most challenging part, which required Jared's constant attention. It's worth mentioning that Wolf Mountain's mining operations had initially taken shape, and Jared took the opportunity to improve the blast furnace again by replacing wood with coal as fuel. This not only increased efficiency but also conserved forests by avoiding excessive logging. The mineral resources here in Nanyue were incredibly rich, and coal was easy to find. Therefore, he also assigned some workers to mine coal. While waiting, everyone on site stared intently, chatting among themselves. What do you think His Highness intends to do this time? Who knows? But whatever it is, it's bound to be impressive. We'll just have to wait and see. All sharp indeed, Jared complimented her. Yes, what I've created is called cement, used specifically for rebuilding houses. I can guarantee that houses built with cement will be hundreds of times stronger than the ones you currently live in. At present, all houses in Qingfu County were either mud-walled or thatched cottages. Even the better-built mansions were made from wood or yellow mud. Compared to cement houses, these were all too fragile. Unfortunately, reinforcing steel bars couldn't be made yet due to technical limitations. Even if they managed, it would be very time-consuming and not scalable. After all, even just smelting iron was difficult for the ancients, let alone refining it into steel. Seriously? This dust can be used for building houses? Your Highness, are you joking? Upon hearing Jared's words, everyone's expression turned doubtful. Don't rush, watch carefully. Bring a bucket of water and lots of sand over, he ordered. Workers promptly complied, bringing the supplies. Then, Jared demonstrated for everyone. He took a small portion of the cement and piled it on the ground, creating a hole in the middle. Next, he poured water into the hole and continuously stirred while adding sand to ensure strength. Once thoroughly mixed, the cement became very thick and pasty, similar to the yellow mud they used in construction but different in color. At this point, some smarter folks caught on. Your Highness, are you saying we should stop using yellow mud and switch to cement? County Magistrate Ellison asked. Exactly, cement is meant to replace yellow mud. Once dried, its hardness will exceed your imagination. If you don't believe me, try it yourselves. Initially, people doubted cement's ability to replace yellow mud, but now the situation was different. Who was Jared? A man who repeatedly created miracles. How could he deceive them? If His Highness said cement is incredibly strong, it certainly was true. Chapter 73. This king wishes to rebuild all of Nanua. Seeing the convinced expressions of those present, Jared smiled lightly and called Hutch and Ellison to one side. Where have the commoners who wish to mine at Wolf Mountain currently been settled? Jared asked, looking at Ellison. Your Highness, they are temporarily staying at the foot of Wolf Mountain, replied Ellison. Excellent, Jared nodded in satisfaction. Starting today, apart from mining, iron smelting, and casting iron products, we will add a new department dedicated to producing construction materials. In addition to mass-producing cement, there must also be a large quantity of red bricks. As he spoke, Jared took out a drawing from his robe. It showed an improved kiln for brickmaking that Jared had designed. Similar to the previously improved blast furnace, the key was changing it to burn coal. The method for making red bricks was well understood, as the Great Zhou dynasty already produced both red and blue bricks. However, ordinary families building houses could not afford these expensive bricks and usually used yellow clay bricks instead. With this improved kiln, the efficiency would significantly increase. Your Highness, do you mean for all of them to participate in making cement and red bricks? Yes. Jared's tone became serious. Ronald, you understand better than me what Nanua is like. Even if the current houses in Qingfu County were repaired, they wouldn't withstand heavy rain and wind. That means we'd inevitably need to reconstruct them again, wasting time, effort, and money. But with this new building material, the houses constructed would be far stronger than anything you can imagine. You'll see this over the coming days. The hardened cement is extremely solid. Ellison did not question the cement, but nodded earnestly. The prince never lied. With these new materials, we'll need skilled builders. Ronald, look for such craftsmen in Qingfu County or nearby cities over the next few days. We need carpenters too. I intend to form a construction team starting from Qingfu County and gradually rebuild all of Nanua. Bring any artisans you find here first so I can discuss matters with them. As for the people already here, put them to work on cement and red bricks. They should receive the same wages and benefits as miners. Hearing this, Ellison froze. Hutch and Alicia stood beside him, equally shocked. Who would have thought Jared wanted to rebuild all of Nanua? If he had said this at the start, none of them would have believed him. But now, they were dealing with Jared who repeatedly created miracles. Your Highness, are you serious? Ellison asked instinctively. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? However, rebuilding all of Nanua now is premature. We can only start experimenting in Qingfu County. Go find the artisans. Hearing this, Ellison bowed respectfully. I will do it right away. Hutch, you go with Ellison. The more builders and carpenters, the better. Hutch did not hesitate and left with Ellison. After a busy day, Jared returned to Qingfu County with Alicia and the guards. That night, a robust black-clad figure silently entered Qingfu County. Although the citizens of the Great Zhou dynasty enjoyed peaceful lives under Corbin's rule, curfew orders were strictly enforced to maintain local order and prevent crimes like theft and murder. Nanua belonged to the Great Zhou dynasty, so the curfew rules applied here too. From the hour of pig, 9 p.m., until the hour of rabbit, 5 a.m., no one was allowed. Two grandmasters in the Great Zhou dynasty. Alerting him would mean certain death. Therefore, he was merely inspecting the situation tonight, not intending to strike yet. To eliminate Jared secretly, he needed the perfect moment. Surprisingly, Brett and Hutch were indeed absent, exciting the black-clad man. His strength ensured that even if he alerted the regular guards, they couldn't stop him. Killing the unarmed birdie Jared would be child's play. Excitement surged within him, despite knowing harming a prince carried grave consequences. But the reward offered was immense. Having received a hefty down payment, he would gain an even larger sum if he brought back Jared's head. This money was enough for several lifetimes, driving him to risk everything against Jared. Jared, despite your royal status, why did you provoke the wrong people? There's no blaming me then. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. Today is your end. Smiling coldly, he began searching the compound. Even though he tried to be silent, the guards noticed. An assassin! Protect the birdie! Eleotards rushed into the courtyard, surrounding the black-clad figure. The commotion startled Jared awake. Chapter 74. If you're capable, let's duel. The black-clad figure, surrounded by guards, remained fearless. To him, though these guards were well-trained and equipped, how could they possibly match an 8th-rank peak martial artist like himself? A bunch of clowns. What can numbers do against me? The black-clad figure was not the least bit panicked, especially since the guards currently protecting the county office numbered no more than a few dozen. How could they stop him? Primarily, Brett had assisted Burl in suppressing bandits and took away 2,000 guards for the operation. The mining at Wolf Mountain also required guard protection, so another 1,000 were assigned there. The rest were responsible for patrolling within Qingfu County. Additionally, some guards, during their rotation breaks, worked part-time at Wolf Mountain to earn daily wages, 30 coins a day, which was sanctioned by Jared. Given the substantial pay and their robust build, it was inevitable that they would be attracted to such income. Since all benefits stayed within the team, Jared saw no reason to obstruct them. Moreover, Qingfu County was currently peaceful. Thus, only a few dozen guards remained to protect the county office. However, what they didn't expect was an assassin in what was supposed to be a tranquil Qingfu County. Even more surprising, the assassin managed to evade multiple patrols and infiltrate the county office without being noticed. To ensure Jared's safety, the guards immediately engaged the black-clad figure in fierce combat. Unfortunately, the assassin's prowess was too formidable. With just his sword, he effortlessly fended off the attacks from dozens of guards. In a short while, most of the guards lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Perhaps aiming to lure Jared out or simply for amusement, the black-clad figure hadn't taken the fight seriously. Otherwise, these guards wouldn't have just been injured. they would have been killed. An 8th rank peak martial artist wasn't merely capable of dealing with dozens of guards, but could handle far more without any trouble. Their superior training and equipment might have delayed the inevitable, but otherwise, they would have been incapacitated instantly. Jared was awakened from his sleep and immediately prepared his firelock, concealing it on his person. As he exited his room, a large group of guards rushed to protect him. "Your Highness, please leave quickly. This is our responsibility." Jared treated every guard well, never deducted their monthly salaries, and even increased their pay last month. Coupled with numerous benefits, the guards were extremely loyal to Jared. Despite Southview not matching the capital's grandeur, none complained. Now, with Jared in danger, they were willing to risk their lives to ensure his escape. It was their duty. Yet, Jared had seen the strength of the black-clad figure. These remaining guards, even with additional support from bailiffs, couldn't stand a chance. Moreover, many would need to stay behind to protect him. Looking at the injured guards, writhing in pain, Jared clenched his fists in fury. As a noble prince, he could ignore their plight and flee. But doing so would result in the deaths of these dozens of guards and officials. These 5,000 guards had followed him from the capital without losing a single man. Could they now die here? He had promised them a better life following him, far better than serving in the capital. Not one of these 5,000 could be lost. If I'm not mistaken, you're after me, right? Whatever your business is, take it up with me, not my men. Jared did not choose to flee but shouted angrily at the black-clad figure. Hearing this, the guards were utterly shocked. How could their prince say such a thing? They were merely servants who would sacrifice themselves at his command. Yet, in this moment of peril, their prince stood up to protect them? The black-clad figure heard this as well and turned to look. The man speaking matched Jared's portrait exactly. Without hesitation, the black-clad figure unleashed a powerful burst of inner force, sending all nearby guards flying. Then, he rushed toward Jared. "Your Highness, what are you doing? Leave now." The guards thought Jared was joking and blocked the black-clad figure's path, ready to die if necessary. "Fools, do you think your amateur skills can stop me? Get out of my way." With a roar, the black-clad figure unleashed another surge of inner force, slashing his sword. Invisible sword energy scattered the guards, causing them to fly back, bleeding. "I am a peak 8th rank warrior. Killing you is like squashing an ant. You dare challenge me to a duel?" If the black-clad man hadn't already confirmed that Brett and Hutch were not present, he might have suspected this was a trap set by Jared. "You stop blabbering and just answer if you dare or not," Jared said confidently. Seeing Jared's confidence, the surrounding guards grew even more puzzled. If Commander Brett and Commander Hutch were here, it would make sense for Jared to be so confident. But the issue was, they were indeed not here. "Fine, since you insist on courting death, I can't blame you." From start to finish, the black-clad man never took Jared seriously, casually inserting his sword into the ground. With his left hand behind his back, he extended his right hand toward Jared in a provocative manner, saying, Come, I'll use only one hand against you." Jared chuckled coldly, calmly walking towards the black-clad man. In the process, he shouted to the guards around him, "All of you retreat 30 steps. No one is allowed to approach here. Violators will be executed." This order further shocked the guards on the scene. But due to the birdie's command, they had no choice but to obediently step back 30 paces to avoid disrupting the birdie's plan. After all, in their minds, the birdie was extremely intelligent and would never do something foolish. Seeing the guards constantly retreating, the black-clad man became even more convinced that Jared was nothing but a complete fool. How could an ordinary person, weak and incapable, fight against him, a peak 8th rank warrior? The black-clad man believed that as soon as he made a move, he could instantly snap Jared's neck. But doing so would be too boring. His arrogant nature meant he wanted to toy with Jared, rather than quickly completing the task. "Birdie, please don't get hurt." Alicia, having been awakened by the commotion at the county office, was naturally very worried. Initially, she had planned to rush over to help Jared, but was stopped by the guards. With the birdie's orders, she dared not move recklessly, watching Jared with profound concern. Her life had been saved by Jared, and if he was in danger tonight, she would risk her own life to save him. Even if it might end up being a futile effort, she must repay Jared's kindness. As for Isaiah, he was already terrified out of his wits, trembling all over. Not that he didn't want to help Jared. The black-clad man's strength was simply too overwhelming for anyone to dare intervene. "I am a peak 8th rank warrior, just one step away from reaching 9th rank. To you ordinary people, I am undoubtedly a top-notch expert. So, I won't bully you. I'll let you have 3 moves and a firearm attack." Though thinking this, Jared's expression remained unchanged. He walked unhurriedly toward the black-clad man with his hands behind his back. Unbeknownst to everyone, a firearm had appeared somewhere on Jared's back, already loaded with gunpowder. As long as Jared ignited the gunpowder, it would instantly fire. Watching Jared get closer, the black-clad man felt no panic. Instead, he grew even more smug. The closer Jared got, the quicker his death. However, just as he was imagining twisting Jared's neck, Jared suddenly pulled out a metal tube and pointed it at him. What in the world is this? Before he could react, a loud boom echoed. Without any chance to evade, he was blasted several meters by the bullet fired from the firearm. Covered in blood, he fell to the ground in terror. Clearly, the black-clad man's chest was mangled and bleeding profusely. He never expected that the metal tube Jared pulled out would have such terrifying power, so fast that even he, an 8th rank warrior, couldn't dodge it. Had he known Jared possessed such a powerful hidden weapon, he wouldn't have been so overconfident. This can't be. What kind of hidden weapon is this? Ordinary people struck by a firearm at close range would die instantly. Only because he was a peak 8th rank warrior with deep martial arts and robust physicality did he not die immediately. But now he was severely injured and teetering on the brink of death. Everyone present witnessed this shocking event. It's a firearm. That's the firearm invented by His Highness the Birdie. What incredible power! Even an 8th rank warrior couldn't withstand it. No wonder the birdie was so confident. This firearm truly is terrifying. Jared inventing a weapon called a firearm was something they all knew about. When testing its power before, it was indeed very strong, nearly injuring Hutch, who was wearing heavy armor. But at that time, Hutch was merely allowing the firearm to hit him to test its power. They also didn't believe that this firearm could be effective against a truly powerful warrior. Witnessing the firearm's power firsthand, everyone finally realized how formidable it truly was. Even an immensely powerful warrior could be instantly killed by this weapon. Chapter 76. Such a top expert was actually killed in an instant. Looking at the blood-covered black-clad figure, Jared curled his lips into a scornful smile. An 8th rank warrior is nothing more than this. How does it feel to taste my firelock? Jared walked up to the black-clad man and spoke coldly. Even though he wasn't dead yet, this person no longer posed any threat to Jared. Firelock. As a peak 8th rank warrior, how could I be injured like this by such a trivial concealed weapon? The black-clad man lay in a pool of blood, his face full of disbelief. If he had known Jared carried such a powerful concealed weapon, he wouldn't have been so careless. Now, not only did he fail to kill Jared, but he would lose his own life here, which truly left him feeling incredibly aggrieved. But no matter how unwilling he was, it made no difference. Severely wounded by the firelock at close range, he already had no chance of survival. After a few painful convulsions, he breathed his last in the blood. A peak 8th rank warrior died easily at Jared's hands. The scene left everyone present completely stunned. Your Highness, how formidable. Without hesitation, everyone cheered loudly. Alicia sighed in relief and looked at Jared with extreme admiration. Your Highness is truly amazing. However, there was no excitement on Jared's face. He originally intended to keep this guy alive to force out information about who had sent him. But unexpectedly, the power of the firelock was too great, killing him in one shot. Nevertheless, although he couldn't interrogate the mastermind, Jared had basically guessed who it was. Without doubt, it must be Van and that bunch of old foxes. They often targeted Jared in the capital. Frightened, pale-faced. If anything happened to Jared in Qingfu County, the entire county might be sacrificed. No need for this. An assassin's sudden attack is unpredictable. Besides, I asked you and Peter to look for craftsmen. With the firelock as my defense, I'm fine. Seeing Hutch's terrified expression for the first time, Jared sighed lightly. Get up, come over here and identify the body. Yes, Your Highness. Hutch bowed respectfully to Jared, then stood up. He immediately walked over to the black-clad man and ripped off the black cloth covering his face. Upon seeing the true identity of the man, Hutch's eyes widened in shock. It's actually him. Hutch's expression became extremely grave. Your Highness, this man is named Auden. Originally a disciple of the Azure Cloud Sword sect, he was expelled for harming fellow disciples. He is ruthless and fearless, willing to kill anyone for money, with excellent swordsmanship and immense strength. If speaking of who's the strongest below 9th rank today, it would be him. Hutch was increasingly astonished. Compared to himself, Auden was still quite superior but definitely a top-tier expert. He could kill an unarmed ordinary person instantly. Yet, such a top expert was defeated by the prince's firelock. It showed how powerful the firelock was. Hutch could guarantee that if he were hit unprepared, his fate would be similar. Auden. Jared tried recalling. I don't know him. Do you know anyone behind Auden? After being expelled from Azure Cloud Sword sect, he wandered through the world. If my memory serves, he has lived in the capital since last year. Seemingly, he received Master Era's favor, along with a large sum of money, but I'm unsure why. One thing is certain, Master Era must be behind him. Hutch said gravely. Clearly, Era Master orchestrated last night's assassination attempt on Jared. Jared remained unperturbed, nodding calmly. Indeed, everything matched his previous guess. It was done by the old fox Van. Unfortunately, Jared was not in the capital and lacked concrete evidence to prove Auden was sent by Van. But Jared would never let this go. One day, he would retaliate tenfold. Should we report this directly to Cliff? He will seek justice for you. No need. Cliff has much on his plate. There's no need to trouble him. Let me settle this slowly on my own, replied Jared. At this moment, a guard rushed in. Your Highness, the Imperial Edict has arrived. Minister Su personally brought the edict and requests Your Highness to meet him outside the city. Who? Jared frowned. Minister Su? The director of the Imperial Court of Ceremonial, Dane? The guard nodded firmly. Imperial decree, Jared would have no choice but to kneel and receive it, allowing Dane to take advantage of the situation and thoroughly humiliate him. A perfect act of revenge. Furthermore, he planned to closely monitor Jared for a month as per the decree, meticulously noting any wrongdoing to report back. He didn't believe that a rogue like Jared could change so drastically upon arriving in Nanua. Surely, there'd be some leverage to find. To prevent any mishaps, he brought along over a dozen skilled guards. Time passed slowly, Dane standing under the glaring sun, turning red-faced and drenched in sweat, yet still seeing no sign of Jared coming out to receive the decree. Outrageous. How dare he? Why hasn't Birdie Jared come out to receive the Imperial decree? Is he planning to defy the order? Shouting into the town, Dane intended to intimidate Jared, avenging his previous mining ordeal. If Jared refused to appear, it could be construed as defiance, a capital offense. Minister Su, it's not that the prince isn't receiving the decree. He is currently taking a midday rest. Perhaps you can wait until dusk when he might be available? The guard spoke casually, having received orders from Jared. They lounged in the shade beneath the city walls, each holding ice cubes and sipping chilled tea. This display only further infuriated Dane. Does Qingfu have an abundance of ice? Or why else would these servants have them readily available? Damn! How dare they? Dane roared in fury. He wasn't a fool. Clearly, Jared was showing off his princely airs. But if Dane were to give up and enter the town to escape the heat, It would only serve Jared's purpose, humiliating him after all this wait outside. He couldn't afford to back down now. Bring me ice blocks and the chilled tea immediately, he demanded from the guards. To Dane, these guards were mere servants, while he was a high-ranking official of the Imperial Sacrificial Bureau, fully entitled to command them. Yet, to his dismay, none responded. You insolent wretches! I carry the Emperor's decree. Should I report this to the Emperor and have you all executed? Dane was furious. Why should these guards enjoy comfort while he baked in the sun? His accompanying guards were equally miserable, sweating profusely. Prolonged exposure risked heatstroke. Ignoring Dane's threats, the guards remained unresponsive. Seeing them drink chilled tea leisurely infuriated him more. He had to find shelter immediately. As he moved towards the town with his guards, the previously lazy guards straightened up, blocking their path. By order of the prince, Minister Su is forbidden entry into Qingfu. Pulling out their swords, they were prepared to restrain him if necessary. Startled, Dane screamed, "You've turned against me. I carry the Emperor's decree. How dare you prevent me from entering? You are lawless." Dane fumed. He had planned to force Jared out to receive the decree and shame him. Instead, he couldn't even enter the town. Standing under the sun without water, Dane felt his strength waning. "Take them down," he ordered his guards, who hesitated, fearing the dozens of armed and formidable guards led by Hutch approaching. The powerful aura of a ninth-grade martial artist emanating from Hutch paralyzed them. "Do you have a short memory?" Hutch asked menacingly. "Or do you wish to go mining on Wolf Mountain again? I can arrange that." Jared had anticipated this and sent Hutch specifically. Knowing Dane wanted to proclaim the decree outside, Jared ensured he wouldn't step foot into Qingfu. "You?" Dane's expression changed drastically at Hutch's appearance, recalling his earlier suffering. No matter how enraged, Dane couldn't do anything to Hutch, a formidable ninth-grade martial artist. His trained guards outnumbered any resistance, leaving Dane helpless and fearful of being sent back to the mines. He took several steps back. Chapter 78. The Preston, Jared, still kneeled down quickly to receive the imperial edict. "How can you be so cowardly, Master Su?" Seeing Dane retreat in fright, Hutch immediately sneered. This spineless person actually dared to threaten his highness? What a joke. You are completely disregarding the law. The Preston Jared didn't come out to receive the edict, yet you dare to act so arrogantly? Rebellion. This is an outright rebellion. Dane had initially planned to humiliate Jared thoroughly, but ended up being humiliated himself. Being mocked by these guards fueled his anger immensely, yet he was helpless. Hutch and his guards watched Dane as if they were watching a circus performance. Time ticked away. Under the scorching sun, Dane and his men could not bear the heat anymore and chose to take shelter under a nearby tree. They were visibly dehydrated from excessive sweating. In contrast, the guards comfortably sipped chilled tea, their expressions filled with contentment. Dane couldn't stand it any longer. After standing for so long in the hot, thirsty, and hungry state, he could feel drool running down his chin. "Master Su, shall we compromise? Apologize to his highness and enter the city to rest? If we continue to endure the heat like this, we'll suffer from heat stroke. Birds in hand are worth two in the bush." The guards beside Dane, despite being martial artists, couldn't withstand prolonged exposure to the sun either, and began to murmur suggestions. "How can you all lack such backbone?" Dane was furious. The guards around him dared to suggest that he compromise with Jared. Even if he were to die of thirst, hunger, or heat, he would never willingly enter Qingfu County. Just then, Alicia emerged carrying a large tray of chilled fruits. "His Highness said you have worked hard guarding this farce." If not for fear that Dane might faint from heat stroke before reading the edict, Jared would have left him to suffer longer. Fuming, Dane lunged forward the moment Jared appeared, brandishing the edict high. "Preston, Jared, still don't kneel to receive the edict." At that moment, Dane looked extremely pleased. Finally, he could humiliate Jared. But Jared neither knelt nor showed any signs of doing so, looking at Dane as if he were a fool. "The Preston, Jared, how dare you refuse to kneel and receive the edict? You disrespect the Tobias so flagrantly. You must be planning to rebel." Dane came here to gather evidence against Jared, ready to report back. Jared not kneeling was clearly an act of contempt towards the Tobias, a golden opportunity Dane wouldn't miss. "Master Su, what do you mean? The Tobias deserves respect deep in our hearts, not mentioned carelessly every time like you. You are the one who disrespects the Tobias." As Jared spoke, guards surrounded Dane and his men. "You." Before Dane could protest, Jared interrupted sharply. "Why are you acting on behalf of the Tobias when he sent you to proclaim the edict in Nanua? What is your real intention? As the Preston, I don't mind if you don't kneel to me, but showing such disrespect to the Tobias, I think you are the one planning to rebel. Do you believe I won't execute you now?" Chapter 79. I'll give you one more chance to speak. "If I refuse," Dane said arrogantly to Jared, unsure if he was acting rashly or had been angered into confusion. "Refuse?" Jared didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. "Everyone heard that, did you not? Lord Su defies an imperial decree. Behead him and send his head back to the capital." "No problem." Hutch couldn't wait to draw his saber and made a mock slash at Dane. Terrified, Dane immediately pulled out a document from his robes and respectfully handed it to Jared. "Your Highness, please forgive my indiscretion and spare my life." As he spoke, he bowed frantically. He knew very well that if he didn't hand over the document now, he would lose his head in moments. Jared was capable of anything. By this point, Dane had already been utterly subdued by Jared. There was no thought of retaliation or even resistance. If there were a regret pill, he should have humbly gone to the county office earlier to deliver the imperial edict. Doing so would have prevented all these problems. As for reporting back, he could only consider that after ensuring his own survival. Humph, that's more like it. Jared took the document from Dane and turned to leave. Seeing this, Dane hurriedly followed. Aren't you going back to the capital to report, Lord Su?" Jared, who detested these people, responded with disdain. Your Highness, the Tobias ordered me to stay here for a month, reflecting on my actions. Dane replied nervously. What nonsense? Monitor me? Jared frowned and coldly said, I'll give you one more chance to say it correctly. And no, not monitor. How could I dare to monitor your Highness? Dane fell to his knees again. But please allow me to stay in Qingfu County for a month. The once prestigious third-rank Grand Master of the Imperial Temple, now reduced to this state, must have felt extremely disgruntled. However, being in Jared's domain left him no choice. Any defiance might cost him his life. Leaving now would defy the Emperor's orders, leading to certain beheading upon return. Dane was caught between a rock and a hard place, filled with growing regret. Since it's the Tobias's order, then Lord Su, follow me inside. Besides ordering you to monitor me, did the Tobias mention anything else? Jared sensed that something was still hidden and pressed. Initially unwilling to speak, Dane panicked under Jared's questioning and the guard's menacing gestures. The Tobias asked me to apologize for accusing you falsely. Upon hearing this, Jared understood everything. Dane's personal delivery of the Dane bewildered on the ground. Frustrating. Dane pounded the ground angrily and yelled at the guards. What are you waiting for? Help me up. With the guard support, Dane got up and entered Qingfu County. The streets looked much the same, empty of young men who were clearly mining in Wolf Mountain. Passing a school, children's voices echoed, diligently reading. Despite his displeasure with Jared, he couldn't help but admire Jared's accomplishments. In just months, Jared transformed Qingfu County from destitute to thriving. Had Jared been masking his true talents in the capital? So strange. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll find a way through this month. Dane sighed and slowly headed towards the county office. Meanwhile, Jared rushed back to the county hall, meeting notable craftsmen from Nanyue. His next plan was to rebuild Nanyue, starting with Qingfu County. Materials were secured. Now, he needed skilled craftsmen. I won't beat around the bush. Review these blueprints. Jared handed them over via Alicia. Upon seeing the designs, the craftsman's eyes widened in astonishment. Translation complete. Please let me know if you need further adjustments. Chapter 80. Nanyue Inspector, apologizing in person. What peculiar design is this building? The one speaking was an Dylan man with a head full of white hair and a stooped back. His name was Chavi, and he was undoubted love talent. Hearing that Chavi had once built the Nanyue Palace thrilled him. Moreover, many of the other craftsmen standing beside Chavi were his disciples. With their assistance, Jared's plan to rebuild Nanyue would be far easier. A guard hurriedly brought a chair. Thank you, Your Highness. Chavi, visibly honored, hastily bowed to Jared before sitting down. Master Wong, let me ask you directly. Given the corresponding materials and enough manpower, can you successfully construct this building according to the blueprint? Jared didn't beat around the bush. Since Chavi was an expert, he would know instantly whether or not it was feasible. Chavi didn't rush to answer but continued examining the blueprint, his expression grave. Masters of his caliber had mostly retired. This time, he had rushed over at the summons of the baker. Normally, he wouldn't personally oversee construction but delegate it to his disciples. But this situation was different. The design Jared gave him was extraordinarily unique. Chavi, in his 70s, had little time left. If he could build such a special structure before he died, he would die content. If we have sufficient materials and manpower, then old man here can make it happen, Chavi said after deep contemplation, looking earnestly at Jared. Excellent, as expected from Master Wong. Then I entrust this matter entirely to you. If you need anything during the construction, contact Ronald directly. He will fulfill all your needs. Jared nodded approvingly. Once the first building was completed, subsequent projects wouldn't be problematic. This 3-story building would serve as the future county hall for Qingfu County. Afterward, Jared and Chavi continued discussing the details of the blueprint to ensure no issues arose. After about an hour, everyone left to prepare for the construction. Jared intended to return home to rest when suddenly, a guard rushed in. Your Highness, Nanyue Inspector Joab seeks an audience. Joab? Jared frowned upon hearing this. From the beginning, Jared hadn't liked Nanyue Inspector Joab much. Joab tried to retain power by exaggerating Nanyue's problems to the court while pretending to be friendly, informing Jared about court officials coming to Nanyue. This Joab was two-faced. And if Jared remembered correctly, Joab had been a disciple of Grand Tutor era, making him part of the old conservative faction. Despite this, he was still better than Curtis. Joab wasn't a heinous corrupt official nor did he kill innocents. He simply lacked initiative. If he had shown more effort and leadership, Nanyue wouldn't have remained so impoverished. Jared believed such an inactive and irresolute person wasn't fit to continue as Nanyue's inspector, especially since the position also included the role of military commander, holding immense power. Unfortunately, Jared currently lacked suitable replacements, so Joab had to remain in his position. At the first opportunity, he would replace him. Chapter 81. Utilizing resources to the fullest. Save you? Dane wore a grim expression. Sir Era, you should seek your own blessings. After saying this, he was about to walk straight into the county office. No, Sir Su. Joab hastily reached out to hold Dane back. Sir Su, both of us were once disciples of Grand Tutor era. Before Joab could finish, Dane immediately interrupted him. Sir Era, you know that we were all disciples of Grand Tutor era. So why did you deliberately provide false information? If your intelligence had been true, how would we have been punished by Cliff? Do you know that Grand Tutor era is now under house arrest by Cliff? Dane was already very displeased, and now Joab actually wanted him to plead for mercy? Infuriated, he stomped into the county office without looking back, leaving Joab and his attendant Channing standing there in a daze. It's over. Everything is over. Even Grand Tutor era has been implicated because of me. The more he thought about it, the more terrified Joab became. If only there were medicine for regret. He shouldn't have reported the situation of Qingfu County to the court so hastily at first. Now, not only had Grand Tutor era been punished by Cliff, but Bertie Jared of Nanyue must be furious with him as well. He had originally intended to offend neither side, but now he had offended both. Sir Era, don't panic yet. I've heard that Bertie Jared has a gentle temperament and cares deeply for the people. He might show leniency toward you. Channing said this without much conviction himself. Gentle temperament? If Jared were truly gentle, would he be known as the most extravagant playboy in the world? Joab, naturally, didn't listen to any of this, standing fearfully at the entrance to the county office, continuing to wait. Moments later, a guard emerged with an indifferent expression and led Joab and Channing inside. Though the distance from the entrance to the county hall wasn't long, it felt infinitely long for them, especially given the cold stares they received along the way. Terrified, Joab and Channing broke into a cold sweat all over their bodies. Upon entering the county hall, they saw Jared seated on the high dais. Minister Dane stood beside him, visibly nervous. Without waiting for Jared's permission, Dane lacked the courage even to sit down. Seeing this, Joab and Channing fell to their knees with a loud thud. Your Highness, please spare our lives. Spare your lives? Jared sneered coldly. What wrongs have these two gentlemen committed? Joab and Channing, whom Jared was meeting for the first time, looked shifty-eyed and clearly untrustworthy. Especially Channing, who appeared particularly sleazy. For him to be... Since you are willing to reform yourselves, I will naturally give you a chance. Within 7 days, gather and compile all records from every county in Nanhua, including the main city, and deliver them to Qingfu County. If you delay by even a day, you will have no reason to live. Go. Jared had nothing more to say to them. Currently, Jared was fully aware of the situation in Qingfu County, but was still unfamiliar with other areas of Nanhua. With free time recently, he decided to understand things better to facilitate further development in Nanhua. We will return and compile the data immediately. Joab and Channing bowed respectfully and hurriedly left, fearing any additional moment might cause Jared to change his mind. So, Sir Su, what are you still doing here? Don't tell me you want me to send you to mine digging? Exhausted and eager to rest, Jared, upon seeing Dane standing nearby, asked irritably. Your Highness, Cliff ordered me to supervise, no, to stay in Nanhua for a month. I ask your Highness to arrange accommodation for me. Still fearful of Jared, Dane couldn't even look him in the eye. Unfortunately, I don't have spare rooms for idle people. However, if Sir Su is willing to assist me with some tasks, that could be different. Recalling something, Jared smiled slyly at Dane. Your Highness, command me. Though Dane didn't want to accept, he had no choice. Cliff had left him in Nanhua for a month, effectively giving Jared control over his fate. To return or not rested entirely on Jared's will. In this situation, angering Jared was out of the question. These next few days, Governor Era will gradually send over all the county records. I can't be bothered to go through them all in detail, so this important task will be entrusted to Sir Su. After reviewing them, write a concise report for me. With that, Jared turned and left without giving Dane a chance to refuse. Originally, Jared planned to assign this task to Ellison, but Ellison was already overwhelmed managing the affairs of Qingfu County. Thus, Dane was the perfect fit. A minister of the Department of Rights, holding a third-rank position, surely possessed considerable ability. Utilizing resources to the fullest, this man would stay in Nanhua for a month anyway. Chapter 82. If you dare to implicate the Qin family, don't blame me for being ruthless. How could a prestigious Grand Master of Ceremonies like myself be stuck organizing documents? I'm infuriated. Dane, though unwilling, had no choice but to comply. After all, he was under someone else's roof. He wasn't foolish enough to resist Jared. No matter what Jared asked him to do, he had to endure it for now. At least, he didn't have to go mining anymore. After complaining a bit more, several guards approached. Dane thought they had overheard his complaints and trembled in fear. Lord Su, the birdie has ordered us to take you to your residence. Relieved, Dane followed the guards away. At the same time, in Nanhua City, at the Chun residence, Elisa knelt before the Qin family head, Elon, sobbing loudly, Gay, please stand up for your daughter. Arao Rufus is, after all, your grandson? Before Elisa could finish her plea, Elon cut her off harshly. You want me to stand up for you? Do you think I am still the former Preston? Nanhua belongs to the Zhang family now, part of the great Zhou dynasty. Ferguson's idiocy got him into trouble with King Jared. His death is on him. As for Arao Rufus, since he survived, with some rest, he will recover. I advise you to return home, and stop talking about avenging the Preston. If you speak recklessly again, don't blame me for not considering our father-daughter bond. Elisa's father was none other than the once-renowned King Elon of Nanhua. However, after Nanhua fell under the great Zhou dynasty, the Qin family's influence waned significantly, leaving them only ensured wealth. Elisa was Elon's youngest daughter, born from a drunken encounter with a maid. As such, Elon never favored her. Her weeping made him increasingly angry. Lately, Elisa had been grieving constantly. Her husband was taken by the prince, forced to mine in Wolf Mountain, where he worked himself to death. Her son remained paralyzed in bed. Such misfortune left Elisa devastated. With no other options, she returned to her family home for support. She hadn't expected her father to criticize her instead of helping. Gay, won't you help your daughter? Elisa's puffy eyes met Elon's stern gaze. Help. Elon scoffed. How can I help? Send assassins after King Jared? Or target the person King Jared protects, Alicia? I advise you not to even think about it. Elon's face was grim. I warn you, if your actions implicate the entire Qin family, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now get out of my sight. The once mighty Preston had long become just another civilian. All his wealth and status granted by the great Zhou dynasty. Any action against King Jared would doom the Qin family, especially since Jared was favored by the Tobias. Even the prefect Joab of Nanhua submitted to him. After scolding her, Elon stormed off, ignoring Elisa. Though harsh, he acted to protect her. If Elisa insisted on pursuing this path, there was nothing more he could do. Watching her father leave, Elisa felt a rising anger. King Jared was too powerful to provoke or assassinate. But everything was because of that wicked Alicia. Had she just died, none of this would have happened. Elisa blamed it all on Alicia and swore silently to make her pay. Over the next 3 days, Qingfu County remained peaceful. Chavi and his apprentices, along with other craftsmen, began working on constructing the plans designed by Jared. To ensure the new material, cement, was viable, they needed to confirm its strength. Cement far exceeded their previous building materials like clay. From gunpowder, firearms, niter ice making, to cement, Jared's innovations left everyone in awe, including the experienced master builder Chavi. Early one morning, Alicia went shopping for Jared as usual. He had instructed her to buy many vegetables. While bargaining at a stall, a middle-aged woman suddenly dragged her into a nearby alley. Smack! Without a word, the woman slapped Alicia, shouting, "You wicked woman, auntie!" Caught off guard, Alicia looked up and saw it was Aunt Elisa, widening her eyes in shock. Before Alicia could react, Elisa grabbed her hand, angrily pulling her out onto the street. "Everyone, come see. How can there be such an evil person in this world? We took her in, even found her a good husband. Yet she repays us by collaborating with outsiders to kill her own uncle and cousin. She dishonors her engagement by mingling with other men. Such a venomous which should not be allowed to live." Elisa, in ancient times, women valued their reputations above all else. Confronted with constant public gossip and ridicule, Alicia wouldn't last long. This was Elisa's true intention. To kill Alicia could also be considered as a way of avenging her husband and child. Unbeknownst to Elisa, everything happening here had been seen by the patrolling guards. "That isn't Miss Erin? Why is she surrounded by so many people? Oh no, something big might happen. You two, go back and notify the birdie immediately. The rest of you come with me." The patrolling guards did not hesitate. They walked towards Alicia straight away. They all knew that Alicia was a woman the birdie cared deeply about. Absolutely nothing should happen to her. "Get out of the way. All of you get out of the way. Who allowed you to gather here and cause trouble?" The guards swiftly protected Alicia and dispersed the surrounding crowd. The sudden appearance of the birdie's guards left these women watching in horror, none daring to come any closer. Elisa, upon seeing the guards, showed no great surprise. Instead, she raised her voice even louder, angrily shouting to everyone around, "There's no justice in this world. Truly there is no justice. This wretched woman killed my husband and caused my son to be paralyzed. If the birdie doesn't help me, then why does he favor her? She must have seduced the birdie. With an existing betrothal, a woman come from, daring to act wild here." It was Jared who spoke, hastily arriving at the scene. Alongside him was the 9th rank warrior Hutch and a group of guards. Birdie's personal appearance instantly intimidated everyone present. Even Elisa clearly paused. She expected the guards to protect Alicia, but hadn't anticipated the birdie himself showing up. Clearly, Alicia held a very significant place in the birdie's heart, but she was blinded by anger. Today, she had to see Alicia dead. Seeing Jared appear, she stood up immediately, saying, "See, the birdie has indeed been bewitched by this despicable woman. We mustn't let the birdie sink further. Everyone, follow me. Let's drag this despicable woman into the pig cage." Before she finished, Jared gave Hutch a look, and he understood immediately. Hutch leaped forward, instantly appearing before Elisa. Without hesitation, he grabbed her by the neck. The crowd watching fell to their knees in fear. Jared ignored them and strode toward Alicia. "Your Highness." Alicia wanted to explain, but Jared stopped her, gently caressing her red and swollen cheek. Then, Jared turned angrily towards Elisa. "You dare to strike one of this birdie's people? Your audacity knows no bounds. Teach her a lesson." Upon Jared's command, Hutch rolled up his sleeves and struck Elisa several times. Blood gushed from her mouth, her cheeks swelling red and swollen as if stung by wasps. Hutch had intentionally held back. Otherwise, a single blow from a 9th rank warrior would have killed Elisa instantly. Next, Jared looked coldly at the women kneeling around, filled with contempt. Long-tongued women were always detestable, no matter the time. They blindly supported Elisa without discernment. Luckily Alicia was unharmed. Otherwise, Jared would make sure they paid the ultimate price. "Your Highness, you cannot be fooled by this enchantress. You are our savior of Nanyu." At this moment, an old white-haired woman, seemingly emboldened, spoke to Jared. Hearing this, the beaten Elisa smiled bitterly. Though at great cost, her plan succeeded. They really believed Alicia was a vicious woman. How could a man like Jared, revered as a god, be ensnared by such a wicked woman? Bloody fools. One of you, bored and doing nothing? The birdie keeps you to spread gossip? Miss Erin is such a good person. Why do you call her a venomous enchantress? As hell, do you believe I will tear your mouths apart? Hutch shouted in rage. Initially, Hutch merely thought Jared cherished Alicia, so naturally, he protected her as a subordinate. But during this time, the guards had grown to understand Alicia's character. What a fine young lady, now labeled as an enchantress. If not for Jared's orders, Hutch would have taken action much sooner. Chapter 84. Really think you can slander others without consequences? Hutch's words clearly intimidated everyone present. No one dared to speak up anymore. Jared's expression was exceptionally grave. He hadn't anticipated that such an incident would occur in Qingfu County today. If this were any ordinary woman, who could endure being so maliciously defamed? Especially considering how ancient women valued their reputation above all else, this was essentially a death sentence for Alicia. At this moment, Jared walked up to the white-haired old woman who had questioned him earlier. In a cold tone, he asked, "What evidence do you have to claim that this woman beside me is a venomous temptress?" The white-haired old woman hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to say, "I don't have any, but if she's truly innocent, why would?" Jared cut her off mid-sentence. "Don't give me excuses. Without evidence, how dare you make accusations? Really think you can slander others and not be held accountable?" Jared became increasingly angry as he spoke. Turning around, he saw that Elisa was actually smirking. Enraged, Jared slapped her hard across the face, causing her to fall to the ground. He then wiped his hand disdainfully. "This vile woman, Even hitting her felt like sullying his hands. Though Jared could disregard these people present, doing so wouldn't resolve the gossip and rumors. He didn't want to bear the disgrace of being seduced by a charming woman. Therefore, Jared signaled Hutch with a glance, gesturing for him to reveal the truth. Meanwhile, he walked over to Alicia and softly reassured her, "Don't worry. With me here, no one will bully you." Initially, Jared felt more pity for Alicia, especially given her remarkable culinary skills, which led him to keep her close. However, after spending time together, he found himself becoming increasingly reliant on her. Upon hearing about the incident today, he immediately rushed over with a large contingent of guards. If not for his princely status, he would have had Hutch execute Alicia publicly long ago. Alicia nodded slightly, her eyes welling with tears. Beyond the initial shock, she was deeply moved by Jared's actions. Each time he rescued her at crucial moments, she began to develop feelings that she knew were inappropriate toward this high-ranking prince. Meanwhile, Hutch cleared his throat and loudly explained the entire truth to everyone present. Harassing to Hutch's account, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Who would have thought the truth would be so different from what Alicia had said? Just then, Brett, who had been away fighting bandits, returned, accompanied by Alicia's father, Burl. His purpose was to report on the bandit suppression efforts and visit his daughter. He realized he needed to spend more time with his daughter and vowed never to let her suffer again. However, upon returning, Burl saw Alicia, bruised and battered, and Alicia standing beside the prince, visibly shaken. Most notably, he noticed the redness on Alicia's cheek. Obviously, someone had hit her. The prince would never harm Alicia, leaving only one possibility: Alicia, daughter. Burl rushed over upon seeing this. Hearing her father's voice, Alicia broke down and sobbed into his embrace. "Ariutin and Aaron, you came just in time," Jared said. "This woman assaulted your daughter in public, falsely accused her of having another marriage contract while cavorting with me, and called for her to be drowned in a pig cage as a wicked and evil fox spirit. I have subdued her, but as it is your family matter, I shall not intervene further." With those words, Jared waved his hand, signaling his guards to step back from Alicia. Learning the details, Burl's expression turned fiercely angry, clenching his fists. His glare full of murderous intent fell upon Alicia. After the last incident, he had hoped Alicia would learn her lesson. Considering they were relatives, he had decided not to pursue the matter. But who could have thought that upon his return from suppressing bandits, Alicia would dare treat his daughter like this? If not for the prince's timely intervention, he couldn't imagine what might have happened to his daughter. Even as Hutch revealed the entire truth, Alicia trembled in fear, too scared to run. Now, faced with Burl's murderous glare, Alicia felt absolute terror, stammering, "No, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? You're telling me this is a misunderstanding?" Enraged beyond measure, Burl kicked Alicia 3 meters away, his foot sending her spitting blood and fainting. He then knelt before Jared. "Your Highness' kindness, I will never forget. Such a vile woman does not deserve to live. Please deal with her as you see fit." Burl's words were clear. He did not intend for Alicia to live. Her existence posed a danger to his daughter. In that case, let's dispose of this vile woman by sending her to Elang Mountain. With that, Hutch dragged Alicia away as if she were a dead dog. An enemy of the prince left no room for mercy. Condemning her to dig mines until death was the prince's greatest leniency. But punishing Alicia alone was not enough. All those who participated in defaming Alicia would face repercussions. At that moment, Jared coldly surveyed even casualties among the guards. "Your Highness, the bandits in Wuyan Mountain are numerous, leveraging the geographical advantage, making them easy to defend but hard to attack. My failure led to 32 guards dying while eliminating the bandits this time," Brett said, kneeling before Jared. He knew well that Jared was compassionate towards his subordinates. Still, he felt responsible as their leader, blaming himself for the loss of so many brothers. "Your Highness, the situation in Wuyan Mountain is too peculiar, surrounded by mist all year round. The bandits were extremely cunning, setting traps beforehand that caught us off guard. Had it not been for Commander Zhao's brave charge and quick kill of the bandits' leader, we would have lost many more men. Please do not punish Commander Zhao." This time, accompanying Brett in the bandit suppression, Burl became thoroughly convinced of Brett's abilities, meeting his first Grandmaster-level warrior. Brett's astonishing strength indeed impressed him greatly. Jared listened with a serious expression. Having been in Nanua for so long, this was the first time out of 5,000 guards that any sacrifices occurred. And it was quite a number, over 30. In such situations, sacrifices were inevitable. To ensure the people of Nanua don't suffer from bandit raids in the future, their sacrifice is both worthy and honorable. I order generous compensation for the families of the fallen guards. Absolutely no martyr's family should be neglected. Jared's words left everyone present stunned, especially the guards. In truth, as the prince's protectors, they were essentially mere servants. Following orders, even to death, was expected of them. Sacrifices during bandit suppression were normal, and indifference from the prince wouldn't have surprised them. But what they never expected was Jared's genuine concern for their lives. He proposed compensation for the families. Although the Great Zhou dynasty had provisions for compensating fallen soldiers, only those who bravely fought enemies received such honors. As unknowns, would anyone care? Even if issued, could anyone guarantee it reached the families after their deaths? Moreover, they weren't killed in battle but died unexpectedly during bandit suppression. "Long live your Highness." All the guards kneeled in unison, shouting loudly. They weren't exaggerating. They were genuinely moved by Jared's actions. To follow such a noble prince was truly fortunate. At that moment, every guard resolved inwardly to follow any command without hesitation. "Brecken, get up." As the head of guards, the task of distributing compensation falls to you. Ensure reliable people deliver it directly to the families. If they face difficulties, feel free to bring the relatives here to Nanua. "As you command." Recovering, Brett bowed deeply and stood up. Honestly, at first, ordered by the emperor, abandoning everything to follow Jared, a seemingly frivolous young master, to Nanyue, made Brett feel uneasy. But, bound by imperial decree and considering Jared as Marshal Zhang's son, he faithfully ensured his safety. Over time, any unease disappeared. Now, he admired and revered Jared, seeing in him the shadow of the once heroic Marshal Zhang. Alright then, the bandits in Wuyan Mountain have been eliminated, a great achievement indeed. You two needn't leave today. Stay and taste this prince's cooking. Eliodorantee to make you linger on. Jared dashed toward the kitchen. This scene puzzled Brett and Burl. What was going on? The prince personally cooking? Meanwhile, Jared ran into the kitchen where Alicia had laid out all the necessary ingredients. Normally, she would start preparing lunch at this hour. Responsible for feeding everyone in the county office daily, it was her duty. Strangely, today Jared didn't let her start but hid in the corner, fiddling with something. What are you doing, your highness? With your noble status, why stoop to this? True gentlemen keep away from kitchens. Please go out. I can handle it here. Standing beside Jared, Alicia was baffled. No need. I'll take care of it today. If you want to help. Gently scooped up a spoonful and put it into his mouth. His eyes lit up immediately. Yes, this is exactly the taste I wanted. The commonly used seasonings in the current Zhou dynasty were only coarse salt, bean sauce, and maltose. When they needed a sour taste, they would use some plums. But for Jared, these were far from enough. Using modern knowledge, he refined coarse salt into fine salt. During this period, he also produced some cane sugar, known as white sugar, greatly enriching the available seasonings. In addition to this, Jared ground various spices like Sichuan pepper and black pepper into powders to enrich the flavor of the food. Unfortunately, there were no chili peppers available at this stage. Otherwise, the hot pot base could have been even more flavorful. Ricky, come try the dish made by your prince. Jared scooped up a small bowl of soup and handed it to Alicia standing beside him. Alicia took the pig's stomach chicken soup, sniffed it carefully first. The aroma almost made her salivate, and then tasted a small sip. It was as if she was struck by lightning. Her eyes widened instantly. It wasn't that it tasted bad, but how could this small bowl of soup prepared by the prince be so delicious? She thought her cooking skills were quite good, but compared to the prince's, the gap was too large. Birdie, what kind of soup is this? Alicia asked curiously. Hearing this, Jared smiled slightly. Do you remember the pork offal I asked you to buy earlier? All those pork offal are delicacies, but your cooking methods are incorrect, resulting in heavy gamey flavors which make them unpalatable. The soup I cooked uses the entire chicken wrapped inside a pig's stomach and is stewed to perfection. Hence it's called pig stomach chicken soup. What do you think of it? In the Zhou dynasty, besides beef which could not be eaten, other meats such as chicken, duck, fish, pork, and mutton were all permissible. However, the cooking methods were too monotonous. Despite Alicia's excellent cooking skills, Jared was basically fed up with the dishes. That's why he decided to invent some new dishes. Hot pot was an excellent choice, simple yet delicious. Too bad the Zhou dynasty strictly prohibited slaughtering oxen. Otherwise, sliced beef would be the essence. Pig stomach chicken soup. For Alicia, it was not only a brand new dish name but also an unprecedented cooking method. Who would have thought that stuffing a chicken inside a pig's stomach and making soup could result in such exquisite flavor? But Alicia wasn't foolish. She immediately realized something was amiss. If one merely stuffed a chicken into a pig's stomach to make soup, there would certainly be a strong gamey smell, hard to eat at all. However, the broth cooked by the prince barely had any gamey smell, and there was even a hint of mild. Also, you can try this white sugar, Jared added, handing Alicia a small bowl of white sugar. Before tasting, Alicia didn't know what to expect. After tasting, she was completely taken aback. The sweetness of the white sugar was overwhelming. Girls love sweet foods, and the sweetness of the white sugar left Alicia lingering on its flavor. Although she didn't understand what refining meant, nor the process of producing fine salt and white sugar, she was sure it was another invention by the prince. Birdie, you're amazing. Alicia sincerely admired the prince. Alright, don't stand there. Come help me test the dishes. Bring over part of the ingredients you've just cut, and I'll teach you a brand new way of eating. Without hesitation, Alicia quickly placed the pre-processed ingredients in front of Jared. Jared casually picked up a piece of fish meat, swirled it in the pig's stomach chicken soup, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it. Well, though this taste is far from perfect, it's still very delicious. You should try it too. Jared hurriedly invited Alicia to join him in tasting the dish. Following Jared's example, Alicia began swishing her food in the hot pot. After eating the dishes made by the prince, Alicia realized she had been cooking poorly before. The previous concoctions were barely edible. After a while, in the county office hall, there were several large iron pots, with firewood burning underneath. Apart from the pig stomach chicken soup, there was also pork bone soup. At this moment, the entire county office was filled with caused them to sweat profusely. It did nothing to dampen their enjoyment of the meal. So tasty, how can the prince be so good at cooking? I've never eaten like this before. The taste is incredible. Especially this soup, it's absolutely perfect. Seeing them enjoy their meal so much, Jared nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, hot pot was universally delightful wherever it was served. Unfortunately, without chili peppers, they couldn't fully experience its essence. Of course, currently, there was only one person in the county office who could not partake in the hot pot feast. That was Dane, who had been drawn in by the aroma. I can only watch? Why should I be the only one excluded? I'm a third-rank minister of the Taichung Temple. Being refused entry, Dane fumed silently, not daring to make any noise for fear of being sent to the Evil Wolf Mountain mines by Jared. If not for the irresistible aroma, he wouldn't have been lured over. Combined with the frugal diet he endured during his time in Nanyue, his craving was understandable. Minister Su, do you also want to eat? Unfortunately, this prince does not keep idlers around. After Jopshi sends over the data on Nanyue's various cities, once you've organized it, then this prince will certainly treat you to a hot pot meal. Jared shouted this as he devoured. Have all the merchants come to the county office for discussions. Yes, I'll contact them right away. Isaiah bowed respectfully and hurried off. Hot pot was enjoyable while eating, but cleaning up afterwards was a hassle. Fortunately, Jared didn't need to lift a finger, relaxing back into his room. At the same time, in the capital, at the Grand Tutor's residence, Van had anxiously waited many days without news from Nanua. He began to worry. What is going on? Why did Auden go to Nanua and not send any word? Could he have failed? Standing before Van was his grandson Iliotstav, who firmly declared, that's impossible. Auden is an 8th rank peak martial artist, just one step away from 9th rank. Though Tobias dispatched 2 experts secretly to protect Jared upon his departure, their strength would be comparable to Auden's. Even if outmatched, Auden surely has the ability to escape. In my view, he must be waiting for the right opportunity. This wasn't mere confidence. Iliotstav truly had no knowledge of Brett and Hutch's real capabilities. They were originally high-ranking experts in the palace, with only the Emperor knowing their true strength, especially master-level martial artist Brett, whose abilities were highly classified. Thus, Iliotstav believed that Auden, the strongest below 9th rank, was entirely sufficient to assassinate Jared. Once Brett and Hutch were not beside Jared, killing him would be like crushing an ant. Waiting for the ####Chapter 88. Secret plotting at the Era Manor, marriage granted to Jared. For the matter of Jared? Upon hearing this, Van's eyes lit up immediately. He pulled Tanner to sit beside him and said, Your Highness, could it be that you also plan to take action against Jared? Tanner furrowed his brow. Grandpa, what do you mean by that? Have you already sent someone to act against Jared in secret? Since the last incident involving Jared, Tanner had avoided any contact with Van to avoid suspicion. He never expected to hear such significant news upon arriving. To tell you the truth, I have indeed taken action against Jared. The situation is as follows. Van did not withhold anything. He revealed everything about sending Auden to Southview to assassinate Jared. What foolishness! How could you be so reckless, Grandpa? Tanner sighed helplessly. You sent Auden to Southview. That's just a death sentence. Your Highness, what do you mean? Auden is an 8th grade peak warrior. How could he fail? So long without news only means he's waiting for the right moment, Iliotstav said confidently, unwilling to believe Auden was dead. How significant is an 8th grade peak warrior? Let me be frank. Former Jinwei Middle General Brett is now Jared's personal bodyguard. This person is a master-level warrior. In addition, Cliff sent another 9th grade warrior, Hutch, to ensure Jared remains unharmed. With these 2 experts protecting Jared closely, do you think Auden has any chance? To put it bluntly, even if you sent 50 more warriors like Auden, they would still have no chance. Forget about assassinating Jared. Tanner did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. Upon hearing this, both Van and Iliotstav fell silent, their faces grim. They had anticipated that Jared's bodyguards were strong, but not to this absurd extent. The number of publicly known master-level warriors in the Great Zhou dynasty could be counted on one hand. For the Emperor to dote on Jared to the point of assigning a master-level protector was truly astonishing. Damn it, how can this be? Iliotstav reluctantly accepted his fate, while Van sighed helplessly. Fortunately, they hadn't sent Iliotstav to hire more assassins, or it would have been futile. To assassinate Jared, only a master-level warrior could have a slim chance. But those high-ranking warriors were typically top figures of major forces, or loyal to the court. How could they persuade them? At this moment, Van seemed to recall something and looked at Tanner. Your Highness, when you mentioned coming for Jared's matters, did you perhaps have a better plan? Tanner nodded straightforwardly. Indeed, I do have a good plan. Killing Jared now is extremely difficult. Whether through assassination or getting the Emperor to punish him, it's virtually impossible. If we cannot kill him, why not try to recruit him? Here, Tanner smiled slightly. Although the Jiang family, apart from Xena Dowager, now only has Jared left, it remains an irreplaceable force. Not to mention, Jared is now the king of Southview. If we can make Jared stand by our side, it would greatly strengthen us. At that point, who would dare to oppose my becoming crown birdie? Just as he finished speaking, Van interjected, We've tried to recruit Jared before, but he remained unmovable each time. How can we possibly recruit him now? Both Van and Iliotstav were puzzled, unsure what Tanner intended. Seeing this, Tanner nodded knowingly. It would indeed have been nearly impossible before. But now, with Jared as the king of Southview, and at an age where he should marry and have children, the situation is different. The queen of Southview cannot be just any woman. Fortunately, Bertius Arungan is quite infatuated with Jared. As his Dylan brother, I naturally want to fulfill her wish. Van and Iliotstav first looked stunned, then nodded in understanding. They finally grasped Tanner's intention. Amina was Tanner's full-blooded sister. If the Emperor granted her marriage to Jared, Jared would become Tanner's brother-in-law. This would create familial ties between the Jiang and Era families, further cementing Tanner's position as crown birdie. Your Highness, you are indeed wise. But will the Emperor really grant this marriage? After all, this cannot happen without the Xena approval. Van asked solemnly, thinking deeply. Grandpa, rest assured, there won't be any issues. For now, just bear with it a little longer. After discussing more matters with Van, Tanner left hurriedly. A short while later, in the royal garden behind the palace, Paxton, as usual after court, strolled here with Xena Diana. Your Majesty seems to be in very high spirits lately. You even have fewer white hairs. Diana teased as she saw Paxton smiling broadly. Naturally, Sergei's actions in Southview deeply please me. He is truly worthy of being Brother Zhang's son. Thinking of Jared's diligent governance in Southview, Paxton felt reassured. Indeed, sending Jared to Southview for experience was the right decision. Yes, Jared has done exceptionally well. But, here, Diana paused and stopped walking. Sergei isn't young anymore. Brother Zhang only has him as his son, and he bears the significant responsibility of reviving the Zhang clan. Sergei is due for marriage. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind, Your Majesty? Xena, words hit home with Paxton. He responded quickly, the Xena truly is my virtuous helper. Only you could guess my thoughts. Now that Sergei is Diana nodded in agreement. Since Jared left for Nanua, he had never returned. To say that he didn't miss her at all would be a lie. Then, the two continued strolling around the garden. In just 3 days, Governor Joab began sending reports about the various counties of Nanua to the Qingfu County Magistrate's office. Dane eagerly started organizing the information. Whether it was for a hot pot meal or for a peaceful month in Nanua, Dane needed to complete the tasks assigned by Jared with all his might. With Dane's help, Jared no longer needed to worry about these tedious documents. These past few days, Jared chose to stay in his room alone, rarely coming out. From time to time, he would send Brett, Hutch, or Ingrid out to buy some special materials. No one knew what Jared was up to. It was quite mysterious. Your Highness, can I see you now? At that moment, Jared suddenly heard Hutch calling from outside the door. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't disturb Jared, so his sudden appearance meant something urgent must have happened. Jared quickly put down what he was doing and opened the door. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Hutch rushed over when he saw Jared come out. 7 teenage girls drowned overnight in Kinyan Village outside Qingfu County. Ronald learned of this and has already gone to investigate. I found this matter very suspicious and came to report it to you immediately. What? Jared's brows furrowed instantly. 7 deaths overnight? How could this happen? Could it be a nighttime raid by mountain bandits? But that's not right either. Why only girls? The more Jared thought about it, the more confused he became. Nanua was his territory, and his people dying under such strange circumstances, Jared couldn't just sit by and do nothing. And since he was currently in Qingfu County, he had to investigate. Your Highness, according to the locals, it's the sea god marrying brides. The young women were chosen by the sea god. The local villagers firmly believe this. If it weren't for the parents reporting it to the authorities, we still wouldn't know. As they walked alongside Jared, Hutch explained the folklore. What? The sea god taking brides? Jared laughed heartily upon hearing this. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? There are no ghosts or monsters in this world. This is clearly human-made. Come on, let's go check out Kinyan Village. Just then, Ingrid happened to walk by. Jared waved her over. Qinsheng, come along with me too. Although Jared didn't believe in the sea god's marriage, this case was certainly unusual. He might need to stay in Kinyan Village for a few days to thoroughly investigate. Jared had long gotten used to Ingrid taking care of his daily needs. He felt incomplete without her. Moreover, since Kinyan Village was near the sea, Jared had a plan he wanted to implement there. This was a perfect opportunity to survey beforehand. So, Jared left the steady Brett to hold down Qingfu County and set off hurriedly towards the sea was, in their view, definitely the work of the sea god. Given the local belief of the sea god taking brides, they were even more convinced. The sea god blessed them with a good harvest and more fish, so sacrificing a few girls seemed insignificant. They hadn't intended to report it, but the families of the victims went to Qingfu County for official assistance. Peter, these girls were taken by the sea god. Last night, someone saw shrimp soldiers and crab soldiers come out of the sea to take them away. Their sacrifice was worthwhile. Becoming the sea god's wife is their blessing. Magistrate, please return. Speaking was an old man with white hair and a cane named Enzo, the respected village Dylan of Kinyan Village. Yes, Elder is right. This is our village's matter, no outsiders involved. Magistrate, you're busy, better leave now. Don't interfere with our sea god worship. The villagers shouted loudly, nearly causing chaos. Chapter 90. If the people don't sue, the officials won't investigate. This incident left the county constables, including Ellison, feeling utterly helpless. The residents of Kinshin Village were known to worship the sea god, and this was something they all understood. But no one expected that their faith in the sea god would be so fanatical. 7 young girls had died under mysterious circumstances, a serious criminal case. However, these villagers insist serious about the officials intervening in their village's affairs and defaming the sea god. Seeing the bailiffs draw their weapons without discernment only deepened their resentment toward the government. Their faith in the sea god was too strong. They were willing to stand against the government for their beliefs. Faced with this situation, Ellison clenched his fists, feeling profoundly helpless. Drawing weapons was merely a means to intimidate. He could never actually use force against the villagers. But if he just left, who would seek justice for the 7 girls who died mysteriously? A major case like this shortly after being promoted by the birdie, his lack of action as the county magistrate would make him unworthy of the birdie's trust. Just as Ellison pondered how to persuade the villagers, a stern voice rang out from the crowd, silence. Then, Jared appeared, accompanied by Hutch, Alicia, and 3 guards, walking confidently forward. Your Highness. Seeing this, Ellison immediately led the other county officials to kneel before Jared. Though many villagers knew of Nanyu King Jared, few had seen him in person. When they saw him appear, they first froze in surprise. Only after seeing Ellison and others kneel did they realize who it was and quickly follow suit. They never expected the revered Nanyu King to suddenly appear in their village. Your Highness, you. Before Ellison could say more, Jared interrupted. It's all right. I'm already Your Highness, I witnessed shrimp soldiers and crab warriors carrying 7 red palanquins last night. The girls inside those palanquins drowned today. It's clear that the sea god is taking brides. Your Highness, we cannot investigate further or we'll anger the sea god, and disaster will befall us. The old man grew increasingly fearful, repeatedly bowing to the sea god's statue, muttering, O great sea god, please do not be angry. Your Highness knows nothing about our customs, forgive him, and continue to bless us. Jared fell silent, still unconvinced of any sea god's existence. Yet the villagers wouldn't lie without reason. This confirmed that something unusual happened in Kinshin Village last night. Otherwise, the villagers wouldn't believe so firmly in such an absurdity. The sudden appearance of the mythical shrimp soldiers and crab warriors was definitely suspicious. After some thought, Jared smiled gently. It seems the sea god has indeed taken them. If so, we mustn't offend the sea god. Upon hearing this, The villagers cheered enthusiastically. Long live the king! Long live the king! However, Ellison and others frowned deeply. What nonsense about the sea god marrying? How could the king believe this? Your Highness, didn't you just say you didn't believe in deities? How did you change your mind so quickly? Confused, Hutch asked Jared, approaching him. Alicia and others also felt puzzled. Was the king brainwashed so easily? Translation ends here. Continue translating if more content is provided. Chapter 91. The Legend of Kinkin Village. Facing Hutch's inquiry, Jared smiled without a word and slowly walked to the village head Enzo. Old village head, this king has a question for you. Where are the families of those women now? After all, these women were raised by them with hardships. It's understandable they would be sad after losing their daughters to the sea god. In such a panic, it is also understandable for them to report it to the authorities. Upon hearing this, Enzo dared not hesitate. They are all being detained inside the sea god temple, mainly because they were slandering the sea god at will. I had no choice but to take this lower step. However, your Highness can rest assured, we won't harm them. We just temporarily detain them. I see. Jared smiled deeply upon hearing this. To him, since the families chose to report to the county magistrate, it meant that not everyone was crazily devoted to the sea god. Under normal circumstances, these people should have stood up against such actions. Yet, none of them could be seen. Clearly, they must have been detained. Though he outwardly seemed to believe in the sea god, he easily elicited the information he wanted. He then approached the county magistrate Ellison. Your Highness, this is clearly a murder case, not the sea god taking brides. You can't let these people deceive you. Ellison hurriedly spoke when he saw Jared coming. Don't worry, this king is not so foolish. But these villagers obviously worship the sea god extremely. If we use forceful means, it will backfire. Not only will we fail to find out the truth, it will also incite public anger. Let your subordinates leave Kinkin Village first and come with me to the sea god temple. Instead of arguing with these villagers here, we might as well go directly to the aggrieved parties. Jared whispered something into Ellison's ear, who immediately brightened and understood Jared's intentions. Immediately after, Ellison shouted to his subordinates, the birdie orders us to leave, given Kinkin Village's special situation. As you wish. The county officials did not ask questions and quickly left the village. Seeing the officials gone, the villagers felt relieved. As long as the authorities did not interfere, the sea god would not get angry and continue to bless Kinkin Village with peace and prosperity. The officials have left. There's no need for you to gather here anymore. Disperse. Jared's words made the villagers bow respectfully and depart. At this moment, Jared called Enzo, old village head, please stay and lead this king to the sea god temple. Don't worry, I want to talk to the aggrieved parties personally. If they need compensation, I will take responsibility for it. Enzo, understanding this, led Jared and his companions toward the sea god temple without hesitation. Due to their disrespect towards the sea god, Enzo was forced to detain them to avoid angering the sea god. Now, with the birdie willing to comfort them, Enzo was delighted. Under Enzo's lead, Jared and company arrived at the sea god temple. Even though the villagers' homes were shabby, the sea god temple was extravagantly built, proving the depth of their belief. Inside the temple, Jared saw an enormous stone statue of the sea god. Various offerings were placed on a table before the statue. People believed disrespectful behavior would invite severe punishment from the sea god. Your Highness, they are in that room, Enzo said, pointing to a side door on the left and handing Jared the key. That's fine, you can return now. Let me handle things here. Make sure no one disturbs me. Jared accepted the key calmly. Enzo bowed respectfully and hastily left. Once he confirmed everyone was far enough, Jared sighed in relief. These people are really fanatical. I wonder what exactly this sea god is that it has such an impact on the villagers. As he muttered, he handed the key to Hutch to open the side door. Over a dozen villagers ran out, tears streaming down their faces, kneeling before the birdie. Please, your Highness, seek justice for us. There is no sea god. Someone has murdered our daughters. Chapter 92. Waiting for the hare by the stump. These villagers had initially thought that the old village chief Enzo was leading another group, so they huddled together in fear. Upon learning that it was the prince who had come to rescue them, they became visibly agitated with relief. In this situation, only the prince could have the power to seek justice for their deceased daughters. Don't be anxious. Since I am here, I will certainly help you. Tell me everything you know carefully. In ancient feudal society, it was quite common for people to believe in nebulous deities. Jared would not interfere with the beliefs of the people of Nanua. But if things escalated to such a deranged extent, action needed to be taken. If this continued, every death would be attributed to the sea god's marriage. Where would the rule of law be? Your Highness, please stand up for my poor daughter. Around midnight last night, a group of black-clothed men suddenly burst into my house. They forcibly took away my poor daughter. When we tried to pursue them, we were knocked out. When we woke up, we found out that our daughter had drowned in the sea. I wanted to seek justice, but was told this was due to the sea god's wedding. How can a sea god possibly commit such atrocities? A gaunt-faced woman narrated the events while sobbing to Jared. The relatives of other victimized girls recounted similar stories. Black-clothed men forcefully taking their daughters, leaving them unconscious and unaware of what happened next. It was clear to Jared that these incidents were far from being acts of mythical sea creatures. These sea god weddings seemed increasingly perplexing, but one thing he could be certain of, no sea god existed. Someone was impersonating the sea god and committing these heinous crimes. After hearing the villagers' tearful pleas, Jared instructed his guards to escort them back home. He then continued discussing the case with Ellison and others at the sea god temple. Your Highness, although I may be dull-witted, I too realize these black-clothed men are behind it. What shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Clearly, they were dressed up intentionally by those men, said Hutch indignantly. Had he been there, he would have easily subdued these so-called shrimp soldiers and crab generals. True, but the villagers won't believe it. The main issue is why some saw the appearance of shrimp soldiers and crab generals last night, and why the abducted women ended up drowned in the river the next day. Jared turned to Ellison, County Magistrate. Did your coroner examine the bodies of these women? In Jared's view, finding out the cause of death should be straightforward. Have the corpse already exterminated by your highness? Ellison revealed all he knew without hesitation. Devil Sea Gang. Jared pondered for a moment. Even without full details, the name alone gave him an uneasy feeling. Your highness, speaking of the Devil Sea Gang, I just recalled something. Alicia, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. It seems that the body of the Devil Sea Gang's young master disappeared just before burial. What? Jared frowned. The body vanished? This is too bizarre. Could the Devil Sea Gang's young master still be alive? Bindi, how do you know about the Devil Sea Gang? Jared asked curiously. My father told me. Back then, my father was just an ordinary martial artist in Qingfu County, not yet a military advisor. He participated in the operation against the Devil Sea Gang and witnessed the disappearance of the young master. No matter how hard the authorities searched, they never found the body. There were rumors that the sea god, angered by the young master's actions, took him as an eternal slave. Alicia remembered this vividly because her father used to warn misbehaving children that they would be taken by the Devil Sea Gang's young master. Yes, indeed, that was the case. I remember children would immediately behave when the Devil Sea Gang's young master was mentioned, said Ellison, recalling Alicia's words. Looks like this Devil Sea Gang is not simple. A body vanishing into thin air, two possibilities. Either someone stole it, or he didn't die. Now, I have an idea. Perhaps last night's incident in Kinchuan Village is connected to this mysterious Devil Sea Gang young master. With a slight smile, Jared concluded, let's wait for the hare by the stump. Chapter 93. Night falls silent, black-clothed figures emerge. Waiting for the rabbit by the stump? Ellison was taken aback. Your highness, you don't mean to stay in Kinchuan Village? Exactly. Jared nodded slightly. Having promised the victims to avenge their daughters, how can I just leave now? Besides, I have a new plan recently that needs to be put into practice here in Kinchuan Village. This is also a good opportunity to thoroughly reform Kinchuan Village. Ronald, please inform the old village head to find me a place to stay in this village. Hearing Jared's words, Ellison did not hesitate. He bowed respectfully and hurried off. Once the birdie had given an order, he couldn't possibly object. Moreover, he was curious about what this new plan of the birdies was. Your highness, if it's the revival of the Demon Sea Gang, staying here could be extremely dangerous. I'm worried about your safety. Why don't you return first and come back after the matters in Kinchuan Village are resolved? Hutch spoke with concern. Earlier, assassins managed to attack even when Jared was at Qingfu County's Yamen. Although Jared ultimately killed the assassin, accidents can always happen. The assassination incident greatly alarmed Hutch. Ensuring the birdie's safety was paramount. With 7 people dead overnight in Kinchuan Village, Hutch genuinely feared something might happen to Jared. No, I won't leave. Even if black-clothed figures or the Demon Sea Gang's young master do appear, can't a 9th-rank warrior like you handle it? Actually, as the Nanyu birdie, dealing with an incident in such a small village within his fiefdom was not necessary. He could have left it entirely to Ellison. But the situation in Kinchuan Village was too bizarre, especially involving the long-defeated Demon Sea Gang. If mishandled, it could become a significant future threat. How could it be possible? I only worry there might be unexpected situations. Why don't I bring more guards to ensure your highness's safety? Jared sighed helplessly. A row, bringing in a lot of guards will only alert them. I plan to lie in wait tonight. Don't cause trouble. Don't worry. I have a firearm for self-defense. Even if the mysterious Demon Sea Gang young master shows up, I'll shoot him down. Given Jared's resolute tone, Hutch had nothing else to say and nodded obediently. Elsewhere, when Enzo, the village head, heard from Ellison that Jared intended to stay temporarily, he was astonished. He thought the birdie would leave Kinchuan Village immediately after comforting the aggrieved parties. No one expected the birdie to remain longer, leaving Enzo shocked. A pampered birdie deciding to live in Kinchuan Village was unimaginable. But no matter how baffled Enzo felt, always blame the sea god for whatever we do, and no one will suspect us. My great power is nearly complete. I cannot wait any longer. With my power perfected, Nanyu birdie Jared means nothing. Not just Nanyu, but all of the great Zhou dynasty will belong to me. Ha 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 ha. The white-haired man laughed wildly. Great master. The gathered black-cloaked figures kneeled before him, raising their hands in exaltation. That night, under Enzo's arrangements, Jared moved into the best house in Kinchuan Village. To ensure Jared's comfort, the entire house was thoroughly cleaned and refreshed. Your highness, Kinchuan Village lacks supplies and fine food. You'll have to make do with simple fare tonight. Alicia entered with cooked meals. Fortunately, she had brought some of the birdie's fine salt and sugar before arriving, so the taste should be acceptable. Originally, Enzo planned to arrange the meal, but Jared declined. Given the bizarre occurrences, Jared didn't want to eat their food until matters were clearer. No problem. These dishes are excellent. Jared ate heartily and invited Alicia and Hutch to join him. After eating, Jared returned comfortably to rest. Before leaving, he turned to Hutch. Older Rao, patrol Kinchuan Village secretly tonight. Alert me immediately if anything unusual happens. Rest assured, your highness, Hutch replied confidently. Eager to confront the mythical figures, Hutch instructed 3 guards to protect the birdie, then disappeared into the darkness. The night in Kinchuan Village was unusually peaceful. Rest assured, Elder Rao, everything will go off without a hitch tonight. Even if something unexpected happens, once you act, what are those palace guards to you? You're an incredibly powerful 7th-rank warrior. Harassing to his subordinates' flattery, Ricky's lips curled into a slight smile, thoroughly enjoying the attention. Indeed, as they said, he was a 7th-rank warrior, a top-notch expert. Ordinary palace guards would stand no chance against him. Under Ricky's leadership, the black-clothed men rushed towards Kinchuan Village. Tonight's objective was to bring back at least 3 eligible women, and they could not afford any mistakes. Thanks to inside information provided beforehand, Their targets were clearly defined. To ensure their true identity remained concealed, the black-clothed men continuously released blinding smoke as they ran, causing any villager who inhaled it, along with the darkness in their attire, to genuinely believe they were sent by the sea god, crustacean soldiers. Even if they abducted women right before their eyes, the gullible villagers wouldn't intervene, seeing it as the sea god claiming brides, an utterly absurd belief. Little did they know, every move was observed by Hutch, hidden nearby. Initially startled when he saw the strangely masked black-clothed men emerge from underwater, upon closer inspection, Hutch realized they were merely pretending. As a 9th-rank warrior, he instantly detected that the blinding smoke caused hallucinations, making people believe these were the sea god's minions. His deep inner strength made the smoke ineffective against him. With unmatched lightness of foot, combined with the dark night, Hutch followed the men without them noticing. Thus, he trailed them until they broke into an ordinary family's home. Moments later, terrified screams echoed. "Please, spare my daughter. She's only 15. Kind gentlemen, have mercy on her." Inside, 2 villagers, a man and woman, knelt before the black-clothed men, sobbing. Earlier that day, they had criticized the county officials for meddling in Kinyun village's affairs, believing the deaths of 7 women were because they were chosen by the sea god. Unaffected since it hadn't involved them, now they faced it firsthand. Seeing their daughter forcefully taken, how could parents remain indifferent? Despite the hallucination-inducing smoke, making them fearfully view the men as the sea god's underlings, hearing their daughter's desperate cries broke their hearts. "Let my sister go." Suddenly, Acton wielding a hoe charged at the intruders. "Get out of the way." With a casual wave, one black-clothed man sent the youth flying, slamming him against the wall, unable to get up. "Being chosen by the sea god is your blessing. How dare you obstruct us? One more word and you'll die." With that, the men dragged the girl away in front of her family. Their cries were futile. However, as the black-clothed men exited, Hutch emerged. "6 of you, planning to attack together? Or shall I take you one by one?" Holding a bamboo skewer between his teeth, Hutch spoke with disdain. To him, these men were nothing. The strongest was just a 7th-rank warrior, far too weak. "Who are you, daring to interfere with the sea god's business? Do you want to die?" Immediately recognizing Hutch's unfamiliar face, these men guessed he wasn't local but likely a palace guard. They were puzzled why he showed no effects from the blinding smoke. Typically, inhalation should cause hallucinations, making them seem like terrifying sea god servants, scaring anyone senseless. How could he challenge them so courageously? Sea god? Hutch laughed loudly. "What nonsense, what kind of fake sea god? Now you only have 2 choices. Either surrender and come with me to see the prince, or I incapacitate each of you and drag you back to see the prince. Which will it be?" Leaning against a tree, Hutch coldly questioned. "What makes you think you can stop us? You're looking for death." One impulsive black-clothed man drew his sword, charging angrily at Hutch. "Foolish." Without even glancing, Hutch spat out the bamboo skewer. It shot forward like an arrow and was that as a 7th-rank martial artist, he couldn't sense any aura from Hutch. This could only mean 2 things. Either Hutch's martial arts had the ability to conceal chi, or his strength far exceeded Ricky's. A 7th-rank martial artist was already an incredibly powerful existence. He preferred to believe that Hutch's martial arts had special characteristics that prevented the sensing of his aura. The prince guessed right. "You are indeed connected to the Devil Sea Gang. Since that's the case, I won't waste words with you. To dare do such heinous deeds in Nanhua, none of you will be leaving here tonight alive." As soon as Hutch finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from him, terrifying even the 7th-rank martial artist Ricky. Before Ricky could react, he saw Hutch appear right before him. With a casual punch, Ricky was sent flying, his chest caving in, blood mixed with internal organs spurting out. Hutch had critically wounded Ricky with just 1 strike. If Ricky weren't a 7th-rank martial artist, he would have died instantly. A 9th-rank martial artist. How is this possible? Lying helplessly on the ground, Ricky had no strength left to stand up, his face filled with terror. Who would have thought that the sturdy-looking guard accompanying the birdie of Nanhua was actually a 9th-rank martial artist? Such a level of martial artist was beyond his capacity to handle. What? Seeing this situation, the other black-clothed men were terrified, their eyes wide open. One blow had gravely injured Elder Arau. This strength was likely greater than even their gang leaders. Terrified, the black-clothed men immediately fell to their knees, begging for mercy. The intense sounds of combat and screams naturally attracted the attention of the nearby villagers, who began to gather. Due to the surrounding haze, the villagers, after inhaling it, all experienced hallucinations. They saw Hutch as a devil from hell attacking Kinchin's subordinates, causing them to tremble in fear. "Himph, a bunch of rabble." Hutch gave a cold snort and walked toward Ricky. Without hesitation, he slapped him unconscious, then carried him over his shoulder, coldly looking at the kneeling black-clothed men beside him. "If you follow me, there's still a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, don't blame my ruthlessness." These men, being martial artists, understood how powerful a 9th-rank martial artist was. To say nothing of exaggeration, if Hutch wished, he could kill them all in seconds. To save their lives, the black-clothed men helped up their left-eyed comrade and hurriedly followed Hutch. A short while later, outside Jared's residence, these black-clothed men were tied up tightly by the guards, kneeling obediently on the ground. As for the severely injured Ricky, Hutch simply stepped on him, making it unnecessary to tie him up. Jared, with sleepy eyes, slowly came out of the house. Seeing the black-clothed men kneeling before him, he immediately woke up. "Oh, Olderau, impressive. You did this so quickly?" Jared had tasked Hutch with notifying him upon discovering the black-clothed men. But Hutch directly subdued these guys, surprising Jared. But this was better. Jared didn't have to go out himself. These guys' weak strength also reflected that no serious effort was needed. "Your Highness, it was this group causing trouble. I planned to report back first but found them attempting to harm someone. So I acted preemptively and subdued them." They're all from the Devil Sea Gang. Hutch explained hastily. It's fine. We needed to subdue them anyway. You did great tonight. Jared walked towards the black-clothed man under Hutch's foot. Approaching these men, Jared clearly smelled an odd odor from them and instinctively covered his nose and mouth. Your Highness, this guy used a hallucinogenic mist to deceive the villagers. But they've been subdued and won't dare use the mist again. Hearing Hutch's words, Jared nodded, understanding why the villagers saw things like shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Everyone had hallucinated. Don't step on him. Let him up. I need to interrogate him properly. Upon hearing this, Hutch promptly lifted his right leg off Ricky's chest. A large number of villagers, unaware of the truth, suddenly gathered outside the house. Initially, they had inhaled the black-clothed men's hallucinogenic smoke and started having delusions. They mistook these strangely masked black-clothed men for the sea god's shrimp soldiers and crab soldiers. Under the influence of the hallucinogenic smoke, Hutch, who subdued them, was perceived as a devil. The sea god was their most revered deity, whose subordinates could not be provoked. Yet one of their own was overpowered by a devil. Thus, the villagers mustered up courage to follow and investigate. But no one expected that the effect of the hallucinogenic smoke would fade as they followed. They then realized these black-clothed men were not shrimp soldiers or crab soldiers, and the devil, who defeated them, was actually the prince's guard. What on earth is happening? Can someone tell me what's going on? These black-clothed men, could they have also kidnapped women last night? That's impossible. Wasn't it the sea god's wedding last night? At this moment, every villager surrounding them wore expressions of astonishment and fear. Since the guards from the prince's residence were standing guard, the villagers did not dare to cause trouble and stood obediently to the side. Suddenly, an old man with white hair rushed over in horror. My son, my son. While shouting, he ran towards Ricky. This old man was none other than the village chief Enzo from Kinyon village. Given the intense fight and arguments in the middle of the night, it was within Jared's expectation that the villagers would gather. But he didn't anticipate that the leader of these black-clothed men would be the village chief's son. Tie him up too. Jared immediately realized that this seemingly innocent village chief might also be connected to the Devil Sea Gang. Without hesitation, the guards swiftly restrained Enzo as he charged in. Birdie, what are you doing? How has my son offended you? Why have you beaten him like this? Enzo said innocently. In Kinyon village, Elder Chief Enzo held considerable prestige. Seeing the Dylan chief being seized by the guards, the villagers knelt down in fright, pleading for mercy for their chief. Now, isn't the old village chief's acting quite impressive? Do you really think this prince knows nothing? Speaking here, Jared looked seriously at everyone present. Since you are all here, this prince will tell you everything that happened in Kinyon village. The so-called sea god's wedding never existed. All of this was orchestrated by the Devil Sea Gang. And this Enzo, if this prince hasn't guessed wrong, should be the Devil Sea Gang's hidden informant in Kinyon village. Thank you for your hard work. Even at your age, you've put in such effort. Hearing this, the crowd widened. Enraged by Ricky's innocence act, kicked him fiercely. Then, he hurried to Jared's side. Birdie, this father-son duo has significant influence in Kinyon village. Why not let me take care of them once and for all? Jared smiled indifferently. There's no need. This prince isn't unreasonable. Since the villagers don't believe, this prince will make them see the truth. Saying this, Jared ignored the sly Enzo and walked over to the tied-up black-clothed men. Speak up, tell me everything you know. If it pleases this prince, I'll spare your lives. Jared's initial plan was to interrogate the small-time thug Ricky first, knowing that he likely knew more than these minions. However, he changed his approach, deciding to get the minions to talk before interrogating Ricky. This way, the villagers would clearly see the despicable faces of Enzo and Ricky and not be misled by them. He needed the villagers' cooperation for his next plan and did not want to incite a riot. These black-clothed men were members of the Devil Sea Gang. Captured by the prince, they knew there was little hope of survival. Moreover, their leader Ricky hadn't spoken. How could they dare reveal anything about the Devil Sea Gang? At this moment, they remained silent, believing only silence offered any chance of survival. Good, didn't expect Devil Sea Gang members to have such tight lips. In that case, let's start chopping. Jared waved to the guards beside him. A flash of the blade. The black-clothed man, who had lost an eye earlier, was decapitated and fell into a pool of blood. Chapter 97. Rekindled ashes. The Demon Sea Gang resurfaces. From now on, with each count from this king, one person will be decapitated. This is your final chance. Jared knew all too well what these people were thinking. Did they truly believe that staying silent would threaten him into letting them live? From the start, Jared had no intention of being threatened by them. If they wouldn't speak, then he would kill them all. After all, there was no need for these people to remain alive. Seeing their companions die miserably, the remaining black-clothed men were terrified, their faces turning pale. Weren't they supposed to survive as long as they didn't say anything? The villagers who witnessed this were equally horrified. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence, with no one daring to utter a word, fearing they might meet the same fate as the fallen black-clothed man. 1. Jared noticed the fear in their eyes and uttered the number calmly. The moment his voice rang out, a blade flashed, blood spurted, and another head rolled onto the ground. Of the original 5 black-clothed men, only 3 remained. With each number called by us, Jared's expression turned grave. The Demon Sea Gang had been eradicated over 20 years ago and should no longer exist. Yet here they were, rekindling from the ashes. This could only mean one thing. The young master of the Demon Sea Gang 20 years ago was still alive. He had become the new leader of the gang, recruiting followers to revive the old glory of the Demon Sea Gang. As the Preston, how could Jared allow this to happen? To commit such atrocities on his territory? If Jared did not eradicate the Demon Sea Gang, he would be unworthy of being the Preston. The Demon Sea Gang, really the Demon Sea Gang. But how is this possible? Wasn't the Demon Sea Gang already wiped out? Could it be that the legend from over 20 years ago is true, and the young master of the Demon Sea Gang never died? Weren't there witnesses to the young master's death? Why is he here now? The villagers, who had heard everything, looked incredibly frightened upon learning that the Demon Sea gang still existed. These questions were also what Jared wanted answers to. Coldly, he turned to the black-clothed men. Tell me, what happened to the young master of the Demon Sea gang? And where is the hideout of the Demon Sea gang located? Well, the black-clothed man hesitated before saying, honestly, we don't know much about it. We joined the Demon Sea gang because they promised us wealth and power. The young master suddenly appeared some time ago and re-established the gang. As for the location of the gang's hideout, even we are unsure. We rarely see our chief. Our island isn't the main base either. Only Elder around knows the exact location. Saying this, the small-statured black-clothed man nervously added, Your Highness, I advise you not to provoke the chief of the Demon Sea gang. He is far beyond what ordinary humans can handle. Jared laughed. What do you mean? Is he not human? The three black-clothed men kneeling before him nodded in unison. In their eyes, the chief of the Demon Sea gang was indeed not human. Ha 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 ha. Jared, even as the Preston, so what? At the end of the day, you're just an ordinary mortal. Our chief, however, is the mighty demon deity. When his divine power is complete, it won't just be little Nanua. The entire Zhou dynasty will be ruled by our great demon deity. Even as he faced certain death, Ricky, restrained by Hutch, couldn't stop boasting about the power of the Demon Sea gang's chief. What nonsense is this? The sea god hasn't been resolved yet, and now some demon deity pops up? These frauds, I will eliminate all of them. Hearing Ricky's words, Jared was speechless. Hutch, Alicia, and the royal guards didn't believe in any so-called sea or demon gods. However, for the villagers of Kinshin village, deities were real. Upon hearing demon deity, the villagers were visibly terrified. Their fear stemmed from the fact that during the chaos caused by the Demon Sea gang, their chief had also claimed to be a demon deity. Now, with the mysterious resurrection of the Demon Sea gang's young master and the reappearance of the demon deity, how could the villagers not be terrified? Sea god, please manifest and save us from this plight. Please bless and protect us. Villagers knelt in fear, bowing to the large sea god statue in the square. Even though they now knew that the sea god marriage was fabricated by the Demon Sea gang, they still believed in the sea god. They hoped the sea god would intervene as he had done in the past to save Kinshin village. While Jared found their behavior amusing, he understood their faith and saw no way to change it. As long as he eradicated the Demon Sea gang, all would be resolved. So what else do you have to say? Jared walked coldly toward the village Dylan Enzo. Will I have to extract it through torture, or will you come clean yourself to reduce your suffering? Faced with Jared's interrogation, Enzo remained silent. But then, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I am part of the Demon Sea gang. So what? If you can, go ahead and kill me. You'll be dead soon enough. Through Enzo's true colors and wouldn't plead for him. Family members of last night's victims came out, kicking and punching Enzo's body to vent their anger. Gay. Seeing his father killed, Ricky was furious. But he was powerless at the moment. With the presence of a 9th rank warrior, even if he wanted to resist, he had no chance. If you have the guts, kill me too. You? Jared looked coldly at Ricky. Do you think I would let you die so easily? Hutch, drag this guy to the woodshed and cripple his martial arts. Prepare water and towels. In Jared's view, Ricky, and Dylan of the Sea Devil gang, must know many secrets about the gang. Why did someone who should have died mysteriously revive after over 20 years? And why kidnap these innocent girls? He didn't believe the heir of the Sea Devil gang kidnapped girls just for lust. The so-called demon god was nonsense, just a ploy to deceive the ignorant. Jared needed all the answers from Ricky. Upon receiving orders, Hutch dragged Ricky to the woodshed regardless of his cries. Soon, cries of anguish came from the woodshed. A 7th rank warrior against a 9th rank warrior was like a child against a 2-meter-tall giant, helpless. Fellow villagers, I know you fear the sea god sect. I understand your desire for the sea god to appear and save you. But the sea god is too intangible. You'd better believe in me than wait for the sea god. Since I'm here, I'll clean up everything. The Sea Devil gang will not harm you again. Hearing this, the villagers knelt before Jared, shouting, Long live the birdie. Although they hoped for the sea god to appear, the sea god was unreliable compared to the prince. Besides, if the sea god could intervene, why didn't he stop the slaughter of innocent girls last night? Why did he allow the Sea Devil gang to abuse his name? Why help the wicked? Everyone's faith began to waver. Right then, County Magistrate Ellison rushed over. During the day, he pretended to withdraw the guards but left a few scouts behind. Learning about Kinshin village's situation, Ellison hurried over. Peter, you arrived at the perfect time. Deal with these bodies and disperse the crowd. These 3 black-clothed men. Jared cast a cold look at them. The 3 men frantically kowtowed. Your Highness, we've said everything. You can't go back on your word. Please let us live. Jared smiled coldly. Relax, I never go back on my word. Chen Magistrate, throw these 3 to work in Wulong Mountain's mines. Without hesitation, Ellison nodded and ordered the guards to take the 3 away. He also began dispersing the villagers. Although not present, he learned from the guards what happened. Ellison admired Jared deeply. Meanwhile, Jared entered the woodshed. Ricky, already severely injured and now crippled, couldn't even stand. Think you can make me talk? I won't tell you anything. Kill me if you dare. Chief will never forgive you. Seeing Jared enter, Ricky shouted madly. Reduced to this, he wished for death. He didn't believe Jared would spare him. Being crippled, he had no will to live. Wanna die? Jared slapped Ricky's face. You know too much about the Sea Devil gang. How can I let you die? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll take good care of you. Definitely keeping you alive. Then he instructed Hutch. Tie him to a chair, cover his eyes and gag him. Hang a bucket of water above his head with a small hole, dripping onto his forehead. Block all windows for absolute darkness. Keep him awake, feed him once daily, ensuring he stays alive. If he dies, I'll hold you responsible. Chapter 99. The Water Drop Torture. Ah. Upon hearing this, Hutch immediately widened his eyes, looking utterly at a loss. Your Highness, what are you planning to do? If I'm not mistaken, you intend to use severe torture, right? But using water drops on his forehead, does that even qualify as severe torture? It would be more effective if I whipped him mercilessly. He'd definitely spill everything. Hutch really had no idea what Jared was up to. Alicia, who had been silently following, also wore a puzzled expression. Ricky, sprawled on the ground, started with a stunned look before bursting into manic laughter. Ha 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 ha. Jared, you truly have amused me. Do you not even know how to torture someone? No matter whether it's tiny droplets or an entire bucket of water poured on me, what difference does it make? I advise you to kill me now. Ricky had already lost all will to live. Even in death, he refused to give Jared any satisfaction. He would never divulge anything about the Devil Sea Gang. Why would I want to kill you? As long as you don't talk, I won't kill you. I'll let you yearn for death, but never find peace. As Jared spoke, he pulled Hutch and Alicia aside. So, from your perspective, my method has no effect whatsoever? As soon as Jared finished speaking, Hutch hurriedly replied, Your Highness, please forgive me for being frank. This method is not only useless, but meaningless. Matters involving harsh interrogation should be left to me. In Hutch's opinion, Jared clearly lacked experience in this area. Who said it's meaningless? This is a special form of punishment I designed specifically for him, called the water drop torture. Though it seems harmless, that's precisely the effect I want. He's severely injured, his martial arts abilities stripped, and enduring excruciating pain. In such a state, he hasn't begged for mercy and even seeks death. Do you think whipping him would be effective? If we accidentally kill him, wouldn't that be letting him off easy? My water drop torture targets his mind. Jared's words left Hutch and Alicia even more astonished. What did mental torture mean? To them, dealing with vicious criminals always required cruel methods. This so-called water drop torture was something they had never heard of before. Seeing their confused expressions, Jared smiled slightly. Imagine if you were sentenced to death but execution was delayed. You'd be tied in an isolated environment, completely cut off from the outside world. No one would speak to you. It would be pitch black around you. Throughout this process, water would drip onto your head non-stop, preventing you from sleeping. You'd be bound and unable to move, not even scratching yourself. With sleep deprivation over time, your mental state would collapse, leading you to seek suicide. But being bound and gagged, you can't even bite your tongue. How could you possibly end your own life? How long do you think you could endure in such a situation? At this point, Hutch and Alicia almost simultaneously reacted, revealing fearful expressions. They finally understood the true meaning of psychological torture. For someone like Ricky, who was stubborn and sought death, the birdie's method was indeed ruthless. On the surface, it caused no physical harm, but over time, it would surely break him. When death was impossible and life held no meaning, deprived of sleep and human contact, Ricky would inevitably confess to gain release. Your Highness, you're truly brilliant to devise such a unique form of punishment. Both Hutch and Alicia expressed deep admiration. Special circumstances call for special measures. Remember, under no circumstances can this man die. If his wounds get infected or he falls ill, treat him immediately. I won't believe he can endure forever. Hutch quickly nodded. Rest assured, Your Highness. Leave it to me. I'll ensure he stays comfortable in the shed. Good. Jared nodded slightly and left with Alicia. Exhausted after a night of effort, he needed to get some rest. Meanwhile, on an island near Sea Cloud Village, inside a dimly lit cave, a white-haired man sat on a stone chair, growing increasingly impatient as Ricky and the others failed to return. Where are they? Where are those idiots? Capturing a few women shouldn't take this long. Dawn is approaching. Why haven't they returned? The white-haired man's temper flared, and he roared furiously at the kneeling black-clad men. Frustrated, he punched the stone wall, causing the entire cave to tremble. Clearly, he was managed to enter this island, represented the core members of the Devil Sea Gang. Most of them were remnants from over 20 years ago. They all understood the gang leader's peculiarities, as it had been the same for the former gang leader. His disposition was cruel, unpredictable, and he had an abnormal love for sucking human blood, especially the fresh blood of women. Strangely, they could not stay under sunlight for long periods, as if the scorching sun would burn their skin. Additionally, they practiced unique martial arts that made them extremely powerful. Over time, the gang leader of the Devil Sea Gang became known as the Demon God. Indeed, in their eyes, he was unlike any ordinary person. Please calm down, honorable leader. At this moment, an older black-robed man respectfully approached the white-haired man. It appears that during the day, Jared deliberately feigned his actions. Their intent was to lure us out, so they could catch us all at once. The Preston has many formidable subordinates. In my opinion, we should lie low for a while. The Preston cannot possibly stay in Kenshin Village forever. Once he leaves, we can continue our plans. The black-robed men present all nodded in agreement. They really hadn't expected Jared to suddenly send people to capture Ricky and others. Clearly, they had genuinely believed in the morning that the village was safe. Damn you, Jared. Just when you're doing well as the Preston, perhaps I wouldn't have bothered you. But since you've involved me, don't think you'll live long. The white-haired man was fully aware of this, which was why he was furious. He was named Addison. 20 years ago, with a clever ploy, everyone believed he had died. Seizing this opportune moment, he came forward to rebuild the Devil Sea Gang, and everything initially went very smoothly. Addison considered himself exceptionally intelligent, but hadn't anticipated Jared's interference. Thinking about this, Addison felt increasingly enraged. However, despite his fury, the fact that Addison had survived for over 2 decades proved his intelligence. In the current situation, engaging the Preston head-on was out of the question, at least until his great skill was perfected, giving him strength to match a 9th-rank warrior. Only then could he take on the Preston. In that case, let's lie low. During this period, no one is to leave the island without my command. We must find an opportunity to infiltrate Kenshin village and eliminate Ricky to ensure the location of the Devil Sea gang remains secret. With that said, Addison turned and walked into the depths of the cave. Amidst the vast ocean lay numerous islands. The Devil Sea gang was established on one such island, hidden deep within a cave, making it incredibly secretive. Addison believed. Walking into the woodshed. Inside, Ricky sat tied to a chair, disheveled and lifeless. He had expected execution or torture. Prepared for death, Ricky wished he could die quickly, having lost his will to live after losing his martial prowess. Unexpectedly, the king neither killed nor beat him, but used strange methods to handle him. This infuriated Ricky, leaving him helpless. Hearing footsteps, Ricky struggled angrily. He desperately hoped Jared would grant him death. Hutch, ignoring him, hurried to Jared. King, I fear the Devil Sea gang might try to silence him, Hutch explained. To prevent exposure, someone will surely come. I understand. You've become quite astute staying with me, Jared replied, smiling. We need to be cautious but, in broad daylight, there's no immediate danger. Let's eat first. Jared noted Ricky's condition and left. The more Ricky wanted to die, the more effective the solitary confinement would be. Sure thing. Hutch agreed eagerly, joining Jared for the feast. Though Hutch craved the delicious seafood, it wasn't often available in the capital. Soon, the three indulged in the feast. Even the guards accompanying Jared enjoyed a sumptuous meal. Despite simple steaming methods, the flavors were exquisite thanks to Jared's guidance and special seasonings. After eating heartily, Jared began implementing his plan for Kenshin village. Eliminating the Devil Sea gang was crucial, but he had more pressing matters now. Jared immediately instructed his guards to summon Ellison to Kenshin village. ##### Chapter 101. Summoning the villagers, boiling oyster sauce. Ellison received an urgent summons from the birdie and quickly brought a few county officials to rush over to Kinyun village. Birdie, you summoned me so urgently. Is there some major event? Ellison asked. Perhaps you've received news about the Devil Sea gang and are preparing for a large-scale attack? Jared smiled gently. No. We don't need to worry about the Devil Sea gang right now. The most important matter at hand is something else. I asked that Peter inform the villagers of Kinyun village to gather at the square of the sea god statue. And please have them prepare a large quantity of oysters, set up a big pot, and make sure they have enough firewood. Upon hearing this, Ellison's brow furrowed, utterly baffled by what Jared intended to do. His companions, Alicia and Hutch, were equally puzzled. Could the birdie's plan involve using a large amount of oysters? I'll prepare everything immediately, Ellison replied, despite his confusion, as it was Jared's order. He led his men into action promptly. A moment later, Jared saw that the time was nearly right and instructed Hutch to remain behind to ensure Ricky wouldn't be silenced. Accompanied by Alicia and 3 guards, he leisurely headed towards the square of the sea god statue. Before leaving, he specifically told Alicia to bring white sugar and fine salt, which only deepened her confusion. Kinyun village belonged to the jurisdiction of Qingfu County. Due to the labor demand for mining and construction on Evil Wolf Mountain, many able-bodied adults in the area either went into the mountains to mine, made cement, or built houses, all for 30 coins a day. Those left in Kinyun village were mostly the Dillenly, women, children, and weak young men. They were now gathered in the square. What is the birdie planning? Why did he have us prepare so many oysters? Is the birdie fond of oysters and needs a large purchase? But why would he gather us here just for that? He could simply instruct someone to buy them. And what about that giant pot? We don't know. Let's wait patiently for the birdie to arrive. The villagers murmured among themselves. Just then, Jared and his party slowly approached. Upon seeing the birdie, the villagers immediately knelt down. Had it not been for the birdie's appearance, they would still be unaware of the true situation. Many thought naively that it was due to the sea god's marriage ceremony. The families of the victims were especially grateful to Jared. Everyone, please rise. I am here today because I have something important to discuss with you, Jared said, walking toward the large pot set up. Next to the pot, there were piles of fresh oysters. Kinyun village was known for its abundant oyster production, attracting merchants who came regularly to buy. Raising oysters was one of the villagers' primary means of livelihood. However, the rampant banditry in Nanyue reduced the number of visiting merchants, leaving the village struggling to sell its oysters, often resorting to self-sustenance. While reviewing Qingfu County's records, Jared had noted this issue and devised a new plan, producing oyster sauce. In the current era of the Great Zhou dynasty, condiments were scarce and monotonous. If he could produce delicious oyster sauce, it would surely sell well. Being from a coastal area before his transmigration, Jared knew various methods to cook original oyster sauce. With slight modifications, it was feasible to manufacture oyster sauce in this dynasty. This could boost Kinyun village's development and eventually become a symbol of Nanyue. Additionally, white sugar could be sold as well. Unfortunately, the Great Zhou dynasty strictly prohibited the sale of private salt. Otherwise, fine salt could have caused a sensation. But selling private salt would attract more trouble, as illegal mining had already drawn numerous accusations. Fortunately, the emperor showed wisdom and did not punish Jared. At this crucial moment, he couldn't let others seize another opportunity to attack him. Only after transforming Nanyue could he consider selling fine salt and silence those critics. Bring me some people to help open these oysters. Several villagers stepped forward, eagerly approaching the pile of oysters, skillfully opening them. After collecting about 100 oysters, Jared instructed them to clean the meat and put it into the large pot. He then ordered the villagers to start the fire, add water, and begin boiling. Boiling oyster sauce was straightforward. First, the oyster meat was boiled with water. Once cooked, the meat was strained out. Then, the broth was filtered through a cloth to remove impurities. Simultaneously, white sugar was caramelized with water to color the sauce. Next, the filtered broth was returned to the pot and continued boiling, adding fine salt along the way. To thicken the sauce, a starch solution was added. Lacking potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn in the Great Zhou dynasty, Jared used lotus root powder instead, achieving similar results. By this stage, the improved oyster sauce was almost complete. The only additives were white sugar and fine salt, ensuring the sauce's authentic freshness, a rarity in the Great Zhou dynasty. Modern versions, full of technology and chemicals, couldn't compare. This process took a long time, and while everyone was unsure of Jared's intentions, they dared not question him, silently observing. You really think you can stop me? To be honest, I'm a 6th-rank martial artist. A fatso like you? I don't even care. Now you have two choices. Either kneel and beg for mercy, or I kill you too. The villager speaking was not from Kenyan village, but a member of the Devil Sea gang named Carmine. Arake the black-clothed men last night. He wasn't a core member of the gang but was still quite strong. A 6th-rank martial artist is formidable in the eyes of ordinary people. He longed to become a core member so that he could gain the leader's favor. If he killed Ricky to cover up, he could replace Elder Ricky and rise quickly within the gang. This was an opportunity he couldn't miss. He had never seen Hutch and did not know his true strength, assuming he was just an ordinary guard. Furthermore, Hutch's appearance was deceiving, leading anyone to underestimate him as a 9th-rank martial artist. Hee, what big talk. Come on, I'll stand right here. Show me your moves if you dare. Hearing this, Hutch burst into laughter, beckoning Carmine with a wave of his hand. To Hutch, killing a mere 6th-rank martial artist was as easy as squashing an ant. Having been held back for some time, he had not had the pleasure of killing freely. By the birdie's order, anyone attempting to kill Ricky would be killed without mercy. This was the perfect chance to vent. Arrogant. Who do you think you are to challenge me? You're looking for death. Carmine's confidence stemmed not only from Hutch's deceptive appearance, but also from his inability to sense Hutch's aura. He couldn't believe that a seemingly harmless injury he might have escaped. Now, there was no hope for survival. Begging for mercy now? Isn't it a bit late? The birdie has already ordered that anyone attempting to kill Ricky be executed without mercy. Moreover, people from the Devil Sea gang are despicable by nature. Since you came here today, you'll never leave. Hutch slowly stood up, walking toward Carmine step by step. He seemed like a demon emerging from hell, terrifying to behold. Soon after, agonizing screams filled the air. Meanwhile, in the square of Kenyan village, Jared had boiled the oysters, leaving only a thick brown soup in the large pot. Initially, everyone thought Jared was going to demonstrate a new way to eat oysters, similar to how they had enjoyed hot pot before. Ellison, Alicia, and others, having tasted the deliciousness of hot pot, were eagerly anticipating this new method. However, instead of serving the oysters, Jared fished them out, keeping only the broth. Miraculously, under his handling, the originally white broth turned into a rich brown sauce, emitting a savory aroma. Birdie, what is this? Alicia, unable to contain her curiosity, approached Jared. Without much explanation, he handed her a small spoonful of the sauce. With no reservations, Alicia blew on it gently and tasted it slowly. In the next moment, her eyes lit up in amazement, as if struck by lightning. While she had eaten oysters before, none could match the flavor of this drop of special liquid, as if hundreds of oysters were condensed into one. Alicia, a food connoisseur, immediately recognized what the birdie had created. Birdie, is this some kind of seasoning? Alicia looked astonished at Jared. Yes, this is a new seasoning I've developed, called oyster sauce. Jared's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, all eyes wide with disbelief. Seasoning? Oyster sauce? What's happening? Can oysters be used for seasoning now? Is the birdie pulling our legs? I've lived long enough to know that oysters can never be turned into seasoning. And does this black gooey stuff taste good? The villagers whispered amongst themselves in disbelief. Even the county officials, including Ellison, found it hard to comprehend. If you don't believe me, send a few representatives to taste it, Jared said confidently. Hashtag chapter 103. Finally going to speak. When the villagers heard Jared's words, they began to murmur among themselves. After a brief moment of hesitation, one by one, they mustered the courage to approach the large pot. Each villager scooped a small amount of oyster sauce with a ladle and tasted it. For them, oyster sauce was an entirely new thing. They had never even heard of it before. With such an unfamiliar substance, there was definitely a hint of fear in putting it into their mouths. Even more so, its dark and unappealing appearance made it even less inviting. However, the moment they tasted the oyster sauce, everyone was just as stunned as Alicia had been earlier. This is simply too delicious. It feels like eating dozens of oysters in one go. Though it looks a bit unappealing on the outside, the taste is truly amazing. The prince said this is a seasoning. If we add some of this while cooking, wouldn't our dishes become even more flavorful? Don't talk about cooking. Even if it's just a bowl of plain noodles mixed with this oyster sauce, it would instantly turn into a delicacy. The villagers grew increasingly excited as they spoke, almost drooling at the thought. Who would have thought that the prince's idea of turning oysters into a seasoning could actually work? County Magistrate Ellison couldn't resist his curiosity and also tried a spoonful. Immediately, he clapped his hands in delight. Recalling the mining, cement production, and house construction projects, Ellison quickly understood. The prince had gathered so many villagers and chosen Kenyan village, which was closest to the sea and abundant with oysters. There was no doubt that this was for large-scale production of oyster sauce. Birdie, could it be that you? Before Ellison could finish his sentence, Jared patted him on the shoulder meaningfully. Exactly as you've guessed. Kenyan village is already well known for its oyster production. Almost every household here engages in oyster farming. Most of the young men are currently at Wulong Mountain or helping the construction team build houses. Those left in the village are mostly Dilanli, women, and children. Cooking down oyster sauce is not difficult for them. It can be easily implemented. When the second investment conference begins, I will promote this oyster sauce. We won't have to worry about sales. Ellison nodded in agreement, admiring Jared's foresight. He wondered if the prince was perhaps a reincarnated deity. Otherwise, how could he know how to create so many incredible things? The only plausible explanation was that Jared was incredibly intelligent, always coming up with ideas unimaginable to ordinary people. Who would have thought oysters could be turned into such a wonderful seasoning? Since that's settled, from now on, this task falls to you. Regarding the method of making oyster sauce, I will write detailed instructions for you shortly. You need to explain everything clearly to these villagers and guide them into large-scale oyster farming. Funds can be withdrawn from the county treasury. Establish a department for oyster farming and another for cooking down oyster sauce here. Responsibilities must be clear-cut to ensure efficiency. Birdie, rest assured, I will handle it properly. Ellison bowed respectfully. Subsequently, Jared turned and left with Alicia. As for whether the formula for oyster sauce would leak out, Jared was not worried. He had already warned Ellison not to disclose any of these secrets. Anyone found leaking the formula would face execution. Ellison was very reliable. Even the method of producing cement had been entrusted to him without any issues. Moreover, even if the formula leaked, it would be impossible to produce oyster sauce without sugar and fine salt. Of course, methods for producing gunpowder and firearms were something Jared did not share with anyone due to their dangerous nature. If these were to spread, chaos could ensue, making Jared a historical sinner. After Jared and company left, Ellison immediately explained the prince's oyster sauce plan to the villagers. Upon hearing that this could make them wealthy, their eyes lit up with excitement. From afar, Jared could hear the cries of, "Long live the prince." A short while later, Jared returned to his residence in Kinyun village. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, a strong smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. In the center of the yard lay a mutilated body, covered in blood. Alicia, who had never seen such a gruesome scene, immediately hid behind Jared. Seeing the situation, Jared frowned but then noticed Hutch grinning nearby, and everything became clear. "All right. I thought something serious had happened, but it turns out it's your doing. This guy was probably trying to assassinate Ricky to silence him." Jared kicked the corpse and looked at Hutch. "Birdie, he tried to kill Ricky right in front of me. How dare he disregard me like that? He even dared to mock me for being fat. I couldn't tolerate it anymore." Following the prince's order, he received execution without mercy. Despite his terrifying side, Hutch was absolutely loyal to Jared and could control his behavior, ensuring he wouldn't switch to his darker persona under normal circumstances. Damn, I thought these guys wouldn't strike during daylight. Turns out they are incredibly bold, showing complete disrespect for the prince. "Hutch, these next few days, please ensure Ricky's safety." Jared didn't find anything wrong with Hutch's actions. He killed someone who deserved death. The only issue was the brutality, but so what? Throughout, Jared had never shown any mercy towards these ruthless criminals. They all deserve death. "Rest assured, Birdie, no member of the Demon Sea Gang will get near Ricky," Hutch replied confidently. Shortly after, 3 guards hurried over to drag away the dead body of the Demon Sea Gang member. Once she learned the details, Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. Though the gang members died horrifically, she remembered the innocent women brutally killed by the Demon Sea Gang and felt that they deserved it. In the following days, Jared stayed in Kinyun village. The oyster sauce project was underway, but the Demon Sea Gang was still not eradicated. Attempts to assassinate Ricky continued, but were thwarted by Hutch's team. None succeeded. Enduring constant torment, Ricky, who had long wanted to die, was nearing madness. A raving day to day with the desire to die but unable to, he didn't want to stay another moment. Instead of enduring life in this dark, desolate cell, worse than a dog's existence, it was better to confess everything and die honorably. The next morning, as soon as Jared woke up, Hutch rushed over. Birdie, Ricky is finally ready to speak. Chapter 104. Luring the snake out of its hole. Upon learning this, Jared hurried toward the woodshed. At this moment, inside the woodshed, Ricky was unkempt and pale, his face devoid of any life. Though he had only been tortured for a few days, he couldn't bear to continue this for even a moment longer. He knew very well that if he didn't speak now, the rest of his life would be spent in this dark, gloomy shed. "So you plan on telling me everything?" Jared wasted no time, getting straight to the point with her question. Ricky's mouth was still gagged with a cloth, preventing him from speaking, so he could only nod repeatedly. Satisfied, Jared smiled and gestured for Hutch to remove the cloth from Ricky's mouth. To prevent Ricky from biting his tongue to commit suicide, Hutch stood right beside him, ready to subdue him at any sign of trouble. Under the watchful eyes of a 9th-rank warrior, Ricky had no chance to kill himself. After removing the cloth, Ricky didn't speak immediately but took several deep breaths. After a while, Ricky looked at Jared. The Demon Sea Gang is located on the nearest island to the east of Kinyun village. This island was once the original headquarters of the Demon Sea Gang. However, their current base isn't on the island but deep underground. I can draw a map for you to show the exact location. Ricky's voice was weak and filled with despair. Now, all he hoped was that after confessing everything, Jared would allow him to die swiftly. He had no intention of living on as a cripple. It had no meaning. Moreover, he informed Jared about the islands where the non-core members of the Demon Sea Gang were located. "I see. No wonder those henchmen don't know the exact location of the Demon Sea Gang's headquarters. I never expected it to be underground." Just then, Jared suddenly seemed to remember something and glanced coldly at Ricky. "You're not intentionally deceiving me, are you? Trying to lure me into a trap?" As she spoke, a murderous intent flashed across Jared's eyes. "If you dare to lie to me, I'll make sure you can neither live nor die." Upon hearing this, Ricky burst into laughter. "Ha! What benefits would I gain from doing that? I am just a disposable piece for the Demon Sea Gang and a cripple. Even if I lured you into a trap and got you all killed, how would I be able to recover from this? I can't stand this life anymore." I can tell you everything, but you must give me a swift death. The more Ricky spoke, the more agitated he became, wishing he could bash his head against a wall and end it all. Unfortunately, Hutch tightly controlled him, making it impossible. Jared fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly. No problem. As long as you answer one more question, I will give you a swift death. What exactly is going on with the Demon Sea Gang's young master? Why is he called the Devil God? Why did he survive 20 years ago? In Jared's view, eliminating the Demon Sea Gang posed no challenge. The only uncertainty was their young master, who had managed to escape a raid over 20 years ago. There must have been some special means involved. Ricky's expression remained indifferent, as if he had anticipated this question. He laughed coldly. Why the gang leader survived 20 years ago is a secret. No one knows, including me. As for why he is called the Devil God, it started with the previous gang leader's habit of drinking human blood. Blood is essential for the gang leader. If he doesn't drink it in time, he becomes extremely violent and loses control. Jared's pupils dilated in shock. She had always wondered why the dead women had been drained of their blood. So the so-called Demon Sea Gang leader was essentially a vampire. Of course, vampires didn't exist in this world. As a modern person, Jared understood why he chose to drink human blood. He probably had some strange illness. If her guess was correct, this supposed gang leader likely feared sunlight as well. Realizing this, Jared smiled meaningfully. She immediately had someone bring a pen and paper and handed them to Ricky. Under Hutch's supervision, he drew a simple map of the island where the Demon Sea Gang was located. I've told you everything, and here is the map. With no will to live, Ricky said, give me a swift death now. According to the promise, Jared should kill Ricky now, as he had no further use. However, she suddenly had an idea and smiled. Looking at Ricky, rest assured, you will get your wish tonight. She then waved at Hutch, signaling him to tie up and gag Ricky again without using the water torture. Jared then left the woodshed with Hutch. My lord, why not let me execute him directly? He has no use anyway. Besides, I suspect he's deliberately deceiving us. Is there really anyone who enjoys drinking human blood? Could the Demon Sea Gang's leader really be a monster? Hutch had been puzzled since Chapter 105. Night raid on the Demon Sea Gang. The door of the thatched cottage swung open. Two sturdy men clad in dark night clothes strode in, confirming that the only person inside, bound tightly, was Ricky. They both burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought this mission would be impossible, but who would have thought the prince is so foolish to take away that terrifyingly formidable fat man? Without that fat man, how could those half-trained guards stand a chance against us? They walked up to Ricky, smug and confident, tearing off the black cloth covering his eyes. Upon confirming it was indeed Elder Arao of the Demon Sea Gang, their smiles grew even wider. Elder Arao, I'm truly sorry. The gang leader has ordered us to kill you. Blame your failure in the mission. To prevent the secrets of the Demon Sea Gang from leaking out, you must die. Don't worry, I'll make it quick for you. As he spoke, the black-faced man on the right drew a large knife from his waist, leering at Ricky. Ricky had expected Jared to honor his promise and send guards to kill him tonight. But unexpectedly, it wasn't the guards who came. It was the Demon Sea Gang, and not to rescue him, but to kill him. In that moment, Ricky understood everything. It's over. The Demon Sea Gang is finished. No sooner had he spoken when the black-faced man's blade swung down, possible leak of the gang's secrets. Addison no longer believed that as in Dylan, Ricky would easily divulge such secrets. So, once Ricky died, Jared would never learn the Demon Sea Gang's secrets, an infallible plan. Thank you, Lord Leader. Thank you, Lord Leader. Both the black-faced man and his companion knelt before Addison, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. But, Lord Leader, one of them asked hesitantly, shouldn't we be wary if this might be a trap? Not a single one of the sent assassins managed to kill Ricky in these past days. Why did we succeed so easily today? And the guards watching over Ricky include a highly skilled warrior, rumored to be a 9th-rank martial artist. Speaking was a slender black-clothed man. Hearing this, Addison's laughter abruptly stopped, his face turning grim. These words also reached the black-faced man's ears, and he retorted indignantly, they failed because they were too weak. Not like me, with unparalleled martial skills. Please rest assured, Lord Leader. We faced no traps and defeated the prince's guards with our prowess to eliminate Ricky. As for the 9th-rank martial artist guard, it's because Jared was foolish enough to go sightseeing during such critical times. As a prince, he surely brought the elite guard for personal protection, hence none stayed to watch Ricky. His companion nodded in agreement. Indeed, there had been no traps. Otherwise, they wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Initially suspicious, Addison now felt reassured. Clearly, they succeeded because of Jared's oversight. Excellent. You two are truly worthy Demon Sea Gang warriors. Addison praised them. Emboldened by his approval, they strutted out proudly. However, just then, two black-clothed men rushed in, panic evident in their voices and bloodstains on their bodies. Lord Leader, something terrible has happened. Birdie Jared suddenly led a large contingent of guards, infiltrating the island under the cover of darkness, and now we're completely surrounded. All patrols and cave watchers have been beheaded. We barely made it out alive through the chaos. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned pale with shock, especially the black-faced man, who had just been lauded for his accomplishment. Who could have anticipated that right after they killed Ricky, Jared would surround the island? This can't be true. How could he possibly know about the Demon Sea Gang's secrets? Stunned, Addison rose abruptly, his expression turning furious. He couldn't fathom how, despite Ricky being eliminated, Jared knew the exact location of the gang's base. Moreover, even if Jared suspected something about the island, without a map or guide, it would be impossible to locate the underground cave leading here. And it certainly couldn't be the fault of the black-faced duo. They had only just joined the core ranks tonight. Therefore, there was only one remaining possibility. Ricky must have revealed the Demon Sea Gang's secrets. Hence, Jared hadn't ordered the elite guard to continue watching over Ricky because he already knew everything he needed. With Ricky no longer necessary, he was allowed to live, just to lure the Demon Sea Gang into this trap. This realization struck Addison deeply, revealing the true terror of Bertie Jared's tactics. Chapter 106. Unexpected attack, desperate resistance. At this moment, dawn was approaching. Addison was extremely afraid of sunlight. If he had known earlier that Jared intended to attack the Devil Sea Gang, he would have planned to leave beforehand. However, Jared's actions were too sudden. They didn't even have time to react. With no choice, Addison had no option but to order a full-scale defense. The Devil Sea Gang members present were ready to fight for their lives tonight. Under Addison's leadership, the black-clad figures charged out of the cave with determination. Meanwhile, Jared stood outside the cave. His demeanor relaxed as he watched inside. Even as more and more black-clad figures emerged, his expression remained unchanged. Next to him stood Brett and Hutch. One was a 9th rank warrior, the other a master-level warrior, coupled with 1,000 elite guards, annihilate, and there's no such thing as a devil god. This guy looks like this because he has a strange illness. Remember, once we engage, this man must be kept alive. The Devil Sea Gang posed a significant threat to the local populace, and this so-called gang leader, dubbed as a devil god, instilled even greater fear. Jared had to capture him alive, and publicly dispel these superstitions in front of the people. Upon hearing this, Brett and Hutch both nodded solemnly, ready to act at any moment. After emerging from the cave, Addison immediately spotted numerous royal guards. He himself was an 8th rank peak warrior, and these guards posed little threat to him. In certain situations, Addison could briefly muster the strength of a 9th rank warrior. The so-called divine power was actually a special martial art passed down through his family. Had he had more time to practice, he would have become a 9th rank warrior. Unfortunately, everything was disrupted by Jared's arrival. Now, he had to confront Jared and his guards with just the strength of an 8th rank peak warrior. The most threatening were the 2 guards standing next to Jared. That fat one should be the 9th rank warrior guarding Ricky. As for the other, he is unknown but surely very powerful. Addison sized up Brett and Hutch before clenching his fists. At that moment, both the Devil Sea Gang core members and the royal guards were ready to strike at any moment. You only have a chance to live if you surrender. If you resist, you will be killed without mercy. Jared didn't rush his guards to attack. Instead, he shouted to them. But there was no response from the Devil Sea Gang. They knew that with so many guards surrounding them, they had no hope of survival tonight. Only by fighting their way out could they survive. Jared, why don't you just enjoy being the Preston? Why do you meddle in my affairs? Why do you stick your nose where it doesn't belong? Addison's face contorted with rage as he roared angrily. He hadn't provoked Jared, only attacking a remote fishing village in Nanua. Yet, he still drew Jared's attention, which irritated him immensely. Hearing this, Jared burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! What nonsense are you spouting? As the Preston, it's my duty to protect the people here. 20 years ago, you should have all been eliminated. Yet you've survived until now by sheer luck. Today, either surrender or none of you will leave here alive. Finishing, Jared raised his right hand slightly. All the guards unsheathed their weapons. Brett, standing on Jared's right, took a step forward. As a master-level warrior, his task for tonight was to instantly subdue Addison. Hutch's task was to protect Jared constantly to prevent any sneak attacks. Impossible to cross. Who would have thought that a master-level warrior of such prestige would be willing to become just a guard? In the blink of an eye, Addison was already gravely injured. What did he have left to fight Brett? At this moment, all he could think about was escaping. Without any hesitation, and without even considering his companions on the scene, he dashed forward at all costs. 20 years ago, he had managed to escape during a military operation because of his special martial arts skills, which allowed him to hold his breath for extended periods and enter a state of pseudo-death to deceive those hunting him. Afterward, he secretly fled when he came out of the state. Now, if he could dive into the sea, he would be safe. Watching Addison flee at high speed, Brett's disdain remained unchanged. If it weren't for Jared's order to capture him alive, that one strike alone would have been enough to end his life on the spot. An 8th rank peak warrior was far too weak compared to a master-level Brett. Within moments, Brett had caught up to Addison. Despite Addison's fierce resistance, it was meaningless. With a single palm, Brett made Addison vomit blood and fall unconscious. The guards immediately rushed forward, tying him up. Meanwhile, the core members of the Devil Sea Gang, surrounded by numerous guards, were completely defeated. Seeing Addison subdued, those still resisting realized their efforts were futile. Quickly tore black cloth from the captured men, wrapping Addison up. Unable to endure the searing pain, he fainted again. A short while later, in the square of Sea Cloud Village, Ellison had received orders from Jared the night before and hurriedly gathered the villagers early in the morning. They had little idea of what had transpired last night, only knowing that many guards had entered Sea Cloud Village. Did the birdie take action against the Devil Sea Gang? If not, why else would so many guards be dispatched? But the leader of the Devil Sea Gang is a terrifying demon god. Does the birdie stand a chance? Lord Sea God, please protect the birdie and help eliminate the Devil Sea Gang. Villagers began praying to the statue of the Sea God. If these were ordinary bandits, the birdie's guards could easily eliminate them. But the Devil Sea Gang was a terrifying force, and the existence of the demon god was even more frightening. In their minds, only the Sea God could subdue the demon god. As the villagers sincerely prayed, Jared arrived in the square with his guards. Some guards escorted the captured members of the Devil Sea Gang back to Qingfu County. There was no need to imprison these prisoners. Executing them seemed too wasteful. Sending them to the Wolf Mountain mines was a wise choice. In front of the villagers, Jared brought the bound and wrapped Addison. He was still unconscious, under the supervision of Brett and Hutch, leaving him unable to escape. Even before Jared spoke, everyone realized that the captured men must be from the Devil Sea Gang. But this man covered in black cloth perplexed everyone. Your Highness, is this the leader of the Devil Sea Gang? Ellison walked over to Jared, curious about this alleged demon god. Jared nodded with a smile and stepped forward. The Devil Sea gang has been completely annihilated, and this man beside me is their leader. At this, Brett immediately pulled off the black cloth covering Addison, revealing a monstrous figure with white hair and bright red, sunburned skin. Without the cloth, sunlight once again hit Addison, waking him from pain. His skin peeled, eyes pained, and appearance horrifying. Demon God. This is the Demon God. Sea God, please appear and slay this fiend. Sea God, please show your power. Seeing Addison's grotesque appearance, the villagers were terrified, believing it to be the legendary Demon God. Even more shocking was that the birdie, a mere mortal, could capture such a fearsome creature. Hashtag chapter 108. The truth comes to a rot. The villagers' expressions of terror were entirely within Jared's expectations. Even he would have been startled if he didn't know about hearing for the first time. I have practiced medicine for decades and have never heard of such a disease. Birdie, where did you learn about this? And does this porphyria really cause someone to become so terrifying? A few villagers skilled in medicine expressed their doubts. Predictably, Jared had anticipated these reactions. These are details I learned from ancient texts. Such books are rare, so it's understandable that you haven't encountered them, he replied calmly. He then described the various symptoms of porphyria in detail. Despite their initial astonishment, the villagers could not deny that the symptoms matched those of Addison perfectly. If Addison were truly a terrifying demon god, how could he have been captured by mere mortals? This could only mean one thing. Everything the birdie said was correct. There was no such thing as a demon god. All this was due to the rare condition called porphyria. Kill me. Addison, suffering under the intense sunlight with peeling skin and blisters forming, screamed in agony at Jared. He had overheard Jared's explanation but refused to believe it, still thinking he was a supreme demon god. Killing so many innocent people. Do you think this birdie will let you die easily? Jared smiled coldly, turning to address the villagers. The leader of the Demon Sea gang has already been subdued by this birdie. In the sunlight, he won't last much longer. Take your revenge, and this birdie will not stop you. With that, Jared, sparse population, barely qualifying as a lower-tier state in the Zhou dynasty. Besides Qingfu County and the main city of Nanyu, there were other counties. Although their situations were better than Qingfu, they remained very poor and plagued by bandit raids. The problems in these counties were no less severe than those in Qingfu. After the Second Merchant Conference, Qingfu County would be on its path to normalization. Building houses, however, required long-term effort. With Chavi, the master craftsman, overseeing everything, there wouldn't be any issues. Thus, Jared could set off for Nanyu City. With Qingfu County's experience, developing the other towns would be straightforward. Birdie, are you satisfied? Seeing Jared's silence, Dane asked anxiously. He couldn't wait to eat hot pot. Suddenly, Jared's smile vanished, replaced by an icy expression. Dane, I asked you to thoroughly organize all data on Nanyu's counties, including their villages. Kingxi County clearly has 7 villages, yet your report only lists 6. What about the missing one? The chapter unfolds the aftermath of revealing the truth about the so-called demon god and sets the stage for Jared's next plans. The tension builds as Jared discovers an error in the reports provided by Dane. Jared paused for a moment, then his lips curled up slightly. Minister Su has indeed worked diligently for me these past days. How can I possibly treat Minister Su unfairly? Someone, bring Minister Su a hot pot. Dane thought he misheard, slapping himself in shock and staring at Jared. Your Highness, you're not joking? I never go back on my word. Minister Su, please enjoy the hot pot. Jared instructed Alicia to prepare it. Anything related to the kitchen, Jared entrusted entirely to Alicia, including the recipes for hot pot broth. Setting up a hot pot restaurant in Nanyu was also part of Jared's plan once they arrived. After speaking, Jared turned and left. Although Dane repeatedly provoked him, Jared retaliated each time. As a third-rank official, Jared couldn't kill him without cause. It would bring much trouble. More importantly, Dane did have some ability, and utilizing people effectively was the right approach. Watching Jared leave, Dane finally breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, Jared felt increasingly foreign to him now. In the capital, Jared was like a demonic tyrant, but in Nanyu, he became more inscrutable. However, Dane didn't want to ponder over these matters. Right now, he only cared about savoring the hot pot. Soon enough, Alicia brought the hot pot to Dane's room. Without hesitation, Dane started devouring it. Even in the capital, he hadn't tasted such delicious food. Now, Dane began to worry. Once he returned to the capital, he'd probably never eat this delectable hot pot again immediately. Joab hastily explained. Jared sneered coldly. Then tell me, what makes this village so special? If you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences. A glint of coldness flashed in Jared's eyes. The matter is this, Joab dared not hesitate. The missing village in Kingxi County is called Yunchi Village. It is temporarily leased to the merchants of Wa Country to store their goods. Although Wa Country is just an island nation, smaller than our great Zhou dynasty, they've developed rapidly in recent years. Moreover, they maintain a close relationship with our empire, often sending merchants to Nanyu. If I refuse the request of Wa's envoy, it would strain our relations and possibly lead to conflict. With no other choice, I chose to temporarily lease Yunchi Village to Wa Country. What? Jared originally thought the village had some problem, and Joab feared punishment, thus hiding it. If that were the case, Jared might not have been as angry. But to think Joab actually gave Great Zhou's land to Wa? By Wa Country, Jared knew exactly what it meant. Enraged, Jared rushed at Joab, kicking him fiercely. Our great Zhou dynasty's land is earned through countless soldiers' lives. Not an inch can be lost. You dared to hand it over to Wa Country? Jared grew angrier with each word, kicking Joab several times more. Your Highness, that's not how it is. I only leased it temporarily, not handed it over. Besides, this was for the development of Nanyu. Please calm down, Your Highness. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. Hashtag chapter 110. The treacherous Japanese. Borrow? You still dare to talk about borrowing? Jared was truly infuriated, grabbing Joab by the collar. Do you think this prince is a fool? You lent Yunshi village to the Japanese, which is equivalent to giving it to them. Joab shook his head in fear. That's absolutely impossible. When I lent it to the Japanese, I signed a contract with their envoy. If the prince does not believe me, I can show you the contract. What kind of damned contract? Since you say it was lent to the Japanese, then this prince gives you 7 days to reclaim Yunshi village. If you fail, you should know the consequences. As he spoke, Jared's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. If Joab could successfully reclaim Yunshi village and make those Japanese leave, Jared would be willing to let bygones be bygones. But if Joab failed, or the Japanese even all of Nanua. As the birdie of Nanua, I cannot allow the Japanese to be so brazen. Brett nodded respectfully and hurriedly left without another word. The next few days, Qingfu County remained unusually peaceful. However, Jared could not set his mind at ease. Japan was too close to Nanua. If these people wanted to attack the Great Zhou dynasty, Nanua would undoubtedly be their first target. Fortunately, Jared arrived in time. Otherwise, with Joab's cowardice and weakness, Nanua could have been lost in moments. Once Nanua fell, it would be like leaving the gates of the Great Zhou dynasty wide open, allowing the Japanese to invade at will. Jared would never let that happen. A few days later, in Yunshi village, part of Qingxi County in Nanua, Joab, carrying the contract he signed with the Japanese years ago, brought some soldiers to the village. But before entering Yunshi village, they were surrounded by many Japanese soldiers, preventing entry. Yunshi village clearly belonged to the Great Zhou dynasty, yet it now seemed like Japanese territory. Ridiculous. I am Joab, the governor of Nanua. How dare you obstruct me? Why don't you let Oral come out and see me immediately? Oral, the Jacques who came to Yunshi village years ago, had signed the contract with Joab and stayed to handle negotiations on behalf of the Japanese. Initially, both Oral and the other Japanese soldiers had been deferential to Joab. Now, however, they had become insolently arrogant. For some reason, Joab suddenly had a bad feeling. Just then, a short and plump Weston slowly emerged from the side. This was none other than the Jacques, Oral. Well, if it isn't Mr. Era. What brings you here? With a broken but friendly tone in Great Zhou language, Oral smiled at Joab. Don't waste time. By the order of the birdie of Nanua, I've come specifically today to reclaim Yunshi village. Give us 3 days to evacuate. Seeing the Japanese uncooperative, Joab decided to be straightforward about his mission. Oral showed no change in expression upon hearing this. Oral was well informed about the situation concerning Jared, the birdie of Nanua. According to intelligence, Jared had been exiled to Nanua after being driven out of the capital. Furthermore, Jared was known as a notorious playboy, not someone to be taken seriously. Why would they give back Yunshi village, which now belonged to Japan? No one spits out food once it's swallowed. Oral chuckled lightly. Mr. Era, have you forgotten the contract we signed? Of course not. So I brought the contract today. Joab produced the original contract without hesitation. At the time of signing, it was clearly stipulated that if I did not agree for you to stay in Yunshi village, you must leave immediately. Ha ha ha. Oral laughed loudly. Mr. Era, how can you lie so boldly? Did you ever mention this clause? And more importantly, did you write such an important term in the contract? All I remember is that the contract clearly states that the governor of Nanua, Joab, agrees to lend Yunshi village to Japan. There is no time limit and no right to demand our departure early. At this point, Oral's previously kind smile turned cold. Rubbing his beard, he said icily, now that you wish to breach the contract unilaterally, what do you think of forcing us innocent people out? Do you really think Japan is easy to bully? As he finished speaking, numerous Japanese soldiers around him revealed their weapons. One order from Oral, and Joab and his men would be slaughtered on the spot. This scene left Joab utterly stunned. Chapter 111. Such treacherous behavior would warrant beheading you right now. How could this be? At this moment, Joab finally understood why Jared was so furious when he learned that Yunshi village had been lent to the Wokou. These people were so cunning. They had outright broken their promise after giving their word. Initially, there was no mention of this clause in the agreement because the first batch of Wokou had indeed shown humility. Plus, given the mighty power of the Great Zhou dynasty, a tiny Wokou nation was nothing to worry about. Who could have predicted they would turn their back on their words? Joab could guarantee that even if this clause were included in the contract, the Wokou wouldn't leave either. If there were a pill for regret, Joab would never have agreed to the Wokou's request. I advise Sir Era to return immediately. Of course, if Sir Era insists on driving us away, we will have no choice but to resist. We Wokou are not easy to bully. If Joab had brought a large contingent of South Yu troops, Herb would have hesitated. But with only a dozen soldiers, what did he have to fear? Even angering the king of South Yu didn't concern him. After all, Jared was just a reckless son of wealth and privilege. Moreover, relations between Wokou and the Great Zhou dynasty were traditionally cordial. He couldn't believe that Jared would jeopardize the relationship over Yunshi village. Outrageous. Too outrageous. If this governor were to forcibly reclaim Yunshi village now? Jared had given him an ultimatum. Failure to retrieve Yunshi village within 7 days meant facing the same fate as officials like Curtis. Though Joab was incompetent, it didn't mean he lacked temper. Forcibly reclaim? That would make Sir Era our enemy. Herb raised his hand slightly, signaling readiness among the Wokou soldiers present. Sir Era, I give you one last chance. Either you leave now, or don't blame me for my actions. It's you who broke the agreement. Our resistance is justified. The Tobias of Zhou will find our reasons valid. Herb looked at Joab. Location and resources are critical. But if Jared gets angry and sends his army to drive us out, what then? Asked one concerned Wokou. With just over 1,000 soldiers stationed in Yunchi village, we can't stop South Yu's army, another added. Ha, scoffed Herb. You overestimate Jared. Even if he attacks, he'd need to consider the consequences. The current policy of the Great Zhou dynasty is rest and recuperation. War with other countries won't happen easily. If Jared does this, the Zhou Tobias's fury will be unstoppable. Just wait and see. South Yu will belong to us soon. With that, Herb left with assurance. The 7-day deadline passed swiftly. Now, Governor Joab knelt trembling in the county magistrate's office of Qingfu County, his bare torso tied with sharp thorny vines, bleeding profusely, a chilling sight. Your Highness, your subordinate was momentarily confused and fell into the Woku's trap. Pardon me, and grant me another chance to lead an army to Yunchi village. I'll ensure the Woku are expelled from South Yu. Arriving at Qingfu County, Joab sought forgiveness for failing to retrieve Yunchi village, a grave mistake allowing the Woku to claim it. His failure dishonored not only Jared, but also the Tobias's trust. Losing land under his jurisdiction was unpardonable. Even if Jared did not act, news reaching the capital would cost him his head. Facing the kneeling Joab, Jared remained indifferent into this spectacle, his expression remaining cold and indifferent. If you had known today, why didn't you think of it earlier? Bring Joab to Wolf Mountain. As soon as Jared finished speaking, several towering guards stepped forward. Joab knew all too well what awaited him at Wolf Mountain. For ordinary citizens, it was a place to make a living, but for him, it meant certain death. Although the birdie did not kill him directly, being sent to dig in Wolf Mountain was essentially a death sentence. Without Jared's command, he would be condemned to dig until he died. Don't do this, Your Highness. Please give me another chance. Your Highness, please spare my life. Under the guard's escort, Joab was forcefully dragged away. His cries were now meaningless. Dane, who had been hiding nearby, witnessed everything. He dared not say a word throughout the entire ordeal. He didn't think Jared was too harsh. After all, Joab had betrayed his position as governor of Nanyu by handing over Great Zhou dynasty's territory to the enemy. Not killing him immediately was already an act of utmost mercy. Immediately after, Jared summoned Brett. You are to lead 3,000 guards out right away. Use whatever means necessary to reclaim Yunchi village for Nanyu. Most importantly, you must capture Kyler. As for the other Japanese soldiers, those who surrender will be spared. Anyone who resists shall be killed. With Burl wasn't ideal. Jared would need to find suitable replacements when he arrived in Nanyu later. I'll set out for Nanyu City immediately. Despite his envy, Hutch knew he had to obey the birdie's orders. Just as he was about to leave, Alicia entered the room. Daddy has become the governor, and even the military commander. Alicia overheard Jared's conversation. For common folk like them, becoming a governor or commander was an unimaginable promotion, akin to reaching the peak of officialdom. Your Highness, can I go with Commander around in Nanyu City? I haven't seen Dad in so long. Alicia approached Jared cautiously. Of course. Quickly catch up with Aral before he leaves. Jared nodded. There was no reason to deny her request. Thank you, Your Highness. Alicia bowed gratefully and excitedly followed Hutch. A few days later, in Yunchi village. Lord Kawanaka, disaster is imminent. South Yu soldiers have completely surrounded Yunchi village. Kyler was lounging in bed with a Japanese woman. Upon hearing this news, he froze in shock and quickly got dressed. What did you say? He asked, trembling. Outside his door, a kneeling Japanese soldier trembled as he repeated, South Yu soldiers, they have surrounded us. Moreover, they aren't ordinary South Yu soldiers, but elite guards of the birdie. Kyler really think our Japanese people are easy to bully. Oral heard Brett's voice from afar and recognized his strength. However, he wasn't scared. Standing beside him was a towering, corpulent man over 2 meters tall. His body was mostly bare, covered only by a white cloth around sensitive areas. This man, named Malachi, was an 8th-rank peak martial artist from Japan. With such a powerhouse nearby, why should Oral panic? So you are Oral? Brett glanced at him coldly. As for the fat man standing beside him, Brett paid no attention. Yes, Oral sneered. I advise you to go back and counsel your young birdie of Nanua not to act so rashly. Cooperation with us can only bring benefits. But it's just a small village. If Antoine is willing to lend this place to us again, I can assure you that Japanese merchants will boost the economy of Nanua. As he spoke, Oral had 3 large chests brought forward. Opening them revealed heaps of gold, silver, and jewels inside. Consider this a gift from Japan to Antoine. In Oral's view, Birdie Jared was merely a spoiled aristocrat. With such wealth and the promise of economic development, there was no way Jared would refuse. However, against master-level fighters. What did you say? He is a master-level martial artist? Hearing this, Oral's eyes widened. In Japan, master-level martial artists were revered figures, leaders of great factions. Who would have thought a master would be content serving as a guard here? After recovering from shock, Oral asked Brett, is this how your great Zhou kingdom treats master-level martial artists? Why not join Japan? I guarantee your wealth and status. Before Oral finished, Brett appeared before him in an instant. Before Malachi could react, Brett kicked him away, causing his chest to cave in, blood splattering everywhere. The kick was immensely powerful. Brett showed no mercy. With a sickening crack, Malachi screamed and died instantly. Everything happened so fast no one reacted in time. You actually dared to attack? Facing such a formidable master, Oral, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. Brett struck him with a palm, knocking him out but not killing him. The royal guards then engaged the Japanese soldiers. With Brett's presence, the Japanese were too weak. All those who resisted were killed, while the rest surrendered. After dealing with the Japanese, Brett followed Jared's instructions and thoroughly searched Yunchi village, uncovering a significant secret. He ordered 1,000 guards to remain in Yunchi village, while the rest escorted the Japanese prisoners back to Qingfu County. Meanwhile, in Nanua City, Channing and other officials formerly under Joab kneeled before Hutch, their faces pale with fear. Burl was among them. They had just learned of Joab's punishment by Antoine. Though surprising, it was largely expected, due to the events in Yunchi village. Now, with Japanese occupation, Bertie Jared naturally felt furious. Fortunately, Jared dealt only with Joab, sparing the others, much to their relief. With the position of governor of Nanyue open, they saw opportunities ahead. Especially Channing, as Secretary General, believed himself perfect for the role, smirking inwardly. Next to him, Joab, after initial shock, looked grave. Burl had previously advised caution against cooperating with the Japanese, but Joab refused, leading to his current fate. Burl felt no pity. This was entirely Joab's doing. Had he expelled the Japanese initially, none of this would have happened. Without wasting time, Hutch read Jared's decree. The Bertie commands. Effective immediately, appoint Burl, military officer of Nanyue, as governor of Nanyue, temporarily overseeing the affairs of the province. Officials were unmistakable. Hutch then turned and left the residence. Burl didn't waste any time and began handling matters related to Yunchi village. With the king's permission, he now had the authority to mobilize the Nanyue army. Although Nanyue was only a small and poor province of the Great Zhou dynasty with a sparse population, it was not unimportant. On the contrary, Nanyue was crucial for the Great Zhou dynasty, being a key frontier town. Furthermore, due to frequent banditry and its proximity to Japan, Nanyue maintained a large military force of about 30,000 troops under the command of the court. But with Jared's arrival, all these forces came under his control. Including Jared's 5,000 guards, Nanyue's total military strength approached 40,000. Moreover, if more soldiers were needed, Jared could recruit more. In short, the power held by the princes of the Great Zhou dynasty was immense, something that only Jared currently enjoyed. This proved the emperor's trust in him, as even the prestigious princes were just nominal positions. Seeing Burl leave hastily, many officials like Channing felt both admiration and jealousy. Could it be that even I, the grand historian of Nanyue, can't match Burl? Channing laughed bitterly. Director Arao, what kind of magic does Burl use on his highness? Why did the king promote him from a military advisor to the governor and then inspector of Nanyue? Did he give the king some sort of favor? Former officials of Joab all wore doubtful expressions. Who knows? Channing sighed helplessly. The situation is already decided. Burl isn't what he used to be. Not only is he the inspector of Nanyue, but also a favorite of the king. We must not offend him. Though disappointed at not becoming the inspector himself, Channing was always adaptable, leaning whichever way the wind blew. Since Joab had fallen, he had to align himself with the new inspector of Nanyue. Moreover, he had secretly planned to go to Qingfu County to curry favor with Jared. After all, Joab was only the governor, while the position of inspector was merely concurrent. Channing still saw a glimmer of hope. Other officials nodded in agreement. If Burl could rise so quickly, he must be a favorite of the king. Soon, news spread throughout Nanyue City that Burl had become both the governor and inspector. Elsewhere, after leaving the residence, Burl immediately went to the camp, dispatching reliable subordinates to lead 5,000 Nanyue soldiers to guard Yunchi village against any sudden attacks from Japan. After arranging these matters, he prepared to return home. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure standing outside the house, Ingrid, whom he hadn't seen for days. Daddy! Ingrid waved excitedly. Qingsheng, you returned suddenly? Did the king come as well? Burl hurriedly looked around, thinking Jared might have come too. If so, he needed to lead all Nanyue officials to greet the king. The king didn't come. I missed Daddy so much that I came along with Commander Arao. Ingrid smiled, holding her father's hand. Seeing her father become a high-ranking official made her happy. I see. Burl nodded, then asked, why don't you go inside? Are they not treating you well again? As he said this, Burl's face darkened. If anyone dared to bully Ingrid now, he would not spare them. No, just waiting here for Daddy. Ingrid said this, but in truth, she was afraid to enter. Her childhood memories were a nightmare to her. Burl understood this. He grabbed her hand, saying, let's go home together. He took her into the house. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Aaron's residence, old Ambria learned of Burl's promotion to governor and inspector, dancing joyfully. Ha 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 ha, how our family fortune shines now. Who would have thought my son could be so capable? Now, I am the mother of an inspector. The thought excited her greatly. Previously, the deaths of Ferguson and Elisa had deeply affected her, causing her to lose her appetite. But all this disappeared with Burl's promotion. She was a vain woman, so how could she not be thrilled? The sorrow of losing children vanished instantly. Nothing was more joyful than seeing Burl become the governor and inspector of Nanyue. At this moment, Burl entered the hall. Seeing him, old Ambria rushed forward, exclaiming, my son is truly extraordinary. But upon seeing Ingrid behind him, her excitement evaporated. She seemed repulsed, as if Qingsheng was an ominous omen. In the hall, old Ambria welcomed Burl back, celebrating his newfound success. However, seeing Ingrid dampened her spirits, reminding her of past troubles she wanted to forget. Chapter 115. A man should marry when he grows up, and a woman should wed when she matures. Alicia naturally noticed the look of disdain on Lydia's face, but she was no longer afraid. Out of politeness, she still bowed respectfully to Lydia. Grandma. Humph. Lydia ignored Alicia, grabbing Burl's hand instead and pulling him aside. Son, you are now the highest official in Nanyue. How can you remain single forever? With your Dylan brother gone, you are now the pillar of the Aaron family. Mother has already arranged several matches for you. All are beautiful ladies. I'm sure they'll satisfy you. Then, you can have a few chubby grandsons for me. This was solely due to Alicia's presence. Without Alicia, Burl would certainly want to remarry. Getting rid of Alicia seemed too easy for her, especially since Alicia was of marrying age. A smile crept onto Lydia's face as she thought of this plan. The next day, Burl had to handle official duties early in the morning at the governor's office. He worried about leaving Alicia alone at the estate and decided to take her along. Just then, he saw Lydia leading a middle-aged woman with a mole near her mouth approach them excitedly. "Oh, Miss Erin is indeed a beauty," the woman said after examining Alicia thoroughly, nodding approvingly. Seeing this, Burl instinctively shielded his daughter, looking sternly at Lydia. "Mother, what are you doing? Who is this woman?" "Son, Aunt Wang is the most famous matchmaker in Nanhua City. Qingqing isn't young anymore. It's time she gets married." As she spoke, Lydia ordered some servants to bring out several scrolls and open them, each depicting portraits of wealthy young men from Nanhua. The matchmaker began introducing them. "This Mr. Era is strong and a 5th-grade martial artist. Is Miss Erin satisfied? If not, there's Mr. Arao, who is very handsome." The matchmaker prattled on enthusiastically, but this caught Alicia off guard. She had just returned home and was already being set up to marry? Not only Alicia, but Burl standing beside her also found it absurd. Interrupting immediately, Burl looked at Lydia. "Mother, it's been only a short while since Qingqing returned. Must you rush to marry her off?" "Son, how can you say that? As the saying goes, when a man grows up, he should marry, and when a woman matures, she should wed. Qingqing is 17 years old. At my age, I've already had your Dylan brother. In 2 or 3 years, Qingqing will be 20. How can we not worry? There's no room for discussion. You must listen to your mother." Lydia's expression was resolute, and while it wasn't entirely unreasonable, given the norms of their society, this was something she had considered before. If not for the chaos at home, she would have already married Alicia off to some poor family in Qinfu County. Burl wanted to argue, but he knew deep down that his mother made a valid point. In previous dynasties, women of Alicia's age were expected to marry. Not doing so by 20 could result in punishment from authorities. Though the Zhou dynasty had abolished this rule, unwritten norms meant unmarried women at 20 would face gossip. Alicia didn't know what to do, nervously clutching Burl's clothes. The birdie was waiting for her. She couldn't simply get married. Noticing her distress, Burl frowned. He wouldn't force her into marriage. "Mother, Qingqing just returned. There's no need to rush her marriage," Burl stated firmly. "If Qingqing doesn't wish to marry, no one can force her." "You." Hearing this, Lydia flared up. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, even she, as Alicia's so-called grandmother, would become a relative and Dylan to the prince. Thinking of this made Lydia increasingly excited. "Yes." Hutch nodded affirmatively, disdain evident in his eyes. To try and marry off someone the prince favored to those disreputable men? If not for the prince's order to not hurt people arbitrarily, Hutch would have slapped her long ago. Good. Hearing this, Lydia couldn't stop smiling. She quickly instructed the servants to chase away the matchmaker. Now that Alicia was the prince's choice, Lydia's initial dislike vanished entirely. Approaching Alicia with newfound affection, she held her hand. "Qingqing, I didn't know you were already with the prince. I was mistaken. It's all my fault. You mustn't hold it against me. Everything I did was for your own good." As she spoke, Lydia patted Alicia's hand. Initially finding everything about Alicia irksome, she now found herself thoroughly satisfied with her. Starting from yesterday, good news kept pouring in. First, Burl became the governor and concurrently prefect of Nanhua, and now Alicia had become the prince's woman. At this moment, Lydia suddenly understood, perhaps because of wanting attention, and soon returned to Qingfu County with Hutch. Elsewhere, Brett escorted the Japanese occupiers of Yunchi village back to Qingfu County. Those surrendered Japanese captives were sent to E-Wolf Mountain, forced to mine day and night. Meanwhile, Kyler knelt in the great hall of the county administration, speaking in broken Zhou language, cursing Jared harshly. "Our Japanese nation has always maintained peaceful relations with your great Zhou. Birdie of Nanhua, killing innocent Japanese so brutally. Are you trying to provoke a war between our two countries?" Kyler knew he had little chance of survival, once captured by the Birdie of Nanhua. His only hope was to leverage Japan to force Jared to hesitate before striking. As an envoy and official of Japan, his death would not be ignored. After all, the Birdie of Nanhua couldn't afford to defy an entire country. "Haha." Jared chuckled nonchalantly. "So what? Now you want this king to release you?" Kyler sneered. "Of course. Not only must you release me, but also all the Japanese captives. You must surrender the usage rights of Yunchi village to Japan permanently, or else we will not let this slide." Confident, Kyler believed Jared feared him. However, Jared showed no fear, but instead approached coldly. Without a word, he slapped him hard. Slap. A sharp sound echoed throughout without food or drink. In such scorching weather, this man would die within 3 days. It didn't matter if he died. After all, Jared had already learned a crucial piece of information from Brett. "Brecken, you're sure that you found evidence of the Wa people secretly smelting iron in Yunchi village and transporting it back to Wa?" Jared asked coldly. If this were true, then Jared would have a valid reason to take action against the Wa people. By then, regardless of any excuses the Wa people had, Jared could continue his assault. Daring to plunder the resources of the great Zhou dynasty to strengthen their own military forces, it was simply intolerable. "My lord, I saw this with my own eyes," Brett responded. "In Yunchi village, there are minions run by Wa people on the surface, but they secretly cast iron weapons. They use merchant ships belonging to the Wa traders to secretly transport these iron items back to Wa. I've also investigated the area around Yunchi village. Indeed, there is a large mountain where the Wa people mine for ore," he added angrily. "My lord, these Wa people are really too detestable. Do they truly think our great Zhou dynasty is weak and incompetent? Although the world is peaceful now and Cliff emphasizes rest and recuperation without mobilizing troops, it does not mean we can be bullied by the likes of the Wa country. Further invasions. Over 20 years have passed since then. The Dagong kingdom must have recovered by now, eyeing the great Zhou dynasty greedily. Attacking Hua now would give Dagong the perfect chance for revenge. Thinking about this, everyone felt somber. During the war against the Songyuan kingdom, Marshal Yush remained in the capital to defend against rebel forces. Unbeknownst to them, spies infiltrated the city, turning the commanders against the Zhou dynasty and staging a surprise attack on the capital. To protect the Zhou dynasty, Marshal Yush fought bravely until his last breath, leading to the eradication of the rebels. Had this not happened, Marshal Yush would still be alive. Respected as a fearsome general during the previous dynasty, his name alone struck fear into the hearts of enemies. Had Yush lived, would the Hua dare defy the great Zhou dynasty? My lord, how do you plan to deal with the Hua people? Brett knew Jared had a plan and asked curiously. Haha. Jared smiled lightly. No need to rush. The Hua aren't foolish enough to attack the great Zhou dynasty now. If they do come, I'll make sure none return. Jared wasn't bluffing. It was a simple truth. Should the Hua dare to invade Nanyue for control of Yunshi village, Jared would personally lead the Nanyue army to crush them. With gunpowder at hand, even the most valiant Hua soldiers would be useless. However, upon Jared's arrival in Nanyue, the entire plan unraveled. Not a single Hua soldier stationed in Yunshi village returned. Even the envoy, Ascari, was captured by the baker. In his prime and driven by ambition, Tobias Mack saw this as a blatant provocation by Jared. Chapter 118. Marching to Great Zhou, demanding accountability. Your Majesty, please reconsider. At this moment, the morale of Great Zhou is soaring. If we launch a sudden attack on Nanyue, it might succeed, but it will certainly provoke the elite armies of Great Zhou. Although the war god Yush has died, the power of Great Zhou cannot be underestimated. At this point, an indolently white-haired man standing at the forefront of civil officials hurriedly spoke up to dissuade him. He was the current Prime Minister of Waigua, Gregor. Humph. Upon hearing this, Eliot Stavis was immediately displeased, giving a cold snort. So, according to you, should I just endure in humiliation? Your Majesty, you misunderstood me. My intention is that we need to endure temporarily. If we want to attack the Great Zhou dynasty, I suggest joining forces with the Daitsong kingdom. If we can attack together, then from the south and north, encircling them, we can surely capture Great Zhou. Seeing he had been misunderstood by Cliff, Gregor knelt down in fear. The other civil and military officials all agreed with Gregor's idea, with White office confidently. Additionally, servants carried box after box of gifts into the county office. This visit was not only about continuing business negotiations with the prince, but also expressing gratitude. Initially, they thought the dealership contracts set by the prince were too harsh and offered minimal profit. Most signed out of fear of the prince, but reality proved otherwise. These exquisite iron products really sold well. Merchants transported them to bustling capitals, especially in the Jiangnan area, where they were quickly snapped up. Though the profit was slightly lower, high sales volumes made up for it. More importantly, the court's permission for Jared to mine had been issued, meaning they could sell legally. Many merchants had already visited Nanyue to order large quantities of iron products. Jared assigned this task entirely to Isaiah. It must be said that Jared's insight into people was spot on. After undergoing rigorous training, Isaiah had grown significantly. Jared could completely entrust business matters to him without worry. Mr. Wong, does the prince have new items for us to sell this time? Or even more exquisite iron products? Mr. Wong, please tell the prince that no matter what, I want to add 50,000 sets this time. 50,000 sets? Haha, Vincent Aaron's ambition is too great. One person can't handle that much. Give it to me. You all don't need to fight. I'm determined to place a large order this time. Even before Jared arrived, everyone was already engaged in heated discussions. They understood that if it was still the same iron products, there would be no need for another commercial conference. Clearly, the prince had some best-selling goods ready. Now these merchants trusted Jared immensely and were prepared to sign dealership contracts again. Doing business with the prince was far better than before. And sometimes, using Jared's reputation as leverage, sales became even better. Please rest assured, gentlemen. The reason for holding the second commercial conference is that the prince has some even better goods. As Isaiah finished speaking, everyone grew even more excited. The prince arrives. At that moment, the guard outside announced Jared's arrival. Jared walked in happily, followed closely by Alicia, who held a tray with various new condiments like sugar, pepper, oyster sauce, etc. The merchants naturally noticed the items on the tray, their faces filled with curiosity. What are these? Could it be that the prince wants us to sell these? I thought he had more exquisite iron products. Whispers spread among the merchants. Although they did not know what these items were, they were all very eager. Welcome all Nanyue merchants to the commercial conference. Let's not waste time. These are new condiments developed by this prince. As soon as Jared finished speaking, shock rippled across the room. What? These are condiments? Rushed to explain but clapped his hands gently. Under Alicia's direction, one dish after another was served to the merchants. Instantly, the entire county hall was filled with delectable aromas. You have all sampled the flavors of the condiments. But remember, these are just condiments, and the dishes before you have all been cooked using them. Let's eat and talk at the same time. With that, Jared raised his wine glass. Everyone followed suit, raising their cups and drinking them in one go. Then, they began tasting the dishes. The reactions were like opening a new world for each one of them. They praised the dishes continuously while eating. Eventually, words were unnecessary. Everyone indulged heartily in the food. These merchants, all fabulously wealthy, had tasted countless delicacies. Yet, the dishes the prince prepared were common but exquisitely delicious, thanks not only to the culinary skills but also to the novel condiments. How could they not seize this business opportunity? Throughout the session, Jared earnestly explained the condiments to the merchants. After the feast, contract after contract was placed before the merchants. Besides the iron goods contracts, Jared specifically drafted ones for the condiments. A rate before, he did not pressure anyone. They could specify the quantities themselves. With previous experience and genuine interest, they signed without hesitation. The second merchant conference concluded successfully. Due to the overwhelming number of pre-ordered goods, relying solely on the people around Qingfu County wouldn't suffice. So, Jared sent Brett to issue recruitment notices to neighboring counties. As long as they were willing to come, they would receive high wages, meals, and lodging, enjoying the same benefits as the residents of Qingfu County. Word of Qingfu County's success had already spread, leaving the locals envious and jealous. The new recruitment notice naturally attracted numerous applicants. Jared welcomed all and arranged proper accommodations. Meanwhile, a condiment production department was established, bustling with activity. Days passed swiftly. Dane's stay in Nanyue reached its 1-month mark. Though he could return to the capital, he felt reluctant to leave. Lord Su, if I recall correctly, you should be able to return to the capital now, said Jared. Are you staying? Have you changed your mind? Jared smiled slightly. It's not impossible, but it might inconvenience you. A third-rank official like you. I can't offer you any significant position here in Nanyue. Dane shook his head hastily. No, I must return to report to Cliff. With that, Dane hurried out of the county hall, his guards escorting him back to the capital. His reluctance stemmed not only from the delicious hot pot, but also from being thoroughly impressed by Jared's methods. Nanyue had transformed dramatically under Jared's, yet the prince killed them indiscriminately. Do you think Japan is easy to bully? Or is this a plot orchestrated by the Tobias of Great Zhou to breach the alliance? The Jacques demanded loudly, unafraid. Diplomats were protected, even during war, and a diplomatic incident could escalate into full-scale war. Thus, he was bold. In the imperial court, silence prevailed. No one expected Jared to slaughter Japanese so ruthlessly in Nanyue. Paxton looked extremely stern. He didn't believe Jared would kill innocents. Something must have happened to provoke him. But the Jacques arrived suddenly, and Dane hadn't returned. The truth was unknown. Seeing the officials and the emperor speechless, the envoy felt triumphant. Given Nanyue's remote location, they were far from the capital. Even if all blame was laid on Jared, they would never know. An investigation would take too long, and he sought immediate accountability, or else he would stir more trouble, pushing towards war. Just then, a eunuch rushed in. Your Majesty, Dane has returned from Nanyue. ##### Chapter 120. Expelling the Japanese envoy. Quickly summon Dane. Paxton's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Coincidentally, Dane had just returned at this moment. During this period, Minister Su, please rise quickly. Paxton hurriedly said. Minister Su has just returned from Nanyue. Have you heard about Barrett killing Japanese civilians? Upon hearing this, the Jacques' pupils constricted in surprise, not expecting this person to have just returned from Nanyue. Just as he was about to speak, Dane immediately responded, Your Majesty, it is true that Barrett killed many Japanese people. The hall fell silent. The officials led by the second birdie all had rather ugly expressions. To them, this must be Dane deliberately retaliating against Jared by exaggerating. After all, they had only just changed their strategy, and Dane was unaware of it. Hearing this, the Jacques' lips curled into a slight smile before turning furious. Great Zhou Tobias, Your Majesty, you have already heard. Barrett did indeed arbitrarily kill our innocent Japanese citizens. You must give us a reasonable explanation today. However, before Paxton could respond, Dane laughed coldly. Hehe, you Japanese people really love to talk nonsense. Barrett did indeed kill many of your Japanese people, but it was because you asked for it. The land of our great Zhou dynasty was won by countless soldiers sacrificing their lives. How dare you Japanese occupy it so casually? Barrett gave you the chance to leave Yunshi village immediately, but you escalated matters and refused to leave. Can we interpret this as you Japanese not respecting our great Zhou dynasty at all? What's wrong with Barrett's troops annihilating your Japanese invaders? Dane's words reverberated through everyone's ears. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Then, they all showed extremely angry faces. Insolence. How dare you Japanese invade our great Zhou dynasty's territory? Second birdie Tanner demanded furiously. After learning the truth, he did not believe Jared had done anything wrong. If he were in Jared's place, he would have done the same. Maintaining the integrity of the great Zhou dynasty's land was precisely the responsibility of the Preston. These despicable Japanese dared to accuse the good as evil. This made the usually calm Tanner quite angry. Sitting on the dragon throne, Paxton's expression was even uglier. Though called the benevolent Tobias, it did not mean he treated everyone with kindness. Japan's actions today had truly touched the bottom line of Paxton. The Jacques obviously panicked for a moment but quickly calmed down. When did Japan ever occupy Yunshi village? It was only a temporary borrowing. Our Japanese merchants frequently go to Nanyue to purchase supplies and need a temporary storage place. We discussed with Nanyue's governor Joab and signed a contract to temporarily use Yunshi village for storage. But after your Nanyue, would he let him leave alive from the great Zhou dynasty? Looking at the eyes filled with hostility, the Jacques felt fear creeping up on him as he slunk out. Your Majesty, Governor Joab of Nanyue committed a heinous crime. How dare he hand over our great Zhou dynasty's land to Japan? Please order his immediate execution. Joab had once been a disciple of Van, something Tanner knew well. But in this matter, Joab's actions were truly outrageous. Such a foolish man should not be allowed to live. Chapter 121. Please grant my request for marriage. Tanner's words exactly echoed what Paxton had in mind. What was the point of keeping a traitor who caused so much harm to the country? Your Majesty, Governor Joab of Nanyue has already been executed by King Jared. Former military adjunct Burl has been promoted to governor of Nanyue and is temporarily serving as the Thursur, military inspector. Note, the term Thursur can be translated differently based on context. Here, military inspector might be more appropriate to avoid redundancy with governor. If you prefer to keep it as governor, ensure that the context clarifies the distinction between the two roles. For fluency and natural reading in English, I recommend. Former military adjunct Burl has been promoted to governor of Nanyue and is temporarily serving as military inspector. Dane did not withhold any information and immediately relayed the news. Although appointments of officials in Nanua were determined by King Jared, positions such as the governor and commander were significant enough that they needed to be reported to the Tobias. Very well done. Paxton nodded in satisfaction. Since Jared had already launched a military campaign against those Japanese pirates, he would certainly not let Joab off lightly. As for Burl being promoted directly from military adjunct to both commander and governor, Paxton didn't think too much about it. Clearly, this person must have earned Jared's favor. Entrusting Nanua to Jared would be no issue. Tanner also nodded slightly upon hearing this, then began to carefully observe Dane. He noticed that Dane no longer seemed to hate Jared as intensely as before. Previously, he would have embellished his reports to criticize Jared, but now he showed an unusual respect for him. Without doubt, something must have happened during his time in Nanua to deeply impress Dane, completely changing his perception. This reinforced Tanner's determination to win over Jared. This man was no longer the arrogant and unruly noble he once was. Perhaps everything was just a facade. If such a person could not be persuaded to serve them, he would definitely become their formidable enemy. In the following days, Dane meticulously reported all recent developments in Nanua to the Tobias. Unlike before, he refrained from exaggerating or making false claims. Instead, he detailed the current changes in Chinfu County of Nanua. Additionally, he described the exquisite ironware and new seasonings invented by Jared, even mentioning hot pot, which left the court officials and ministers stunned. Hot pot? Paxton frowned. What is that? It involves slicing ingredients and dipping them into boiling broth, Dane explained, inadvertently swallowing saliva. It's incredibly delicious. The officials, including Paxton and the second birdie, had never heard of hot pot. Based only on Dane's brief description, they couldn't fully appreciate its taste. However, given Dane's high-ranking position, they knew it must be truly delectable if it could make him salivate. Just then, an official stood up, recalling something important. Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered that recently many exquisite iron items have appeared in the capital. Not only are they inexpensive, but their quality is also outstanding. They must be from King Jared. Many nodded in agreement. Indeed, these iron items had become widely available thanks to the merchants loyal to Jared, selling vigorously throughout the empire. Ha ha ha. Paxton laughed heartily. Good. I haven't seen Jared in a long time. Pass my edict to bring Jared back to the capital. Hardly had the words left his mouth when Dane raised his hand enthusiastically. Your Majesty, may I be the one to deliver the edict? My beloved minister, you just returned from Nanua, take some rest. No, Your Majesty, I am not tired at all. I am best suited for this task, Dane smiled naively. Returning to Nanua meant more hot pot. Very well, thank you, Minister Su. Upon hearing the Tobias's approval, Dane nodded excitedly. After discussing more state affairs, the court adjourned hastily. Shortly after, in the palace garden, Paxton and Xena Diana strolled beside the flower beds, with Tanner closely following behind. Gay brother-in-law's actions this time have indeed uplifted everyone. Japan, merely a small island nation, actually covets our great Zhou land. It's despicable. Fortunately, brother-in-law dealt with them decisively. Tanner referred to Jared as brother-in-law to show his closeness to the Xena. Haha, Say did a fine job this time. Not only did he punish those Japanese, but he also brought glory to our great Zhou. This is the perfect opportunity to summon Say back to the capital. Since the court session ended, Paxton hadn't stopped smiling, thoroughly pleased. Xena Diana also couldn't stop laughing. Recommending Jared to go to Nanua was indeed a wise choice. Jared had been indulgent in the capital, but sending him to Nanua forced him to change. The results proved that Jared was immensely talented, worthy of being the son of his brother, Yush. Sire, since Say is returning, we should prepare for his marriage promptly. Say is no longer young. We can use this opportunity to bring back the birdiest consort of Nanua. Xena Diana most hoped for Jared to continue the Jiang lineage. With Jared soon returning, she had to prepare portraits of suitable women immediately. She would then have Jared choose among them. If he found someone he liked, the marriage could be arranged right away. Paxton nodded in agreement. Seeing the moment ripe, Tanner pretended to cough softly. A gorgeously dressed woman hurriedly ran out from the side. Gay. Mother. Brother Say is coming back. Why didn't you tell me? This woman was Tanner's younger sister, Amina. Since childhood, she had admired Jared. Hearing that he was returning and would choose a wife, Amina realized her chance had come. Gay mother. You know my feelings the best. I have always cherished Brother Say. Please grant me your permission to marry him. Hashtag chapter 122. Imperial Edict to recall the Preston. Watching Amina dash in front of them breathlessly, Corbin of Zhou and Xena Diana exchanged amused glances. As expected, whenever this topic was brought up, Amina would appear without fail. Although Amina harbored feelings for Jared, it was evident that Jared did not reciprocate those feelings. If he had, they wouldn't have waited until now to issue a marriage decree. For a marriage decree. That way, Jared would naturally align with him. Time passed quickly. In just a month, everything proceeded as Jared had anticipated, developing smoothly after the second trade fair. The newly developed condiments were selling so well that they were almost out of stock, especially oyster sauce. Not only did Kinyon Village increase its oyster farming significantly, but every coastal village had people dispatched by Jared to negotiate with local leaders, encouraging villagers to farm oysters for oyster sauce production. The construction team led by Master Chavi was working tirelessly to build houses. After inspecting the sites, Jared nodded in satisfaction. Entrusting such tasks to experienced masters left nothing to worry about. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before the first 3-story villa was completed. By then, Jared could return to the main city of Nanua. However, early one morning, Dane, who had just returned from his mission, came back with an imperial edict. This time, unlike before, Dane respectfully delivered the edict to Jared at the county office. Dane's sudden return puzzled Jared. Upon reading the edict's content, Jared's eyes widened in disbelief. So, you're recalling me this quickly? Initially disgruntled with being sent to Nanua, Jared had become quite comfortable as the place gradually developed under his management. But just when things were going well, he was summoned back to the capital. Though he had anticipated being recalled eventually, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Less than a year. Returning to face the emperor wasn't something he looked forward to. If he didn't return, it would amount to defying the emperor's orders, especially since he was a non-imperial prince. Any slanderous accusations of amassing power and planning rebellion could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, Jared had no choice but to put his plans on hold and return to the capital. Randy, you really don't need to worry too much. The emperor misses you deeply, which is why he's asking you to return for a reunion. When should we set off? Dane now treated Jared with utmost respect, a stark contrast to their initial encounter. Since Cliff has summoned me, I'll hurry back to the capital. Minister Su traveled specially to Nanyue to deliver this edict. You must be very tired. Please take some rest. Hearing this, Dane's eyes narrowed slightly. Randy, I'm not tired. Could I have a hot pot feast as a reward? No problem. I'll arrange it for you shortly. Delighted, Dane bowed respectfully and exited the room. After Dane left, Jared called Brett and Hutch. Briefly explaining his return to the capital, the two guards immediately prepared to accompany him. However, Jared had other plans. Reckon, this trip to the capital is likely due to the Emperor and Empress missing me. Nothing else. But Nanyue is at a crucial development stage and can't be interrupted. Moreover, Japan hasn't made any moves recently. You must stay and guard Nanyue with Burl. Let Old Arao accompany me this time. We won't bring too many guards, just 50. Hearing this, Hutch nodded obediently, while Brett looked concerned. Randy, Hutch is impulsive and less skilled in martial arts than I am. Your safety is paramount. Let Hutch stay, and I'll go with you. Actually, with Hutch's prowess as a 9th-rank martial artist, escorting Jared would be safe enough. Bandits wouldn't pose much threat. Brett worried more about officials targeting Jared or a possible ambush by Japanese forces along the way. Shaking his head, Jared responded, No, I'm not confident leaving Nanyue with Hutch alone. You are more suited for this responsibility. With Hutch accompanying me, there won't be any danger. This decision is final. Ileotard Nanyue diligently. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable upon my return. Despite lingering concerns, Brett bowed and agreed. They then rushed to prepare for the journey. Just then, Ingrid entered with a tray of pastries. Seeing her, Jared's eyes lit up. Bindi, you've never been to the capital, right? I'm heading there tomorrow to meet the emperor. Come with me. Note: in this translation, I have used English names corresponding to the pinyin representation of Chinese names and maintain the tone, style, and structure of the original text. ##### Chapter 123. The Great Cambrian Envoy presents gifts. Me. Alicia's heart initially raced with excitement at the thought. The grand and opulent capital city was indeed a place she had never visited. But then she considered that Jared was the Preston, and this return trip would undoubtedly lead them to the imperial palace. She was just a country girl, and it felt far too intimidating for her to enter such a majestic place. She shook her head hurriedly. Your Highness, I'm just a country girl. Perhaps I should not go to the palace. She expected Jared to agree, but to her surprise, he didn't even hesitate before firmly declining her request. You must come with me. Don't forget, you are now one of my people. Wherever I go, you must follow. That's settled then. Quickly, go and pack for the journey. Jared gave Alicia no chance to object. He patted her head, turned around, and walked out. Even though Alicia wanted to say more, she could only nod helplessly. The next day, Hutch selected 50 skilled guards to accompany Jared back to the capital. Officials from Qingfu County and many local residents, upon hearing that the king was returning to the capital, came voluntarily to bid him farewell outside the city gates. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jared boarded the carriage with Alicia. Just as they were about to depart, Jared called over Brett and handed him a small silk pouch. Reckon, if the Japanese dare to invade Nanyue during my absence, open this pouch. It contains instructions on how to respond. If they make no move, there's no need to open it. Brett accepted the pouch respectfully. Understood, Your Highness. Good. Let's set off. With his command, the convoy departed under the escort of the guards. Meanwhile, across the vast sea in Japan, Tobias Lewis of the Japanese Empire was shouting furiously in the court hall. This infuriates me. Jared, do you really think Japan is easy to bully? Since you want war, then let it be. I will show you the might of the Japanese army. Lewis had been biding his time, waiting for the right moment to launch a large-scale attack on the Great Zhou dynasty. However, he never anticipated that the Great Zhou Emperor would provoke him so openly, declaring war on Japan. As the Emperor of Japan, Lewis could not simply accept this humiliation. Whether for his own ambitions or the future development of Japan, invading the Great Zhou dynasty was necessary. Conquering Nanyue, crucial to Japan's strategy, was his first step. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. The Great Zhou Emperor is indeed arrogant, but an impulsive attack would be detrimental to Japan. The strength of the Great Zhou cannot be underestimated. Ministers and officials knelt down, pleading with Lewis. What do you mean? Are you willing to submit to the Great Zhou dynasty? As your emperor, I cannot endure the contempt of the Great Zhou Emperor. Initially, Lewis was furious but hadn't intended to initiate an attack. However, the public challenge and disdain from the Great Zhou Emperor made it unbearable. He wasn't acting rashly. He had immense confidence in the Japanese military. Since ascending the throne, he had been strengthening the army, training soldiers daily, and preparing for battle. In contrast, the Great Zhou dynasty had enjoyed peace for over 20 years without experiencing war. Moreover, Yush, once known as the god of war, was already dead. He doubted the current strength of the Great Zhou army could match Japan's. The officials present understood this, but knew the economic power of the Great Zhou dynasty far outweighed Japan's. A defeat would bring disaster and potential destruction to Japan. They advised patience, advocating an alliance with the Great Song Kingdom to ensure victory. Unfortunately, Lewis was now deaf to their pleas, insisting on attacking Nanua. Suddenly, a guard rushed in. "Your Majesty, the Great Song Envoy is requesting an audience at the palace gates." Everyone in the court, including Lewis, looked stunned by this unexpected visit. The sudden appearance of the Great Song Envoy calmed Lewis. "To crush the Great Zhou dynasty, we must unite with the Great Song Kingdom," said Prime Minister Darrell urgently. "A good opportunity has presented itself," added another official. Lewis paused. "Let the envoy enter." Soon after, a Weston with a neatly trimmed goatee and an upright posture strode into the court. Despite being alone, he showed no fear before the assembled courtiers. He was named Donghua, a special envoy sent from the distant Great Song Kingdom to Japan. "Greetings, Tobias of Japan." Donghua bowed deeply to Lewis, demonstrating sincerity by using the Japanese language, albeit imperfectly. Satisfied, Lewis gestured him up. "Envoy, please rise. Why have you traveled so far from the Great Song Kingdom?" "To propose an alliance with Japan," Donghua answered straightforwardly. "We are aware of the situation in Nanua. Indeed, the Great Zhou dynasty has been too arrogant, showing us little respect. Our emperor is willing to sign a treaty with Japan, jointly attacking the Great Zhou in the future." A hush fell over the room as all present remained silent, whispering among themselves. While Japan had desired an alliance with the Great Song Kingdom, they hadn't dispatched any envoys yet. How did the Great Song know its death? If so, our Dachang Kingdom can show its sincerity by eliminating Jared for you. Within 5 days, someone will bring Jared's head to you. Hurley spoke with utmost confidence. He had come fully prepared and already knew about Jared's journey back to the capital. According to his information, Jared did not take all his guards with him on this trip, bringing only around 50 men. The strongest warrior among them, Brett, a master-level martial artist, remained in Nanua and did not accompany Jared. Now, only a 9th-rank martial artist named Hutch was with Jared. Though 9th-rank martial artists were strong, Hurley had a plan. This time, he would definitely succeed in killing Jared. The Dachang Kingdom had clashed with the Great Zhou Kingdom multiple times and was often defeated by Yush of the Great Zhou. Now that Yush was dead, it didn't mean the hatred had vanished. Since Yush was dead, his only son must die too. By doing this, not only could revenge be taken, but it would also offer an opportunity to ally with Japan. Once the right moment came, they could launch a two-pronged attack on the Great Zhou Kingdom. 5 days? You think you can kill Jared within 5 days? Kurt sneered. What if you fail? Hurley confidently replied, if I fail, it means I deceive the Tobias of Japan. Deception of the emperor is punishable by beheading. Very well, I'll wait 5 days. Escort the envoy of Dachang Kingdom to rest properly. Thank you, your majesty. With a respectful bow, Hurley turned and hurried away. Meanwhile, on the road from Nanua to the capital, Jared sat inside a carriage, Alicia beside him. This was her first trip to the capital and her first time leaving Nanua. Even though they were still within Nanua, she was very excited. She frequently looked out the window, admiring the scenery along the way. Nanua indeed had excellent surroundings, mountains and rivers, birds chirping and flowers blooming. If not for the severe bandit problems, it would be a wonderful place to enjoy nature. Fortunately, under Jared's governance, bandits had significantly decreased. Most had surrendered, hoping for mercy. Jared did not exterminate those who surrendered voluntarily. Under normal circumstances, people wouldn't choose to become bandits unless driven by desperation. With the new employment opportunities offering 30 coins per day, even the bandits were enticed. Under these circumstances, who would choose the dangerous path of being a bandit? However, for those cruel and merciless bandits, Jared executed them immediately. Before they knew it, the sky darkened. There were no villages nearby, so Hutch decided to set up camp away from the road. Nighttime posed more dangers, so they had to take turns keeping watch to ensure Jared's safety. Despite the reduced number of bandits, they had to stay vigilant. Hutch respectfully reported to Jared inside the carriage, Your Highness, there are no inns nearby, so we must rest here tonight. Very well, let's rest here tonight. Jared nodded slightly. I'll prepare dinner for your highness, said Alicia, preparing to get off the carriage. Suddenly, a piercing sound broke through the air. A sharp arrow flew rapidly toward the carriage. Reacting instantly, Hutch, a 9th-rank martial artist, drew his sword and sliced the arrow in half. There are assassins. Protect his highness. At Hutch's shout, all guards revealed their weapons, forming a protective circle around the carriage. In the next moment, several arrows shot from the shadows, all aimed at Jared. Fortunately, the elite guards managed to block all incoming arrows successfully. Only a few suffered minor injuries. Jared remained unharmed. Dane, who was also with the group, was unharmed due to the protection of the guards. Seeing that their hidden arrows failed, the ambushers hiding in the grass emerged, numbering about 50 or 60. They wore black masks and moved like disciplined soldiers, seemingly aware of Jared's return and ambushing him here. The leader was robust and emitted a powerful aura, revealing himself to be a 9th-rank martial artist, just like Hutch. What? Feeling the strength of the assailant, Hutch's pupils constricted in shock. This meant they were not from Van's camp. Apart from Van, who else would want him dead? As Jared was lost in thought, the 9th-rank martial artist among the black-clothed men suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Jared, today is your end. If you surrender obediently, I might let you die quickly. Otherwise, I'll make sure you beg for death but can't find it. The 9th-rank martial artist speaking was tall with a particularly rough voice. Arrogant. Just you think you can kill our prince? With me here, you can't do it. Hutch stepped forward, radiating a terrifying aura that made everyone present feel their hair stand on end. Only the equally 9th-rank martial artist among the black-clothed men remained unaffected by Hutch's presence. He sneered coldly. Hutch, you're indeed strong. Facing someone like you, I can't afford to be distracted. But aren't you the same? Once we engage, Birdie Jared will surely die. The mission of the black-clothed man was not to kill Jared personally, but to hold back Hutch. Without Hutch's protection, Jared could hardly rely on these few dozen guards for safety. To ensure the assassination's success, the black-clothed man even brought his disciple, hiding among the ordinary assassins. Though not as powerful as himself, the disciple was still an 8th-rank martial artist, enough to easily breach through the guards and take Jared's head. Your Highness, you must leave immediately. I will protect you with my life. Hutch's expression turned extremely grave upon hearing this. Indeed, as the black-clothed man said, once Hutch engaged, he couldn't protect Jared. The only option was for Hutch to hold them off while Jared escapes. No, I can't leave. Jared replied resolutely. Your Highness. Hutch's eyes widened in shock. Why wouldn't Jared leave in such a situation? Just as Hutch was puzzled, the masked black-clothed man wielding a wolf-tooth club rushed towards Hutch. Killing Jared didn't require him to act personally. Focusing on Hutch was enough. With the 9th-rank martial artist charging in full force, Hutch had to go all out and fight fiercely. Meanwhile, the guards and the many black-clothed men also engaged in fierce battle. Even if all the guards were to die here, they wouldn't let any assassin harm Jared. Witnessing this, Dane immediately hid in the carriage, trembling all over. From his reaction, Jared deduced that these people had nothing to do with Van. Even Dane, Van's lackey, was terrified. It's over. Everything is over. I'm probably going to die here today. Dane trembled, staring outside the carriage at the dead bodies, making him even more afraid. Contrarily, Alicia was unusually calm. Dane fainted in fear, while Alicia stood before Jared without hesitation. Pretty girl, how can I bear to kill you? I'll deal with this foolish prince first, then talk to you later. Ha 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 ha. The black-clothed man laughed wildly as if already victorious. But just as he reveled in his triumph, Jared suddenly pushed Alicia aside and fired the firearm at the black-clothed man. Boom. The loud noise drew everyone's attention. The previously laughing black-clothed man's chest was instantly drenched in blood. His confident expression turned to horror. He fell into a pool of blood, dying on the spot. What? Everyone's eyes widened at this sight. The black-clothed giant fighting Hutch lost focus and was thrown several meters away by Hutch's palm. Smashing into a tree, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite being equal in rank and power, neither could afford to relax during such intense combat. The black-clothed giant never imagined his 8th-rank disciple dying so unexpectedly. It looked like a powerful hidden weapon. But how could a weak prince like Jared wield such a weapon? Chapter 126. Attempting to harm this birdie. What punishment is due? Foolish, you think scum like you can kill this prince? Hutch, what are you waiting for? Disable him immediately. Jared emerged from the carriage before him, forcing him to confront it. Now, gravely wounded, he couldn't harm Jared, nor could he handle Hutch in front of him. Staying meant certain death. His only option was to abandon his companions and flee alone. Being a 9th-rank martial artist, if he chose to escape at all costs, even Hutch wouldn't be able to catch up. Without hesitation, seeing Hutch approach, the black-clothed strongman threw 3 flying knives. Hutch flipped backward to dodge the attack, allowing the black-clothed strongman to escape. You, stop right there. Seeing this, Hutch raised his saber, ready to pursue. But Jared immediately halted him. Enough. Don't chase after him anymore. Tackle the remaining assassins. Hearing this, Hutch reluctantly abandoned the chase and turned to apprehend the other assassins. With the addition of a 9th-rank martial artist, the assassins were easily overpowered. Besides those already killed, the remaining dozen were subdued and bound tightly. This battle took a heavy toll on Jared's guards. Out of 50 guards accompanying him, including Dane's own bodyguards, nearly 20 were lost. If not for Jared's instant kill on the 8th-rank martial artist, causing chaos among the assassins, the damage to the guards would have been worse. Randy, why didn't you let me chase after him? That guy is injured. Given some time, I could have brought him back. Hutch expressed regret. Do not act rashly. Did you consider what might happen if more assassins appeared while you chased after the 9th-rank martial artist? Though I carry a firelock, it does not make me invincible. Jared's expression was grave. He originally intended to return to the capital city and enjoy himself, but he never expected to encounter an ambush, resulting in such significant losses. Hutch lowered his head in shame upon hearing Jared's words. It's because I was foolish. Randy, how should we deal with these men? Hutch pointed to the kneeling black-clothed men. Their black masks had been removed. Interrogate them harshly to uncover the mastermind. Execute any who refused to talk. Jared showed no mercy. Had he not wanted to know the true culprit, they would have all been executed already. Understood. Hutch bowed respectfully and moved toward the black-clothed men. Torture and interrogation were Hutch's specialties. However, just as Hutch prepared to begin, the dozen bound assassins simultaneously clenched their jaws. In the next moment, they exhibited intense pain, blood oozing from their 7 apertures before collapsing lifelessly. What? Hutch's eyes widened. They all committed suicide by poison. Standing beside the carriage, Jared also witnessed this, frowning deeply. He intended to learn about the mastermind from these men. Who knew they would choose to take their own lives instead? Moreover, their method of concealing poison was highly unusual. Clearly, they were highly trained assassins. Both the 9th-rank martial artist and these assassins willing to commit suicide made Jared realize that the mastermind was far from simple. Randy, what should we do now? If only we knew these men had poison hidden in their mouths, I would have knocked them all unconscious first, Hutch lamented. It's not your fault. None of us anticipated this. Properly bury the bodies of our brave comrades who sacrificed themselves. After returning, ensure you contact their families and treat them generously. Understood. Hutch quickly acted, ordering part of the guards to clean up the scene, while he led the rest to carefully patrol the area to ensure no more assassins lurked nearby. Then, Jared turned and entered the carriage, feeling a heavy heart. Alicia offered him a cup of tea thoughtfully. Randy, please drink some tea. Thank you. Jared smiled as he accepted the tea and then glanced at Dane, still unconscious. Ricky, bring a cup of water and splash it on his face to wake him. Alicia didn't hesitate. She poured a cup of tea and forcefully splashed it on Dane's face. Indeed, he was too cowardly, even compared to her. Assassin! There's an assassin! Upon waking, Dane screamed in terror. Relief washed over him when he realized the assassins were dead. But before he could fully relax, he heard Jared's stern voice. Dane, you attempted to harm this prince. What punishment do you deserve? Chapter 127. Such a perfect plan. How could it fail? Dane had just woken up when he suddenly heard Jared's words, startling him to his core. He froze as if struck by lightning, his expression turning blank. Immediately after, an overwhelming look of terror spread across his face, and he promptly knelt before Jared. Your Highness, you mustn't accuse me wrongly. How dare I plot against you? As Dane spoke, he frantically kowtowed to Jared. He wasn't a fool. The suspicion was not without basis. After all, he had repeatedly targeted Jared in the past. Furthermore, given that it was he who had come to deliver the imperial edict, there was indeed a possibility that he might have planned an ambush to assassinate Jared. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. If he couldn't clear his name, his head would certainly roll. Do you think a few kowtows will make me believe you? Jared's tone was icy as he questioned Dane. Of course, Jared was fully aware that Dane couldn't possibly be the mastermind behind this. Neither could it be Van's faction. But exactly who was responsible, Jared was yet to discover. His intention was merely to intimidate Dane and see if any clues could. Was quite knowledgeable about martial arts. He was confident that the 9th rank warriors he faced were not from Wokoku. Jared turned to Hutch. Olderau, can you be sure they use Datsong martial arts? Well, Hutch awkwardly shook his head. Your Highness, I can't be absolutely certain, but their fighting style and offensive tactics are very similar to Datsong. Datsong has always valued brute strength, fitting what we saw. But I'm curious why they would target you suddenly and send a 9th rank warrior, which doesn't seem logical. Perhaps I'm just too paranoid. It might not be Datsong. Jared pondered Hutch's words. With Van's faction out of the picture and Wokoku highly unlikely, it left only one possible suspect, Dong. Yet, the reason behind their actions puzzled him. Since the battle between Zhou and Datsong years ago, Datsong had been weakened and dared not provoke Zhou again. After over 20 years of silence, why would they target him now? Forget it. I'll stop thinking about it for now. After some contemplation, Jared sighed. In any case, neither Wokoku nor Datsong could easily threaten the Zhou dynasty. Your Highness, can I stand now? Dane was still kneeling in front of Jared, trembling in fear, worried that one wrong move could cost him his head. Get out. I'm in no mood right now, Jared said irritably. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Dane bowed deeply and hurriedly exited the carriage. That night was eerily quiet. No more assassins appeared. Early the next morning, Jared resumed his journey back to the capital. Time passed swiftly. 5 days went by. In a room within the Wokoku Palace, Hurley paced anxiously, waiting for news. Why is this happening? 5 days have passed, and there's still no word. Could the mission have failed? It's impossible. A 9th rank warrior, an 8th rank warrior, plus trained Datsong soldiers? How could they fail? Hurley's thoughts grew more disconcerting. According to his plan, the 9th rank warrior should have held off Hutch while the Datsong soldiers kept the guards busy. The 8th rank warrior should have easily slain Jared, but no contact had been made, and no head delivered. To facilitate an alliance between Datsong and Wokoku, he had boasted to the Wokoku officials, including the Tobias, that Jared's head would arrive within 5 days. Failure meant treason, and certain death by execution. I can't stay here. I need to escape quickly. Despite his reluctance, Hurley admitted that something had gone wrong. To avoid execution by the Wokoku Tobias, he needed to flee. However, just as he prepared to escape through the window, a group of Wokoku soldiers surrounded his room. A tall, muscular Wokoku general entered. Where are you going, envoy? To the bathroom. Hurley replied, forcing calm. Very well. The general nodded coldly and then said, forget the bathroom for now. Come with me to Seacliff. Chapter 128. The empty Jiang mansion. No matter how much Ellsworth wished to resist, it would be utterly meaningless. He was forcibly brought into the Japanese Imperial Hall. Outside the hall, a large pot hung over a fire, boiling vigorously, and the sight of the bubbling water made Ellsworth's scalp tingle with fear. He knew all too well that if he couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation or calm the Japanese Tobias's anger, his fate would be to end up in that boiling pot. The thought made Ellsworth increasingly terrified. Walking into the hall, the cold stares of the officials around him only intensified his fear. Envoy, did you think I was easy to deceive? Or have you never taken my country seriously from the start? As soon as Ellsworth appeared, Curdy immediately questioned him. Already in a state of panic, Ellsworth fell to his knees at the words. Your Majesty, an unexpected incident really did occur this time. Originally, the plan was foolproof, but I can't figure out why it failed. Perhaps more time was needed along the way. Please give me a few more days. Then I will surely present the head of J. The flawless plan failed. Not only did it fail to impress Japan, it backfired spectacularly. Curdy ignored Ellsworth's pleas, plunging him into despair. Facing the boiling pot, Ellsworth turned pale with fear, his legs trembling and urine trickling down his pants. The guards carrying him looked at him in disgust. This man, who initially came to Japan full of arrogance, was revealed to be a coward. At this critical moment, Curdy raised his hand slightly. Stop. Hearing the command, the guard set Ellsworth down. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for sparing my life. Terrified, Ellsworth crawled to kneel before Curdy. Though his pride was shattered, his life was saved. I will let you go now. Return and tell your emperor that if we are to ally, he must bring greater sincerity. If you dare to mock me again, do not blame me for being merciless. Go. With that, Ellsworth respectfully bowed 3 times to Curdy before hastily leaving the hall. Damn it all. All this is because of you, Jared. Why didn't you die in this situation? Why? Ellsworth shouted in frustration. Upon returning to the Great Song Empire, he vowed to uncover the truth behind the failure. Days passed, and Jared's party finally arrived in the capital. The bustling streets, continuous cries of vendors, and the grandeur of the city proved just how prosperous it was. Compared to the impoverished southern U, it felt like daff. The enormous estate was now eerily empty, though it was occasionally cleaned by royal servants to keep it tidy. After all, this was still her family home. What a huge house. Alicia widened her eyes upon entering the mansion. Growing up, she had never seen such luxury. Unfortunately, the grand mansion stood empty, giving it a desolate feel. Thinking about the tragic fate of the Jiang family saddened Alicia. While she lost her mother early on, Jared had lost both parents when very young. Just as Alicia was lost in her thoughts, Jared embraced her. Let's go. I'll take you around the capital for some fun. Chapter 129. Arranged matchmaking? Your Highness, this seems inappropriate. Cliff is eager to see you. Shouldn't you go to the palace immediately? Alicia did not resist Jared's embrace, but was surprised that he wasn't heading to the palace right away. Not in a hurry at all. It's too late to enter the palace at this hour. I can go in tomorrow morning. I haven't been to the capital for a long time. I must enjoy myself today. Saying this, Jared took Alicia out of the Jiang residence. Hutch saw this and hurriedly followed, ordering his men to clean and organize the Jiang residence. Even though this is the capital city, under the eyes of the emperor, Jared would be safe. But Hutch responded coldly, I will go to the palace tomorrow. As for the woman beside me, it has nothing to do with Bertius or Rungan. I advise you not to be so unreasonable and don't disturb my mood. Please step aside. Jared said simply and continued walking forward with Alicia. Hutch closely followed behind, protecting them every step of the way. Watching Jared leave, Amina was stunned. Gradually, she revealed an indignant expression. I'm so furious. Why is Brother Say treating me like this? That woman must have seduced my Brother Say. I will never forgive her. Amina clenched her fists, angrily muttering to herself before rushing off. At the same time, the news that Jared returned to the capital with a woman reached Bertie Tanner's ears. He was equally shocked. Right then, Amina ran in, sobbing, Elder brother, please stand up for me. How could Jared like another woman? He belongs only to me. Seeing this, Tanner calmed her down and said, Sister, there's no need to be so anxious. You know well what kind of person Jared used to be. A frivolous man who occasionally brought women home. Perhaps she's just a maid. Once Jared gets tired of her, he'll throw her away. Different from you. You're the princess of the great Zhou dynasty. With one imperial edict from Gay, Jared will have no choice but to marry you. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Tanner's eyes. In his plan, Jared must obediently marry his sister and become the prince consort of Great Zhou. For absolute success, the woman by Jared's side might need to be eliminated if necessary. Of course, Tanner didn't think a mere maid could compare to his sister. It was probably just Jared's playful desire. Hearing Tanner's words, Amina gradually calmed down. Yet, she remained annoyed with Alicia. The next day, early in the morning, Jared was already dressed neatly and ready to pay homage at the palace. Although he could still freely enter and leave the palace, his status had changed. Previously, Jared was just a relative of the royal family, a confirmed troublemaker. Now, he was not only a relative, but also the Nanyu King of Great Zhou. Entering the palace as the Nanyu King, how could he recklessly barge into the palace? After being summoned by the emperor, Jared followed the eunuch into the palace, arriving at the imperial study. Long live the Tobias, your majesty. Seeing Paxton on the dragon throne, Jared immediately knelt down, paying his respects. If it were before, Jared wouldn't care much for formalities, using his favor with the emperor and empress to casually sit down. Paxton was initially taken aback by Jared's demeanor, then burst into laughter. Seer has indeed changed greatly. Stand up quickly. There's no one else here, so there's no need for such formality. Paxton approached Jared and helped him to his feet. At that moment, Paxton suddenly saw a resemblance to his Dylan brother Yush. His pupils turned red. If the capital rebellion hadn't happened, Yush would still be alive. Every time he saw Jared, he recalled those days fighting alongside Yush. Thank you, your majesty. Jared rose and sat in a nearby chair. Then, Xena Diana entered, also visibly excited. They grabbed Jared, asking about various matters concerning Nanyu. Jared answered all their questions, briefly recounting events since his arrival in Nanyu and his plans for governance. Seer truly has grown up. Handing over Nanyu to you, I can finally rest assured. Jared's responses received immense approval from Paxton, who praised him repeatedly. Well, now that we've discussed Nanyu, there are some personal matters to address. Seer, you're not young anymore. It's time for the Jiang clan to grow. When do you plan to marry and have children? Xena Diana's words left Jared stunned. What was going on? Was the true reason for summoning him back arranged matchmaking? Chapter 130. The arrogant Amina. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Aunt, what do you mean by that? I'm still young, there's no need to rush things. Moreover, my mind is set on governing Nanua. I don't have the time to think about these things. Jared hurriedly stood up, preparing to leave the palace. If she stayed any longer, they would really start arranging a blind date for her. But just as Jared got up, Diana grabbed her by the arm. Sayer, it's precisely because you are young that you should marry and have children. Furthermore, marrying and bearing children does not conflict with governing Nanua. You also need a competent Nanua queen to assist you. The Tobias of Galen smiled without speaking, nodding silently in agreement. Well, hearing this, Jared didn't know what to say. Refuse? That would be clearly inappropriate. But if she agreed, the next few days would likely be filled with endless blind dates. Had she known this would happen, Jared would have delayed her return. It wasn't that Jared was particularly against marrying or having children. It was mainly because she couldn't find anyone suitable among the officials' children or the princesses in the palace. And these women often had grand airs about them. They wouldn't be able to endure the poor conditions in Nanua. Then, Jared would need to worry about their feelings, which sounded very troublesome. Most importantly, Jared already had someone she liked, and did not want to accept the arrangements made by the Tobias and Xena. Seeing Jared's hesitant expression, Diana and Galen glanced at each other and smiled. Then, Diana gently held Jared's hand. Sayer, if you don't want to accept our arrangement, could it be that you already like someone? Could it be the woman who accompanied you? The seated Galen nodded in agreement. Additionally, he knew that the newly appointed governor of Nanyue, Earl, was indeed Alicia's father. No wonder Jared trusted him so much. That might not be appropriate. She only knows of my feelings towards her. Let's wait a bit longer. Hearing that the Xena wanted to summon Alicia, Jared quickly shook her head. There's nothing inappropriate. Since it's a girl Sayer likes, we naturally should take a good look at her. And it happens that the Xena's birthday banquet will soon welcome civil and military officials. Sayer, bring Alicia to the banquet. Galen patted Jared on the shoulder. This is an imperial edict. If you disobey, you'll be punished. Jared, left with no choice, could only nod. Meanwhile, outside the Jiang residence in the capital city, Birdius Amina was arrogantly berating the guards at the Jiang residence gate. Rude. You lowly dogs, how dare you block me? I am a princess. You lowly dogs, kneel before me. Upon learning that Jared had entered the palace, Amina immediately rushed out to teach Alicia a lesson. She wouldn't tolerate anyone who dared to steal her beloved Say brother, regardless of who it was. Besides, Alicia was merely a lowly servant. How could she compare? Although her brother Tanner told her not to worry about Alicia, she couldn't let this slide. Who would have thought that before she could enter? Chapter 131. Excuse me, I'm busy. After all, Aaliyah was only a frail woman. How could she possibly injure 9th rank warrior Hutch? Hutch casually took a step back and dodged Aaliyah's attack. Immediately after, he reached out and snatched the dagger from her hands. Your Highness, please do not make a scene. Had it not been for Aaliyah's noble status, Hutch would have already struck out at her. Forced by the situation, he could only barely suppress his anger. To prevent Aaliyah from continuing to act rashly, the guards present all stepped back a few paces, keeping their distance from her. This spectacle drew in a large crowd. What's going on? Why is this woman wielding a weapon in broad daylight? Shh, keep your voice down. That woman is Birdius Orangan. We cannot afford to offend her. I remember that young master of the Jiang family had been dispatched to Nanyue by the Tobias. How did he suddenly return? Who knows? Anyway, the prince's guards are stopping Birdius Orangan from entering, so now she's having a tantrum. The onlookers increased, pointing and whispering about Aaliyah. For a woman to publicly wield a weapon to hurt someone was shocking. If not for Aaliyah's esteemed status, someone would have long reported the matter and summoned the authorities. Aaliyah paid no heed to the surrounding spectators. She was a princess, and striking a mere servant was nothing much. Immediately, if Aaliyah wasn't his own sister, he would have slapped her right then and there. Now, for him to become the crown prince, he needed to leave an excellent impression on the emperor. If because of Aaliyah, his impression on the emperor was marred, even being her brother wouldn't save her. Harassing to Tanner's stern words and seeing his furious expression, Aaliyah panicked and obediently shut her mouth. My dear sister, rest assured, I will definitely ensure you marry Niall as you wish. Now, come with me back to the palace first. With that, Tanner took Aaliyah away. The gathered crowd gradually dispersed. Seeing this, Hutch and the other guards heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Corbin of Zhou, along with Diana, were dining with Niall. During the meal, Niall mentioned matters concerning Japan. Your Majesty, Japan should send envoys soon. If my guess is correct, they want you to punish me? Niall smiled slightly and asked. Mentioning Japan, Corbin's expression became serious. Yes, but fortunately, Dane explained the situation in time. If Japan dares to invade our Great Zhou dynasty, I will ensure they never return. Given the current strength of the Great Zhou dynasty, it would be easy to annihilate Japan. However, the looming threat was from the Daitsong kingdom. If Great Zhou went to war with Japan, the ultimate beneficiary would be Daitsong. Furthermore, during Niall's journey back to the capital, she had been attacked by an assassin, likely sent by Daitsong. Corbin speculated that Daitsong might have intended to frame Japan for Niall's assassination attempt, thereby exacerbating tensions between Great Zhou and Japan. In such a scenario, Great Zhou would inevitably engage in battle with Japan, allowing Daitsong to seize the opportunity to attack Great Zhou. Fortunately, everything went according to plan, and Daitsong's scheme failed. Now, peace reigned, and unless absolutely necessary, Corbin wouldn't start a war. Hearing this, Niall nodded. It aligned with her conjectures. Indeed, Dane had successfully explained things to the Tobias after returning. Having finished the meal, Niall intended to leave the palace. Unexpectedly, second Birdie Tanner appeared at that moment. Cousin, it's good to see you well. In the eyes of others, Tanner was a refined and distinguished prince, somewhat resembling Corbin. But for some reason, Niall felt an eerie sensation when facing him, as if confronting a wolf in sheep's clothing. Of course, it might all be due to Niall's heightened sensitivity. After all, to the public, second Birdie Tanner had an impeccable reputation. Oh, it's second Birdie, Niall greeted, quickly rising and bowing. Had it been the old Niall, she would never have risen. This only made Tanner more convinced that Niall was no longer the frivolous person he once was. If he couldn't win Jared over, it would pose a significant threat to Tanner. To become the crown Birdie, Tanner needed his sister to become the Birdius of Nanyue. If necessary, drastic measures were required. He had to secretly eliminate the woman by Jared's side. Meanwhile, Jared had already left the palace and returned to the Jiang residence. Upon arriving home, he learned from Hutch about Amina's visit and her behavior. What? Jared was enraged. He knew exactly what Amina was thinking. She was jealous of Ingrid and wanted to teach her a lesson while he was away. Fortunately, the guards like Hutch were loyal to Jared. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Ingrid, learning about the incident, felt a shiver of fear. She hadn't anticipated that she would anger the princess so soon after arriving in the capital. Ricky, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will harm you. In a few days, it's Xena Dowager's birthday. You'll accompany me to the palace then. Ingrid froze at Jared's words, her face turning pale with fear. Your Highness, I'm too insignificant to attend the Xena Dowager's birthday banquet. That's inappropriate. I'd rather not go. Why do you think you're insignificant? You're the daughter of the governor of Nanyue. There's nothing lowly about that. Ricky, we should all be more confident in ourselves sometimes, pleased the Xena Dowager. Of course. Ask anything you need, Jared nodded slightly. For the next few days, Ingrid continually asked Jared various questions about Xena Diana. In another part of the capital, at Grand Tutor Era's residence, Bertie Tanner hurried to meet them. They already knew that Jared had someone he liked and looked grim. How could this happen? Jared, that notorious troublemaker, has completely changed. Van was furious upon hearing this. Originally, they planned to get Jared to marry Bertius Arungan. But now, with him having someone he liked, it made the task nearly impossible. Beside him, Iliadstav suggested, why don't we secretly dispatch assassins to kill that woman? Then it would be easier for Jared to marry Arungan. No. Tanner immediately vetoed the idea. Earlier, Arungan tried to confront the woman but was stopped by the guards. Although Master Zhao isn't here, Hutch is a 9th-rank martial artist who won't let anything happen to her. Moreover, this is the capital. If someone attacks the Jiang family, the consequences would be disastrous. Tanner then smirked slightly. Actually, I have a better plan. In a few days, it's the Xena Dowager's birthday, and Jared will bring the woman to the banquet. What if during the event, a precious ornament of the Xena Dowager's is stolen by this woman? For them. The Tobias and Xena sat hand in hand on their thrones, smiling warmly. Jared, due to his position and the Tobias and Xena's favor, sat closest to them. Even Crown Bertie Tanner didn't receive such special treatment, deepening his envy towards Jared. If Jared stood by his side, it would be fine. But if Jared did not support him, Tanner would devise every possible way to eliminate him. Sitting beside Tanner, Amina paid little attention to Jared's seating. What mattered to her was Alicia, who sat beside Jared. That seat should have been hers if everything went as planned. But now, an unknown wild girl had taken it. If not for Tanner's restraint, she would have confronted Alicia already. Apart from Amina's focused observation of Alicia, everyone else, including the Tobias and Xena, occasionally glanced at Alicia. After all, Jared had never brought a woman to such occasions before. Naturally, people assumed this was the woman Jared loved. Sister Say has good taste. This woman's beauty does not fall short of anyone here, one remarked. Honestly, no princess can compare, another added. Xena Diana whispered to Paxton, no wonder he found none worthy. He kept such a beauty hidden. Paxton nodded in agreement. I'm truly delighted that Say finally has someone he loves. I hope Brother Jiang in heaven can see this too. The Tobias and Xena engaged in hushed conversation. Alicia, unfamiliar with such grand events, especially among nobility and royalty, felt nervous and instinctively clung to Jared's clothes. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Jared reassured her. Eat and drink normally. Feeling safer with Jared beside her, Alicia loosened up and poured him a cup of wine. Watching them interact made Amina seethe with anger. Brother, you must help me. This woman is nothing compared to me. She must have bewitched Brother Say. Amina grabbed Tanner's sleeve and whispered, rest assured, I will settle everything for you. She will soon be gone. But for now, you must behave. No mischief during the Xena's birthday banquet. Understand clearly? Tanner wanted to frame and eliminate Alicia using the Xena's banquet, but did not wish to ruin it. Knowing he wasn't the Xena's biological son, he needed to curry favor with her to secure his place as Crown Bertie. Otherwise, the greatest obstacle would be the Xena's 6th son. Thinking of this, he looked at the young boy standing beside the Xena, around 7 or 8 years old, Coleman, the Xena Diana's biological son. Despite being the youngest among the princes, his status as the legitimate son posed a significant threat to Tanner. Without Coleman, Tanner's position and reputation would make him a surefire Crown Bertie. However, Coleman's existence shook things up. Watching him interact closely with the palace, Chapter 134, Jealousy. Coleman's sudden words made Alicia panic. She quickly shook her head. In her view, she was just a maid accompanying the Bertie. Scared and at a loss, Alicia looked at Jared, wanting to explain but unsure of how to do so. Seeing Alicia's terrified look, Jared smiled and whispered something in Coleman's ear. Okay, then I'll go have my meal first. Coleman nodded obediently upon hearing Jared's words and ran off. With Coleman's departure, Alicia heaved a sigh of relief. It's fine. There's no need to mind what children say. Jared reassured Alicia beside him. Alicia remained silent, merely nodding silently. Though being called sister-in-law had startled her, upon reflection, she felt a fleeting sense of happiness. But this feeling lasted only for a moment. She knew she could never match such a noble prince. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a little sad. Just then, the banquet entered its second phase. All the guests presented their prepared gifts one by one. The most valuable gift was the one prepared by Paxton for the Xena, a phoenix sculpted from top-grade jade and gold thread, exquisitely beautiful and lifelike. It sparkled under the light, capturing everyone's attention. Xena Diana received unanimous praise and admiration, reinforcing the deep bond between the Emperor and Empress. Everyone involuntarily stood and cheered for Diana as the white peacock fanned its tail. Good indeed. Diana marveled at the beautiful peacock. Mother, my Dylan brother traveled far to bring this gift for you. My gift may not be as grand as his, but it is also precious, Amina added, presenting a pair of exquisite vases adorned with rare flowers. Knowing Diana's two favorite things, birds and flowers, their gifts clearly struck the right chord, delighting Diana. However, Rose grew increasingly jealous. If she were the Xena, all this would belong to her. Unfortunately, Diana's position was too solid. No matter what schemes she employed, they were futile. She sighed helplessly. To mask her displeasure, she forced a smile to avoid angering Diana and facing the Emperor's wrath. As everyone presented their gifts, Alicia, standing beside Jared, grew anxious once more. Your Highness, what if the Xena doesn't like my gift? If she gets angry, will she blame you? Alicia grew more worried. Everyone else's gifts were so valuable, rare animals, jewels, or exquisite ceramics. Her gift was just a simple painting, seeming inadequate. If the Xena disliked it and scolded Jared, Alicia would feel guilty. Rest assured, these trinkets can only please Her Majesty temporarily, but your gift will touch her heart. I guarantee it. Hearing this, Alicia relaxed, her smile returning. Jared then led Alicia to stand before the Xena. Xena, my return from Nanua was hasty this year, so I couldn't bring back local specialties. But I and Ricky have prepared a heartfelt gift for you. Alicia then presented a scroll. Ricky? Amina clenched her fists jealously. Seiji never calls me so affectionately. Why does she deserve it? I surpass her in both birth and appearance by 100-fold. Why does Seiji favor her? Fuming, she stood up abruptly upon seeing the scroll in Alicia's hand. Not really, Seiji. Is your gift from Mother just a painting? The palace has countless famous paintings by esteemed artists. Just giving a single painting seems disrespectful. Or is this the idea of that girl? True. What can a maid from the poor Nanua offer? Her words caused everyone's expressions to turn strange. Everyone knew Jared's relationship with the Xena. His previous gifts were always valuable. Yet this year, he opted for a mere painting, which seemed rather meager. Expecting Jared to defend himself, he instead smiled broadly and said, yes, Ricky prepared this gift. It wasn't painted by a master, but by Ricky herself. Chapter 135. Touching the heart, framing up. When Jared said this, the entire hall immediately fell silent. Then, Amina burst into laughter uncontrollably. No way. What's wrong with you lately, brother Say? Did this woman give you some love potion or something? You actually want to present a painting she casually drew as a birthday gift for Xena Dowager? Let alone Amina. Everyone else present also wore strange expressions, trying hard not to laugh. If it were a masterpiece by a famous artist, that would indeed be valuable. But how could a casual drawing by an ordinary woman have any value? No matter how well she draws, without fame, it's still worthless. Compared to previous years, the gift Jared had prepared this time was truly disappointing. All eyes naturally fell on Alicia, believing she had influenced Jared. Amina wanted to say more but was immediately interrupted by Xena Diana. Enough. It doesn't matter what the gift is as long as it comes from the heart. Besides, Say returned from Nanua in such a hurry, it's normal that he didn't have time to prepare properly. Let me see that painting. Xena Diana didn't care about the value of the gift. She only knew that this painting was drawn by Alicia herself. She was genuinely curious as to why Jared would present her with this painting as a gift. Paxton sitting beside her was equally curious. Go ahead. Jared nodded at Alicia standing next to him. Alicia took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and walked up to Xena Diana, respectfully handing over the painting. This was just a family banquet, and Xena Diana wasn't particularly haughty, so she took the scroll from Alicia's hand. However, upon seeing the content of the painting, Xena Diana's pupils constricted in shock. Paxton beside her was also clearly taken aback. For a moment, both remained speechless. Amina saw her opportunity and ignored Tanner's attempts to stop her, standing up immediately. You wretched woman, what did you draw to frighten my parents like this? Leotards, take this lowly woman away. Ridiculous. Before Amina could finish speaking, Xena Diana rebuked sharply. Who allowed you to speak to someone this way? How undisciplined. Mother. Caught off guard by Xena Diana's reprimand, Amina faltered for a moment before quickly adding, Mother, I was just trying to stand up for you. Stand up for me? Xena Diana responded curtly. When did the Tobias and I get angry? We were merely marveling at the skill of Alicia's art. Don't make a fuss. Sit down immediately. Finishing her sentence, Xena Diana's stern expression softened into warmth as she grasped Alicia's hand. Ching Chung, how did you know about my past? The painting Alicia gave to Xena Diana depicted a female general riding a white horse, exuding valor and beauty. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to Xena Diana from her younger days. Everyone knew that Xena Diana was now the honored queen of Dot. Thank you for taking care of my son Say in Nanua. Say lost his parents early, and both the Tobias and I can be considered Say's parents. This is our token of appreciation. With that, Xena Diana took out the jade bracelet and placed it on Alicia's wrist. Alicia was startled. Your Majesty, this is inappropriate. There is nothing inappropriate. Accept it. Xena Diana smiled softly. If you refuse, it will be considered disobedience. Hearing this, Alicia dared not refuse anymore. This scene unfolded in front of everyone. Who would have thought that Xena Diana would publicly present such a precious bracelet to Alicia in front of so many people? It was as if she was declaring Alicia as the future princess of Nanua. No. Why? Why should it be her? I begged Mother for so long, and she never gave me that bracelet. And now she gives it so easily to this lowly woman. Cousin, what do we do now? I want this woman dead right away. Amina grew increasingly agitated, grabbing Tanner beside her. Tanner looked grave. That jade bracelet was a family heirloom of the Jiang clan. Giving it to Alicia meant she would be the birdiest of Nanua. How could Tanner let this pass? If Alicia wasn't eliminated tonight, there would be no chance afterward. Thinking this, Tanner glanced at a palace maid standing near Jared and Alicia, giving her a meaningful look. The maid understood immediately. After preparing herself, she suddenly screamed, Ah! The unexpected scream brought immediate silence to the hall, everyone turning to look at the maid. Tanner seized the opportunity, standing up and questioning sternly, What impertinence! Who allowed you to shout during Xena Dowager's birthday feast? Not me. Terrified, the maid knelt down. I saw Xena Dowager's most beloved jade hairpin here. Speaking quickly, the maid picked up an exquisite jade hairpin from Alicia's seat. Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 136. Who instructed you to frame others? The Xena's most cherished jade hairpin suddenly appeared at Alicia's seat. What this represented, everyone was well aware of. Wasn't it obvious that it had been stolen by Alicia? Amina seized the opportunity and immediately stood up. No wonder you couldn't find this jade hairpin today, mother. It turns out you stole it. You despicable woman from Nanhua. How dare you? Mother, please punish her severely. How can such a thief become the birdiest of Nanhua? Those present nodded in agreement. After all, they had only just met Alicia. Their lack of understanding was understandable. Besides, with Amina stirring things up and now having solid evidence, disbelief was hard to come by. The Tobias and Xena, who had initially been joyful, instantly changed their expressions. No, I didn't steal it. Why would I steal the Xena's belongings? Alicia never expected to find the Xena's lost hairpin at her own seat. Participating in the Xena's birthday banquet had already made her incredibly nervous. She had finally begun to relax when this unexpected incident occurred. The sudden appearance of the hairpin clearly stunned Jared as well. However, he quickly realized this was obviously a frame-up. Before the Xena's banquet started, Jared had taken Alicia for a walk around the palace grounds, naturally passing by the Xena's quarters. Yet, he did not take her into the Xena's quarters. So how could she have possibly stolen the jade hairpin? Jared's expression darkened as he said, Your Majesty, Ricky has been with me the whole time. She couldn't have stolen the hairpin. Clearly, someone is deliberately causing trouble. While saying this, Jared glanced pointedly at Amina, his eyes filled with intense hostility. Among those present, only this man could have framed Alicia. Though the Xena was shocked by the hairpin's appearance, she did not believe Alicia was the thief. Jared was known for his high standards. How could he be interested in a petty thief? But before she could say anything, Amina interjected hastily, yelling to the maid. Regaining composure, the maid quickly knelt down. This servant was indeed watching over Miss Ricky. I also saw Miss Ricky enter the Xena's chambers. Afterward, I am not sure what happened. Following Tanner's instructions, the maid recited her rehearsed lines. This statement caused an uproar. It seemed to confirm Alicia's guilt. Stealing from the Xena was a capital offense. Consort Chin stood up. Xena, this woman is truly wicked. Surely she bewitched Antoine. Please punish her harshly. Other consorts, along with princes, princesses, and officials, joined in accusing Alicia. Falsely accused, Alicia had to speak up. Just as she was about to, Jared approached her side and helped her up. Then, glaring fiercely at the maid, according to you, during my absence, Ricky entered the Xena's chambers and stole the hairpin? Yes. The maid nodded nervously. Very well. Jared smirked coldly, leading Alicia to face Coleman. At this moment, Coleman was still throwing a tantrum over dinner. Seeing Jared approach, he immediately perked up. If I recall correctly, you are always studying in the Xena's chambers in the afternoon. Did you see her enter during your study time? Jared remembered that Coleman, being mischievous, refused to study properly. That Bertie Tanner had instructed her to do this. However, at that moment, she noticed the murderous expression on Bertie Tanner's face. She immediately recalled his previous warning. If she dared to expose the truth, her entire family would be killed. He was a high-ranking prince after all. How could she dare to tell the truth now? With a blood-curdling scream, the palace maid violently collided with a pillar nearby, spurting blood as she died instantly. Seeing this, Paxton's expression darkened significantly. How could an innocent palace maid have the nerve to falsely accuse the beloved woman of Barrett? It was clear that someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. And since the maid chose suicide rather than revealing the culprit, it must be someone of great power within the palace. His gaze instinctively fell on Bertius Amina. Who else but her could have such animosity toward Alicia? Moreover, Amina was notoriously known for being overly arrogant and domineering. Just as Paxton was about to speak, Xena Diana stopped him gently. Having been married for years, he understood from her eyes that she had already guessed the true culprit was most likely related to Amina. Well, drag this despicable wench out. This birthday banquet is over. Paxton finished speaking, gently helping the Xena up, and they walked out together. What was supposed to be a pleasant celebration had turned into this chaos, which angered them greatly. If not for the sake of the imperial family's dignity, Paxton would have reprimanded Amina on the spot. As the Tobias and Xena left, the banquet officially concluded. Everyone rose, their faces varying in emotion, murmuring among themselves as they left. Jared did the same, holding Alicia's hand confidently as they exited the hall. Such a petty scheme to defame the woman he cared for was simply too childish. Why did it fail? Arthur, you must stand up for me. That despicable woman must die. Amina thought her plan was perfect, sufficient to make the Xena punish Alicia, yet she overlooked the presence of Coleman, leading to the complete failure of her plot. Tanner was also enraged, clenching his fists tightly, but it was too late now, and there was no turning back. Fine, at least Jared won't return to Nanhua so soon. As long as Gay does not decree a marriage, we still have a chance. You should behave for a few days and visit Mother more often. Your safety just now is thanks to her mercy. Having said this, Tanner angrily left. However, Amina paid no heed to his words. Her anger intensified. Mother's mercy? That's nonsense. She has looked down on me from the start. Brother Say is mine. No one can take him away. With these thoughts, Amina rushed out of the room, formulating a new, malicious plan in her mind. After the banquet, Jared planned to leave the palace with Alicia. However, fireworks were being set off to celebrate the Xena's birthday, creating beautiful displays in the night sky. Handing the letter to him, Jared's pupils constricted as he read its contents. It was correspondence between the Great Song Empire and Japan. They were preparing to form an alliance. Jared's brow furrowed, mirroring the serious expressions around. His greatest fear had indeed materialized. Japan, while small, wasn't formidable unless allied with the once threatening Great Song Empire, which had ceased invading the Zhou dynasty for decades but never surrendered. Instead, their ambitions remained vast. Now, with the sudden alliance between Great Song and Japan, it was evident they aimed to attack the Zhou dynasty. Paxton felt unease when learning of Japan's actions in Nanyue and feared a potential alliance with the silent Great Song. So, he sent spies to intercept their communications. Surprisingly, they succeeded. Upon receiving the letter tonight, Paxton summoned everyone immediately. If Great Song and Japan allied and attacked together, the Zhou dynasty would face threats on all fronts, inevitably leading to suffering. Peace couldn't be compromised. While everyone was deep in thought, trying to find a solution, Jared suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, I have a plan to break the alliance between Great Song and Japan. Chapter 138. I promise to completely subdue them. Do you have a way? Upon hearing these words, Corbin of Zhou's eyes immediately lit up. Everyone present turned their gaze towards Jared. Their most pressing concern was that the alliance between the Great Song Kingdom and Japan was now almost certain. Trying to intervene was almost impossible. The current plan had to be how to deal with the joint military campaign by the Great Song Kingdom and Japan against the Great Zhou dynasty. Hearing that Jared had a solution to break their alliance, everyone was naturally eager to listen. If he could cause discord between the two countries, the Great Zhou dynasty could benefit from it. Of course there is. Jared smiled confidently. Your Majesty, breaking their alliance is actually very simple. We just need to make Japan fear our Great Zhou dynasty and willingly submit as subjects. Or even simpler, we can directly annihilate Japan. These words threw the room into silence. Tanner couldn't help but sneer coldly. Cousin, aren't you thinking too simply about Japan? If Japan could submit to our Great Zhou dynasty, why would they ally with the Great Song Kingdom to attack us? As for annihilating Japan, let's not even mention it. It's almost impossible. Once we engage in war with Japan, we may defeat them, but it will surely come at a great cost. At that time, the Great Song Kingdom won't need an alliance with Japan to lead troops southward and severely damage our Great Zhou dynasty. Many officials present nodded in agreement with Tanner's words. Coyle, along with Yush's old subordinates, did not agree with Jared's proposal. If Grand Marshal Yush were still alive, perhaps defeating Japan would be easy, but currently, it seemed almost impossible. Since they couldn't start by targeting Japan, disrupting its alliance with the Great Song Kingdom would also be impossible. Your Majesty, in my view, this plan of the prince seems unrealistic. Our priority should be to lead troops separately to Nanyue and the states near the Great Song Kingdom to prevent any sudden attacks, said Asif solemnly. However, Corbin of Zhou didn't respond immediately, but continued pondering over Jared's previous statement. If it were the old Jared, Corbin would have considered him nonsensical. But now, things were different. Jared showed remarkable wisdom after years of biding his time. He didn't believe Jared would propose such an impractical plan. After a moment of silence, Corbin looked at Jared. Say, what do you mean by your words? Corbin's question was entirely within Jared's expectations. He smiled slightly. Your Majesty, my point is simple. You don't need to worry about Japan. I am the birdie of Nanyue, and my kingdom overlooks Japan across the sea. Just give me permission to act against Japan, and I promise play. Attacking Japan could have significant impacts on the Great Zhou dynasty. If we fail to crush Japan at once, the Great Song Kingdom will certainly intervene. Don't place the Great Zhou dynasty at risk due to momentary impulse. Tanner absolutely didn't believe Jared had the capability and hurriedly dissuaded him. Other officials shared the same thoughts, deeming Jared too young. Though Japan was a small country, it developed rapidly in recent years. How could they believe that Jared could defeat Japan with Nanyue's forces alone? It was clearly an unachievable task. Even if additional troops from the Great Zhou dynasty reinforced Nanyue, crushing Japan wouldn't happen overnight. Corbin's expression was equally grave. Jared anticipated their reactions. Unfazed, he calmly looked at Corbin and declared, Your Majesty, I swear on the name of the Jiang clan that I will make Japan submit to the Great Zhou dynasty. If I fail, I accept military punishment. Has he lost his mind? Tanner was baffled by Jared's thoughts. This was clearly an unachievable task. Yet, Tanner didn't stop him but instead wore an eerie smile. Earlier, he attempted to recruit Jared to marry his sister, thereby aligning him on his side. Unexpectedly, Jared already had a sweetheart and showed no interest in Amina. Tanner planned ways to eliminate Alicia, forcing Jared to marry Amina. To our Great Zhou dynasty, Jared said with considerable confidence. Though he could directly ask the emperor for reinforcements, which would save time, Jared didn't want to do so. If too many troops were pulled away from the Zhou dynasty now, they would be vulnerable if the Dachang Empire made any moves. Besides, the kingdom of Hua was just a small country. How strong could it be? Even if they allied with Dachang, they wouldn't attack immediately. The Zhou dynasty remained the most powerful nation. Even combined, the two nations might not defeat it. There needed to be the right opportunity. Thus, Jared still had time. His plan was to train an invincible Nanyue army. What? Everyone present was shocked upon hearing Jared's words. This was a rare chance to request troops, one trusted only by the emperor. Even Crown Birdie Tanner, despite being a prince, was merely a titular king with no real power. No one expected Jared to decline reinforcements from the court, let alone claim that a mere 30 or 40,000 Nanyue soldiers could defeat the kingdom of Hua. Anyone who heard this would find it laughable. Tanner thought Jared's arrogance knew no bounds. Did he really think being Yush's son made him invincible? Even Yush, known as the war god, met his end eventually. To challenge the kingdom of Hua with only 30 or 40,000 Nanyue soldiers was tantamount to courting death. But Tanner didn't want to speak up for Jared sharply and saw about 5 or 6 elegantly dressed women approaching. Leading them was Amina, who had insulted her at the banquet earlier. The others were mostly daughters of high-ranking officials, attending the Xena birthday celebration. Though nervous, Alicia stood calmly. Please watch your mouth. How can a woman from Nanyue be considered lowly? Despite their status, Alicia wasn't someone to be bullied easily. She had faced more hardship than most women, making her stronger. Wow, you have quite the attitude. Putting on an act of weakness in front of Brother Say, but you're nothing but a shrew. Brother Say must have been bewitched by you, otherwise, why would he take interest in you? Tangarungan sneered while looking down on Alicia. Tell me, how does this peasant girl compare to Bertius Tangarungan? This isn't even a question. Bertius Arungan is a heavenly beauty, far above a country bumpkin. Who knows what methods she used to ensnare Jared like this? Do you think she's a fox spirit in disguise? Ha 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 ha. The other women jeered relentlessly at Alicia. Anger welled up inside Alicia. However, this was the palace, and these women were all influential. To avoid hindering Jared, she silently left without responding. Where do you think you're going? Who allowed you to leave? Tangarungan immediately surrounded Alicia with her companions. Bertius, if the prince finds out about this, it won't be good, said the nearby maids and eunuchs. Get lost, you servants. Who are you to tell me what to do? All of you. Kneel down and stay there until I say otherwise, or face my wrath. Tangarungan brought her sisters here tonight specifically to teach Alicia a lesson. With Jared and officials in the study discussing state affairs, this was her golden opportunity. Without Jared protecting her, Tangarungan felt free to act as she wished. Bring this lowly Nanua woman to me. Push her into the river. I want to see if this fox spirit shows its true form. Chapter 140. The Tobias flares up in rage. At Alia's command, the women who followed her walked towards Alicia. They all wore expressions of utmost disdain, showing no respect for Alicia at all. If anything were to happen, they could always push the consequences onto Alia's shoulders. At this moment, they longed to see Alicia fall into the river and couldn't miss such a rare opportunity. You can go down there now. Alicia had no chance to resist and was immediately pushed into the river by the group of women. Upon seeing this, the surrounding palace maids, eunuchs, and royal guards all displayed looks of extreme shock. However, with Alia, the princess of Great Zhou, leading them, who dared to interfere, they were forced to kneel helplessly on the ground. But one clever little eunuch slipped away unnoticed. Help me. Alicia, who did not know how to swim, struggled painfully in the water. Unfortunate left. If she didn't get back to shore soon, drowning was inevitable. All the palace maids and eunuchs present were shaking in terror but could do nothing. They could only watch helplessly as Alicia neared death. Suddenly, a figure darted forward and lifted Alicia out of the river in an instant. Everyone on the shore, including Alia, was stunned. Who allowed you to save this despicable woman? When Alia regained her composure, she yelled furiously. Just as she thought Alicia was about to die, someone had intervened. Alia felt intense frustration. However, when she saw who had acted, her face changed dramatically. It was Everard, the emperor's personal attendant. The women who had been cheering her on ran away instantly upon seeing this. At the same time, Jiang Donald rushed over, supporting Alicia, confirming she was safe. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Alia. Have you gone mad? Do you think I wouldn't dare hit you? Jiang Donald clenched his fists. If Alia weren't a princess, he would have pulled out his pistol and killed her in an instant. He never imagined that leaving for just a while would lead to this happening to Alicia, and he couldn't believe that Alia would act so recklessly, attempting murder within the palace. If not for the quick-thinking eunuch who reported it, she might have succeeded. Donald brother, please listen to me. Escalated her behavior, asking him publicly to order a killing. Rendy fiercely slapped Alia's hand away. How can I have a daughter like you? What's wrong with me? Alia retorted, I am the princess of Great Zhou. This vile woman openly steals my beloved man. Shouldn't she die? Killing a lowly woman from Nanyu means nothing. Why won't you help me, gay? You. Corbindi was beyond enraged by her words. How could he endure this any longer? Silence. Slap. In uncontrollable fury, Corbindi struck Alia hard across the face. Chapter 141. None of the women who joined in will be spared by this king. Gay Tobias. Amina was stunned by the sudden slap from Paxton. After all, she was the princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, beloved by all. But now, she had been slapped in public by the very emperor, who usually doted on her the most. This left Amina unable to accept it. She covered her swollen cheek and looked at Paxton. Gay Tobias, you actually hit me for a lowly woman from Nanua? Do I mean less to you than a lowly woman from Nanua? At this moment, Amina truly began to doubt life. Before Paxton could respond, Tanner hurried. If Paxton failed to teach her a lesson now, future transgressions would be disastrous. The Empress stood silently throughout, never uttering a word. She had also reached her limit of disappointment with Amina. Originally, she thought her only excessive and unruly, but who could have imagined such ruthlessness? Now, she only regretted not teaching Amina properly in the past, which led to her present character. Your Majesty, please calm down, please calm down. At that moment, Xena Concubine Chun, Amina's birth mother, rushed frantically to Paxton and knelt down without hesitation. Your Majesty Arungan has indeed overstepped this time. But please consider her youth and forgive her this once. Xena Concubine Chun was visibly shocked upon hearing about Amina's actions and immediately rushed to the Imperial Garden. She knew the Emperor's temper. If Amina didn't admit fault, disaster awaited. Mother, even you think I've overstepped? Amina's eyes widened when she heard Xena Concubine Chen's words. To her, punishing a Nanua woman seemed unnecessary. Turning to see Jared standing beside Alicia, holding her gently, further infuriated Amina. Just as she was about to continue, Xena Concubine Chen slapped her. Hold your tongue. If you dare speak another word, I will not forgive you. Angry, Xena Concubine Chen despised how earlier. None of them would be spared. Your Majesty, Ricky needs rest. I shall take my leave. Jared suppressed his anger, speaking to Paxton. Go rest well. Paxton nodded, his expression complex. Then, Jared immediately carried Alicia and left the palace. Outside the palace gates, Hutch, seeing Jared come out, instructed the guards to bring the carriage. Noticing Alicia unconscious, Hutch gasped in shock. Bertie, what happened to Miss Aaron? What occurred? Hutch had an ominous premonition, sensing impending events. He could clearly see Jared's extreme anger. Hutch, in just a few months away from the capital, people have already forgotten this birdie's power. Those vile women think they can bully this birdie? While I was away, they dared lay hands on my beloved woman. So, I will show them what it means to be the world's greatest rogue. Chapter 142. If a son is not taught, it is the gay's fault. Jared briefly explained to Hutch what had happened earlier. Upon learning the details of the incident, Hutch clenched his fists in anger. While it was expected that Birdie Asamina would be arrogant and tyrannical, for the daughters of officials to act like this was simply disrespectful to Jared. It was no wonder that Jared was so angry at the moment. What do you plan to do, Your Highness? Hutch was absolutely loyal to Jared and would follow any order without hesitation. Then bring all those women to me, Jared replied coldly. Regardless of who their fathers are or how powerful they might be, if anyone dares to obstruct us, bring them as well. Those who dare to provoke me will pay the price. Without any hesitation, Hutch nodded respectfully. The next morning, at dawn, Hutch led the guards of the prince's mansion into the homes of the women involved in pushing Alicia into the water last night, one by one. Without a second thought, he began capturing people with the guards. Who are you? A domineering Weston shouted at Hutch. I am an official of the imperial court. Who allowed you to act so presumptuously? To break into the residence of an official in broad daylight is a capital offense. Ha! Hutch responded with a cold laugh, completely unfazed by the man's words. He asked calmly, so, you are Miles, the father of Reese? It is I. Miles confirmed confidently, nodding his head. Though he didn't know who this man was, as an official, who dared touch him. However, as Miles was feeling smug, thinking Hutch would be intimidated and flee, Hutch immediately ordered the guards to forcefully apprehend Reese. On the birdie's orders, arrest all the women involved last night. What? Miles's expression turned pale when he heard this. Hutch coldly waved his hand, and the guards immediately acted. Within moments, they subdued the guards with minimal effort and tied up Miles as well. You dare to lay hands on an imperial official? You're too presumptuous. Miles kept cursing at Hutch. Hearing this, Hutch grew increasingly impatient and stuffed a piece of cloth into Miles's mouth. He then escorted Miles and his daughter out of the residence and proceeded toward another official's home. Exactly the same scenario unfolded at the other officials' residences. Any woman who had participated in pushing Alicia into the water was captured by Hutch. Besides these women, their fathers, mothers, brothers, and even younger siblings were also bound. First, they paraded through the streets of the capital, then brought them back to Jiang Mansion where they knelt before Jared. Jared, just because you are now the birdie of Nanyue, you think you can flout the law like this? This is the capital city. We are all imperial officials. How dare you treat us like this? The incident last night was indeed my daughter's fault, and we can apologize, but arresting us without investigating and humiliating us like this is far too much. We will definitely report this to the Tobias. The officials kneeling on the ground shouted at Jared. Haha, you talk about apologizing? Jared's temper flared upon hearing this. Enjoying the rare sight. Beat them harder. Don't miss a single one of the 30 lashes, hit hard each time. To dare harm my woman, this is the price you must pay. Chapter 143. Beating imperial officials in broad daylight. Ah, it hurts so much. Your Highness, please spare my life. These officials, with their delicate and pampered skin, were beaten until their flesh was torn and bruised, screaming in pain. But no matter how they cried and pleaded, it made no difference. Jared's expression remained unchanged as he calmly watched the scene unfold. 30 strokes would not kill them, but the injuries would keep them from standing for 100 days. This was the price they had to pay for bullying Alicia. Your Highness, please spare us. My father is weak. He can't withstand this beating. A beautifully dressed woman knelt before Jared, crying out. Soon, the other women who had mocked Amina yesterday also knelt before him, banging their heads on the ground repeatedly. If there were a regret pill in this world, they would never have joined in the taunting last night or pushed Alicia into the water. Why didn't you think of today back then? If you do wrong, you must pay the price. Drag these weeping women away from me. Just looking at them makes me furious. At Jared's command, Hutch stormed over with the guards, forcibly dragging the women away. He then continued watching the officials writhing in agony. Meanwhile, news of Jared beating imperial officials in broad daylight quickly spread to the palace. In the imperial study, Paxton received the report from Tanner and stared in shock. What? Jared beat imperial officials in broad daylight? What happened exactly? Paxton immediately put down his brush and asked for details. Gay, it went like this? Tanner did not hide anything and explained the events thoroughly. Simply put, Jared avenged Alicia by punishing all those connected to Amina's group from last night. These officials were important, influential people, yet they were now humiliated in public by Jared. Tanner was equally shocked when he heard about it. Although he suspected Jared would not let the matter rest, he did not expect such severe actions, beating imperial officials and even knocking some unconscious. Despite Jared's intentions to avenge Alicia, it was too rash and would surely result in joint impeachments. Paxton's expression grew grave as he pondered the situation. While he intended to punish the perpetrators, he hadn't anticipated Jared taking action so swiftly. It showed just how much Jared cared for Alicia. What Jared did, as soon as the edict was sent out, officials started arriving en masse to file complaints. Jared had expected this reaction and was not bothered by it. He had no good reputation in the capital anyway. After punishing the officials, he felt more at ease. Shortly thereafter, Blake delivered the edict to Jiang Manor. Unsurprised by its arrival, Jared knew what it contained even before it was read aloud. It was merely an order for him to return to Nanyue immediately. Your Highness, Cliff intends to protect you by sending you away, explained Arao while handing over the edict. I know that, replied Jared, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Blake, for your timely assistance last night. 'Tis no trouble, Your Highness, said Arao, bowing in return before departing. Well, old Arao, we're leaving Beijing. Prepare for our return to Nanyue, Jared ordered, and Hutch quickly set about packing. Jared then headed to Alicia's room, finding her awake but pale from fright and near drowning. He gently supported her, saying apologetically, "Qingsheng, I'm so sorry. If only I had known. I shouldn't have brought you here. If you're angry, hit me to vent." Alicia, initially stunned, hugged Jared tightly. Chapter 144. The biggest fool in the world. From the very beginning in Nanhua until now, Jared had saved her time and time again. Alicia was fully aware of the enormous gap between their statuses. However, she couldn't care less about that now, only hugging Jared tightly. If it weren't for Jared's appearance, she would have died last night. However, considering the significant differences in gender and status, Alicia quickly realized her action was inappropriate and slowly loosened her grip. But just as she was about to let go, Jared pulled her into an embrace. "I'm not a procrastinator either. Since Xena Dowager Auntie gave you the family jade bracelet of the Jiang family, that's the heirloom we passed down to our daughters-in-law, signifying that Auntie and Cliff have acknowledged you. Starting from now, you're my wife." Jared didn't hide his feelings anymore and declared it openly. Upon hearing this, Alicia widened her eyes, looking at Jared with disbelief. Instinctively, she reached for the jade bracelet, but it wasn't out of unwillingness. It was because she felt unworthy of him. Jared naturally noticed her action. Reaching out to stop Alicia, he asked, "Your eagerness to take off the bracelet, does it mean you don't like me at all?" "No, not at all." Alicia shook her head hastily. "It's not like that. I just feel unworthy of you. You're such a noble prince." "Ha ha ha." Jared burst into laughter. "Noble prince? Ultimately, I'm just an ordinary person. To tell you the truth, I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. From now on, I won't allow anyone to bully you." Irascible to these words, Alicia blushed profusely. This moment, her eyes were filled with the dashing prince standing before her. Then, Jared took Alicia's hand. "Let's go back to Nanhua." "Okay." Alicia nodded obediently, following Jared out of the room. At this point, Hutch and the guards had packed up the luggage. Once Jared and Alicia boarded the carriage, they left the capital city hastily. Meanwhile, in the residence of Master Era in the capital city, Erdy Tanner sat solemnly at the head of the hall, looking grim. Van and Iliadstav, grandfather and grandson, also wore unpleasant expressions. Not only did the plan to recruit Jared fail, but they were infuriated by the fact that Jared beat so many officials before leaving. Most of these officials were allies of the second prince, causing them great anger. "This Jared is really despicable." Iliadstav pounded on the table angrily. "Why didn't Jared die along with the rest of the Jiang clan back then? What a huge menace he's turned out to be." The more Iliadstav spoke, the angrier he became. Van beside him may not be as skilled as Brett, but he's still a 9th rank warrior. The escorts traveling with him are elite forces. Our intelligence reports indicate that Jared faced an assassination attempt during his return trip to the capital. Even with a 9th rank warrior among the assailants, they failed. It's almost impossible to kill Jared through assassins. Tanner smiled faintly, then said coolly, "Nowadays, Cao Kingdom and Wa country are forming an alliance to attack our great Zhou dynasty." Jared publicly pledged to repel the entire Wa army with Nanhua alone. He boasted that he would make the entire Wa country submit to us or destroy it if they refused. What a ridiculous claim. Ha ha ha. These words made Van and Iliadstav pause for a moment, then laugh maniacally. Is the Emperor losing his mind by allowing Jared to act this way? Do they think he's another Yush? To put it bluntly, even the former Yush wouldn't dare to claim such feats. Nanhua is a barren land, with merely 30 to 40,000 troops at most. How could he possibly defeat Wa with these few men? Jared is truly the biggest fool in the world. Van found Jared's actions incomprehensible. What was even more laughable was that Jared actually declined to request military support from the court. If they were in his place, supported by the Emperor, they would have demanded a substantial force without hesitation. In my absence? Have those people from Japan made any unusual moves? Sitting inside the carriage, Jared asked calmly through the window. "Your Highness, everything here is as usual. Japan hasn't made any abnormal moves recently." Brett hurried to explain. "Oh, I didn't expect those Japanese to be so patient. I thought they couldn't hold back anymore." Jared smiled faintly, then with a group of guards, he conducted a simple inspection of Qingfu County. He paid special attention to the new houses supervised by Chavi. Although the construction wasn't entirely complete, it was mostly finished. Every day, many citizens gathered around, praising the houses designed by Jared. Even the renowned craftsman Chavi was delighted to bring these designs to life. After inspecting everything, Jared quickly returned to the county office and immediately summoned officials like Ellison. Now, all the officials of Qingfu County had been replaced. Some were promoted by Jared himself, others were recommended by Ellison. Entrusting Qingfu County to these people gave Jared peace of mind. "I've called you all here today because I have a major announcement to make. Starting today, I'm heading to the main city of Nanhua." Upon hearing this, the assembled officials were shocked. "Your Highness, you've just returned. Why not rest for a few more days? Is there something urgent that requires your immediate departure for Nanhua City?" Previously, Jared had said he would leave only after the house construction was completed. Now, leaving early and in such a hurry, Ellison assumed something significant must be happening. Brett, hearing this, was also quite surprised and instinctively looked at Hutch. Seeing this, Hutch smiled meaningfully and patted Brett on the shoulder. "Brecken, His Highness is preparing for a grand plan." Hearing this, Brett became excited. "Indeed, there's an important matter. There's no harm in telling you." Jared spoke solemnly. "Ditsong and Japan are now allied, planning to attack our Zhou dynasty. What I need to do now is deal with Japan. New and old grievances will be settled together this time." Everyone present looked shocked, but soon their shock turned into resolve. As citizens of Dezhou, if the birdie needed them to defend their homeland against Japanese invasion, they would march to war without hesitation. "All right, I shall leave now. Peter, from today onwards, the administration of Qingfu County is fully in your hands. If anything goes wrong, you will answer to me. Ellison knelt down. Please rest assured, Your Highness. I will manage Qingfu County well. Very well. Satisfied, Jared nodded, and then left Qingfu County with his guards for the main city of Nanyue. Now that everything in Qingfu County was running smoothly, Jared didn't need to worry too much. The most important task ahead was to train soldiers to resist Japan. On the road to the main city of Nanyue, Brett, after hearing the whole story from Hutch, asked in shock, Your Highness, do you really intend to use just one state of Nanyue to resist the entire nation of Japan? Inside the carriage, Jared replied calmly, Yes. This seems a bit too risky. Japan, though a small country, cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, Ditsong wouldn't have allied with Japan. Brett wasn't afraid. He was concerned about the potential consequences if Jared failed. After all, this was an extremely risky venture. Without the support of Imperial troops, relying solely on the 30,000 to 40,000 troops of Nanyue would be difficult. Even with advanced explosives, the risks remained high. Not just Brett, but all the guards present looked grim-faced. You've already said Japan is a small country. Why panic? Jared laughed confidently. Don't worry. Since I've publicly pledged my success, I have full confidence. This time, I'll train an unbeatable army in Nanyue. By then, the introduction of explosives will ensure Japan's surrender. Brett wasn't surprised by the mention of explosives. He had expected it. What stunned him was that the birdie planned to train troops. If the former Grand Marshal Yush had said this, Brett wouldn't have been surprised. But the problem was Yush was no longer alive. Could the current Jared really pull this off? Your Highness, can you really train troops? Brett frowned, cautiously asking. Before Jared could respond, Hutch interjected eagerly. Brecken, are you doubting His Highness? If His Highness says he's confident, then he surely is. This wasn't flattery, it was fact. Anything Jared promised, he delivered. How could I doubt His Highness? This matter is simply too critical. Just as Brett finished speaking, laughter erupted from within the carriage. All right, stop arguing. Of course, I can train troops, and I guarantee each soldier will possess extraordinary bravery. Moreover, I will also train a specialized musket unit, each armed with firelocks. To ensure explosives can be fully integrated into warfare, I will design a series of heavy explosive weapons over this period. Japan is just a small country. I will definitely conquer it. If they refuse to surrender, I'll annihilate the country. Upon hearing this, Brett was astonished. If everything went as Jared said, with every soldier possessing extraordinary courage, a specialized musket unit, and additional explosive weapons, defeating Japan could indeed be achieved. Hashtag Chapter 146, arriving at Nanyue's main city early. The moment Jared and his entourage stepped out of Qingfu County, a large crowd of civilians suddenly gathered and kneeled on both sides of the road, seeing off Jared. To them, Jared was heaven sent specifically to save them. If it weren't for Jared, they would still be living under Curtis's rule, suffering from hunger and cold. Now, as Jared was about to leave Qingfu County, the people spontaneously came out to bid farewell. Some even hurried down from Wolong Mountain upon hearing the news, just to see him off. Everyone, go back. I am merely heading to Nanyue's main city. I am not leaving Nanyue. As long as I am here, you will never go hungry again. It's hot. You should all return home quickly. Seeing this scene, Jared quickly got out of the carriage and addressed the people. Even after hearing his words, the people did not want to leave. They only wished to watch him depart. Seeing their persistence, Jared had no choice but to get back into the carriage, instructing Brett and Hutch to continue on their way. Only when Jared's figure completely vanished did the people reluctantly return home. Meanwhile, in Japan's imperial palace, Kurdo sat solemnly on the dragon throne. Just then, Japan's Prime Minister Jalmer rushed in. Zukawa, what do you think the true intention of the Ditsong kingdom is by allying with us? Is it merely for revenge, as they claim? Jalmer immediately replied, Your Majesty, the ambitions of Ditsong are far more than mere vengeance. Evidently, their true goal is to annihilate the Daizhou kingdom. In my humble opinion, Ditsong's strength is far greater than it appears on the surface. They must have something up their sleeve. After defeating Daizhou, we must also beware of Ditsong turning against us. Kurdo nodded in agreement. Your thoughts align perfectly with mine. They want to use our strength to defeat Daizhou to expand their own power. It's a foolish dream. I will not let them succeed. However, before that, we must resolve the Nanyue issue. If we can occupy Nanyue, Japan will finally be rid of its island nation status. At this point, Kurdo pondered for a moment. Then, he flashed a chilling smile at Jalmer. Zukawa, prepare these next few days. Send envoys to negotiate with Daizhou. If they agree to hand over Nanyue province to Japan, we can immediately annul our alliance with Ditsong, ensuring peaceful coexistence between our two countries. All past grievances will be forgotten. But if the Tobias of Daizhou refuses, there will be no further discussion. We will invade Nanyue and join forces with Ditsong to attack Daizhou. There's no need to rush. Let the Tobias of Daizhou take his time. Currently, Japan alone is insufficient to face either Daizhou or Ditsong. The best Japan can do is continuously benefit from both. If Nanyue can be acquired without effort, there's no need for an alliance with Ditsong. In that case, Kurdo could gradually develop Japan using Nanyue and slowly consume the Daizhou dynasty. Kurdo has vast ambitions. His lifelong dream is to eliminate both Daizhou and Ditsong, making Japan the sole superpower. Jalmer, hearing this, immediately bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is truly brilliant. Such a strategy truly achieves multiple goals at once. Haha, go ahead and arrange it. Kurdo laughed heartily, quite pleased with his own plan. No matter how the Tobias of Daizhou decides, Japan stands to gain with minimal loss, and there's no need to rush. After all, there's still much time before the agreed date with Ditsong. During this period, Kurdo would either march boldly into Nanyue or attack and conquer it. In the following days, Nanyue remained calm. Jared led his guards over one mountain after another, nearly reaching the main city of Nanyue. The bandit problems in Nanyue, especially around the main city, were largely eradicated thanks to Burrell's large-scale efforts after becoming the governor of Nanhua. Thus, Jared's journey was mostly uneventful, encountering no bandits. Then, Brett returned from scouting ahead. Your Highness, we're not far from Nanhua City now. If we continue traveling, we should arrive around dusk. Hearing this, Jared immediately stepped out of the carriage and shouted, let's stop for now. This command made the guards halt curiously, looking at Jared. Your Highness, aren't we going to enter Nanhua City? Alicia, who was in the carriage, stepped out, curious. Of course, we will enter Nanhua City, but doing so in such a grand manner might be too conspicuous. To be honest, I'm not entirely clear about the current situation in Nanhua City. Compared to Qingfu County, Nanhua City's issues will likely be even more complex. Jared took Alicia's hand and stepped down from the carriage. Right now, officials, landlords, and many civilians in Nanhua City already know I will arrive tonight. Therefore, I won't follow the usual route and will enter Nanhua City early. This left everyone even more puzzled. Your Highness, you mean to say we should hurry and enter Nanhua City before dusk? Brett frowned, questioning. It might be dangerous given the steep mountains and numerous wild animals. Moreover, not everyone has horses, and it would be difficult to reach by dusk. Jared smiled and shook his head. No. My intention is to take a small group disguised and enter Nanhua City first. This way, we can observe the true state of Nanhua City and avoid previous issues like those in Qingfu County. While Burrell has done well since becoming governor, it's hard to ensure all officials are loyal, and the situation in Nanhua City is complex. It's necessary to infiltrate secretly and observe. Who knows? We might discover some unexpected things. Chapter 147. A wine glass, 30 taels of silver. Your Highness, if that's the case, let me escort you into Nanhua City first. Nanhua's mountain paths are complicated and filled with wild beasts. With me around, your Highness will be safe. Brett hurriedly spoke up upon hearing this. Hutch initially intended to vie for the opportunity too, but was immediately stopped by Jared. Olderau, don't compete anymore. Take the guards and slowly head towards Nanhua City. Let Brecken take me and Ingrid back to Nanhua City first. It wasn't that Jared looked down on Hutch. It was simply that for such a cautious task, taking Brett was more prudent. Well then, your Highness, please be careful along the way. Hutch sighed regretfully, nodding slightly. Jared then selected a sturdy black horse and rode off with Ingrid while Brett closely followed. Nanhua City was the most prosperous town in Nanhua Prefecture. Although it couldn't match the capital in grandeur, it was far superior to most county towns in Nanhua. Moreover, it had strict security, making it far safer than Qingfu County. Jared quietly entered Nanhua City with Ingrid and Brett, carefully observing the surroundings. Ingrid, being a native of Nanhua, how familiar are you with Nanhua City? Jared asked her gently. Hearing this, Ingrid felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching her head. Your Highness, merchants. Why didn't they participate in my 2 commercial fairs? Well, Brett pondered for a moment. Seemingly, Master Chun has been unwell and unable to handle business matters. What does Master Chin's illness have to do with conducting business? Obviously, they look down on what I have to offer. At this point, Jared mentally noted the Chin family. He didn't care about their past glory. All he knew was that everything now belonged to the great Zhou dynasty, and as its Nanhua birdie, he had issued invitations for various merchants to attend. Yet, the Chin family deliberately skipped both events, clearly showing disrespect. Do they think he's still the former Preston? Enough. Regardless of whether they join or not, it won't affect my plans. Let's go in and eat. Jared led Ingrid and Brett into Wanhua Tower. Just as they entered, a waiter quickly approached. Honorable guests, would you prefer a private room? From Jared's attire, the waiter could tell he was wealthy. Such a distinguished guest shouldn't mingle with ordinary patrons, but should be seated in a private room. You're quite observant. Arrange a private room for us. Also, bring all your signature dishes. Jared said confidently. Certainly, honored guests, please follow me. The waiter respectfully guided them upstairs to a quiet private room. Soon, one dish after another was served. Though not as exquisite as Ingrid's cooking, it was still quite good. Jared's eyes lit up at the first taste, not because the food was particularly delicious, but because he tasted oyster sauce. He couldn't forget that savory flavor. Both Ingrid and Brett noticed it too. It seems my invention is well received. It will definitely sell across the great Zhou dynasty. Perhaps too pleased, Jared accidentally broke a glass, attracting the waiter's attention. The waiter's expression changed noticeably, brows furrowing. Sorry, I slipped and broke your glass. But don't worry, I'll compensate you. Jared wasn't overly concerned. How much could a glass cost? However, the waiter replied, Sir, that's not just any glass. It costs 30 taels of silver. This revelation made Jared, Ingrid, and Brett's eyes widen. What nonsense! A small, unremarkable glass costing 30 taels? Jared's temper flared. You say this glass costs 30 taels? The waiter confidently answered, yes. What kind of glass is worth 30 taels? Ingrid interjected angrily. This is blatant extortion. Huh. The waiter smirked. I apologize, but that's our rule at Wanhua Tower. A single wine glass costs 30 taels of silver. Chapter 148. No, it's 500 taels of silver. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Jared's face darkened instantly. Brett, who sat beside him, clenched his fists in anger, ready to act at any moment. Though he was not as impulsive as Hutch, he wouldn't act rashly without Jared's order. At this moment, Brett tried hard to suppress his anger and looked at Jared, but before he could speak, Jared placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him not to make a move. Now, if Brett were to fight, they could indeed leave safely. But that would undoubtedly expose the identity of the birdie of Nanhua. Just arriving in Nanhua's main city and encountering such a situation enraged Jared.